Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 155. Chapter 155. Two new group members join the chat group. Karen's mouth twisted into a pout. Tears welled in her eyes, not from sadness but from sheer indignation. She was only 16, how could anyone expect her to understand matters like this? Teasing her in such a cruel way was unbearable. Deep inside, doubt gnawed at her. Was God even real? Her whole childhood had been shaped by relentless doctrine, brainwashed into her from the moment she could remember. The Holy See raised her to believe she was chosen, that she was above mere mortals. Her holy light spells, so natural to her, had only reinforced the conviction. Over time, she truly believed the Lord existed. And yet, here she was. Captured. Bound. Abandoned. If God is real, why doesn't he come to save me? Give it up. Catherine's voice dripped with mocking sweetness. God doesn't exist at all. In 3 days, you'll be my sacrifice. Little sister, when you reach the upper realm, make sure you put in a good word for your big sister, won't you? Even if I ascend, Karen snapped back fiercely, I'll drown you in filth and lies. The defiance only made Catherine laugh. She didn't care at all. With a casual wave of her hand, she turned her back on the girl. Her silhouette vanished into the shadows, elegant, terrifying, untouchable. Within the world of God's domain. Since Bai Sujian had departed for Taoist Wonderland 2 days prior, the divine realm had been silent. Yao Yao knew why. It was the eternal God's ultimatum. Unless one surrendered completely, body, heart, and soul, one would remain trapped here, alone and forsaken, until death. So, this is what you demand, she murmured to herself. She rose slowly, unclasped her flowing robes, and stepped naked into the heavenly lake of radiant light. The water shimmered like liquid stars, cleansing her body and soul alike. With each ripple she washed away not only the dust of the flesh but the pride that had chained her spirit. What is sincerity? It was not merely words, nor shallow obeisance. It was the total surrender of the self, the shattering of arrogance, the kneeling of both body and soul. When she emerged, steam clung to her skin like mist. She dried herself, then sat upon a boulder, legs tucked beneath her. For the first time in her life, she began to adorn herself. Her lips she painted with pale pink gloss, extracted from the petals of fairy peaches. She wound her long black hair into a coil, secured with a green branch. She polished her nails and anointed her skin with incense pressed from strange blossoms. It took 2 hours of meticulous care. At last, she flew upward, soaring until she reached the pinnacle of Taoist Wonderland. There she knelt, facing the radiant sun. Her voice trembled with reverence. Great eternal God. Yao Yao acknowledges her sins. From this day forth, I surrender my body, my soul, and my heart. Please forgive the arrogance I once held. She pressed her forehead to the earth, not daring to rise. Time stretched. 1 day. 2. 3. Then at last, before her appeared a shimmering gate of light. Since you know you were wrong, come here. The voice was gentle, utterly without judgment, yet it fell upon her like a spring breeze. Shame seared her heart. How ridiculous her rebellion now seemed, like the tantrum of a child. She stepped into the gate, and in an instant found herself standing in the Ziwei Palace. Upon the throne sat the God of eternity. His eyes rested on her, neither angry nor contemptuous. His gaze was gentle, touched with an almost playful warmth. Yao Yao's head bowed immediately, face flushing. To look upon him directly felt like blasphemy. Do you know your fault? His voice was calm. I erred in contending against you, she whispered. I was too proud. Too stubborn. He tilted his head. If you find no joy in God's domain, you may return to the little underworld. But, do you truly wish to go back? Yao Yao was silent. Since her arrival, she had been resentful. Yet her strength had grown beyond measure. Realms she had once deemed impossible shattered like paper walls. She sometimes advanced 3 whole levels in a single day. Even now, she wasn't sure what cultivation rank she had reached. At length she whispered. I do not want to go back. But, Lord God, if I give myself to you completely, will you resurrect my family? Beside the throne, Lin Qing'er chuckled softly. Are you doubting God's power? Or are you trying to barter your devotion in exchange for his grace? Her tone sharpened. If you would dedicate yourself, do so without demand. To offer faith with conditions, that is blasphemy. Beside her, Otsutsuki Kagaya cast Yao Yao a cold glance. This mortal woman might be beautiful, but before God she was insignificant. Now that she admitted her fault, she should display sincerity, not bargain. Yao Yao's lips trembled. I'm not doubting him. I don't want my family to have died so miserably. Then you do not understand. Lin Qinger's tone hardened. To become divine, one must abandon much. If you ask to resurrect your family, then others will ask to resurrect theirs. Then theirs, and theirs. Would you have God resurrect the entire underworld? No. It's not like that. I just. Her voice cracked, tears spilling. Lu Che raised a hand gently. Enough. I know what weighs upon your heart. Train diligently. When Chu Xianfeng ascends to the Yang realm, complete the tasks I assign you. Then, perhaps, I will resurrect your parents. Yao Yao's eyes widened. I still have my grandfather. Insolence. Lin Qinger's patience snapped. Her fury crashed down like a tidal wave, pressing Yao Yao to the marble floor. The girl's pale face drained of all color beneath divine pressure. God himself has promised to resurrect your parents, Lin Qinger hissed. And yet you dare to demand more. Yao Yao's heart quaked. So this is divine might. But then Lu Che spoke again. Your grandfather is not dead. The hall fell silent. He lives still, sealed deep beneath the earth to escape his enemies. But it is a sorrowful thing, those of the celestial clan were once treated as fruit, plucked and harvested at will. At his words, Yao Yao froze. Not dead. Her grandfather was alive. A vision unfolded before her eyes. She saw the ancient Bagua formation etched into the earth. Within lay a colossal skeletal figure, bound by a golden chain fastened into his collarbone, stretching into infinity. Kagaya's pale eyes widened. That chain, what is it? Mother Gold, Lu Che replied softly. A rare metal. Cruel and unyielding. Yao Yao barely heard. Her tears blurred everything but the figure she recognized. The aura was undeniable. Grandfather, oh, grandfather, you're alive. Her sobs spilled over, smearing the careful makeup she had worn for God himself. When at last she lifted her face, her eyes were red, her lips trembling. I am willing, she choked. I will do anything. Even if you treat me like a pig or a dog, please, just let me avenge him. Lu Che's eyes softened briefly with compassion. Go. Train. In time, you will have the chance to act. Yes, great God. She bowed until her head touched the floor, then departed the palace in silence. As her footsteps faded, Lin Qinger sighed. Prideful. Arrogant. And yet, one who values love above all else. Even offering herself as less than an animal. That is why the eternal God shows mercy, Kagaya said quietly. Lu Che smiled faintly. He took the hands of both goddesses in his own, saying nothing more. For no one understood Yao Yao's pain better than he. Had she not been one of passion and loyalty, he would have long since cast her body into the sea of ghosts. The Multiverse Chat Group. Little Blonde Volcano, hey everyone. The dashing Thunder Titan has descended. Come out and worship. Spirit of the Demon Sword, puffed, you wish. Smacks.jpg. Uncle Demon Slayer 9th, you're looking lively, boy. Better watch out, Constantine's on his way to set you straight. Demon Hunter, hey, here we go. Li Air, who dares to drink with me? Who dares claim invincibility? Tanjiro Kamado, look at him. Clearly he's gotten new powers from the sacrifice. His tail's already starting to wag. For the sake of peace at Sam Witwicky, isn't that right? Sam Witwicky, blonde boy, yeah, but the power God gave me, it's not just strength. It's an entirely new technology. Chu Dashin, technology. What the hell, can technology even grant real power? 930 sad reminder Lao Gao, sounds like nonsense. Technology's just scrap metal. Disdain.jpg. Sam uploaded a video. The fox who only loves money, wait, so that giant thing's an alien. Ugly. Ugly as sin. Chu Dashin, whoa, liquid metal robots. That's awesome. Sam Witwicky, according to the divine technology tree, this path leads all the way to godhood. But, our universe doesn't yet have the foundation to reach such heights. Pursuing sentient beings, to inherit from God himself, incredible. Truly, you've been given great hope. Most members received only minor inheritances, scraps of divine power. Sam had been given the pathway to heaven itself. That meant his world harbored unimaginable potential, it was no ordinary technological universe. Li Air, be cautious, Sam. God gave you this boundary because your world requires it. But be warned, do not stumble, or you'll destroy yourself. Sam Witwicky, thank you, brother Lee. I understand. The group continued to bicker playfully, but when it came to real matters, none of them joked. This was a law Sam had come to understand. When serious, the chat group was deadly earnest. Spirit of the Demon Sword, focus on cultivating your believers. Accumulate strength. Once your foundation is solid, push across the cosmos. Technology or personal power, it doesn't matter. As long as you're strong, all else follows. Those metal beings. Perfect tools. They can believe in God. Use them. Sam wiped sweat from his brow. This dark sister was terrifying. In her eyes, Autobots were nothing more than weapons. Thank the heavens she hadn't been born in his world. Otherwise, chaos would reign unchecked. Sam Witwicky, thank you, sister, I'll remember. Smile.jpg. Ninja scientist, I never imagined metal lifeforms could exist. I'd love to study them. Then 2 new notifications chimed. Jishir Miko has joined the chat group. Tosaka Rin has joined the chat group. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, The Sister Priestess Who Bears Light, Yet Suffers Endless Misfortune. Demon Sword Spirit, welcome, welcome, newcomers. Li'er, a warm welcome. It's not often we get new members, and both women no less. The balance in our group is finally shifting toward more female voices. Chu Dashin, as usual, newcomers should start with introductions. Give your name and the world you belong to, whether it's your country or your universe. Demon Hunter, don't worry too much about identity. Even if you're a monster or a robot, it doesn't matter. Queen of Vampires, use your head, Constantine. Obviously they're human. Don't lump them in with monsters, pathetic. Sam Witwicky, blonde boy ahem. Allow me. My name is Sam, from a technological world. I've just been appointed as a 2-star chief priest. Tanjiro Kamado, I am the guardian of the Demon Slayer world. We used to be plagued by demons, but thanks to divine aid, they have been wiped out. The older group members had agreed long ago that for new arrivals, it was best to ease them in slowly. The first step was always introductions, simple, straightforward. It let the new members find their footing without being overwhelmed. The fox who only loves money, hello sisters. I'm Tushan Yaya, a 10-tailed celestial fox. You can think of me as a fairy if that helps. Ninja scientist, Orochimaru. My name is Orochimaru. As you can guess from my name, I am obviously a good person. 4-piece, Monkey D. Dragon. I am Monkey D. Dragon, a man devoted to promoting world peace. The chat scrolled quickly, introductions flowing one after another. Then, deliberately, silence fell. They knew better than to overwhelm the newcomers. Sam himself had nearly gone mad the first time he joined. Too much information all at once could make anyone think they'd lost their mind. Demon Sword Spirit, if you're overwhelmed, just keep your thoughts to yourself for now. You can type them when you're ready. If you don't feel like speaking, it's fine to lurk silently and watch. No one will force you. But know this, there is a true God in this group. The eternal God. He is omnipotent, master of thousands of worlds, beyond every universe, beyond every culmination you can imagine. If you have lost family, or if you have wishes you believe impossible, you may offer sacrifices to him. He will grant them. In Yuyasha's world. In a quiet wooden hut, the sound of a child sobbing echoed. Keed, a little girl of no more than 9 or 10, had been reduced to tears. Her small hands rubbed her eyes raw as she cried, utterly terrified by the strange voices that had suddenly appeared in her mind. It was instinct, pure, childlike instinct. When the incomprehensible came crashing in, the only outlet was to cry. Her older sister Kikyo, who had been cooking outside, dropped everything and rushed in. Her movements were swift, faster than most humans could even see. In just 3 breaths she had thrown the door aside and knelt at Keed's bedside. The Sengoku era was fraught with demons and dangers. Even when she sensed no malice nearby, Kikyo never allowed herself to grow complacent. Their parents had long ago fallen to demons. Only the 2 sisters remained, bound tightly together against the cruelty of the world. Keed. Kikyo's voice softened as she saw her sister trembling, tears streaming down her face. She reached out, fingers brushing the child's hair. What's wrong? Did you have another nightmare? Don't be afraid. I'll always be here to protect you. Her words were no empty comfort. As one of the most powerful shrine maidens of her age, Kikyo possessed spiritual power that terrified even demons. Her sacred arrows purified all evil, countless monsters had learned to fear her name. But her blessing was also a curse. Humans, too, instinctively recoiled from her aura. Her power set her apart, leaving her isolated despite her compassion. Sister. Keed's small voice quavered, I can hear people speaking inside my head. Many people. They say their names are Demon Hunter, Queen of Vampires, and there's one who calls himself a god. What should I do? Kikyo's face hardened instantly. Her fingers formed a swift seal. Exorcise the demon. A purple stream of purifying light shot from her fingers, flowing directly into her sister's body. She probed deeply, searching Kied's soul. What she found shocked her. Her sister's spirit was pristine, untouched, uncorrupted. There was no trace of demonic influence. Kikyo froze. So it wasn't possession. Her gaze fell on Kied's tear-streaked face, swollen eyes wide with panic. The child wasn't lying. Kikyo's chest tightened. For the first time in years, she felt true fear. Kied, she whispered, tell me everything. Slowly. From the beginning. The girl hiccuped through her sobs. I was sleeping, then a voice spoke. It told me to enter a group, the 10,000 Realms chat group. It said I had to choose a name, so I called myself a shrine maiden. And then, so many words appeared in my mind. They said each member comes from another world. I was so scared. Kikyo listened silently. When Kied finished, she wiped her eyes and asked timidly, Sister, am I going crazy? Am I cursed? Kikyo forced a gentle smile. No. It's fine. Don't be afraid. I'll prepare dinner. Kied nodded, reassured by her sister's composure. But when Kikyo turned her back, her face darkened with worry. The Eternal God. Shenwu World. Fairyland. None of these names were familiar. She fed her sister, watched her drift to sleep, then sat outside beneath the eaves, lost in thought. From what Kied described, this chat group was not a curse. It was an opportunity. Each world, apparently, had a chosen representative, the so-called priest. Through divine methods, they were granted power beyond imagination. If what Kied said was true, some had already ascended to godhood. Others had become fox spirits with 10 tails, or demons who conquered entire universes. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Perhaps it is real. Perhaps it is a lie. But no matter what, I will protect Kied. And if this god exists, I will not let him take her without a fight. The night deepened. Kikyo held her bow tightly and whispered into the darkness. No matter what fate awaits, I will guard Kied. Even if I must guard the whole world. She did not believe in gods, not truly. Not in free blessings, not in miracles without cost. Everything demanded a price. Her own power had given her loneliness, suspicion, fear. There was no such thing as light without shadow. The next morning, the sisters left home as always, traveling into the mountains to collect herbs. Kied tried to hide it, but the fear lingered in her eyes. Her lashes were red, her gaze unfocused from a sleepless night. Several times during the night, Kikyo had heard her toss and turn, whispering that she still heard voices. Kied, Kikyo said gently, why don't you stay home today? You've caught a cold. Let me gather herbs alone. But no arguments. Kikyo's tone firmed, rare sternness flashing in her eyes. Kied wilted under her sister's authority. All right. I'll cook porridge for you, then. But promise me you'll come back soon. I will. Kikyo slung her basket over her shoulder and set off into the forest. The path to the mountain was long, nearly 2 hours on foot, but her body was swift and light, and she moved as easily as wind. Stray demons occasionally flitted past, but she ignored them. Unless they brought harm, she would not kill. That was her creed as a priestess, to protect life, not destroy it needlessly. By evening, her basket was full. She turned back toward the village. But as she approached, a thick miasma rolled across the fields, dark, suffocating. Her eyes narrowed. Not good. Demons. She dropped the basket and sprinted forward. Maple Village was ablaze. Flames licked the sky, and monstrous figures rampaged through the streets, tearing into houses and people alike. Kikyo's fury erupted. Her bow came up in one smooth motion, arrow drawn, sacred light flashing across the dusk. The arrow flew like a streak of violet lightning. It pierced a hulking demon, purifying it instantly to ash. Big sister. A scream tore across the battlefield. Kied's voice. Kikyo's heart clenched. She rushed toward the sound, loosing arrow after arrow. Sacred light cut through demon after demon, each one vanishing with a wail. But there were too many. The villagers fell one after another. And then she saw her. Kied, her little body crumpled on the ground. Her left eye bled freely, her arm bent unnaturally. No. Kikyo's legs buckled, and she dropped beside her sister, clutching her to her chest. Tears streamed down her face, unstoppable. Why? Why must our lives be so cursed? She had trained for years, endured loneliness, honed her powers only to protect. She fought tirelessly against evil. And still, fate tore her family apart. Parents slain. Now her sister, maimed and half-blinded. Why would no god open his eyes to their suffering? Keed's small hand tugged weakly at her sleeve. Her voice was faint but determined. Sister, it's okay. I took your bow. I tried to protect the children. I'm a priestess too. Her bravery only broke Kikyo's heart further. An unmarried girl, now crippled, blind in one eye. In this harsh era, who would ever take her as a wife? People already whispered of witches as outcasts. Now Keed was both a priestess and disabled. Kikyo's tears fell harder, dripping onto her sister's blood-stained face. She had devoted herself to light, but the world returned only darkness. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Rin Tosaka, since no one follows the rules, I'll cheat too. A shrine maiden drives out evil spirits. But that very power makes people dizzy with fear. Extraordinary strength inspires awe, yes, but it also breeds suspicion. People bow, offer thanks, even respect you in public, yet rarely meet your eyes as an equal. That feeling is suffocating. Perhaps that is why Kikyo's master once dreamed of founding a mountain temple, somewhere a priestess could belong. Kikyo had already prepared herself for a solitary life. But fate does not bargain. For the first time in her life, Kikyo felt a deep, bone-carving hatred toward destiny. Why are good people the ones disaster always finds? Priestess Kikyo, we. The fire had already spread. Homeless villagers staggered together, soot-smeared faces staring in confusion and fear that curdled into anger. It wasn't directed at her, not truly. It was simply the only thing they had left to hold. Kikyo drew a steadying breath. The demons have been driven off, she said calmly. Carry the bodies to the Bone Eater's Well. Their village had stood for generations beside a sacred tree and the ancient Bone Eater's Well. The old rumor said that if you cast a demon's corpse into that well, time itself would devour it. Perhaps that was why a village had survived here at all. She settled her injured sister inside, then began repairing their small home. If she did nothing, they would be sleeping outside in the ash-stinking night, and Keed might fall into a fever. From time to time, Kikyo hurried back to check on her unconscious sister. Only when the sky was ink-black and the embers outside dimmed did the house look like a home again. The Tosaka household. One of the three great families of magecraft. Since the end of the Divine Age, true magic had become legend. But the Tosaka family still kept its old mansion, and its old ambitions. Rin Tosaka lay sprawled across a luxurious bed, twin ponytails tied with cute bows fanned behind her head. Pale green eyes gleamed with restless curiosity. Rin wasn't like Kikyo, she didn't rush headlong into belief. She was, in spirit, closer to Nightshade, quietly lurking, observing the chat group without speaking. A magus is, by nature, a creature of curiosity. And women are, by nature, creatures of curiosity. Stack the two together and Rin Tosaka was never going to leave this alone. Maybe, she thought, through this eternal meditation, I could trigger a resurgence of mana across the world. But it feels like some kind of cult. Sacrifices, offerings. She rolled over, the curve of her figure catching the light. A wisp of prana danced over her fingertips, and her heartbeat quickened despite herself. Nightshade had said the eternal god could grant any wish, that even the dead could be brought back. Could Mother be resurrected? If I had the power to change everything, would Sakura come home? Her mind made up, Rin scrolled through the group's shared files and selected a resurrection video, the eternal god reviving Tanjiro Kamado's family. It was one of the highest viewed clips. When Rin's consciousness slipped into the scene and she saw it, the figure in the heavens simply reaching down, plucking souls from beyond, reshaping bodies in the blink of an eye, her breath stopped. You have got to be kidding. She whispered. Is that, literally, the power of a god? To seize the soul itself. In her mind, resurrection had meant grand magic circles or unknown thaumaturgical rites. But this was so direct. So absolute. Nightshade's warning echoed back, do not try to frame the eternal god with your own knowledge. It will not fit. Forget the laws of her world. Forget any world will trying to veto interference. The act alone shattered every boundary of magecraft Rin knew. Alea, please do not call him again. Gaia, you are courting disaster. When Rin's mind returned fully, cold sweat slicked her back. She curled in on herself, trembling, and then, very slowly, her pale eyes began to burn. If I gain this power, I can change everything. Her mother dead. Her father gone. Her little sister taken away. Life had carved Rin Tosaka into a puppet of legacy and duty. If she hadn't been born with talent, who would she have become? The world of magi is brutal, and the Tosaka line was running out of successors. The last Holy Grail war hadn't been long ago. Rumor said the next had already begun, that was why she'd come to Fuyuki City. She'd heard people like to cheat. Fine, Rin thought. This time, I cheat too. She calmed herself, then opened the first shared video in the group, and then the next, and the next. That's human nature, the first shocks you, the 20th numbs you, the 100th brands itself into your bones. Gods striking down thousands. A palm from the starry void crossing 10,000 miles in a blink. With such a being, only fools refuse to believe. By dawn, Rin had watched every clip. Her eyelids sagged, but her mind blazed. She downloaded Eternal Meditation. For a magus, meditation is breathing. Rin slid into the meditative space almost instantly. Beyond the stars. Alea, she's deviating again. Do we stop her? Gaia, as long as it does not threaten the world's development, we have no right to interfere. Alea, TCH. An hour later, both presences fell silent. Alea, why does she have a divinity we cannot observe? Are we truly just going to watch? Gaia, watch. Alea, can you say anything else? What if she sells us out? Gaia, no. Rin opened her eyes and gasped. Nothing in her room had changed. Yet everything had changed. Lines pulsed through the sky over Fuyuki, vast, luminous veins. Ley lines. The arterial flow of the world, laid bare. So this is divine power, Rin whispered, giddy. I'm beyond mortal limits. She hopped in excitement, misjudged her strength, and drove her head straight into the ceiling with a crack. Servants rushed in. Lady Rin. Are you? Her head, she's stuck in the ceiling. Is this a new experiment? Rin, face blazing, floated down. Out. All of you. I need no assistance. Yes, milady. They retreated, barely hiding their smiles. Rin began testing. Any spell she tried, fire, barriers, reinforcement, came out 30 times stronger than usual. She didn't even need to run it through her magic circuits. All it took was the thought. Convenient. Quick. Terrifying. What a monster of a power, she murmured, eyes narrowing as her body blurred. One thought later, she reappeared a kilometer away on a quiet street. Teleportation. Effortless. With power comes the urge to confide. The person Rin most liked to speak with was Kirai Kodomine. He had given her a gift when she was a child and taught her much as she grew. She trusted him. And, as a priest, he would be ideal when it came to fostering believers. Rin made for the church, and abruptly stopped. The air itself felt wrong. Heavy. Sour. It reeked of death. She'd never sensed it before, but with her sharpened senses, she could not miss it now. Why is there this much death in the air? And such rancid stench, could it be? A thought as cold as winter cut through her. Rin's face hardened. Distant sight. Her pupils pale green, she pushed her vision through stone and shadow into the church's underground. Rows upon rows of bodies. 1,000, at least. Every corpse hollowed, its life force harvested dry. Kirai Kodomine had broken every rule. The pattern said the killing had started at least a decade ago. This bastard, Rin hissed. So the pious smile was just a mask. A hypocrite to the core. Wait. What's that? She almost withdrew her sight, then a golden figure strode into the basement, dragging living humans behind him. He wore flesh like a man, but his presence screamed of a different order entirely. Blonde hair, ruby-red eyes, golden armor that sang of kingship. A heroic spirit. And a powerful one at that. But the Holy Grail War hadn't officially begun. Why had a heroic spirit already manifested? A leftover from the last war. Before Rin could settle the thought, the men's voices reached her as if she stood beside them. You'd best keep your excursions to a minimum, the Golden One drawled. The Holy Grail is nearing saturation. If some cheater summons a servant early, all this will get messy. Who do I have to fear? Kirai's voice was amused. If they find me, I'll kill them. You're the same as ever, arrogant. A faint smile curled the king's lips. Better than the hypocrite who duped thousands, I suppose. And tell me, father, what is your real aim in preserving this grail? To drown the world in it, Kirai said softly. If that filthy mud could swallow everything, wouldn't it be wonderful? Rin shut down the vision, turned on her heel, and walked away. Her hands clenched until the knuckles blanched. Betrayal burned like acid. She had been made a fool of for years. The Grail doesn't grant wishes. It only corrupts. It destroys. Since none of you feel like following rules, Rin said coldly, I'll play your game. I'll show you what real cheating looks like. She didn't harbor grand dreams of saving the world. She wanted to prove herself. She wanted her family safe. Now that she had seen Kirai's true face, her decision to join the cult solidified. 10,000 Realms chat group. Demon Sword Spirit, welcome, newcomers. Li'er, a warm welcome. Not every day we see two women join. The group's getting livelier. Chu Dashin, new folks, introduce yourselves, name and the kind of world you're from. High Martial, Immortal Chivalry, Tech, Ancient. Demon Hunter, don't sweat your identity. Monster. Robot. We've seen worse. Queen of Vampires, use your head, Constantine. Clearly they're human. Sam Witwicky, Blonde Boy Ahem, I'm Sam from a tech world. Just appointed a 2-star chief priest. Tanjiro Kamado, I manage the Shinwu world. We used to have demons. Not anymore. The fox who only loves money, hello sisters, Tushan Yaya here, a 10-tailed celestial fox. Think fairy and you're close enough. Ninja scientist, Orochimaru. The name tells you all you need to know, obviously I'm a good person. For peace, Monkey D, Dragon. Seeking world peace. Introductions flooded the screen, then tapered off into a purposeful quiet. They all knew better than to drown newcomers in noise. Let them lurk, watch, and decide. Demon Sword Spirit, if you're nervous, keep your thoughts to yourself a bit. You can speak up when you're ready. You can also just watch. No pressure. But understand, there is a true God in this group, the eternal God. Omnipotent. Master of 1,000 worlds. Beyond any limit you can imagine. If you've lost family, if you have a wish you think impossible, offer sacrifice. He can grant it. Back in Fuyuki City, Rin closed the curtains, locked her door, and took a breath. She had power now. A path. Evidence enough to spit in the face of cynicism. If this world wanted to cheat, Rin Tosaka would cheat better. Rin Tosaka, everyone, about my first sacrifice. Can I choose any offering? Chapter 158, The Benefits of the Heroic Spirit System, the completely crushed Kikyo. Demon Sword Spirit, that's a good question, sister. Allow me to explain. Rin Tosaka, don't, your thoughts are far too intense. I can't handle it. Tanjiro, ha ha ha. I was truly shocked. Sister Selenum's reputation really precedes her. Hoodoo sentient being, reputation. More like infamy. Ninja scientist, hey. What do you think of Selenum nowadays? Demon Sword Spirit, such an intense thought. But for you, this is the simplest path. Vampire Queen, and still not fierce enough. The other day, I asked how to expand my faith, and your answer was to raise an army, plunge the land into chaos, and then simply step in afterward to reap the benefits myself. Lao Gao, the reminder, to some extent, yes, chaos and disaster accelerate the gathering of faith. Demon Hunter, you say that so casually, and yet, why are you always so insightful about these things? Lao Gao, because this is the ancient era, the time of slash and burn cultivation. Natural disasters and man-made calamities are everywhere. One doesn't even need to fabricate them, beliefs fragment naturally. Indeed, life in the ancient world was like this. A few miracles, a scattering of flowers, a show of power, naturally, countless mortals would bow and pray. Rumors even spread that Qin Shi Huang's army had already crushed the Maurya dynasty. Their faiths collapsed in waves, dissipating almost overnight. The pace of such change was astonishing. Even if languages differed, everyone understood the universal tongue of kneeling. Rin Tosaka, I just wanted to ask about the sacrifice. Can someone explain it properly? Junior brother Dazufeng, it's simple. For your first sacrifice, you offer either your most precious belonging or a rare treasure from your world. Rin Tosaka, we don't have unicorns in our world, but there should be things of equal value that can be sacrificed. Hoodoo sentient being, so what kind of world do you live in? I'm extremely curious. I can't help but wonder what sets your world apart. Besides his endless sermons, Fahai's favorite pastime was marveling at the landscapes of other worlds. Each world he glimpsed broadened his horizons, elevated his mood, and deepened his cultivation. One glance, countless lessons. Rin Tosaka, this is a bit hard to explain. Our world is modern, similar to Sam's world, but we lack mechanical life. Our cultivation system is magic-based. However, with the arrival of the Age of Decline, the divine systems faded, leaving only diluted sorcery. Demon Sword Spirit, I see. So your power gradually weakens, the opposite of Chu Xuanfeng's world. In Chu Xuanfeng's Saint Cemetery, after the Great Decline, spiritual revival began. But in your case, the opposite is true, magic erodes year after year. Rin Tosaka, that's right. But there's more. I discovered recently that our Holy Grail, the object we fight over, said to grant any wish, is nothing more than a vessel of corruption. On the surface, it seems to fulfill wishes, but in truth it manifests them only through destruction. Li Air, hey. In other words, it's an artifact forged by false gods, disguised as a wish-granting machine, forcing mortals to fight endlessly while toying with human hearts. Pudu sentient being, that sounds worse than my own misfortunes. It's manipulation of an entire world. Indeed, the so-called heroic spirit system and Holy Grail ritual sounded glorious, draped in divine trappings. But beneath the surface, it was a cruel deception. Humans sought miracles, yet became the ultimate sacrifices. The realm of the gods. Luce studied the chat messages and his eyes gleamed. The heroic spirit system, our divine realm, doesn't have such a thing. If I could obtain a complete Holy Grail system and dedicate it to the Chihuang Flowing Flame Pantheon, the exchange value in divine resources would be immense. More than that, our own system could replicate it. The Nasuverse had constructed the heroic spirit system based on the dual restraints of heaven and earth, calling forth the souls of heroes past. But why stop there? Why not elevate the gods themselves into a permanent system, an eternal framework of divine summoning? That way, the goddesses would never need to descend personally. A mere sliver of their consciousness could pacify rebellions across entire worlds. The energy cost would be negligible, yet the results decisive. Worlds like Lin Jiao's Monster Realm or even the Qin Empire could be governed more efficiently. These fragmented worlds hold more value than they realize, Lu Che mused confidently. Each may seem weak, but their laws are unique. With the right system, even fragile rules become terrifying weapons. Take, for example, the Fox Spirit World. Its law of sentiment, once harnessed, could be elevated directly into divine law. Confirming one's dominion as a main god would then be inevitable. Fuyuki City, preparations. Back in the Nasuverse, Rin Tosaka smiled slyly. If sacrifice was required, she already knew her altar, the Holy Grail War. Fuyuki City, with its ley lines and intricate magical circuits, was the perfect offering ground. She would sacrifice not only the Grail itself but also every heroic spirit summoned by its ritual. Her lips curved in cold amusement. In this world, only those ruthless enough can stand tall. Let Fuyuki become my altar. Let the heavens witness the baptism of a god. Inuyasha's world, Kikyo's doubt. Several days later. In the Sengoku era, under Kikyo's gentle care, the wounded Xiaofeng finally smiled again. Yet shadows lingered in her eyes, betraying the thoughts that weighed on her. Kikyo noticed. She always noticed. If you think that God can be trusted, Kikyo said softly while changing her sister's bandages, then perhaps you should give it a try. Xiaofeng froze. She hadn't expected her sister to peer straight through her hesitation. Sister, we are only human, Kikyo continued, her voice carrying both wisdom and sorrow. Humans feel joy, anger, grief, and hatred. Even I, yes, even I, harbor hatred for the monsters that plague us, and for this cruel world. Her words were not only for Xiaofeng but also for herself. For wasn't she, too, simply human? Xiaofeng whispered, but if I devote myself to the eternal God, what if you one day meet its priest? Is that what troubles you? Kikyo blinked, surprised. She had thought her sister feared the deity itself, not for her sake. If I joined the eternal faith, wouldn't it embarrass you if you crossed paths with one of their priests? You needn't worry about that, Kikyo replied, masking her own pain. All I wish is for your health and strength. The more powerful you become, the better. In truth, there was much she had never confessed. Because of her natural gifts, her unmatched ability to purify demons, her own master, the head priest, had grown envious. He had once accepted her as a disciple for her talents, yet later cursed her out of jealousy. He told her she bore the mark of misfortune, that should she ever fall in love, disaster would follow. Such was the cruelty of human hearts. Xiaofeng, moved by her sister's comfort, finally resolved herself. She began to meditate, reciting silently the sacred chant of eternity. As the heir to the shrine maidens, she was already familiar with simple spells and meditative states. Within moments, she slipped into deep concentration. Kikyo, watching her sister's breathing slow and calm, quietly withdrew the sacred jewel of 4 souls from her robes. Her own gaze grew distant, troubled. The hut fell silent save for the crackle of the fire. An hour passed. Then, a chill swept through the room. Not the wind of nature, but a spiraling vortex of spiritual power. Kikyo snapped alert. Her eyes widened at the sight of Xiaofeng. Azure light radiated from her body, dazzling, sacred. The power was already greater than Kikyo's own. This is the power of the eternal God, she whispered, shocked. She reached out instinctively, only to find her hand repelled by an invisible barrier. No matter how she tried, her fingers could not touch her sister. Frowning, Kikyo summoned a strand of her own spiritual light. Exorcising strike. The moment her power touched the barrier, it dissipated like mist before the sun. True divine power, even a trace of it, was overwhelming beyond compare. Time bled away. At last, Xiaofeng stirred, blinking awake. Sister. What's wrong? She asked, confused by Kikyo's strained breathing. Kikyo shot her a glare. do you know how reckless you were? You were wrapped in terrifying divine force. If something had gone wrong, I might have lost you forever. Xiaofeng only stuck out her tongue playfully. So that's all. You worried me for nothing. She rose, stretching. At once, light flared from her body, holy, smooth, unstoppable. She had gained a divine art, light. Because she had always envied her sister's demon-slaying power, Xiaofeng had chosen the path of holy illumination. All right, enough showing off, Kikyo sighed. Just tell me, how strong are you now? Xiaofeng tilted her head. It's hard to explain. Why don't you try it yourself? The others in the group said anyone can cultivate this. Kikyo hesitated. A part of her resisted embracing divine magic. And yet, watching her sister glow with sacred light that seemed utterly beyond human control, doubt gnawed at her heart. Finally, she relented. Fine. Let's test it. Come, we'll hunt a demon together and see how powerful this blessing truly is. Xiaofeng's eyes shone. The two stepped outside. Night cloaked the land in silence, and no one noticed as Kikyo pointed into the distance. In an instant, Xiaofeng vanished, reappearing a kilometer away in a gust of wind. The sheer speed made Kikyo's scalp tingle. And this was Xiaofeng holding back. Her power eclipsed even that of a great demon. Kikyo's heart tightened. This is the difference between mortals and those blessed by eternity. Chapter 159, Lin Qinger intercepts Tsuezi, the old lady grabs Faith by force. Wait, Xiaofeng. Kikyo stood on the mountainside, panting heavily, her breath ragged. She could barely keep up with her younger sister's movements. Xiaofeng, having already darted far ahead, ran back lightly, tilting her head in confusion. What's wrong, sister? Kikyo wiped the sweat from her brow, her voice tinged with frustration. You're asking me what's wrong? I can't even keep up with your speed. But I was only using less than a third of it. 1/3. Kikyo pressed her fingers against her forehead, at a loss for words. Is this truly the difference between God and human? The gap was absurd, an impossible chasm. It wasn't even competition anymore. It was bullying. Yet despite her awe and lingering fear, her concern for her sister overrode all else. Tell me, do you feel unwell? Any pain? Xiaofeng shook her head quickly. Nope. Just hungry. Kikyo exhaled in relief. If hunger is the only side effect, then that's fine. Come on, let's keep moving. The sisters walked on together, the forest breeze brushing past them. Kikyo's heart felt calmer with every step. So far, there seemed to be no detrimental backlash to her sister's newfound divine gift. No madness. No collapse. Only hunger. Perhaps her worries had been unnecessary. As they descended further, Xiaofeng suddenly froze, her eyes narrowing. In one smooth motion, she raised her bow. Kikyo startled at the abrupt movement. What is it? There's a demon, Xiaofeng replied simply. Her bowstring was empty, but holy power surged, condensing into a radiant arrow of light. The brilliance made Kikyo's heart skip a beat. She knew instantly, if such an arrow were loosed at her, she couldn't defend against it. The light shimmered, and with a sharp twang, Xiaofeng released. The glowing arrow ripped across the sky like a streaking comet, piercing the clouds and illuminating the heavens. Far away, a monster had just finished slaughtering helpless humans and now lounged lazily, its belly full, drifting on the edge of sleep. It never sensed the doom streaking through the skies. By the time danger struck, it was far too late. The holy light slammed into its body. Its roar was brief, cut off as divine energy consumed it. The foul miasma of its aura was instantly purified, scattered into harmless vapor. Erased. Evaporated. Xiaofeng lowered her bow, turning to Kikyo with a bright smile. Sis, you're amazing. You sense that monster from thousands of meters away. Kikyo's expression stiffened. Me? I didn't sense a thing. Don't spout nonsense. Her lips pressed into a thin line as silence swallowed her. Let's head back home, she muttered finally. Just one demon. Yes. That's enough. But within Kikyo's chest, her thoughts churned. Her sister's perception had become terrifyingly sharp, so powerful it was hard to fathom. There was no doubt now, Xiaofeng had already surpassed her. They hurried back to the village. Just as they stepped through the doorway, Kikyo turned and said firmly. Give me the eternal meditation technique. I want to try it myself. Xiaofeng's face lit up instantly, her smile radiant. Okay. Her sister's acknowledgement of her strength filled her with joy. From now on, they would walk the same path together, part of the same sect, guided by the same divine faith. How wonderful that felt. Eternal meditation. A deceptively simple practice, yet one imbued with unfathomable power. Kikyo closed her eyes. Her breathing slowed. Her consciousness sank deep. Almost immediately, she saw things she had never glimpsed before, visions buried within her own spirit. And there it was, the vicious curse left by Tsubaki. The malice of that spell was insidious, gnawing at her soul, forcing her to recall again and again the poisonous words her fellow shrine maiden had uttered. I never imagined my own junior sister, from the same master, would resort to such wickedness. Kikyo's lips curved into a cold sneer. Power gathered within her heart, and she traced the thread of the curse backward. A pulse of divine energy struck through it. Far away, within the temple, Tsubaki, immersed in her own spellcraft, suddenly stiffened. A sharp dread pricked her chest. Who's interfering with me? She gasped. Before she could respond further, searing fire burst across her body. She writhed, her flesh consumed by crimson flames. Moments later, her soul was dragged screaming into the sea of ghosts by an executor of eternity. By the time the priest arrived, there was nothing left in her quarters but ash and flickering embers. His face twisted in shock. My daughter. What is this? A backlash alone shouldn't be this devastating. Then realization struck him. He staggered into his underground chamber, where an ancient mirror rested, an artifact said to reveal any truth at the cost of one's own lifespan. Pressing his bleeding finger to the surface, he demanded, "Show me the cause and effect." The mirror glowed. A figure flickered into focus. Kikyo. His most brilliant disciple. You. His voice cracked into a snarl. It was you. A sharp crack. Echoed. The mirror fractured, shards falling away. The legendary relic had shattered beneath the weight of eternal meditation's backlash. The priest reeled, his hair bleaching pale, his hands withering into skeletal claws. He roared in anguish. Memories surged. Regret tore him apart. He realized, too late, that Kikyo had become the perfect shrine maiden, the one who should have thrived in this world. But blinded by envy, he had condemned his own daughter instead. And now she was gone. When the priest finally emerged, his disciples gasped in horror. Master. Why is senior sister Tsubaki's room in flames? Was she attacked? Their voices rose in chaotic chorus. The priest's eyes gleamed with cold madness. If you encounter demons, do not interfere. Leave this mountain. Expulsion. The disciples froze, unable to believe what they'd heard. But one look at their master's ghastly, half-human, half-spectral face was enough. They fell silent. One by one, they bowed, tears streaming, and descended the mountain. The priest turned and walked toward the forbidden grounds. There, a terrifying demon had long been sealed. If he unleashed its power, perhaps he could avenge his daughter. Hours later, black storms tore across the mountain. Trees withered to dust, animals dropped lifeless, and the once lush peak became a wasteland of death. Meanwhile, Kikyo sat in meditation, clutching the sacred jewel of 4 souls. Just one session of eternal meditation had not only freed her from Tsubaki's curse but also unveiled the jewel's hidden truths. This sacred gem was not as pure as legends claimed. Within it festered endless darkness, hatred, and resentment. And yet, buried in that abyss, she sensed something else. A pure soul. The soul of Tsuezi, the great Miko of ages past. The one who had mastered the path of purification. Kikyo poured her energy into the jewel, purging corruption while simultaneously tugging at Tsuezi's slumbering soul. Good and evil clashed violently within the crystal. Light and shadow battled without end. For years, Kikyo had believed purity must remain untouched by darkness. But as she gazed at the jewel, half luminous, half foul, her convictions wavered. To think, ultimate purity, when combined with fallen darkness, could create such immense power. This small jewel, forged of 4 souls, was no simple treasure. It was a bottomless reservoir of demonic energy. Had she not walked this path, she would never have dared even look into such darkness. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back. That was why she had always resisted. Only through distance could her soul remain unstained. But now, with the 4 souls jewel, she could not look away. If she seized Tsuezi's soul for herself, what then? Kikyo smiled faintly. Her will wrapped around Tsuezi's essence, pulling her from unconscious slumber. Immediately, the malignant spirits who had fed upon Tsuezi's lingering power shrieked in defiance. They surged in fury. A brutal battle erupted inside the jewel. But the monsters had no chance. Kikyo's spiritual power had already evolved. Their wails ended in silence as they disintegrated one by one. Tens of thousands of souls perished. It took 3 hours before all was still. When it ended, the 4 souls jewel lay dull, lifeless. Then with a faint crack, it shattered completely. A dazed figure appeared before Kikyo, a woman's soul, clad in ancient robes, a sword in hand. Where am I? Tsuezi murmured blankly. Kikyo smiled. In Maple Village. At last, the soul of the great Miko Tsuezi is freed. Freed. Tsuezi frowned, then her lips curved into a soft smile. A radiant beam of light enveloped her, carrying her upward toward the pure land. The scene was breathtaking. But then, a voice shattered the silence. What do you think you're doing? How dare you steal the faith that belongs to our God? The voice was not loud, but it struck directly at the soul. Even Xiaofeng, who had been asleep, jolted awake. The three women looked up. The light of the pure land was suddenly snuffed out, pinched between divine fingers. From the starry heavens above, brilliance descended. A beautiful voice echoed. Miko Tsuezi, I am the goddess Lin Qing'er, hand of the eternal god. You gave all your kindness to the people. Now I welcome you into the eternal god realm. Kikyo gasped. A divine lord of the eternal realm. Xiaofeng's eyes widened as well. She had seen Lin Qing'er before and knew what she represented. But Tsuezi, though bewildered, found herself irresistibly drawn to the goddess's holiness and nobility. Believe, Tsuezi, Lin Qing'er said gently. Accept God's call. The sky opened, and Tsuezi's soul ascended into the heavens. Only then did Kikyo and Xiaofeng realize that all of Maple Village had frozen in time. The rain no longer fell. The wind no longer blew. When the light finally faded, the world resumed as if nothing had happened. The eternal god realm. Tsuezi's soul appeared before Lin Qing'er, who regarded her with a playful smile. Well now, from today, you'll be mine. Remember to carry my name wherever you walk. Tsuezi blinked. But, should I not return to reincarnation? Lord God, I am already dead. Lin Qing'er curled her lips and snorted. In the eternal god sect, if God wills it, you will never die. Thank you for your grace. Tsuezi knelt humbly, still unsure of her place, yet grateful for the chance to live on. Lin Qing'er's smile deepened. An obedient servant, faithful and pure, how delightful. Truly, it felt exhilarating to seize a soul so revered. The eternal god had commanded her and Kagaya to monitor cracks between worlds, to find suitable souls and form divine retinues. And now, it seemed, her first soldier had arrived. Chapter 160, Distressed Sea Empress Shirahoshi, The Fall of the Matu Family. Ever since Lu Che first gazed upon the lunar plane, he had thrown himself into researching how to strengthen divinity and amplify the combat strength of his followers. The matter with Tsuezi was just the beginning. In the future, across other worlds, there would be more souls like hers, powerful, fated existences ripe for harvesting. As long as one of his group members invoked eternal meditation, those souls would be pulled straight into the eternal god realm. Lu Che didn't even need to personally intervene. That was the beauty of it. His subordinates were already gods themselves. When idle, they could simply watch for the tremors of worlds below and claim what they found. Inside the resplendent eternal palace, Dongfang Huaizhu lay against Lu Che's chest, her delicate face tinged crimson. Her breath came slowly, still recovering from the intimacy that had left her trembling. After a long silence, she whispered softly, My Lord God, is it true that a goddess who reaches 8-star rank can descend to the lower realm? Lu Che chuckled faintly. What? Do you miss your family? Her eyes lowered, ashamed. My father is old. I worry for him. You needn't. Once someone joins the eternal pantheon, lifespan is no longer a concern. As for your Shenhua family, they now lead the Tao Alliance. You've nothing to fear. Thank you for your blessing, my lord. Huaizhu will serve you faithfully. For a goddess, serving her god was both a sacred duty and the highest grace. Unless one earned the personal favor of the divine, most goddesses did little beyond their cultivation, prayers, and ritual visits to the temple. To be called to his side was rare. To share his bed, rarer still. Only yesterday, Huaizhu had been locked in brutal combat with spirit beasts. Yet upon returning to the eternal temple, the divine summoning card had flared with light. Her joy was overwhelming. After bathing in incense and perfumed water, she had answered his call, serving him through the night. Now, as dawn painted the skies, she was still nestled against him, basking in the grace no prayer could earn. When Lu Che finally murmured, I'm developing a spell. Soon, you'll be able to lower your consciousness and observe the mortal world, Huaizhu trembled and began to weep in joy. A single promise from God had reduced her to tears. Elsewhere, in the eternal realm. By the clear waters of a divine pool, Shirahoshi sat alone, her enormous frame curled in on itself. The sea princess's delicate face was clouded with misery. Yesterday, she had watched another goddess called to his chambers. Again. Why not her? Why had the eternal god never summoned her? Was she unworthy? Every day, Shirahoshi rose earlier than the rest. Every task assigned to her, she performed perfectly. Each time God appeared, she made sure to present her most beautiful, radiant self. And yet, she was always overlooked. The other goddesses never said it aloud, but their disdain was obvious. Once, they had greeted her warmly when she returned to the temple. Now, most barely looked at her. Only a few, like Boa Hancock, still spoke to her with kindness. In the Eternal Shrine, as in all places of power, rivalry thrived. The difference here was that the struggle had no blades or blood, only silent contempt. "Why do you look so sad, sister?" A voice floated down like the song of an immortal. Shirahoshi looked up to see a beautiful woman descending gracefully from the skies, her presence exuding pride and strength. Shirahoshi frowned. Another strong-willed, haughty goddess. She didn't like the type. Her first instinct was to turn away with a cold snort. But then she hesitated. Friends were scarce. Loneliness gnawed at her. With a soft sigh, she admitted, "Because I am too beautiful for God's eyes. I am never called to his side. I cannot even serve him in bed." "Oh. I don't believe that," the woman replied gently. Her name was Yao Yao. Shirahoshi laughed bitterly. "Don't comfort me. If God liked me, why has he never summoned me?" Yao Yao's smile deepened. "Perhaps because he cares for you more than you realize." Shirahoshi blinked. "What do you mean?" "Think. Among the god-level beings, there are two who stand above all. One of them, Lady Nuwa herself, Lin Qing'er, has never once served God in such a way. Do you know why?" I don't," Shirahoshi admitted. "This is his care for you," Yao Yao explained softly. Shirahoshi's heart trembled. She had never considered it that way. Of course, the other goddesses misunderstood. To them, she seemed unloved, ignored, like Gabriel, left adrift in silence. Over time, they had distanced themselves. But the truth was different. To Lu Che, Shirahoshi's innocence was too precious to stain. And so he had protected her by never calling her. It had only made her suffer in silence. Yao Yao studied her sympathetically. Such a childlike girl, it was no wonder she struggled here. "Do you want to know what kind of woman God truly favors?" "Yes." Shirahoshi's voice cracked. She clutched Yao Yao's dress like a drowning soul clinging to driftwood. "Then take this. All the answers you seek are inside." Yao Yao handed her a slim book. Its title read, 1001 Ways to Win a Man's Heart. Shirahoshi's mouth fell open. The book was infamous across the eternal realm. It had been penned by the sacred tree of affliction, who had gathered countless observations of mortal love and turned them into instruction. Intended to educate naive beings on romance, it had instead exploded in popularity. Now nearly every goddess possessed her own copy, even the exalted four goddesses, Hina, Rishiang, and the rest, were said to have them. If Lu Che ever discovered that his sacred tree had been teaching his goddesses seduction manuals, he would chop it to kindling. The Nasuverse, Fuyuki. Meanwhile, Rin Tosaka had uncovered the sinister nature of Yenfeng Kirai. With her suspicion confirmed, she began her preparations in earnest. First, she turned her household maids into unwavering believers. Every day she traveled to various ley line points, subtly altering their flows. The Holy Grail still collected mana, but now her own altar patterns ran beneath it, redirecting and strengthening her personal hold. Half a month of labor. Nearly all the precious gems of the Tosaka family consumed. At last, the altar was complete. "What should we do next, Lady Rin?" a maid asked, kneeling with her sisters. Rin's expression was calm, cold. "We go to the Matu family. It's time to bring my sister home." "Yes." A convoy of hundreds departed. The stir it caused in the Mages Association was immediate. Even Yenfeng Kirai called to ask if something serious had happened. Rin only smiled sweetly. "It's nothing, Uncle Kirai. I simply miss my sister and wish to bring her back for a while." "That's good," Kirai replied smoothly. "The Matu's insect magecraft rivals even your Tosaka gems. There's no need for conflict, especially with the Holy Grail war so near. It would be disastrous if both families weakened each other." He thought to restrain her with talk of family honor. But Rin had already bent her family to her will. The disobedient elders. Crippled and cast into her dungeon. She was not as ruthless as Selenum Nightshade, but her own style had formed, gracious to allies, merciless to enemies. Half an hour later, the Tosaka convoy arrived at the Matu estate. Matu Zoken shuffled out, leaning on his staff, his withered face twisted in perpetual disdain. His countless eyes and ears had already told him who approached. "So, the little brat of the Tosaka family comes to call," he sneered. "Best you return home, girl. Such matters are for elders to discuss." He looked upon Rin as nothing more than an ignorant child. She was, after all, only 16. Rin's hair shimmered in the sunlight as she tilted her head mockingly. Then perhaps, old man, you could stop staring at me with such disgusting eyes. It's terribly rude to look at a beautiful girl like that. The silence was sharp, cutting. Zokin's sneer deepened. So you will not leave. You think you can challenge me with this rabble? The ground split. Engraving worms swarmed from beneath his robes, forming intricate magical circuits. A massive isolation barrier sealed off the estate. You're nothing but a bug yourself, Rin spat. And like all bugs, you deserve to be crushed. Attack. At her command, 200 black-clad maids surged forward, moving with speed Zokin had never imagined. His eyes widened. These were no ordinary mortals. Do you think this rabble can defeat me? Let me show you the true power of the Mato. But before he could finish, one maid closed the distance. Her iron fist slammed into his abdomen. The frail body shattered, not flesh, but insects. Zokin's true form spilled across the ground in a writhing swarm. He was no man anymore, only a soul bound to parasites, clinging to immortality. Like Orochimaru from another world, his body was nothing but filth. Such fresh flesh, the swarm hissed with his voice. I'll take it for myself. The insects swarmed a maid, burrowing into her flesh. Her scream echoed. Her stomach swelled grotesquely. Rin did not flinch. Her voice was cold as steel. Use eternal meditation. Purge this garbage. The maid's eyes cleared. Even as the insects writhed through her, she summoned the sacred technique. A divine flame burst from her body, white-hot and merciless. The swarm froze. Then, one by one, the insects died, their bodies incinerated. A twisted, blackened wraith tore free, its expression contorted in terror. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Poor Sakura Tosaka, Shocking News. The ghastly specter that emerged was none other than the soul of Zokin Mato. Once, he had been a man who clung to life by binding himself to insects. But with his host insects incinerated by divine fire, his wretched soul was forced to crawl out, naked and decayed. The sight was revolting. For 5 centuries, Zokin had experimented ceaselessly, slaughtering countless humans in his pursuit of longevity. According to ancient records, a strong soul could maintain a host for 50 years before requiring transfer. But his soul had rotted so thoroughly that now he required a new body every 3 months. He glared at the maid who still struggled to breathe, his twisted face contorted with rage. You bitch. To destroy my treasure. I'll wipe out the entire Tosaka family for this. His shriveled soul let out a keening scream. The runes carved into the floor glowed ominously, and from beneath the ground came a chittering chorus. The Matu family's greatest legacy, the engraving worms that had festered underground for generations, poured forth in endless swarms. Billions of them. For Zokin, there was no need for heirs. As long as he lived, that was all that mattered. Everything else, the family name, the house, even Shinji Mato, could be discarded at will. Insects could do the rest. Yet what shocked him was the reaction of Rin Tosaka's maids. Not fear. But eagerness. Their eyes burned with zeal, as though they longed for the battle. Zokin narrowed his gaze. What did this girl do to cultivate such loyalty? Smelly brat, he hissed, voice dripping venom, are you not afraid? This sea of insects is my masterpiece. Rin only smiled coldly. Then, in a deliberate motion, she knelt. Zokin blinked in surprise, then cackled. Too late to beg for mercy, child. You destroyed my immortality. Kneeling won't save you. Rin tilted her head, her lips curling. Do you think I'm kneeling to you? Zokin's grin faltered. Aren't you? There is nothing in this world worthy of Rin Tosaka's kneeling, she declared. Nothing except God and his messengers. Come forth. Eternal Executor. Her voice rose into a chant. Blood spattered the altar stones as the summoning seal ignited. Zokin froze. A shiver stabbed into his soul. His scalp prickled. He tried to flee, only to discover his spirit couldn't move. From the shadows, a pair of abyssal eyes opened. What a stinking soul, a voice whispered. A believer cries out, this foul thing seeks to harm God's own people. Yes, Master Executor. Rin's voice rang out, sharp with conviction. This monster has slaughtered humans for centuries. Now he dares threaten the servants of God. Please, take him away. Oh, yes, murmured the Executor. I feel his malice. The sound of clashing steel rang in the air, though no blade was visible. Zokin's eyes bulged in terror. The sound sliced through his soul, shredding him bit by bit. What is this? What did that Tosaka girl summon? This isn't a heroic spirit. He could tell at once, this was no half-formed heroic soul. This was something entirely beyond that, an entity of terrible, perfect will. The Executor's scythe cut clean. Zokin's soul split in half with a single strike. From within his husk, countless trapped souls spilled forth, scattering across the sky like fireflies. Their faces were lost, their memories incomplete. Yet upon sensing the executor's grace, they bowed low before vanishing into the sea of reincarnation within God's realm. Each would be reborn anew. Perhaps as children of the fairy world. Perhaps as beasts of divine realms. Each was a rare resource to the eternal God. The two great restraints of the world, the very consciousnesses that governed earth, fell silent. For even they could not comprehend this being. It had no emotion. It could not be measured. It was beyond their control. If you encounter such sin again, the executor said, its voice like rusted iron, you may summon me. Now I return. Its form faded into nothing. Only when the last trace of its presence vanished did the maids finally exhale. They practiced meditation daily. Yet even so, the pressure of the executor had nearly broken them. A single glance from it had felt like death itself. What kind of existence was that? One whispered. It felt like the god of death. No, another corrected in a trembling voice. Something worse. Beyond death. Rin Tosaka straightened, her face like iron. She swept her eyes across her maids. Do not address me as Lady Rin anymore. You must call me High Priest. You are not the slaves of the Tosaka family now, you are believers of God. Yes, High Priest, they chorused. Another thing, Rin continued. Do not compare the eternal God's messengers to those false gods, you know. They are nothing but humans who crown themselves false divinities. Did you see the executor just now? That was no god, it was the incarnation of law itself. The rule of death, walking in the world. Even such a messenger outstrips all your so-called gods. Her pride swelled with every word. There was only one true God. The eternal. Everything else was a lie. The executor was no deity, only an incarnation of divine law. Such beings traversed worlds, aiding believers, punishing rebellion, and ferrying wayward souls. Should one be misused, the punishment would not fall on the enemy, it would fall upon the priest who summoned wrongly. That was the rule. The maids exchanged glances, then bowed in unison. Yes, High Priest. Good. Now we move forward. It's time to bring Sakura home. Rin strode ahead, her steps echoing with fury and purpose. The Matue family was already in ruins. Every servant dead, their estate collapsing into chaos. As Rin and her followers advanced toward the villa, a scream rang out from above. No. Don't. Please. Her sister's voice. Rin's blood ran cold. Her face darkened instantly. In the next instant she vanished, reappearing in the top room of the villa. The sight that met her eyes froze her to the marrow. Sakura Matue was bound to a wooden frame, her body battered and scarred. Her once fair skin was nothing but bruises and welts, lash marks crisscrossing her flesh. And Shinji Matue, sneering, stood over her with a knife poised above her heart. Rin's fury exploded. Her kick struck Shinji square in the chest, blasting him through the window. He plummeted from the upper floor, crashing to the ground with a sickening crack. The maids rushed at the sound, but before panic could spread, Rin's voice thundered down. Heal him. Then lock him away. Without my permission, he is not allowed to die. Her tone was ice, sharp enough to cut. Her anger was absolute. Shinji was nothing but a worthless human, no magical talent, no strength. One kick had left him broken and near death. But Rin had chosen her maids carefully. Among them were healers of every attribute. Nearly 20 specialized in restoration. Shinji would live. But his life would be Rin's to command. Rin hurried to her sister, tears stinging her eyes. Are you okay? Sakura looked up weakly, her body trembling. Then, instead of thanking Rin, she collapsed into her sister's arms and struck her with a trembling hand. Her sobs burst forth. The cries echoed through the chamber, filled with years of torment. Rin's heart twisted. Her eyes darted around the room. Whips. Rods. Chains. Implements of torture lay scattered. Her sister's body was broken. Every part of her flesh hidden beneath clothing was scarred, festering, ruined. Only magic had kept her alive this long. I'm sorry, Rin whispered hoarsely. I'm so sorry. I came too late. Her sister's weight pressed against her shoulder. Rin could barely breathe through the pain of it. Why, father? Why send her here? Why sacrifice Sakura to these monsters? At last, Sakura fainted, unconscious in her arms. Rin cursed herself. She had never learned healing magecraft. She had chosen wrongly, focusing on gem magic instead. If only she had studied healing, if only she had been ready, her sister's pain could have been mended at once. Her voice trembled with fury. The Matue family, from this day, wiped them out. The order echoed coldly. Moments later, flames engulfed the Matu estate. Centuries of legacy burned to ash at the command of a 16-year-old girl. The world of Magi trembled. When Yenfeng Kirai received the report, he was silent for a long time. Gilgamesh only sneered. So this is the state of the Magus families now. Pathetic. Kirai shook his head slowly. His gaze lifted to the statue looming above him. Something is wrong with Rin Tosaka. To defeat Zoken Matu in one stroke, whose support does she have? That old worm had been feared for centuries. For Rin to destroy him with nothing but 200 maids, impossible. Gilgamesh sipped his wine lazily. Worry about the Holy Grail War, priest. It is upon us. Our contract is nearly fulfilled. Once it is, our cooperation ends. I understand, Kirai murmured, though his thoughts wandered. Far away, in the Einsburn castle, the intelligence reached Iliasville von Einsburn. She sat curled on an ornate sofa, her expression weary. The strain of sustaining Hercules pressed heavily on her. Yet when she read the news, her eyes glimmered. The destruction of the Matu family, good. One less competitor. Her lips curved into a sly smile. But Rin Tosaka, she's interesting. To crush a family so easily, surely she too has a cheat. Hey, this will be fun. She leaned back, her gaze sharp with anticipation. The next time we meet, Rin, I'll take you on myself. But not yet. Not until the moment is right. When the time comes, I will win the Holy Grail War. Her laughter echoed through the empty halls, cold and determined. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Rin Tosaka cheats, the enchantress Wanwan descends. When Sakura Matu woke, it was already noon the following day. Her body felt light, relaxed beyond belief. No pain. No worms crawling inside her flesh. For the first time in years, she felt comfortable. Sitting up, she looked down at her smooth skin in disbelief. The scars, the agony, the corruption, all gone. She remembered fainting in her sister's arms. Yet in a single night, everything had changed. How? The door creaked open. Rin Tosaka stepped inside, clad in a short skirt, balancing a tray of fragrant food. When her eyes met Sakura's, she smiled softly. You're awake. How's your body? Does it hurt anywhere? Sakura shook her head, her voice faint but clear. No, it feels good. Relief flickered through Rin's eyes. Still, she checked carefully, weaving magic over her sister's body until she was certain. Only then did she set the food down and sit beside her. Here, eat. But Sakura refused. She didn't resist, only declined politely. The atmosphere between them was fragile, uncertain. Yet Rin felt her chest ease. At least Sakura wasn't pushing her away. She had expected hatred. She had prepared for rejection, even blows. Yet here her sister sat, quietly taking in the food and warmth. Then, suddenly, TCH, tears began to drip from Sakura's pale face, sliding down her cheeks, spattering against her trembling hands. Rin's arms wrapped around her instantly. I'm sorry, she whispered, voice breaking. I'm so stupid. If I had known you were suffering like this every day, I would have taken you back, no matter what it cost me. No. Sakura shook her head, sobbing. This is wonderful. Sweet food. Clean clothes. A body freed of torment. She hadn't lived such a day in years. Not since Shinji Matu, talentless in magic, had turned his bitterness upon her. Every day after school, he would drag her into his room. The tortures never ended. Shouting was useless. Crying was useless. Needles. Whips. Endless pain. Day after day. Did she hate him? Yes. In the beginning. But eventually, when her body went numb, hatred itself slipped away. All that remained was emptiness. She had become a walking corpse. Even death had been denied her, her body locked in place by Zoken's insects. She had been nothing more than a tool, screamed over and tormented for the old worm's amusement. He called it liveliness. But now. It's over, Rin said fiercely. It's all over. The Matu family is destroyed. Shinji, the bastard who hurt you, is locked in my dungeon. He'll live in filth with the dogs, and I'll make sure his suffering never ends until death finally takes him. Sakura's eyes widened. Destroyed. The Matu family, gone. She had thought Rin only defeated Zoken and dragged her free. But to annihilate an entire family. Yes, Rin said. The insect curse in your body is purged. And from now on, I'll teach you eternal meditation. We'll both serve as God's apostles. No one will hurt us again. And, we can even bring Mother back. At that, Sakura's lips trembled. Then, finally, she smiled. The thought of her mother, Aoi Tosaka, alive once more was like a beam of light piercing her endless night. For so long, maternal love had been the one thing she longed for. Yet Aoi had died too soon, leaving her with nothing but despair. Now, hope returned. Elsewhere in Fuyuki, Shiro Amiya frowned. He hadn't seen Sakura at school in days. He stood outside the gates, waiting, hoping she would appear. But she never did. The gates closed. His chest tightened. What's happened to her? Several nights later, as the bell tolled midnight, the Holy Grail War officially began. But this time, it was unlike any before. For Gaia had chosen to interfere. A breaker had been added. A being who should never have walked this earth again, and Gramenyu, the vessel of all the world's evils. The ultimate curse incarnate. Black markings crawled across his flesh, his very existence radiating corruption. To gaze upon him was to risk collapse into depravity. Aleya's voice echoed across the route. Why did you release him? Gaia's answer was cold. Because the Grail's filth must be purged. It has festered too long. Let it spill out. He is disaster incarnate. Aleya snapped. You endanger the world. No, Gaia whispered. This is for the world. And, to test. To see if that so-called God truly exists. For endless ages, Gaia had guarded the planet, shackled by duty, with no hope of release. Perhaps only the transcendent eternal could bring true salvation. And so she had rewritten the Grail War. Not 7 servants, but 21. And beyond them, and Gramenyu himself. A cataclysm unlike any other. Circles flared. Mana surged. One hero after another emerged in Fuyuki. Saber, Altria Pendragon. Saber, Nero Claudius. Saber, Gawain. The sabers alone had multiplied. Elsewhere, Kirai Kotomine, Yenfeng Kirai, summoned Siyu Chulin as his lancer. But even he paled at the surge of mana saturating the city. This isn't right. The fluctuations, they're triple the recorded values. The war he had calculated so carefully was spiraling out of control. Gilgamesh, meanwhile, felt it too. A strange ripple in the air. He vanished, soaring into the sky. On a distant rooftop, a man with long green hair stood smiling faintly. Gilgamesh's crimson eyes narrowed. Enkidu. His only true companion. His other half. Memories long buried surged like a tide. Enkidu tilted his head, gave a quiet smile, and vanished. When Gilgamesh returned to the church, fury burned in his eyes. He seized Kirai's collar. Dog. What kind of holy grail war have you crafted? Why is Enkidu here? This was madness. Enkidu was no heroic spirit. His summoning broke every rule. Kirai only stared. Do you think I know? Did you not feel it yourself? 19 servant auras. 19. This is no normal war. Above Fuyuki, a massive magic circle pulsed, sealing the city. Until the war ended, no one would escape. At Fuyuki Airport, a girl wrapped in bandages sighed, staring at the command seal on her hand. I never intended to be a master. Why me? Her pale blue hair shimmered under the light, her golden eyes full of sorrow. Her name, Karen Hortensia. Daughter of Kirai Kotomine. For days she had felt the consciousness pressing at her soul, driving her toward Fuyuki. If she did not obey, she would never see her father again. A pale green figure appeared beside her. Well. What did you find? Somewhat troublesome, Enkidu answered softly. Your father commands 2 servants. And I've seen my old friend. Karen blinked at him. Congratulations, then. Enkidu only smiled. Yes. This time, let me test myself against him. At Shiro's house, the servant that appeared was not the king of knights. But another saber. A fiery-haired woman in a bold crimson dress. Nero Claudius. She placed a hand on her hip, her smile radiant. Are you my master? Then let us revel in this battle together. Shiro blushed scarlet. Could you maybe put on something less revealing? Her attire was more scandalous than any model's. Shiro didn't dare look straight at her. Ha. Still a boy, then. So be it. You'll learn. But her golden eyes narrowed in puzzlement. I was on the moon cell, and now, suddenly, I am here. Strange indeed. She remembered her last master's death, the long slumber that followed. For her to awaken now, on Earth itself, was unnatural. Within the Tosaka estate, Sakura had summoned Altria Pendragon as her saber. The two had bonded quickly, and now sat together, sharing food. Elsewhere in the manor, Rin Tosaka was at work. There was no summoning contract. No grail ritual. Only her own faith. Great God of eternity, she prayed, kneeling. I, Rin Tosaka, your devoted servant, beseech you. Lend me one of your goddesses, that I may triumph in this holy grail war. A figure shimmered within her mind. She had chosen carefully. Not a heroic spirit. But a goddess. The most terrifying, Kaguya. But a voice answered softly in her mind. My power is too great. Let my sisters go in my place, wait. Rin hesitated. Could it be changed? In the eternal realm, Kaguya turned to another. Wanwan, a priest in the lower world, calls for aid. You understand what the god desires. Wanwan's lips curved into a sly smile. Of course, sister. Leave it to me. Kaguya frowned. She could see the killing intent blazing in Wanwan's eyes. If Wanwan descended, she would slaughter without restraint. Perhaps another would be better, she murmured. Don't, sister, Wanwan purred. Have you already forgotten the little gift I gave you yesterday? The other goddesses nearby gasped. Bribery. Seduction. Shameless manipulation. Kaguya sighed, but said nothing more. And thus, the enchantress Wanwan prepared to descend upon Fuyuki. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, To conquer a plane, we must begin a plane war. Ahem. Kaguya coughed awkwardly, ignoring the contemptuous gazes fixed upon her. She spoke quickly, well, I was only considering your safety just now. Remember, descending to the lower realm is fine, but do not disrupt its order. That realm is the nursery of the gods. Of course, Wanwan replied sweetly, voice dripping with obedience. Your little sister is always the most well-behaved. Whatever you say, I'll do. But everyone present knew the truth. Wanwan's words were always the most unscrupulous. She would say yes with a smile, then plunge headfirst into chaos. Obedient in speech. Lawless in action. If she descended to the mortal plane, she might very well massacre without restraint. Was there anything Wanwan wouldn't dare do? Even a mute stone demon, if it resisted her, would end up forced into raising its fists and shouting, praise the eternal god. That was Wanwan. But before she descended. Inside the Ziwei palace, a figure emerged gracefully. It was Hina. She addressed Wanwan with solemnity. God commanded me to tell you, this descent shall follow your own heart. Act with your own judgment. Yes. Wanwan understands. The mischief vanished from her face. For once, she spoke with sincere respect. Moments later, divine radiance flared from her body. Wanwan answered the call, her form vanishing into a streak of light that pierced into the lunar plane. On his throne, Luce watched. A projection bloomed before him, displaying the landscape of the lunar plane. Lin Qinger frowned as she studied the fragmented world. Such chaos, this is strange. Laws scattered, shards of worlds crammed together. Disorderly, disjointed. It's like children's blocks glued haphazardly. Kaguya returned from outside, her gaze also fixed upon the site. Is this the world Wanwan has entered? Yes, Luce replied. It is a fertile place, but disordered. If reorganized, it would yield a vast harvest of faith. That was why he had hinted to Rin Tosaka during meditation, to test the heroic spirit system. It had worked. By gathering even the weakest power of belief, he had managed to form a tenuous channel. But such a passage was fragile. It could not bear the descent of a god. Not even Luce's consciousness could fully traverse it. If he attempted to step through, the connection would likely snap halfway. Worse, if the plane's consciousness detected him, it might sever the channel preemptively. Plane consciousness was far greater than that of individual worlds. Consider the difference. Alea and Gaia were world consciousnesses. The Nasuverse as a whole was a plane. A plane comprised countless worlds, many incomplete, some only wreckage of history. The lunar plane was one such ruin. A state of destruction, patched together from fragments. A poor, broken realm indeed, Luce thought. Lin Qinger tapped her lip thoughtfully. But if only the chief priest manages it, won't so many worlds overwhelm her? The question made Luce pause. Then he smiled. If Rin Tosaka offers sacrifices, my beloved goddesses will act. After all, this is a war of planes. Fragmented worlds could be conquered easily. But planes demanded war. The Cemetery of Saints, for example, it seemed a single world, but in truth it was a plane. The time was nearing. A plane war was inevitable. And Yao Yao was one of his chosen pieces. As a daughter of destiny, her disruption of order in her world would become another profit for him. After all, for the Lord God to act personally would be shameful. Worse, descending directly would draw backlash. No, the chessboard would be played by his believers. The Tosaka residence. A massive magic circle had been inscribed in Rin Tosaka's courtyard. Several meters wide, its runes burned a dark red, nearly black. The sinister power pouring from it jolted Altria to her feet as she had been enjoying a simple meal indoors. Master, terrible fluctuations. Please be careful. Her instincts were razor sharp. In an instant, her clothes shimmered, transforming into a battle dress. Sword in hand, she vaulted into the courtyard. The darkness rising from the circle was suffocating, rushing toward the heavens. Even the ambient evils above Fuyuki City shuddered in fear. And then, the goddess descended. Wan. Silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, her tall frame draped in a black skirt. When she opened her eyes, charm, destruction, and despair radiated outward. Rin Tosaka fell back, her legs giving way beneath her. What kind of goddess of the eternal realm was this? Such darkness, such terror. Little girl, Wan's gaze fixed upon her. Were you the one who called me? Ah, yes, Rin stammered. I am Rin Tosaka, priest of this world. Are you a goddess of the eternal cult? Wan flexed her arms, smirk tugging her lips. That's right. I am Wan, goddess of darkness beneath the eternal god. I have come to spread his faith. Her eyes shifted. They fell upon a golden-haired girl, Altria. And you, little knight. Do you believe in the eternal god? Altria froze. Is this woman mad? Preaching at me? She, who bore the name of King Arthur, could not be cowed. Though wary, she answered coldly, I have never heard of your eternal god. She didn't finish. Darkness flashed. Altria never even saw the movement. Suddenly she was airborne, Wan's hand clamped around her throat. Don't think that being a heroic spirit spares you, Wan hissed. As a servant of God, even your soul, if slain by me, will never be reborn. Power surged. The skies above the Tosaka residence turned crimson, heavy with suffocating clouds. Please, my lady, wait. Rin cried, rushing forward. She is my sister's heroic spirit. She works for our faith. Wan tilted her head. Really? Why yes. Rin nodded furiously. Boring, Wan muttered. With a disdainful flick, she dropped Altria. The King of Knights collapsed, gasping desperately for breath, fear etched into her eyes. She had faced death countless times. Yet this had been different. She had truly felt death. Does this goddess surpass the restraints themselves? The thought chilled her. Are you all right? Sakura Tosaka hurried forward, gently patting Altria's back. I'm fine, Altria said with a strained smile. But I fear this Holy Grail war is already decided. Such a goddess, no hero can compare. Forgive me. Sakura shook her head firmly. I'm just glad we could become friends. She had practiced eternal meditation herself. She knew well, this god was terrifying beyond words. His maid's arrival to crush all before her was only natural. Wan tugged at her black skirt, scowling. Ugh. These clothes are too revealing. Only God may gaze upon my skin. The rest of you must die if you try. Her eyes swept the room. Bring me a coat. Yes, my lady. Rin grimaced, heart sinking. Serving this goddess was like serving a volatile uncle, any mistake, and she would suffer for it. An hour later, the four sat together. Wan regarded Rin. So. You plan to sacrifice the city? The heroic spirits too? Yes, Rin admitted with a helpless sigh. Even the Holy Grail itself. In our world, there is little of worth, no monsters, no treasures. Only the Grail and the heroic spirits remain fit offerings. Wan smirked. Not a bad plan. But this Grail war is odd, isn't it? You said 7 participants. By my count, there are 22. 22. Sakura frowned. The Holy Grail wars always summon 7 heroic spirits, she said. How are there more? Rin's eyes hardened. Remember Yenfen Kirai? That perverse priest. He preserved a heroic spirit in the Grail's mud from the last war. A golden one. Altria's eyes widened. Him. In the previous war, she had been too occupied battling Lancelot to deal with that golden warrior. His identity remained unknown, but his techniques marked him as no ordinary spirit. Wan only shrugged. Boring. We'll deal with him later. The real question, have you finished the altar? Yes, Rin replied. I altered the ley lines into a vast altar. Though, with the changes I made, I'm unsure if it will still function. Wan waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry. A divine altar transcends all things. Heroic spirits and grails are nothing before it. Still frowning, she asked, this Holy Grail, what is it? I still don't fully understand. Rin explained, the Grail system was created by the three great families after the age of the gods ended. They sought to fulfill humanity's wish for immortality. But human hearts are fickle, Wan finished. So the system twisted. No, Rin shook her head. It's worse. The Holy Grail never granted any wishes at all. Instead, it warped and corrupted. Accident after accident. And now, this is the fifth Holy Grail war. Wan's eyes gleamed with understanding. So that's it. Humans chasing eternal life. A fool's dream. Sakura spoke softly, quoting doctrine, mortals cannot obtain immortality. That is the truth. Of course, Wan nodded. The power of God is immense. You see me as terrifying, but truly, my strength is less than 1,000th of his. Altria hesitated. Then asked, can God truly grant any wish? Of course, Wan said easily. But such gifts require merit. Simple things, resurrecting family, turning back time, these are possible for those who serve faithfully. Altria blinked in astonishment. For mortals, resurrection was the greatest miracle. Here, it was treated as simple, almost trivial. Rin leaned closer, her eyes glinting. Tell me then, King Arthur of Britain, what is your wish? Chapter 164, Father's kindness and daughter's filial piety. Kyrie Kodomine, I feel like I should never have had this daughter. I want to return to the day the king was chosen, and let fate make the decision it should have. Artoria Pendragon spoke without hesitation. She revealed the wish she had carried silently for years, the wish she had sworn to the Grail before her death. It was the obsession that still bound her. Rin Tosaka, sharp-eyed and deeply learned, immediately understood the terrifying implication. This was no simple wish. It was a demand to turn back time itself. To force history to diverge. Stop dreaming. Wan swirled the wine in her glass, her eyes gleaming with disdain. You're just a king clinging to fantasy. I don't even know what this Britain of yours is, but have you ever considered something? Kingship isn't eternal. No matter how glorious, every nation falls before time's march. She sneered, though in her heart she felt a begrudging admiration. To rule a country as a woman, that was no trivial feat, but no matter how strong a woman became, she was still someone's daughter. And when faced with impossible choices, hesitation gnawed at her heart. Even if it's just a glimmer of hope, I want to try, Artoria pressed. Her voice trembled with conviction. Didn't you say God can do anything? Even if it takes 1,000 years, if there's hope, I'll fight for it. She strode forward and sank to one knee before Wan. That steel in her eyes, it was frightening. Fine, Wan said at last, sighing. When God descends, I'll give you a chance to speak with him. But remember, if you dare to be rude, I'll erase you completely. Thank you. Artoria ignored the threat, bowing deeply in gratitude instead. Wan frowned. What a dangerous girl. That night, Fuyuki City. An explosion rocked the western district. From beneath the earth, an entire city rose into the sky. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon, a fortress suspended above the world. Artillery cannons unfolded, fortifications gleamed, countless devices whirred into motion. Medea, newly summoned as a caster, gazed in horror. She barely had time to raise her defenses before the fortress's cannons unleashed hellfire. Her noble phantasm, her master, everything, obliterated in a single bombardment. She and her companion were consumed in flames. What a fool, the fortress's mistress sneered. To be a magus and yet fail to build a single defense. Pathetic. Semiramis, the queen of Assyria, hovered in the night sky, her black gown billowing like wings. The man at her side, her supposed master, was shriveled, drained by her endless consumption of mana. She barely acknowledged him. Why would she? She needed no master. The Holy Grail War's restrictions on heroic spirits were unusually lax this time. If it weren't so, constructing her noble phantasm would have taken her days. Now, Fuyuki itself trembled beneath her fortress. The sight was beyond imagination for ordinary people. In his living room, Shiro Amiya stared at the television. Entire city blocks had been annihilated. His face turned deathly pale. This is the Holy Grail War. These aren't heroes. They're executioners. Beside him, Nero Claudius yawned lazily. Nero, Shiro said urgently, I'll do it. I'll fight. Let's go stop her. Oh. Nero smirked, stretching languidly. But I haven't had enough sleep. Besides, what chance do we have against a floating fortress? She pouted, almost sulking. Without enough joy, I won't march off to die so quickly. Especially for a master with such pitiful mana reserves. Her golden eyes sparkled with mischief, but her refusal was firm. Shiro clenched his teeth. His phone buzzed, a message from Sakura. If the world changes, and you can't handle it, come to the Tosaka estate. Did she foresee this? Shiro's breath caught. He leapt onto his bicycle and pedaled furiously toward Rin's home. At the church district. The night blazed with battle. Above the church, Gilgamesh clashed with Enkidu, his oldest friend. The king of heroes, usually untouchable, now appeared vulnerable. Enkidu's power matched his own, countering every strike, unraveling every noble phantasm. Below, Kirai Kotomine had been preparing to depart, when a soft voice stopped him. His daughter stood there. Why are you here? His tone was ice, his expression that of a stranger. To wife, to daughter, Kirai felt nothing. He was incapable of it. Karen Hortensia tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her lips curving into a faint, mocking smile. I came to see you off. Better you die at my hands than at someone else's. Isn't that fitting? The perfect picture of fatherly kindness, daughterly piety. Kirai sneered. I have 2 servants. The second is nearly here. Even if I don't raise a finger, they can kill you. Indeed, Kuchulin was 5 kilometers away, sprinting toward the church. But Karen only smiled more brightly. Did you think I would come without allies? She clapped her hands. From the shadows, a massive figure emerged, Hercules, carrying a little girl upon his shoulder. Iliasville von Einsburn. 2 girls, both far too young for such war. And yet they stood united. Kirai's mocking smirk finally faltered. This was no pleasant surprise. His own daughter commanded a mythical heroic spirit. And now another myth had arrived at her side. At that instant, rainbow light streaked across the night. A spear pierced the darkness. Master. I'm here. Kuchulin's spear struck Hercules squarely through the heart. A fatal blow. You fool. Kirai snarled. Do you not know who you're facing? Hercules, the hero of Nemea. He possessed 12 lives. Kuchulin's strike meant nothing. Before the lancer could pull his weapon free, Hercules' massive axe sword smashed into him, sending him flying like a rag doll. The church shook with the impact. Karen's laughter rang out, cruel and triumphant. Not bad, is he? She teased. Impressive, Kirai admitted grudgingly. But you can't kill me yourself, can you, daughter? In a blur, he lunged, his hand snapping around her throat. He lifted her effortlessly, his monstrous strength crushing her windpipe. Now, order your servants to surrender. Relinquish your command seals. Quit this war, or I'll snap your neck. His grip tightened, merciless. Karen's face flushed. She gasped for air, yet still, she smiled. The golden chains of Enkidu shot down from the sky. The chains of heaven. They bound the church, suppressing everything beneath their radiance. Karen slipped free, landing lightly on the ground. A silver dagger flashed in her hand and plunged into her father's chest. Kirai's eyes widened in disbelief. Karen's smile was dazzling. Surprised. I cloaked myself in Enkidu's chains, disguised as armor. You thought you caught me, but it was a trap. To weed you out, my damned father, go to hell. The blade pierced deep. Kirai staggered. Black venom spread from the wound. His fingers twitched helplessly. He struggled, choking, as the poison consumed him. Memories flickered, hollow, meaningless. He had abandoned love, faith, everything, for destruction. And so, his end was fitting. His body crumbled, dissolving into dust. The black mud of Angramenu surged up, swallowing his soul. The evil he had carried fed the Grail's corruption, strengthening it by half again. From within the abyss, his soul writhed. Countless tendrils of mud wrapped him, dragging him into eternal darkness. Above, Gilgamesh scowled. TCH, worthless filth. To be eliminated so quickly. His golden eyes narrowed at Enkidu. The chains danced in the air, radiant, unstoppable. Enkidu's smile was calm, unyielding. You've grown weaker, Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh's rage flared. Weaker. I am the king of heroes. The oldest king. None surpass me. You're not the true king, Enkidu said quietly. You're a puppet. A fragment with stolen memories. The real Gilgamesh wasn't a petty braggart, a bastard of endless insults. He was my friend. And you are not him. Enkidu's body shone with divine light. Chains burst forth, filling the sky. Chains of heaven, restore the glory of an old friend. Let none tarnish his name. The chains struck. Gilgamesh's gate of Babylon shattered, treasures scattering like sparks. His gathered energy dispersed. The earth itself shook as restraint crushed false kingship. A mocking voice rippled through the night. Haha, how interesting. My sister likes you. How about becoming my weapon? A girl in black stepped forth, intercepting Enkidu's attack, her hair streaming like night, her smile sharp as a blade. Chapter 165, The gods speak, the earth holds an ancient road to reincarnation, and there must be treasure. That light-hearted expression. Wan looked at Enkidu as though he were nothing more than a child's toy. Enkidu strained, twisting his body and reshaping his noble phantasm, struggling to break free of her grip. Yet no matter how much he resisted, he could not move an inch. Behind her, Gilgamesh bristled. To see his friend caught in another's hand, humiliated, filled him with fury. Woman! Get out of my sight! Gilgamesh roared. I don't need your help. Snap. Her answer was a sharp slap across his golden cheek. You. Her eyes turned cold, her gaze alone carrying crushing weight. Gilgamesh's body trembled under it. His divine golden armor cracked like glass under a hammer. Click. The sound echoed as the armor shattered, crumbling to dust. Just a look, and she could strip him of his treasures. Wan raised a finger toward him, her voice low and indifferent. If God requires sacrifice, I can extinguish your soul in an instant. Consider this a warning, mind your tongue. With a flick of her hand, darkness erupted. Boom. A tide of black light surged outward. Within a 1,000-meter radius, buildings evaporated into nothingness, stone, steel, wood all erased, yet not a single person was harmed. The sheer destructive force of her darkness was revealed for all to see. Karen, who moments earlier had dared to smirk, now stood frozen, pale as a statue, not even daring to breathe. Iliasville von Einsburn and her servants had already fled the moment Wan arrived. Fight such a monster? Not a chance. Come, Hercules. Hurry. Ilia's voice cracked with fear as she clung to her servant's back. Get us away from that enchantress. Her face was ghost white, her voice shrill with desperation. Hercules obeyed, his titanic strides carrying them more than 2 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Wan tilted her head, her ears twitching. She snorted coldly. Enchantress. Humph, Grandma, I am a goddess. Get back here. She extended her hand. Time and space folded together, and reality itself bent to her will. Karen's eyes widened as she saw her supposed allies snatched from the sky like moths. The mighty Hercules collapsed, forced to his knees by invisible pressure. Ilia herself was plucked from his shoulder and dangled helplessly in Wan's grip. Tell me, Wan said with a smile that was both playful and cruel, who exactly is this enchantress you were so eager to curse? She tilted Ilia upward. The little girl's eyes rolled back, her body trembling. She fainted dead away. Wan sighed. No courage at all. She had intended to toy with the child, perhaps to scare her into obedience. But now, gazing closer, she froze. She isn't a pure human body. Wan's brows furrowed. Her life force is being burned away far too quickly. At this rate, she won't even live half a year. What a crime. For the first time, pity softened her voice. Forget it. You'll make a fine sacrifice instead. I'll restore your body. Black light wrapped around Ilia like a cocoon. Divine power seeped into her wasted frame, repairing what had been broken, restoring what had been stolen. Within the dreamlike warmth, Ilia whimpered, tears streaking her cheeks. Mother. Mother, where are you? Father. I miss you so much. Wan paused. Her lips tightened as fragments of Ilia's memories brushed against her mind. A lonely child. A fragile vessel. A girl burdened by cruelty not of her making. Wan sighed again, and let her hand fall. Such a pitiful soul. She could not bring herself to break her. Instead, she turned to Karen Hortensia. On your knees, Wan commanded coldly. Do so, and I will spare your life. Her eyes gleamed with inhuman power. Karen trembled, unable to meet her gaze. Quietly, obediently, she sank to her knees. Wan studied her a moment, then nodded. Good. Obedience suits you. But your body is frail as well. The magecraft of this world truly is a plague, it devours human lives. Come with me. I'll give you a new future. Back at the Tosaka estate. So, you brought them back. Rin Tosaka stood frozen, staring at the crowd that had suddenly filled her home. 2 human captives. 3 servants bound. And all this accomplished in less than 10 minutes. Shiro Amiya's jaw nearly hit the floor. He stared at the bound heroic spirits, then at the pale but beautiful girl with snow-white hair, Ilia, who glared daggers at him. He opened his mouth to speak, but under Wan's oppressive aura, no words came. Wan only smiled. For tonight, this will do. I hadn't intended to act, but if I hadn't stepped in, another heroic spirit would already be gone. She glanced pointedly at Gilgamesh. Rin pinched the bridge of her nose. Couldn't you have just caught them all at once? It would have saved time. Wan chuckled. No. I want to observe. These heroic spirits are curious constructs. To transform an entire person into a weapon, fascinating. This is the first I've seen such a thing. She had no desire to hurry back to the divine realm. There was still fun to be had here. Rin rolled her eyes. Fine. Treat it as labor, then. At least Wan could be useful in recruiting followers. Ilya, now recovered, stood tall. She bowed politely. Thank you for saving me. My name is Ilyasville von Einsburn. You may call me Ilya. Her gaze flickered briefly to Shiro. Hatred burned there, though he could not fathom why. Though she had been seized as a sacrifice, the relief in her body was undeniable. For the first time in years, her magic circuits no longer screamed with agony. Wan nodded. Do not think sacrifice means death. It means cleansing the mortal body, ascending into divine life. My true form resides there. From now on, you will serve under me. My name is the Dark Goddess, Wan. The room fell silent. Now they understood her true name. Karen, meanwhile, felt her senses clear for the first time in years. Her body, once crippled, numbed, dulled, now thrummed with vitality. Her vision sharpened, her senses of smell and taste returned. Overcome, she sank to her knees before Wan and did not rise. Rin Tosaka blinked, dazed. Watching the goddess effortlessly collect believers, she almost felt jealous. In the Wanjia chat group. Demon Sword Spirit, at Fox Who Only Loves Money, how's the little one doing lately? Is she progressing well? Fox Who Only Loves Money, Tushan Yaya reporting to Elder Sister, our four-direction demon clan has returned. Half the Tao League is under our control now. But what? Pudu sentient being, I hear troubles brewing. In her world, there's a proud kingdom, and hidden celestial immortals. Tanjiro, don't be afraid, Sister Fox. Just tell us what you need. We'll help however we can. Cultivation methods, resources, you name it. Tushan Yaya's eyes curved with laughter. She loved playing cute in the group, and the pampering that followed made her glow. Fox Who Only Loves Money, the problem is that this proud kingdom is backing the Tao League. They're spreading word that our fox demons are in chaos. Humanity split in two, half support us, half support them. Junior brother Dazufeng, outrageous. After seeing God's grace descend, how can they not submit? Ninja scientist, hey, don't worry. When they die, the eternal executors will come harvest them. Then they'll learn what real regret is. Uncle Demon Slayer, I'm more interested in that shrine maiden lately. She's quiet now, but I saw her download Eternal Meditation the other day. Demon Sword Spirit, oh ho, Lao Jio, are you trying to befriend another Miko? Uncle Demon Slayer, don't slander me. I'm swamped every day. I barely have time to chat with you lot. Sadly reminds Lao Gao, and what about your situation? Haven't heard from you in a while. Uncle Demon Slayer, it's stable. 3 provincial capitals reclaimed. Ever since we read that history book, our believers have grown zealous. No one wants to be bullied by foreign devils anymore. Chu Dashin, good. But you should prepare a sacrifice. Haven't you still not offered one? Lao Gao had been waiting ages, watching him closely. Uncle Demon Slayer, I'll wait a little longer. I plan to gather all the cultivators of China, hold a festival, and let the warlord see God's power firsthand. God of Eternity, Lu Che, no need to rush. I've been studying a spell. Soon, I can let a goddess descend directly to aid you. In a world where technology hasn't advanced, her presence will tip the scales. Demon Sword Spirit, woo, my Lord God, you appear again. Always with good news. Lier, praise my God. Even if we glimpse only your avatar, it cannot compare to this intimacy. Tanjiro, same here, praise. Chu Dashin, kneel and worship. Even the underworld yields now. Soon it will become fertile ground for our faith, and then we'll march upon the mortal realm. God of Eternity, good. I'll also remind you, the earth holds a broken circuit. An ancient road to reincarnation. Go and see it. The world of the Saints' Cemetery. Chu Xianfeng stiffened. An ancient road to reincarnation, on earth. Why had he never heard of it? Then realization struck him like lightning. His face paled. Kunlun ancient land. It had to be there. If God himself had pointed the way, then something priceless must be hidden inside. Chu Dashin, thank you, my Lord God. Once I finish purging this holy ground, I'll head there at once. Shrine Maiden Xiaofeng, greetings, Lord God. My name is Xiaofeng. Thank you for your gift. Without you, I would have been crippled for life. Her voice trembled with gratitude as the chat erupted in reverent praise. Chapter 166, the Miko sisters walking the earth, recruiting demon village. For Xiaofeng, the experience had been terrifying at first. Visions and revelations had flooded into her mind, leaving her shaken for a long time before she found calm. But when true danger came, and she stood helpless as a mere human, she had no choice but to accept the grace of God. That divine gift restored the sight to her blinded eyes, and fulfilled the dream buried in her heart. She became a Miko, just like her elder sister Kikyo. In truth, Xiaofeng's power had already surpassed Kikyo's for a brief period, though she remained unaware of it herself. God of eternity, there's no need to be burdened. I have said before, every being is my child. What matters is spreading the gospel to more souls. For peace, I used to be confused about races. You all must know it well, humans and monsters, humans and murlocs, humans and ghosts. Prejudice, contempt, hatred. Do you see now? There is no real peace. Only under the rule of the gods can it exist. In the world of One Piece, his words rang true. The murlocs had been freed from the depths of Marie Joyce with Neptune's aid. Now, at last, they lived beneath the sun. Humans and murlocs coexisted, working side by side. Across the seas, new networks of sea trains and undersea tunnels spread. Storms, raging weather, unstable magnetic fields, once crippling obstacles, were no longer insurmountable. The worst dangers of the new world came not only from pirates but from the sea itself. Eternal God had studied the strange magnetic currents and found their source, the islands themselves. Destroy enough islands, and the storms would weaken. But such a method was too extreme. Instead, God dispatched powerful envoys to every major island. Whenever cyclones, maelstrom, or colossal storms arose, the divine envoys dispersed them with ease. Already the North and East Blue had been pacified. The South and West still required time. Ninth Uncle Demon Slayer, it's not about race, it's about how narrow our minds are. Since childhood, I was taught that ghosts are evil, demons are wicked. That's what Mao Shan teaches. I never knew what it meant to reform evil into good. Over time, I developed the habit of striking first. Junior brother Dazufeng, same here. I just caught a six-tailed fox. Planning to offer it to God. Secondly, only 6 tails. That's average. Fox who only loves money, pft. So ordinary. Shrine Maiden Xiaofeng, our world is crawling with monsters, more than humans, even. My sister once slew 1,300 in a single day at her peak. Chu Dashin, 1,300 in a day. Incredible. Where is your family from? Witches like you. I thought they only existed in the ancient East. Pudu sentient being, 1,300, terrifying. Your sister must be a terrifying existence indeed. Shrine Maiden Xiaofeng, yes. Her name is Kikyo. She inherited the ancient demon-breaking lineage. Since childhood, I've always admired her. Fox who only loves money, and how old are you? Shrine Maiden Xiaofeng, 9. Demon Sword Spirit. Secondly. Tanjiro, she's younger than me. Shrine Maiden Xiaofeng, yes. I didn't dare speak before. Sorry. Pirate of the Caribbean, apologize. You're one of us now, Chief Priest. You're the youngest in the group, who dares bully you? I'll curse them out myself. Young Master Murung, says the so-called Dragon King, don't listen, Sister Xiaofeng. He's an old fraud. Pudu sentient being, yes. The glory of my God, don't waste time on liars. Shrine Maiden Xiaofeng, but, aren't monks supposed to chant Amitabha? Ninth Uncle Demon Slayer, Amitabha. Ha. That Buddha is long dead. Empty hypocrisy. Worthless. But chanting the glory of our God. Now that has power. Chu Dashin, don't overdo it. You must keep reverence in your heart. If you treat it like a catchphrase, God may be displeased. Pudu sentient being, ahem, you're right. Old Na was wrong. But it feels so strange not shouting something. Tanjiro, then say this, he who believes in my God shall live eternally. Lier, not bad, Tanjiro. Stirring words, though maybe a little too solemn. Pudu sentient being, no, it's perfect. This will be my mantra from now on. Thank you, Tanjiro. In the world of Inuyasha, Maple Village had changed entirely. Once a backwater plagued by fear, it now thrived. The reason was simple, the villagers had become believers. Even if they only practiced eternal meditation at a basic level, the power it gave them far surpassed ordinary humans. Sacrifices and offerings to the eternal God were now routine. But Maple Village was poor. Without treasures worthy of God, their sacrifices felt meager. Thus, Kikyo and Xiaofeng resolved to journey forth, to find offerings befitting their lord. Master Kikyo, Master Xiaofeng, may the gods bless your journey. The old village chief bowed deeply, his eyes gleaming with vigor. Since receiving meditation, he looked younger, his back straighter. Do not worry, he promised, pounding his chest. We will grow strong. In time, our village will become a great town for the eternal god. Xiaofeng giggled. Grow well, but do not take by force. Our faith forbids harming the innocent. Of course, my lady. Anyone who dares harm the people, we will cast them out first. Kikyo added softly, remember, you now hold power. If you meet a monster not stained by blood, take them in. Not all are beyond redemption. Yes, yes, Mistress Kikyo. As you command. Already, 2 monster clans had joined their village, a family of fox demons and a family of spider yokai. Once feral, they had been tamed under Kikyo's hand. Through meditation, they grew docile and strong. No lesser demon could ever threaten Maple Village now. So the sisters set forth. Their first destination was the place where the Jewel of 4 Souls had been recovered. There, a band of humans trained in Suezi swordsmanship and demon-refining techniques struggled to defend themselves. Though skilled, their art was crude compared to true priestesses and onmyoji. Xiaofeng asked, so, will we subdue them too? Yes, Kikyo replied gently. They are kind folk, but lack faith. I believe they will welcome the truth. Since embracing eternal meditation, Kikyo's heart had softened. No longer did she scour her body with cold spring water to purge the impurity of evil aura daily. She now faced life with serenity. None in this world were worthy of her confessions. Only the eternal God could hear her prayers. And she had resolved, if she could make this world peaceful, she would remain always at his side, no longer bound by mortal desires. Her priestess robes had faded into something simpler, a white plain skirt, with 2 characters stitched into the back, eternal. Elegant, pure, ethereal. When people beheld her, they felt the urge to kneel at once. The sisters traveled swiftly. When Thunderbird soared overhead, Kikyo captured 2 with her spellcraft, taming them as steeds. This world had no proper roads, and flying beasts were rare. The Thunderbirds would carry them across mountains and rivers. 3 hours later, they landed near Demon Village. Monsters. Sound the alarm. Bells tolled frantically. Arrows knocked, bows raised. But a calm voice rang out. Do not fear. I am Kikyo. The villagers froze. Eyes narrowed. 2 figures stood on the backs of the Thunderbirds, one tall, one small. The village chief's eyes lit with recognition. Stop. Do not fire, it is Lady Kikyo. Months ago, she had helped them with the Jewel of 4 Souls. Their lives had improved since. The Thunderbirds landed, tamed and docile. The villagers gasped. Creatures 3 meters tall, talons like blades, eyes sharp as lightning, yet kneeling as if pets. Only Kikyo could manage such a feat. The chief rushed forward, bowing deeply. Lady Kikyo, what brings you here? He ordered food and tea prepared at once. Though Demon Village lived by hunting monsters, their lives were still humble. Most wore patched clothing, scraping by day to day. Kikyo did not hesitate. We are here to preach. Preach. The word stunned them. The villagers exchanged uncertain glances. Could anyone simply join a priesthood? Were they even qualified? Xiaofeng smiled. This is not like the old priesthoods. This faith is founded by a true God. My sister has seen your struggle, your fight against demons, so we invite you. The chief swallowed. What is required? Only this, to be pious toward God, Kikyo answered. That's all. That is all. The chief burst into laughter. Then it is decided. We will believe. For the chance to gain strength and live better, what sacrifice was too great? Burn incense, bow daily, such things were nothing compared to survival. This was still the age of demons. Monsters roamed unchecked. Humanity teetered on the edge. For Demon Village, this invitation was salvation itself. A gift sent from heaven. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Dragon Bone Essence, using me as weapon material, is this what a maiden can do? Things turned out to be unexpectedly simple. That very day, the village chief, along with a group of demon masters, received the teachings of eternal meditation passed down by Kikyo. More than 20 young and middle-aged men and women took part. After gaining this divine method, each manifested unique powers. Kikyo, keyed, and the others observed as the results unfolded. For some, it was an overall strengthening of both body and spirit. The villagers of Maple Village each found that their natural talents were enhanced, their existing strengths magnified to a new level. The residents of Demon Village, however, gained something else entirely, martial enhancement. Their bodies, once no different from ordinary humans, now rivaled demons in raw strength. Not only that, but their bodies radiated powerful true energy. It was then that Kikyo realized, with eternal meditation, not everyone would gain extraordinary divine powers like herself and her sister. The results varied depending on the practitioner's nature. A villager armed with a sickle stepped forward to test his strength. He infused his power into the weapon. And with a single sweep, the protective wall surrounding the cottage village collapsed. Boom. An entire 100-meter-long section of the wall crumbled into dust. Gasps filled the air. What? Is this really the power granted by the God of Eternity? It's incredible. Unimaginable, no human should wield such strength. The village chief's eyes shone with fanatical light. If such power could be given to all, then subduing demons would no longer require mobilizing dozens of warriors. A single villager could handle threats that once terrorized them. He asked cautiously, Lady Kikyo, can this method be passed on to other villagers as well? Kikyo smiled serenely. Of course. This will become a branch of the eternal faith from now on. But remember this, our doctrine forbids wanton killing, even of demons. Only when you encounter those who defy order and refuse peace. Her words trailed off. The demon masters clenched their fists, voices uniting as one. We will smash them to pieces. Their reply carried conviction, fierce and unshakable. Keed smiled brightly. The second wave of believers had already been born. The spreading of the eternal faith was going smoothly. In the distance, the Thunderbird couple crouched low, watching uneasily. The husband and wife exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Compared to these newly empowered humans, the two of them suddenly felt like mere oversized chickens. Good heavens! If such a human organization truly rose, it would spell the end for countless yokai. Thankfully, the eternal faith forbade needless slaughter. Otherwise, demons would have no place left in the world. Still, the Thunderbird pair couldn't help feeling regret. Had they surrendered sooner, they too could have received such blessings. Now, they could only watch in envy as humans grew stronger. Their initial resentment dissolved into admiration and longing. Every creature yearns for a powerful backing. For the weak, it is even more necessary. The Thunderbird clan, lacking strength or influence, stood near the bottom of the demon hierarchy. Across the land, powerful clans dominated. The Thunder Eagle clan, the 100 Ghost Bats, the Kennel clan. But the Thunderbird line was a minor, wandering race. Occasionally, one or two of their number rose to power, but their brilliance faded quickly, leaving no lasting heritage. They lacked mighty artifacts. They lacked powerful allies. Unlike the Dragon clan, the mightiest of all monsters. Though few in number, every dragon was a being of overwhelming strength. Even among demons, none dared provoke them. Then there was the Dog Demon clan, who established a true demon nation in the West. Inuyasha's father, the great dog general, had once been worshipped by tens of thousands of yokai. Though he had fallen, his wife, Lady Sesomaru's mother, known as Lady Azaoi by some, Lady Sesomaru by others, remained a formidable power, renowned for her brilliant strategies and loyal vassals. The mere mention of her name made many demons tremble. Her son, Sesomaru, had already proven himself, defeating the Ocelot clan and even driving out the Thunder Eagle clan from the Western territories. News of these deeds spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, back in Demon Village, reconstruction progressed swiftly. The villagers no longer needed weapons forged from lesser yokai bones. Why? Because such weapons had become obsolete. Ordinary human steel shattered under the might of their new power. Still, troubles arose. The village chief sighed as he studied reports from his subordinates. Now that we are stronger, we must also find weapons worthy of our strength. If we can smelt weapons from the bones of powerful demons, we'll be able to forge arms to match our abilities. Some of you have already chosen fire-based arts, yes? Yes, replied a middle-aged man, bowing respectfully. I can wield fire. With my flames and our village's forging knowledge, we can refine such weapons. Good, Kikyo nodded. Then we need only find monster bones. Do you know where such remains can be found? The villagers fell silent. Monster bones did not always require slaying the living. Many powerful yokai left behind remains when they died. At that moment, the Thunderbird couple stirred. Lady Kikyo, the husband said hesitantly, my wife and I know of such a place. But it lies far away. Oh. Kikyo tilted her head. Where is it? In the west lies Dragon Canyon. Hundreds of years ago, the great dog general fought a terrible battle there against the dragon bone spirit. The remains should still linger. The word sent a ripple of unease through the group. Dragon bone spirit. Even the name spoke of terror. A monster born from dragon remains, strong enough to clash with the great dog general himself. The village chief paled. Another dragon. And it fought Lord Dog General himself. Isn't that far too dangerous for us? But Kikyo only smiled faintly, taking Keed's hand. Take us there. It will be a good chance to test my current strength. For some time now, she had practiced eternal meditation. Ordinary yokai fell before her with a wave of her hand. Only a monster of this level could serve as a true test. It would also give her new followers in Demon Village a chance to witness her power as the envoy of the Eternal God. Village Chief, you and another Thunderbird will accompany us, she instructed. Understood, Lady Kikyo. The Thunderbird's vast wings could carry several people easily. Their endurance allowed them to fly without rest for days. So, that very day, the group set out for Dragon Canyon. Dragon Canyon was a colossal range shrouded in poisonous miasma. The landscape bore countless scars of ancient battle. Without the ability to fly, one could not even approach the outer rim. Riding atop the Thunderbird's neck, Keed frowned as oppressive energy pressed upon her chest. Such suffocating malice. It must be near. Veer left. Yes, my lady, the Thunderbird obeyed instantly. Soon, a horrifying sight emerged. There, sprawled across a mountain peak, lay a colossal figure, over 1,000 meters tall. Its monstrous form was twisted and grotesque, its body radiating dreadful malice like an endless tide. The village chief's knees shook uncontrollably. That thing. It hasn't even moved, and yet I feel crushed by its hatred. Kikyo's eyes narrowed. Stay here. Keed and I will go. The chief bowed quickly. I'm ashamed to be such a burden, Lady Kikyo. It's fine. I intended for you to see this, Kikyo said with a faint smile. Her gaze fixed on the massive spike protruding from the creature's chest. That must be the seal. She drew her bow. A sacred arrow, glowing with violet light, shot forth and struck the nail pinning the monster. Crack. A deafening sound followed. Thump, thump, thump. A colossal heartbeat boomed, shaking the earth. Dark clouds churned, lightning split the sky. The dragon bone spirit stirred. It was no mere dragon. It was a corpse demon, born from a dragon's body, manipulated by the eerie human face embedded in its forehead. Though impure, it still wielded all the power of a true dragon. Otherwise, how could it have battled the great dog general to the death? Who dares wake me? Its roar shook the heavens. The ground cracked, rocks split apart. The dragon bone spirit had awakened. But before it could unleash its fury, 2 radiant arrows pierced its body in quick succession. The monster blinked. What's happening? I just woke up, and already I'm under attack. Looking up, it spotted 2 women calmly standing atop a Thunderbird, bows still drawn. You insolent human ants. Dare you attack me? You must be seeking death. Keed waved dismissively. Stop shouting. We revived you only because your bones will make fine weapons. Now, kindly be quiet. The dragon bone spirit froze. What did she just say? It gathered demonic energy to unleash a massive blast. But another sacred arrow struck, shattering the attack like glass. From there, the sisters began target practice. Head. Chest. Tail. Limbs. Within minutes, the once terrifying dragon bone spirit collapsed motionless, pinned like an oversized specimen. Kikyo lowered her bow, her voice calm. Now we can check its value. Village chief, please collect some samples. Test whether its bones can be forged. The men swallowed hard but obeyed. He ran forward, hammering against the corpse's body. The dragon bone spirit's eyes burned with silent fury, but it could not move. The chief panted in frustration. The bones were impossibly tough, he couldn't break off a single piece. Finally, Keed sighed, walked forward, and with one sharp kick snapped a fragment free. Inspection revealed the bone's worth was immeasurable. Weapons forged from such material would rival legendary artifacts. Kikyo surveyed the canyon thoughtfully. This place has potential. Chuyao village could build a town here. With the dragon bone spirit's remains, we could craft tens of thousands of weapons for future believers. Once the miasma is cleared, this land could thrive. The dragon bone spirit's eyes bulged red with rage. What kind of words are these? Are you priestesses or demons yourselves? End of chapter. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, cruelly tormenting the dragon bone spirit, Kikyo prepares to leave. The moment the idea was raised, the village chief brightened, excitement flashing in his eyes. He clambered up onto the dragon bone spirit's massive skull, surveying the surroundings from above. The view truly was spectacular. The canyon spread out beneath him like a jagged sea of stone, cliffs torn and scarred from ancient battles. It felt like a place of legend. But there was a problem. The land was barren. Not a trace of farmland could be seen, nor even a patch of wild vegetables. No matter how grand the sight, it lacked the most basic necessity, food. The chief scratched his head awkwardly. Lady Kikyo, settling here won't be difficult, but what about food? How will we feed so many people? It was a fair concern. Strength brought hunger. Now that the villagers had become stronger, their appetites had grown as well. Far more food would be needed than before. At this, the Thunderbird couple spoke up. If it's food transport you're worried about, the husband said, you can recruit flying yokai. Their needs are simple. So long as you guarantee their safety, they'll be willing to work as porters. Unlike humans, yokai valued survival above all. If safety was promised, many would gladly labor in exchange. Kikyo and Keed shared a smile. Then we'll do it this way, Kikyo decided. We'll purify the miasma and reshape the environment. Chief, take your people and build some simple houses first. The Thunderbirds will recruit yokai. If you find any craftsman monsters, invite them here. Make sure they know the forging materials are the famous dragon bone spirit itself. The Thunderbird pair bowed deeply. Yes, Lady Kikyo. We've traveled widely and know many yokai. We'll handle it. The husband took wing, heading toward Chuyao village to gather reinforcements, while the village chief and his deputy busied themselves surveying land for homes and forging furnaces. Kikyo and Keed set out with bows in hand, purifying the valley. Streaks of sacred light flashed like meteors across the miasma. Each arrow cleansed an area a kilometer wide. Progress was fast. Soon they found a black, polluted water source, stagnant and foul-smelling. Keed drew, loosed, and a shining arrow sank into the waters. The corruption dissolved instantly. The water ran clear again, sparkling like glass. Keed wrinkled her brow. Sister, this miasma is troublesome. I don't understand why yokai in other worlds have none of it. Isn't that strange? Kikyo's expression grew thoughtful. Through her sister's connection with the divine, she had learned a curious truth: in other worlds, monsters, be they born of beast or plant, lived freely without releasing miasma. Humans and monsters could even coexist without issue. But in their world, miasma poisoned land and water, forcing eternal strife between human and demon. Perhaps something is wrong with this world itself, Kikyo murmured. Before, I was too weak to even think of such matters. But now, with divine power in my hands, and Keed able to hear the voice of the gods, I can no longer ignore it. This was her homeland. She could not simply watch as it withered beneath a hidden sickness. Meanwhile, far away, the Thunderbirds were hard at work. Master Thunderbird, are you serious? A powerful maiden is truly willing to protect us. You'll see when you come with me, the great bird answered curtly. Which maiden? Do we know her name? It is none other than Lady Kikyo, chosen envoy of the eternal god. Gasps rippled through the crowd of yokai. Kikyo? The shrine maiden who wielded the Shiken jewel. The one whose arrows could pierce even the mightiest demons. And she would bless monsters. It seemed impossible. Thunderbird clicked his beak impatiently. If you doubt me, stay behind. But when you're slaughtered later, don't say I didn't give you a chance. As a great demon, Thunderbird had his pride. To lower himself to recruit laborers was already humiliating. To be questioned on top of it. In the past, he would have struck them down with lightning on the spot. The yokai quailed before his glare. And no, Master Thunderbird, we believe you. We'll come. Don't kill us. Hundreds of lesser demons fell over themselves in submission. Thunderbird snorted. Pathetic. A bunch of cheap bones. He remembered how he himself had once nearly wet himself at the sight of Kikyo's power. These little monsters would learn soon enough. By day's end, Thunderbird had recruited over 600 yokai, including 2 craftsmen. Just as he prepared to return, a strange figure appeared, a demon riding a bull through the skies, surrounded by the aura of flame. Thunderbird narrowed his eyes. A craftsman. He swooped closer. The rider was an old man, hair wild, cheeks flushed with drink. A hammer hung at his side, and the bull he rode carried bundles of materials and half-finished blades. Thunderbird's eyes gleamed. Old man, are you a craftsman? The drunkard belched, eyes hazy. So what if I am? You want a weapon forged? Without good materials, don't waste my time. It was none other than Todesai, the legendary swordsmith. He had forged countless blades in his lifetime. Since the death of the great dog general, he had wandered, forging for whichever demon could protect him. His own power was meager. Without such work, he would have been devoured long ago. Thunderbird grinned. Then perhaps you'll be interested. I know of a material beyond compare. Care to see? Todesai leaned forward suspiciously, sniffing. All he smelled was Thunderbird's feathers and lingering miasma. A liar, are you? The material isn't here, Thunderbird explained. It's in Dragon Canyon. My mistress has subdued the monster there and is preparing to forge weapons. At those words, Todasai froze. His drunken haze cleared instantly. Dragon Canyon. That means, the dragon bone spirit. The material you speak of, is dragon bone essence. Exactly. Interested. Interested, of course. But inside, Todasai's heart pounded with dread. Not for the material, but for the danger. The dragon bone spirit, once unsealed, could wreak untold havoc. With the great dog general gone, there was no one left in the west who could resist it. Sesshomaru brooded over his swords. Inuyasha was still but a boy, the world was defenseless. He had to see for himself. As Todasai urged his bull forward, a flea demon, Myoga, dropped silently from his clothing, scurrying across the ground. This is serious. I must inform Lady Sesshomaru's mother at once, he muttered, leaping away. 3 hours later, evening fell as Todasai reached Dragon Canyon. The sight before him left him speechless. The dragon bone spirit still sprawled across the cliffs, but its once dreadful form was covered in bustling yokai. Lesser demons swarmed across its body like ants, hammering and chiseling, jeering as they went. For centuries, none had dared even approach this monster. Now it was trampled, humiliated. The dragon bone spirit's massive eyes glistened with tears. If you wish to kill me, kill me. Why must you torment me like this? Todasai's gaze hardened. The beast still lived. Memories of the great dog general surged in his chest. Rage boiled up. He urged his bull forward, leapt onto the monster's skull, and brought his hammer down with all his might. Bang. 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 Each strike rang like thunder. You killed my master, damn you. You brought nothing but disaster. Now taste your punishment. The dragon bone spirit's eyes burned with hatred. That flea-ridden old man dares piss and curse on me. If not bound, it would have crushed him with a single breath. But bound it was, helpless under the shrine maiden's seal. After venting his fury, Todasai wiped his brow, strangely satisfied. The valley had changed. The miasma was gone. Over 100 yokai and humans worked together, building homes and forges. Flying demons ferried supplies and hunted prey. Deer, horses, and boar were brought in, fishing expeditions to the sea were planned. The Dragon Canyon was becoming a new settlement. Inside a stone house, firelight flickered. Keed slept soundly, exhausted from the day's labor. Kikyo sat with the village chief, discussing the future. When things are settled here, Keed and I will leave, she said softly. Todasai may be eccentric, but his skill is genuine. With the dragon bone spirit's remains, he has already forged a fine weapon. The chief frowned. Why leave so soon? Shouldn't you stay and continue growing the faith? We could spread across the land from here. Kikyo shook her head gently. She brushed a strand of hair from her sister's brow, her eyes solemn. We must prepare sacrifices. We have received the god's grace, but we must also give back. Otherwise, his wrath will not be easily stilled. The chief swallowed. She continued, voice low. Others have suffered for neglecting this. I will not let my sister face that fate. Sacrifice is the top priority. And the heart of the dragon bone spirit shall be one of them. Her words hung heavy in the firelit room. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Sesshomaru's arrogance shattered by the waves. The night was bright with a rising full moon. Sesshomaru stood silently on a jagged cliff, his golden eyes distant, unfocused, as though trapped within the haze of old memories. His mind drifted back to that fateful night, the night his father, the great dog demon, perished. It had been a snowy night, the world cloaked in white beneath the very same cold moonlight. That was the first time Sesshomaru had bared his fangs not out of bloodlust, but to cast aside everything for the sake of saving a single human woman. And yet, his father had ignored him. Since you had two swords, why give me the one that cannot kill? Sesshomaru's clawed fingers brushed against the hilt of the tensiga, the so-called heavenly life fang, resting at his waist. His expression darkened, lips tightening into a cold line. The tesega, forged from his father's fang, could cleave through 100 demons with a single stroke. The sounga, the cursed sword of hell, held unparalleled destructive power. And to him, Sesshomaru, heir of the proud dog demon clan, was entrusted the tensiga, a blade incapable of killing, a weapon meant to save lives. A sword of healing, of mercy. A sword to rescue mortals. His father had forced it upon him, as though mocking his ambition. Was this meant to deny the very path he walked? Sesshomaru's chosen way was clear, the overbearing path of domination, the path where monsters were ruled with cold indifference and ruthless authority. But the great dog demon, his father, had refused to grant him that power. And so his pride, sharp as any fang, festered with resentment. Just as Sesshomaru's thoughts grew tangled with anger, something small hopped into view near his feet. A flea demon. My lord Sesshomaru, the tiny creature piped up, bowing nervously. The dragon bone spirit has been freed. Master Todesai sent me to inform you immediately. Sesshomaru blinked, his reverie shattered. His gaze dropped. Myoga. His father's longtime retainer. And what business does Todesai have meddling this time? Sesshomaru asked coolly. I heard someone either slew or subdued the dragon bone spirit, Myoga explained, voice trembling. Now the creature has been taken by a thunderbird. It seems the intention is to forge weapons from its remains. Sesshomaru's eyes narrowed. Weapons, forged from the body of the dragon bone spirit. His amber gaze briefly glimmered with interest before turning sharp and dismissive. Could it not simply be another charlatan, deceiving that senile old fool? Sesshomaru rarely had patience for his father's retainers. Todesai played the idiot, eccentric to the point of madness. Myoga, cowardly as ever, usually fled at the mere sight of him. Only the sage Jaken remained at his side, tolerated if not respected. And the scabbard spirit, since his father's passing, Sesshomaru had never encountered him again. Myoga was used to the sharp sting of Sesshomaru's disdain. In truth, he counted it a blessing whenever Sesshomaru refrained from flattening him outright. I only came to deliver the message, Myoga muttered, already preparing to flee. So I'll be taking my leave, goodbye. With that, the flea demon bounced away, vanishing from sight. Sesshomaru exhaled slowly, then glanced toward the shadowed trees. Jaken. We depart. The imp scuttled forward, bowing deeply. At once, young master. But, forgive me for asking, do you truly believe anyone could slay the dragon bone spirit? We go to see for ourselves, Sesshomaru replied curtly. Yes, my lord. Jaken lowered his head quickly, though unease churned in his gut. He suspected what his master desired, an ideal weapon, forged for one worthy of command. Yet if someone truly possessed the power to defeat the dragon bone spirit, then claiming such a weapon would not be simple. He longed to caution Sesshomaru, but the gleam of anticipation in those golden eyes kept him silent. If he spoke carelessly, he might find himself punted off a cliff for his trouble. Sesshomaru wanted the dragon bone spirit. That much was clear. And no one could deny him. After all, had the creature not once rivaled even his father's strength? If its body were reforged into a blade, that sword would surely surpass the battered remnant Sesshomaru now carried. And if it meant obtaining power befitting his ambition, no one, not man, not demon, would stand in Sesshomaru's way. By the next day at noon, after traveling through the night, Sesshomaru and Jaken arrived at Dragon Canyon. The air was thick with heat and the acrid stench of smoke. Sesshomaru frowned. There were no volcanoes in this region. And yet before him, black smoke rose in great plumes from a mountain, spilling into the sky. As he drew closer, he realized the mountain itself had been hollowed into a crater, an artificial volcano, billowing with unnatural fire. The miasma that had once blanketed Dragon Canyon was gone. Sesshomaru's surprise grew with each step. He passed demons soaring overhead, radiating auras of unusual strength. On the ground, humans carried supplies alongside yokai, working in strange harmony. A world where humans and demons labored side by side. Curious indeed. Finally, Sesshomaru beheld the one he had come for, the dragon bone spirit. Once a mighty foe, the creature now lay sprawled upon a cliff, decrepit and broken, his vast body shackled in despair. His once massive tail had been severed into several sections, each dragged away by groups of humans and yokai toward the smoke-filled mountains. Jaken snickered cruelly at the pitiful sight. Master, look at him. Helpless as slaughtered livestock, he's little more than meat on the butcher's block. Sesshomaru's gaze hardened. Fool. The dragon bone spirit has been sealed. Jaken's grin froze. Indeed, Sesshomaru's piercing eyes discerned layers upon layers of barriers etched into the creature's flesh, hundreds of seals. Its demonic energy was utterly bound, its very aura suppressed beneath an alien sacred power that prickled even Sesshomaru's skin. Such power turned his stomach. If that force were directed at him, even he would feel the pain. At that moment, a great thunderbird descended from the sky, its wings sparking with electricity. It landed before Sesshomaru, feathers gleaming, and spoke with calm authority. Who are you? Do you seek to join our eternal church? Eternal church? Sesshomaru echoed coldly. Yes, the bird said proudly. We are followers of the eternal faith. Though we are demons, by devoting ourselves to righteousness, the gods shall grant us forgiveness. Sesshomaru regarded the creature with narrowed eyes. The thunderbird carried itself with confidence, but its transformation was imperfect, its human guise flawed, its bloodline inferior. A mongrel compared to him. Sesshomaru brushed past, disdain radiating from every step. Wait. You still haven't answered me. The thunderbird bristled at being ignored. How dare this stranger dismiss him? He was no ordinary yokai, he was mount and companion to the envoy of the Eternal Church herself, Lady Kikyo. To insult him was to insult her. Jaken sneered. Mind your tongue, bird. You are beneath my lord Sesshomaru. He does not waste words on the likes of you. The Thunderbird's feathers crackled with suppressed rage. He readied himself to strike. But a new figure descended from the skies, landing heavily between them. A broad-shouldered man wielding a massive bone hammer. The village chief of Chiyo village. He smiled pleasantly, though his eyes glimmered with murder. Stranger, our gods have shown you no offense. Is it not excessive to provoke us without cause? The Eternal Church preached coexistence between humans and demons. Yet when opposed, their wrath was merciless. Already, more than 200 yokai had fallen to their hand. Sesshomaru's eyes flicked to the hammer. That weapon, forged from dragon bone. The corners of his lips curved upward in a chilling smile. Without warning, he lunged. You insolent fool, face me. The clash rang out, Sesshomaru's poisoned claws against the weight of the bone hammer. And in that instant, Sesshomaru's arrogance shattered. The hammer struck with the force of a mountain, sending him hurtling back, his armor splintering, blood streaking his face. One blow. One blow was enough to crush him. The onlookers gasped, disbelief rippling through the crowd. Sesshomaru, proud heir of the dog demons, laid low so easily. With just a single strike, his pride was ground to dust. A guttural roar tore from his throat as he lunged again, more beast than man. His silver hair whipped wildly, his claws dripping venom. But the village chief only laughed, voice booming. Still not convinced. Ha! How arrogant you demons are. Yet before the eternal god, even a dragon must bow. Even a tiger must crawl. The battle drew the attention of every villager, human and yokai alike. From within a stone house, a priestess stirred. Kikyo. What is happening? She asked calmly. Lady Envoy, someone reported breathlessly, an arrogant demon refused to answer Lord Thunderbird and tried to force his way through. The village chief now holds him back. I see. Kikyo's gaze darkened, and she moved swiftly toward the clash. By the time she arrived, Sesshomaru was staggering, bloodied and on the verge of collapse. Boy, the village chief mocked. Surrender. Were I serious, you'd already be dead. With such meager strength, you dare dream of meeting the high priest. Ridiculous. Dare to mock me. Sesshomaru roared, fury consuming him. His body twisted and grew, silver for bristling as he transformed into his true form, the towering demon hound. But before he could strike. Enough. A single soft command cut through the chaos like thunder. Chains of light materialized, snaking around his massive body, binding him in place. Sesshomaru froze mid-leap, eyes widening in shock. His strength would not answer. His demonic energy drowned, smothered as though cast into the depths of an endless sea. Kikyo stood calmly before him, her bow at her side, her presence suffocating. If you remain silent, she said coldly, then you will share the dragon bone spirit's fate. Stripped of flesh, stripped of bone. The crowd fell to their knees. All hail the divine envoy, Lady Kikyo. Sesshomaru's pride burned, humiliation searing deeper than any wound. At last, through clenched teeth, he forced the words out. I seek the dragon bone spirit. I will forge a weapon. To beg so lowly, him, Sesshomaru, son of the great dog demon. The shame was unbearable. Yet to refuse would mean death. Kikyo's lips curved faintly. Had you spoken so honestly from the start, a demon bone might have been granted. But now, you must atone. Her eyes glinted as she judged his fate. You will serve the Eternal Church for 10 years. Obey, repent, and perhaps mercy will find you sooner. 10 years. A mere blink to a demon's long life. But to Sesshomaru, bound and humiliated, it was an eternity of torment. Change it, he spat. I will not give my loyalty. Kill me instead. Kikyo's expression hardened. Still so defiant. From the crowd, a warrior named Xiaofeng strode forward, sneering. With a single kick, he drove his heel into Sesshomaru's ribs. Bones cracked. Sesshomaru's vision darkened. Blood spilled from his lips as his body collapsed. And the proud dog demon knew no more. Take him to the craftsman, Xiaofeng ordered casually. His pelt will make a fine blanket. Yes, Lord Xiaofeng. Hands seized Sesshomaru's broken form, dragging him away. The moon above shone pitilessly on the fallen air, its silver glow no comfort to a pride now shattered. Chapter 170, Rin Tosaka, why does my goddess only torture me? Little monster, you came with him, didn't you? Jaken trembled where he stood, staring up at the hulking village chief whose grin stretched far too wide. The imp's eyes bulged. His legs gave out. And then, humiliation. He urinated on the spot. I am willing to atone. I will atone for my sins. Jaken shrieked, prostrating himself. His young master Sesshomaru had already been defeated, shackled like livestock. What hope did he have of resisting? To cling to pride was to court death. Better to surrender now, even if it meant degradation. TCH, the master is so arrogant, but his underlings are pathetic. Truly boring. The village chief sneered and waved his hand dismissively. From the shadows, chains of light slithered out, winding around Jaken's neck. 5 years of service, the chief said coldly. Earn your freedom then. The multiverse chat group. A notification chimed. Group member, Priestess of Jisei has uploaded a picture. Demon sword spirit, what is this abomination? Looks vile, some sort of bone monster. Priestess Jisei, as expected of Sister Long, your insight is unmatched. This creature is called the Dragon Bone Spirit, a yokai formed from the bones of a dragon. Deliverer of sentient beings, humph. To call such filth a dragon is an insult to the species. Looks more like chicken bones to me. Taoist dash and chew, buffed. There you go again. If you're not eating, you're drinking. If you're not drinking, you're preaching. Truly, you're the very picture of a thieving monk. Secondly, he's no monk. Call him what he is, bald. Bald donkey. Tanjiro, ahaha. Master Fahai has become rather famous lately. Uncle of the demon-slaying arts, in truth, such a life sounds enviable. Wine at dusk, delicacies at dawn, travel when you please to spread your doctrine. A comfortable little life indeed. He sighed. Not like me. I must negotiate with the provincial capitals daily, a dog driven half to death by duties. Tosaka University, why is everyone else living so well? Why am I the only one suffering under my goddess? Junior brother of Great Bamboo Peak, whoa. Are you offering sacrifices to the gods? Congratulations. Demon Sword Spirit, congratulations. Vampire Queen, congratulations. Demon Hunter, congratulations. Tosaka University, stop. Stop congratulating me. I haven't sacrificed anything. I only used the Holy Grail system ritual to summon a projection of my goddess. Demon Hunter, then why weep? With your goddess's presence, she can resolve troubles beyond you. What a blessing. Deliverer of sentient beings, envy. For peace, if a goddess descended into my world, I'd eradicate every fool who opposed me. You don't know blessing when it's in your hands, Rin Tosaka. Sadly reminded Lao Gao, this is shameless Versailles boasting. Don't flaunt it. Vampire Queen, I agree. It sounds like you're just showing off. Though. I too wouldn't mind if a goddess visited my world. Tight Moon World. Rin Tosaka knelt on the tatami floor, sitting formally with her legs tucked beneath her. In her hands, she held a fruit plate, offering it up with a practiced smile. Since the arrival of Wanwan, the so-called dark goddess, her life had been reduced to that of a maid. She brewed tea. She poured water. She massaged shoulders. She scrubbed backs. Every hour of every day, she catered to her goddess's whims. It was driving her insane. The worst part. There were others present, Ilya, Karen, yet for some reason, it was always Rin who bore the brunt of Wanwan's torment. Tosaka University, don't be jealous. My goddess is aligned with darkness. She torments me daily and refuses to work. Yua, my poor heart can't take it. Young Master Murong, darkness, is it? No wonder. Deliverer of sentient beings, dark goddess. Then you've drawn the rarest lot. Secondly, ha ha ha. Don't worry. Even if she is a goddess of darkness, she won't torture you forever. Give it a few days and it will ease. Tanjiro, yes, but, what's the goddess's name? Tosaka University, she said her name is Wanwan. Silence. Secondly. Deliverer of sentient beings. Demon Sword Spirit, at secondly, your world is incredible. Both light and darkness made manifest. Before Sher Feishuan descended, her holy radiance had left them in awe. Now, with Wanwan's arrival, a goddess of shadows stood revealed. A true dichotomy. Tosaka University, help me, what should I do? Fox who only loves money, why not ask the gods directly? Priestess Jisei, better not. This is trivial. Since the goddess descended, she won't remain long. Endure it, Sister Rin. Tosaka University, oh. I suppose you're right. Once the Holy Grail War concludes, she'll return. Fox who only loves money, by the way, has anyone noticed the images Xiaofeng uploaded? They don't look like real monsters. Something feels off. Deliverer of sentient beings, I sense it too. Odd indeed, though I can't pinpoint the flaw. Demon Sword Spirit, Xiaofeng, upload a video. Let us analyze it. Priestess G say, alright. A new notification. Group member, Priestess G say has uploaded a video. Priestess G say, also, my sister suspects something unusual about our world. It may be related. Tanjiro, anomalies in the world itself. That warrants investigation. As the new steward of the divine martial world, he had grown accustomed to handling such matters. Laws and the balance of souls were matters he understood keenly. Deliverer of sentient beings, have you noticed? Both the dragon bone spirit and the patterned great white dog share a peculiarity. Demon sword spirit, of course. I'm not blind. The flaw is obvious. Fox who only loves money, yes. Their world has only 4 souls. Strange, isn't it? Priestess G say, what's strange? Our world has always been that way. A soul is 4 parts, everyone knows this. Deliverer of sentient beings, my world is 3 souls, 6 spirits. Tanjiro, the same in mine. Dashin Chu, and mine as well. Priestess G say, then something is wrong with ours. 4 piece, indeed. Each world differs in law, but if your souls lack parts, then your entire world's order is flawed. The missing fragment will be filled by corruption, miasma. Junior brother of Great Bamboo Peak, exactly. If the missing piece isn't restored, miasma takes its place. Is that what you're saying? Fox who only loves money, yes. The flaw lies in the underworld, the realm of the dead. If it is broken, reincarnation itself collapses. Priestess G say, wait, let me speak with my sister. Soon after, Kikyo listened carefully as Xiaofeng relayed the chat group's insights. Her eyes lit with realization. So that's why so many abominations arise. The flaw lies within the underworld. Every world depended on its cycle of death and rebirth. If that cycle was disrupted, the entire cosmos would suffer. Kikyo asked, what else did they say? Inquire of Tushan Yaya. Monsters best understood monsters. Xiaofeng returned. Sister Yaya says the great dog's soul appears more intact. She suggests we attempt eternal meditation with him, to see if it restores balance. Compared to the dragon bone spirit, Sesomaru's condition was far superior. And in the myths of the East, Tengu were akin to divine beings. Very well, Kikyo said. He has awakened. Let us test this truth upon him. Sesomaru lay bound, suspended upside down like a lamb for slaughter. He had awoken half an hour earlier. In that time, he had thought of countless things, all while the grating sound of knives being sharpened rang in his ears. But salvation? None came to mind. Arrogance, he realized, bore a steep price. His own thoughtless pride had reduced him to this. Outside, butchers bantered merrily. Careful with the skin. The high priestess wants this dog hide as a quilt. Relax. I've been slaughtering pigs for decades. One skinny dog is nothing. Click. Click. The blades gleamed, honed to perfection. All right. Hang him up and slice off the dog's whip first. Hot pot tonight. Sesomaru's face darkened. Castration. First. A chill seized his loins. He closed his eyes, bracing himself for humiliation worse than death. Wait. Leave us. A voice like wind-borne bells. The men bowed instantly. Yes, Lady Envoy. The room filled with a faint, fragrant breeze as Kikyo entered, her younger sister beside her. With a flick of her finger, the seals on Sesomaru loosened slightly, enough for him to speak. If you intend to kill me, then do so. I will never surrender. Such a foolish dog, Kikyo said flatly. Do you think we lack test subjects? Castrate him, so he learns silence. The butchers rushed back in, knives gleaming. Sesomaru cursed himself. His own sharp tongue had doomed him. The silver edge flashed closer. At last, he broke. Say what you want. Don't dishonor me so. To suffer defeat was one thing. But if word spread that Sesomaru, son of the great dog demon, had been emasculated, his father's legacy would crumble. Even Inuyasha would laugh himself sick. Every demon feared castration. He was no different. Kikyo's gaze softened. Then swear it. Become a believer. We have vital experiments to conduct. In return, your strength may yet grow. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, The Sacrifices Gathered, Only to be Offered, The Chaotic World of the Fox Demons. Strength. The topic startled Sesomaru. Of all things, strength was what he desired most at this moment. You aren't lying to me. His amber eyes narrowed, suspicion glinting within them. Kikyo's expression remained serene. For a demon stripped of his ability to resist, what use would lies be? Even if I took a blade and cut you into pieces right now, you'd have no means to refuse. Sesshomaru said nothing. She was right. He was a prisoner now, bound like livestock. If not for the threat of castration, too humiliating even for death to cleanse, he would have chosen to die rather than yield. Silence stretched. Finally, he lowered his gaze and spoke slowly, his voice heavy with reluctant pride. I vow to become a believer. For 20 years, I will not betray the woman before me, nor harm those under her care. That is the term. He was no fool. Surrender was only temporary. By setting a deadline, he bought himself the freedom to reclaim his pride when the time came. Kikyo only smiled faintly, offering no comment. In her heart, she mused, he thinks he's suffering to join us now. But in time, even if he wanted to leave, he would find the chains unbreakable. What a ridiculous, prideful dog. Half an hour later, Sesshomaru, Jaken scurrying at his heels, appeared before Kikyo once more. Speak, he said curtly. What do you want me to do? His tone was even, detached. No trace of inferiority colored his words. Even as a captive, even as a new believer, Sesshomaru held himself tall, convinced that respect was owed only to strength. And right now, Kikyo held the advantage. Nothing more. Surrender was merely a pause, not an end. Kikyo did not take offense. She produced a scroll and extended it toward him. This is the eternal meditation of our doctrine, she explained. According to our research, all monsters possess great flaws. Miasma may strengthen them in one sense, but have you ever seen a yokai transcend the level of a demon? The question froze Sesshomaru in place. In all his years, he had never seen it. In his mind, only one reigned supreme, his father, the great dog demon, Toga. Unmatched, invincible, he had embodied the true king. Flaws? Explain yourself, Sesshomaru said at last. It is simple, Kikyo continued. Right now, your body brims with miasma. It props up your demonic power, becoming a second force. Your poison claws, for instance, rely on it. But tell me, did the dragon bone spirit wield miasma? Did your father? Sesshomaru frowned. He recalled his father's battles, fierce and unrelenting, fought with nothing more than fang, claw, and sword. No. His father had never relied on miasma. Could it be that miasma is truly a weakness, not a strength? Perhaps the flaw was not his alone, but the curse of all monsters. Without another word, Sesshomaru sat cross-legged and opened the scroll, his sharp gaze scanning the passages of eternal meditation. A great dog moved quickly when he set his mind to it. As he sank into meditation, black smoke began to leak from his body, curling into the air. Jaken's eyes bulged. Young master. The miasma, it's pouring out. Xiaofeng, watching nearby, nodded gravely. Just as Sister Yaya said. The miasma never belonged. It's a flaw of existence. Kikyo's eyes softened with calculation. If this is true, then our next step must be to enter the underworld. Otherwise, this world faces calamity. Xiaofeng bowed. Yes. After the sacrifices are gathered, we'll make the journey. An hour passed. Sesshomaru opened his eyes, returning from meditation. For the first time in centuries, his body felt weightless. As though drifting upon clouds. His demonic power, however, surged within him like a raging volcano, brimming with life. The miasma, gone. Every trace burned away. A rare gleam crossed his eyes. Is this the power of God? He tried to rise, but his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto his knees. Master, are you hurt? Jaken panicked. Silence, Sesshomaru barked, mortified. My legs are merely unsteady. How could a being who had touched divine strength be reduced to weak knees? Impossible. Yet it took him 10 full minutes before he could stand on his own. When at last he steadied himself, his gaze lingered warily on Kikyo. She studied him and asked, how does it feel? Better than ever, he admitted flatly. But tell me, by giving me this method, do you not fear I'll betray you? For within him, new confidence burned. He had chosen the moon's meditation, attuned to lunar force. It allowed him to negate the powers of the gods of light, and even twist that radiance to his own benefit. With this, perhaps he could rival Kikyo herself. Kikyo only smiled, serene as a shrine bell. If betrayal tempts you, then try it. You have now glimpsed the power of God. Consider, then, the fate of those who turned against us. The last betrayer was punished in the Ghost Sea, tormented for 1,000 years. It wasn't our doing. Eternal executors mete out such justice. God loves the world. But for those who spurn grace, unimaginable tortures await. Do you wish to share that fate? Beside her, Xiaofeng grinned wickedly like a mischievous imp. A chill rippled through Sesshomaru and Jaken both. Never betray. Never. Even Sesshomaru's pride recognized the truth, there were forces even he could not withstand. Jaken thought bitterly, so much for the 20-year limit, young master. Betrayal now leads straight to the Ghost Sea. Sesshomaru cleared his throat, masking unease. Small sacrifices were acceptable if they brought greater strength. From there, Kikyo questioned him closely, and through his answers pieced together the flaws of this world. Souls themselves were incomplete. All living beings bore defects, and yokai most of all. The later a demon was born, the weaker its potential, and the heavier its burden of miasma. Only half-demons, untainted by miasma, escaped this curse. Sesshomaru's eyes tightened. Was this why his father had sought Princess Aoi, giving birth to Inuyasha? It made sense. A stronger heir, untainted by flaws. Though his pride rebelled, he could not deny the truth, his own miasma weakened him. By the way, he said suddenly, I heard Totosai works here. I would meet him. There are matters I wish to commission. What matters? Xiaofeng tilted his head. A weapon, Sesshomaru replied. He loosened the tensiga at his hip. This blade serves me no longer. I offer it as a sacrifice. Another benefit of joining this religion, proximity. Totosai could no longer escape him. And if Kikyo valued souls above all, then what need had he of a blade that could not kill? Better to offer it up and seize Tesega for himself. Master, that sword is your father's legacy. Jaken protested. A sword that cannot kill is useless to me. Together, master and servant walked toward Furnace Mountain. Kikyo, left holding the tensiga, examined it with mild surprise. This blade is extraordinary. I sense the power of the underworld within it. He shouldn't know this, though. Xiaofeng asked, so can it be a sacrifice? Yes, Kikyo said softly. The second offering has been found. She had intended to gather 3 sacrifices before returning to Keed's village. Now she had 2, the heart of the dragon bone spirit, and the inheritance blade of the great dog demon. One more, with the Tree of Ages, the Trinity would be complete. Then the true festival could begin. The Fox Demon World. Since pledging themselves to the gods, the Fox clan who walked the path of affection had not lost strength. They had grown stronger. At their forefront, Tushan Honghong had ascended to the 12th realm. Her fur shimmered with a noble luster, dreamlike, divine. Under the rule of the 3 sisters, dynasties of men had crumbled. A new harmony dawned, no exploitation, no oppression, every soul with food to eat. Progress slowed without competition, yet compared to those who had not embraced the eternal faith, the difference was staggering. The Tao League had split. Royal descendants and countless soldiers fled to the territory of Aolai Kingdom, creating a world divided. One realm embraced the eternal God. One rejected it. Those who believed enjoyed divine favor. Storms, earthquakes, floods, all disasters were subdued before they could strike. Those who resisted, floundered. The Tao League's strength dwindled. Monsters infested their lands unchecked, chaos rampant. Even Aolai's proud armies, dispatched to suppress rebellion, could not tame the turmoil. Worse still, Lu Che's meddling had shattered an ancient seal, releasing countless malevolent spirits. Aolai bled troops battling them, leaving none to challenge Tushan Honghong's dominion. Atop the eternal temple, voices chattered like gamblers in a market. Look, another hydra crawls from the rift. I'll bet 5 coins it lasts a day. TCH. Last time with the black-spotted bear, you swore it would hold an hour. It barely outlasted a burning incense stick. Keep your mouth shut. Still, a hydra's no joke. I'll give it some credit. Their noise rose like a tide, but it could not disturb the 3 Fox sisters. Tushan Honghong sat upon her throne, gazed distant as she watched chaos churn across the lands. Why, she murmured, do they resist the light of our God so fiercely? Selfishness, Tushan Rongrong said with scorn. Aolai clings to its superiority, blind to salvation. Only Tushan Yaya reclined lazily, tail swishing, absorbed in the multiverse chat group. Sister, the matter last time is settled, she said absently. And you were right, souls here are deeply flawed. Honghong's eyes narrowed. Beyond the mortal veil, the world itself trembled. The sacrifices gathered. The festival neared. And the flawed order of heaven and earth hung by a thread. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, Sisters about to be separated, Kikyo's determination. Tushan Honghong glanced back, a smile playing across her lips, her expression just a little smug. How could such a simple problem trouble her? But sister, Tushan Yaya piped up, tilting her head with an innocent look, how do you know the souls of yokai are flawed? She had inherited the fine tradition of asking when she didn't understand. Cute, curious, even if it made her seem naive. Truthfully, she often wanted to smack her sister. But she couldn't deny it, Honghong was more knowledgeable, more perceptive than her. Honghong did not answer with words. Instead, she let her demon power flow, shaping it into a sphere that hovered in the air. Yet the sphere was incomplete, its surface marred, broken. "Look at this ball," she said softly. "Suppose it represents a soul. When it is incomplete, it cannot reincarnate. There are 4 souls and 6 spirits. But in their world, it seems there are only 4 souls and 2 spirits. That is the gap." Her eyes glimmered with certainty. "In our world, there are 3 souls and 6 spirits. In theirs, something is missing. Of course," she added carefully, "this is only my hypothesis. Suppose that world has no 6-fold cycle of reincarnation, only an ordinary underworld. Even if the will within it is weak, it would still strive to preserve the order of rebirth. But when souls are incomplete, something must fill the void. And so." Tushan Yaya's face lit with understanding. "The miasma is born. That's it. I wondered why their world is so full of monsters and evil spirits. It's because the underworld is broken." "Exactly." Hong Hong's smile widened. "Fortunately, the priestess Kikyo has someone clever at her side, someone who could grasp my meaning. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to wait for the gods to intervene directly." She lifted her eyes to the bright sky, her smile radiant and dazzling. Even Yaya, mischievous and playful as she was, found herself captivated. "My sister is so beautiful when she laughs. It seems," Hong Hong mused, "that this Kikyo, this shrine maiden, truly is much like me. An existence born to bear weight." Yaya wagged her tails, eager. "Then I'll reach out to that priest, Xiao Feng. I think he'll want to talk with you." Aolai Kingdom. Since humans had been brought into their land, life for the spirits of Aolai had not improved. In fact, it had worsened. The monsters that had once been sealed within the ancient circles had escaped, and now, coupled with the sudden influx of troublemaking humans, the entire kingdom stood on the brink of collapse. If not for the fairies and immortals above, lending their aid from time to time, Aolai would not have survived the last 3 months. But each day was harder than the last. A furious hydra rampaged, its roar shaking mountains, its heads lashing in blind anger. The common folk could only scream in terror, knowing it was beyond them. The Dao League had few top-level fighters left. Their cultivators were scattered, their strength diminished. Even so, the hydra was not their only concern. Across the sea, the 3 Tushan sisters watched like hawks. If Aolai committed too many forces, the fox demons would strike without mercy. "What do we do? None of the immortals have awakened." A girl stood atop a mountain peak, her body wreathed in silvery fur, her bearing regal despite her youth. Though she was a woman, she carried the calm authority of a ruler. She was Aolai's current decision-maker. Behind her, an elderly woman knelt, her voice full of sorrow. "I'm sorry, my lady." Still no response. The Age of Doom has drained much of the aura, the immortals slumber on. Immortals could sleep. But mortals could not. That was the tragedy. The girl's gaze hardened. "Then forget it. Protect the humans first. We'll drive the creatures of the circle back as best we can. Prepare to shrink the front lines." The elder hesitated. "But my lady, is it truly worth it? Those humans are nothing but weeds." "This is an order," the girl said sharply. "And do not forget the words of our ancestors. One day, humans will be the protagonists of the world." Her tone softened. She did not wish to shame her own kind. But she could not waver. For the future, sacrifices had to be made. But what she did not know was that the humans she fought to protect were not grateful. Day by day, they watched how their neighbors in the lands of the eternal faith lived. Peacefully. Comfortably. And doubts began to creep into their hearts. Are the Dao League truly good for us? They always say the eternal church is evil, yet over there, life is calm. Food every day. Sunshine without fear. Something feels wrong. The prince promised us a dynasty here, but he's never present. Always parading about. Meanwhile, storms and monsters plague us constantly. Tell me then, who are the real evildoers? Silence followed. But the words dug deep. Here, humans lived like prisoners in hell. There, under the fox demon's care, life resembled paradise. Which would they choose? That night, dozens of desperate souls slipped away, braving the freezing sea. The water was cruel, biting their flesh like knives. Many clutched driftwood, floating, praying. If only we can reach the shore, then peace will be ours. Hours passed. Some sank, their strength spent. But others survived. When at last they staggered onto the coast, they laughed through their tears. They had escaped death. A new life awaited. Come quickly, warm yourselves before you freeze. The voice was rough, guttural. A man blinked up in gratitude, then froze when he saw who spoke. A fish demon, scales gleaming, gills fluttering. Shock overcame him. He fainted dead away. The others recoiled. Monsters. Of course. At the fish demon's feet were humans. Were they captives? Food? The tension was suffocating until the black-scaled fish demon sighed. Don't panic. They collapsed from exhaustion. I found them at sea and brought them here. Understanding dawned slowly. You won't eat us. The monsters of the Eternal Church do not eat humans. Do you not know? He turned, revealing the sacred mark carved upon his back. The characters for eternity burned bright. Any monster who bore this sigil could not eat humans, could not sin. The gods themselves enforced it. Any who dared forge the mark falsely would be hunted without end. When the truth sank in, the refugees wept with joy. They had escaped their torment. They had found salvation. At dawn, the gates of Huiyin City swung wide. The new arrivals were taken in, given food, shelter, and work. When Tu Shan Hong Hong heard the report, she smiled. The tide has turned. Spread these stories far and wide. Let the spies carry them back. The truth will do our work for us. She had waited months for this moment. Finally, cracks appeared in Aolai's walls. In Aolai's outskirts, rumors spread like wildfire. Those who fled reached Huiyin City alive. They were given homes and jobs. But, how can we cross the sea? We'll drown. Voices clamored, hope warring with fear. Then came the sound of drums. Boom. Boom. A golden carriage rolled through the streets. Upon it stood the prince, cloaked in grandeur. Do not be afraid, he cried. The Lord of Aolai has promised, once we repel the monsters, we will build a human kingdom in Beiqing district. Fireworks burst overhead, illuminating his proud face. But the people only stared with cold, weary eyes. They did not want kingdoms. They wanted peace. A ruler deaf to his people's hearts was no ruler at all. When the carriage passed, an old man whispered, "We elders can die here. But the young must flee. Huiyin City is their hope. Go. Survive. Even if we must be sacrifices, let them live." Tears welled in his eyes. May the gods forgive our mistakes, and let our children walk the right path. The younger generation bowed deeply. Yes, patriarch. That night, hundreds fled Aolai. When the Tao League discovered the exodus, their faces turned pale. They dared not pursue by sea. The waters belonged to the eternal faith. Damn it. Why are these people so foolish? Find out who spreads these lies. Yes, my lord. But oppression only bred more resistance. They could not see it, but their grip was already slipping. Inuyasha's world. Sister, elder sister. Xiaofeng came running breathlessly. News from Tu Shan Hong Hong. Kikyo turned. Oh. What does she say? She asks, since the cause has been discovered, why not begin the sacrifice? Let the gods judge directly. Kikyo's breath caught. Yes. Why not? If the underworld's flaw could be resolved, it would be a merit beyond measure. But doubt nodded her. Is it time? She thought long. At last, she closed her eyes and decided. If delay meant more creatures born twisted by miasma, then waiting was cruelty. She would act. Xiaofeng, pass the order. The ceremony begins in 3 days. Perhaps, this will be the last time I walk this world. From then on, everything is yours. Xiaofeng froze. Sister, you mean to sacrifice yourself? He had not expected their separation to come so soon. But Kikyo's resolve was set. For the sake of the world, for the sake of souls, she was ready. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, The Law of Time is Born, a new occupation of the eternal religion, eternal priestess. My wish has always been simple, Kikyo said softly, tucking a strand of hair neatly behind her ear as she gazed tenderly at her younger sister. I only ever wanted to be a shrine maiden who could save the world, while still taking care of you at the same time. Her words were calm, but they carried the weight of years. If not for the eternal god sect, she continued, her tone quieter, Amiko is nothing but an outcast, despised by demons, feared by humans, even mistrusted by other Mikas. All my life I've walked a lonely path. She smiled faintly, though her eyes dimmed. But now you've grown. You've become a shrine maiden in your own right, unique and stronger than I ever was. That much reassures me. I can finally devote myself wholly to serving the gods. Xiaofeng bowed her head, crystalline tears dripping freely onto her hands. Never had she imagined, this was the heart her sister carried. To the world, Kikyo was strong, brave, holy, an untouchable shrine maiden who carried herself with unshakable dignity. But within, she was still a woman. A woman who yearned for a love that would last, for a family where happiness blossomed. Yet fate had denied her every dream. Everything she wished for had turned against her. And so, the more her personal joy was stripped away, the fiercer her resolve became to bring salvation to others. If I cannot be happy, Kikyo thought, then let me find joy in seeing others' happiness. It was her path. Her burden. Her chosen strength. Now her sister had grown, no longer so fragile that Kikyo needed to fear losing her. With the world's problems on the verge of being solved, she could at last accept the fate she had long prepared for herself. To leave this painful world. To step into the realm of the gods. To wait for them, faithfully, as her duty demanded. It was the highest honor of a shrine maiden. Moreover, Xiao Feng had told her, the goddesses were all true gods. Kikyo's heart longed to meet them. To speak with them. She drew Xiao Feng into her arms, holding her close, saying nothing more. She simply stroked her sister's back as she always had, humming a quiet lullaby like a mother soothing a child. For a long while, the younger girl sobbed against her shoulder. At last, Xiao Feng straightened, wiping her tears. Her eyes were red but blazing with determination. I'll work hard, she promised. I'll work harder than ever. I'll make the world ascend to a higher level, no matter what it takes. Kikyo's smile warmed. I know. Their gazes met, sister to sister, in a silence full of unspoken words. The day of the festival. Several days later, the festival began. Maple Village was alive with celebration. Lanterns swayed, ribbons fluttered, banners snapped in the wind. The once small settlement now teemed with life, its population 10 times what it had been before Kikyo left to battle. Where there had once been a handful of huts, now stood homes of stone, sturdy and beautiful. To ordinary humans, the villagers who had gained divine blessings looked like immortals. The village chief, promoted by both age and merit, had become the mayor of what now resembled a thriving town. At dawn, the temple bells rang. Their peals echoed far, not only across Maple Village but also in Dragon Canyon and the mountain settlement of Chuyao. Boom. 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 The sound rippled like waves across the land. Everywhere, men and demons alike dropped to their knees in reverence. The altar Kikyo had prepared stood beside the Tree of Ages, built of vast stone blocks stacked 9 levels high. It was unadorned, unpretentious, yet its presence radiated solemnity. Upon it were gathered the rarest of offerings. The heart of the dragon bone spirit. The Tensiga, Fang of the great dog demon. The Tree of Ages itself. And Kikyo, Miko of the eternal god. Atop the altar, Kikyo knelt in quiet prayer. Xiao Feng steadied her trembling voice, then began to sing. Her chant rose on the breeze, weaving through the air until even the sunlit sky seemed to grow hazy, as if touched by dream. The true god was about to descend. Nervous murmurs rippled through the gathered crowd. Even the thunderbirds fidgeted with unease. Sesshomaru knelt in the distance, Jaken bowing at his side. Master, Jaken whispered, will God really appear? Sesshomaru's eyes flashed, sharp. Silence. Do not ask what you should not. Wait. He glared. Fool. One who had never seen the power of a god could not comprehend its terror. God's domain. In the world of the gods, Lu Che was busy training Lin Qing'er and Kagaya. Not what one might imagine, this was no dalliance, but combat instruction. Though both possessed immense talent, their grasp of divine arts was clumsy. Lin Qing'er, the goddess Nuwa, wielded her powers bluntly. She knew only to call upon creation, but not how to manipulate it tactically. Even Tsunade, observing, shook her head in exasperation. With the ability to create, Qing'er should have been shaping the battlefield to her advantage, yet she fought as if wielding a club. Kagaya, by contrast, was worse. With her Byakugan and Rinne Sharingan, her potential was limitless. Yet her close combat was pitiful. Such divine talents, wasted. After half an hour, Kagaya lay sprawled on the floor, clutching her backside with teary eyes, pouting as though the world had wronged her. Lin Qing'er fared better, finally grasping a style under Tsunade's guidance. Creation means all things. All things can be weapons. She began to experiment, conjuring objects, hurling them, weaving endless assaults. Enough, Lu Che said at last. Training ends here. Kagaya, you failed. Lin Qing'er, you failed too. Reflect when you return. Both goddesses knelt immediately, chastened. Even Tsunade and the others watching bowed their heads. God was God. Even revealing but a fraction of his strength, Lu Che overwhelmed them all. The demoness standing apart clenched her fists, eyes burning. Everyone has their own path, she realized. Mine is force. To be the demon beneath one god but above all others. Back in the Ziwei Palace, Lu Che's gaze turned to the golden message shimmering before him. He smiled. The sacrifices had begun. Good, he murmured. Ding. Your followers sacrificed the heart of the dragon bone spirit. Triggering a 1,500-fold increase, you receive the 4-star beast, Undead Bone Dragon. Ding. Your followers sacrifice the Tensiga, Fong of Healing. Triggering a 10,000-fold increase, you receive the Supreme Artifact, Blade of Judgment. Ding. Your followers sacrifice the Tree of Ages, Bearer of Immense Fortune. Triggering a 1,000,000-fold increase, you obtain a complete law, Time. Ding. Your followers sacrifice the Shrine Maiden Kikyo, Blessed with Great Fortune. Triggering a 10,000-fold increase, you unlock a special occupation, Eternal Priestess. Eternal Priestess, a unique class within the Eternal Church. Only women of pure heart, utterly devoted, may undergo the transfer. Even if their soul is sacrificed, betrayal is impossible. Their body may perish, but their soul is eternal. They exist as fanatics, forever loyal. Lu Che's eyes gleamed. As expected of Kikyo, even in sacrifice, she surpasses. To give her life and gain a new divine occupation, splendid. But what pleased him most was the Tree of Ages. The complete law of time. With time itself in his grasp, his god realm would accelerate, evolve, ascend. This was no mere fragment. Time was one of the 3 highest laws, far beyond the path of love. Compared to it, all else seemed meager. Though Shao Wan had sealed his residence with 100,000 wards, even so, the ripple of power was undeniable. Time warped within his chambers, swirling like a vortex. Those outside could not detect the truth, but Shao Wan, attuned, trembled. Another law, she thought. He has mastered another law. Only half a year had passed since his first. Already, he grasped time. Within the divine world, fragments of law dimmed, surrendering to his mastery. Those who had once touched time felt their own grasp weaken. This was the submission of all fragments to the true sovereign. Time now obeyed him. The gods might kill Lu Che in this moment. But they could not kill his past. Nor his future. Time itself was his shield. He was, in truth, immortal. Inuyasha's world. From the skies above, light descended. God himself revealed his presence. Lu Che's form appeared vast and resplendent, divine power flooding across the land. His generosity was rare, but the sacrifices had been too rich to ignore. Were his fortune higher than 60%, he might have swallowed this world whole. In the western lands, Sesshomaru's mother, Lady Ling Yu, gazed upward, frozen. The figure above was strikingly handsome, surrounded by 9 radiant orbs circling his head like planets. Behind him towered a giant peach tree, and around him coiled the flowing power of time. One glance, and she saw her childhood self, laughing in innocence. Another glance, and she saw herself alone, weeping at the end of days. True loneliness, true despair. A death without solace. So that is my end. Lady Ling Yu whispered, tears glistening in her eyes. When the age of spirit ended, and miasma consumed the world, no monster would survive. Even she, once mistress of the West, would fade. At the altar, Kikyo and Xiaofeng looked up, overwhelmed. The god had come. Their voices rang out, trembling with awe. Bow before the eternal God. Bow before the Supreme One. All around, the faithful fell prostrate. Light gathered, dimming only enough for mortal eyes to glimpse his majesty. Rise, Lu Che's voice resounded like thunder from the 9th heaven. I am pleased with your sacrifice. As chief priest and priestess, each of you may make one wish. The law of time coursed through him. His generosity swelled. For this moment, he would grant them anything. The promise of a god's wish, how it shook every heart present. Even Sesshomaru, kneeling apart, felt a rare flicker of envy. If only that wish were his. He would restore this broken world. He would command its destiny. Chapter 174, Chapter 174, The Most Selfless Shrine Maiden, in Inuyasha's Restored World. Sesshomaru had no desire to resurrect his father. It had been his father's choice to fall in battle, and he would not insult that choice by undoing it. What Sesshomaru longed for instead was to see the world restored to its original form. To sweep away corruption, to crush every rival and stand above all as the supreme power. Yet even that ambition, fierce as it was, faltered. For before the figure of God, towering, radiant, his very presence shaking the depths of the soul, Sesshomaru felt something he had never known. Despair. The proud demon lord, who never once bowed his head before foe or ally, felt his spirit wither. Before a god, he was nothing more than a crawling reptile, stripped of pride, stripped of dominion. What arrogance! What conceit! How laughable they seemed now. His golden eyes narrowed, thoughtful. So this is divinity. This is power beyond all things. A new goal sparked in his heart. The divine world must harbor countless strong ones. One day, I too will step into that realm, and meet them face to face. For the first time in centuries, Sesshomaru envisioned a future he truly desired. Upon the altar, Kikyo knelt in her white shrine maiden robes. Her voice, serene yet resolute, rose to answer the god's question. Merciful Lord, she said, lifting her face to the heavens, our world is fraught with flaws. The cycle of souls has been broken, and new lives are born incomplete. This humble maiden, Kikyo, is willing to give herself wholly. I beg you, show your divine power, and grant this world a future bathed in light. Even in surrender, she thought not of herself. Even on the brink of death, her mind lingered only on the fate of the world. Lu Che's eyes softened. He understood the truth of her words. This realm's underworld had been shattered, trampled until its balance lay in ruins. The Tensiga, one of the treasures meant to suppress the underworld, had long been taken by the great dog demon. He had taken it not from greed, but from necessity, for if the messengers of the underworld had seized it, disaster would have followed. The will of the world remained, but the consciousness of its underworld was fractured beyond recognition. What a chaotic realm this was. You ask only this. Lu Che said quietly. Yes, Kikyo replied, bowing until her forehead touched stone. This is the sole wish of your servant. So selfless, he murmured. I like it. Then, let it be as you desire. He stretched forth his hand. The barrier of space quivered, then shattered like glass. Gasps rippled across the crowd as the god drew forth a black sphere, holding it effortlessly in his palm. Is that the underworld? One whispered. Is that the world after death? Another breathed, shivering. Within the orb, Sesomaru's sharp eyes glimpsed a figure moving in the depths, tall, proud, overseeing every corner of that dark domain. His breath caught. He knew that face. His father. The great dog demon was not truly dead. His body had perished, but his soul, weighted with immeasurable merit, had been chosen by the will of the world to govern the deepest reaches of the underworld. It was a realm no ordinary soul could touch, the very core of death itself. The disorder in your world stems from the underworld's corruption, Lu Che declared, his voice ringing across heaven and earth. Its order was broken, and so the living world grew unbalanced. To fill the void, it devoured miasma and resentment. His gaze fell on the figure within the sphere. This hound sought to mend that rift, using his powerful soul to sustain the underworld. But the sacrifice is too great. That path cannot stand. A smile touched his lips. For your sake, Shrine Maiden, I shall appoint him Lord of the Underworld. Golden light poured from his hand, sinking into the sphere. At once, a cry echoed through every corner of creation, the mournful wail of 1,000 ghosts. Then, silence. Under Lu Che's divine radiance, resentment was purified. The twisted underworld lords shed their monstrous forms, returning to their original shapes. This was no longer a realm choking on poison to survive. Order was reborn. Souls could once again find peace. The great dog demon lifted his head within that realm, awe-filling his eyes. He bowed deeply, his tribes behind him lowering their heads in worship. Thanks be to the god's grace, his voice resounded. This king shall guard the underworld, and preserve its balance. Praise be to the god's gift. Even the lords of the underworld, now restored to sanity, knelt as one. Faith surged like a tide. Lu Che raised a brow in surprise. The will of the world itself did not resist, but rather yielded. Because I saved its underworld, it allows my faith to spread. A wise consciousness indeed. His heart lightened. His gaze turned toward Xiaofeng. His high priestess. Under the weight of his attention, Xiaofeng trembled. She had no wish for herself. She had only one so small, so fragile, it shamed her to voice it. At last, tears stinging her eyes, she whispered. Lord God, please, take care of my sister. All her life she gave. All her life, she never once was cared for. The god's lips curved. What rare, lovely sisters they were. One gave her soul for the world. The other sought only her sister's joy. Such pure hearts, he said. And you do not regret this? No, Lord, Xiaofeng answered humbly. This is my only wish. Very well. So be it. Lu Che's smile deepened. Yet as my chief priestess, you deserve more than a single humble boon. Accept this, become a 3-star envoy, and take with you a sacred beast as your companion. Spread my power through this world. Rainbow light descended. Xiaofeng gasped as her soul blazed, rising higher, brighter. Her strength surged like a tide. Once, she had merely surpassed the great demons. Now she stepped into immortality itself. By her side, light shimmered, coalescing into a dreamlike form, a radiant deer with a coat of iridescent hues. Its eyes shone with wisdom, its hooves sparked with divine fire. An 8-star sacred beast. It nuzzled against her, gentle and strong. Sesomaru's jaw tightened as he watched. This ridiculous little deer already eclipsed his power. What humiliation. But Lu Che was not done. With a sweep of his hand, he pressed the underworld back into its rightful place. The tree of ages shimmered as his gaze passed over it, opening a hidden gate through time itself. The heavens cleared. The divine light withdrew. Kikyo's soul ascended in that radiance, carried to the god realm. And the world of Inuyasha was whole once more. The air grew clear. The land breathed again. Suppressed creatures stirred, lifting their heads in wonder. Xiaofeng stroked the deer's neck, then turned to the believers beside her. You have witnessed his power, she said firmly. You know now what we must do. The faithful nodded, voices rising in unison. Quell the chaos. Spread the doctrine. Xiaofeng's heart warmed. Yes. This is the path. Elsewhere, Todesai sat outside his cave, still trembling at the memory of the god's descent. Never had he thought to glimpse his master's soul again. How wondrous. He muttered. From this day, I'll forge for the gods alone. Perhaps when I die, I too will see my lord once more. Moments later, Sesomaru's shadow fell across him. The old swordsmith narrowed his eyes. You still seek Tesega? Will you give it? Sesomaru asked coldly. The key lies in the black pearl hidden within Inuyasha's eye, Todesai said slowly. But can you promise not to kill him? Humph. That fool is unworthy of my blade. Sesomaru turned away. Gods had walked this world, why should he trouble himself with petty quarrels? His father's weapon he would claim, yes. But not to slay his brother. Only to forge anew, to walk forward, to prepare. For the world was changing. And soon, unification would come. God's domain. Kikyo, bathed in light, found herself standing within the Ziwei Palace. The great hall shimmered with radiance, its marble floor glowing with holy luster. She blinked, dazed. One breath ago, she had been in her world. Now she stood here. Foolish girl, a voice snapped. The god himself is before you. Kneel. An unseen force pressed down. Kikyo dropped to her knees instantly, unable to resist. A finger lowered, and the pressure eased. Lin Qing'er's calm voice followed, that is enough. Thank you, Lord, Kikyo murmured, bowing again. At last, her eyes found him. The eternal god. Lu Che. Her breath caught. He was impossibly handsome, his gaze steady yet kind. Her cheeks flushed, heart pounding wildly in her chest. Even knowing, even preparing, she could not help herself. To face a god in the flesh was to be overwhelmed. Kikyo, his voice rumbled, warm. I promised your sister I would watch over you. From this day forth, you are priestess of the Ziwei Palace. Stay by my side. Thank you, Lord God, she whispered, trembling. The multiverse chat group. As always, after a sacrifice came the sharing of records. This time was no exception. Jisei Miko uploaded a video. 1.4 Sacrifice Ceremony, bathed in God's grace. Messages flowed instantly. Pursuing all beings, incredible. Xiaofeng advanced straight to a 3-star envoy. Congratulations. Chu Dashin, see this. This is true devotion. Look at her, God granted wishes, yet she asked nothing for herself. Demon sword spirit, that's the heart of a true bodhisattva. Complete selflessness. Greedy little fox, ugh, compared to her, I feel ashamed. All my wishes have been selfish. Secondly, same here. But still, that underworld, no wonder this world overflowed with demons and resentment. A broken underworld poisons everything. Ninth Uncle Demon Slayer, damn it. While I exhaust myself conquering provinces, she flips her hands and saves a whole world with one sacrifice. Am I the fool here? Tanjiro, told you. You should have tried sacrificing first. Vampire Queen, wait, this eternal priestess, is that a new class? I just saw the announcement. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, Wanwan sets the table, the Holy Grail war draws to an end. The spirit of the demon sword, I just saw it too, the eternal priestess. Is this because the gods favor our female priests, letting them advance into a new profession? Ninja scientist, you're thinking too much. Wake up already. Tanjiro, the eternal priestess isn't something our chief priest can transfer into. It's an existence only available to the most devout believers. Sure which, let me explain. I just received an oracle about it. Sure which, the eternal priestess is the highest honor granted to a woman within the eternal religion. Only those pure in body and mind, with unwavering faith, can ascend to it. They gain not only tremendous strength but also the ability to wield divine power. Simply put, it's another branch of priesthood, one that spreads the faith alongside the chief priest. Secondly, understood. Guess we'll just have to try it. The fox who only loves money, by the way, your sister Kikyo sacrificed herself. Now everything rests on you. Ji sure which, yes. My sister originally said she wanted to meet your sister, Tu Shan Hong Hong, but I don't think that will happen anytime soon. The fox who only loves money, no, they'll meet soon. Because we're preparing to seize the last bastion of faith left in our world. Purdue of all beings, I can't even get a word in while you're all chatting like this. Chu Dashin, +1. Blonde boy Sam, I just hope the next group members come from another technological world. Otherwise, it's always awkward when they don't understand anything. Vampire Queen, speaking of awkward. How far along is Rin Tosaka now? At 4 piece, Selena, you're wicked. Rin Tosaka, it's fine. Others keep fighting endlessly, but that one finally moved. Honestly, I envy Xiao Feng. She's already a 3-star envoy now. I could cry. Ji sure which, keep at it. The Type Moon World. Fuyuki City, ground zero of the Holy Grail War. Since Gilgamesh and several other heroic spirits had been captured, the situation had spiraled further into chaos. If not for Wanwan, who knew no fear, the number of heroic spirits still alive would have dwindled too quickly, making the sacrifices insufficient. It was precisely this uncertainty that kept her entertained. This world fascinated her, so many ways to kill, so many games to play. The only pity was that the gods forbade wanton slaughter. Otherwise, she would have unleashed her full power long ago. In the Amiya household, Shiro Amiya's servant was none other than Nero Claudius, the flamboyant Roman emperor. But even she found herself shackled. Master, Nero grumbled, pacing within the house like a caged lion, why are you so timid? We've been hiding here for 3 whole days. Shiro winced. Nero, you don't understand. Out there is a devil in female form. Terrifying. She could flatten you with a single strike. Humph. How dare you speak so lightly of me? Nero puffed her chest proudly, her pale green eyes flashing with imperial pride. She was no mere servant. She was Emperor of Rome, endowed with the imperial privilege skill, the ability to manifest nearly any ability at will. And yet, here she was, bound by her master's command seals, unable to leave. The humiliation nearly drove her mad. Their argument was cut short. Boom. A pillar of fire surged skyward. A towering waterspout ripped through the streets of Fuyuki. And with it came a light, dazzling, holy, oppressive. Nero vaulted to the roof, eyes narrowing at the radiant brilliance above. That glow, could it be him? The Sword of the Sun. The Knight of the Round Table, Gawain. Elsewhere, at the Tosaka estate, Artoria Pendragon looked to the same halo and sighed quietly. Gawain, this is your light. By her side, young Iliasville and Sakura Tosaka stirred awake, sensing the presence of the Round Table Knight. The famed Sun Knight was no rumor. He was real, and overwhelmingly powerful. Northern Fuyuki. Floodwaters consumed the northern district. Amid the chaos, Semiramis, the Black Queen, commanded her hanging gardens against both Gawain and Gillis de Rice. Gawain's disgust was palpable. Of all the allies he could have been forced to cooperate with, it had to be Gillis, the madman who butchered innocence for twisted pleasure. But the command seals bound him. He had no choice. Disgusting, he muttered, watching Gillis summon another monstrous sea creature from the depths. Semiramis herself sneered at the abomination slithering through the waves. How could something so grotesque exist? Stand back, witch, Gawain declared. By the blessing of the sun, my strength triples in daylight. He swung the massive sword of the sun, cleaving down toward her hanging gardens. Boom. The strike lit the skies. The earth trembled. But when the smoke cleared, the gardens still stood. What? Gawain's eyes widened. It endured even that. Semiramis laughed softly. Oh, you poor knight. Did you think I had no allies of my own? Mine are stronger than yours. Blonde hair fluttered. Crimson eyes glowed like blood. She stepped forward, clad in a simple white wool blouse and lavender dress, her cold elegance unmatched. Arcuade Brunstud. The true ancestor. A berserker-class servant, stripped of reason, driven only by primal instinct. Her bloodline alone was enough to crush Gawain and Gillis beneath her aura. Gawain instinctively raised his blade, only for her hand to seize his throat in an instant. This is no ordinary servant, he gasped. Berserker. No strategy, no hesitation, only pure, devastating aggression. Meanwhile, Gillis ignored him entirely, directing his sea monster against the gardens. Traitorous dog. Gawain cursed. We were meant to fight together. The battlefield fell silent. A single presence appeared. A woman in a flowing black dress hovered in the void, her expression serene, her smile faintly amused. Wan. Oh my little cuties have grown restless. Only 3 days, and already you're tearing the city apart. Her tone was playful, but her eyes gleamed with predatory hunger. Though she loved her leisure, Wan never acted half-heartedly. If she moved, it meant the holiday was over. Her gaze fell upon the massive sea beast. Tell me, great one of the deep, she cooed, would you like to be my pet? Your abilities are amusing. The sound of her voice slithered into Gillis' mind. The madman shuddered, eyes wide with terror. What is this woman? Why does she see straight through me? No one will stop me from claiming the Grail, he raved. My dear Jean. I will resurrect you. Madness blazed in his eyes as he hurled his tentacles toward Wan. She sighed. Disobedient kittens. I usually only kill them. Her delicate hand rose. She swatted lightly at the air. Boom. The sky erupted. Blood rained like crimson flowers. The sheer spectacle left every onlooker stunned, even the corrupted Grail itself faltered in absorbing curses. What had they just witnessed? No noble phantasm. No spell. No trace of magecraft. Just a single, casual palm. Gillis hung frozen midair, paralyzed with terror. He clutched his grimoire desperately. Wan wrinkled her nose. Made from human skin. Disgusting. I may be darkness, but I'm not a degenerate. Die. Her fingers clenched. Gillis swelled grotesquely, then burst apart. His body unraveled into a withered black rose that scattered across the sky. Semiramis, who had faced countless terrors, stood frozen. Wan's gaze alone drained her mana, stripping her of all will to resist. The Black Queen collapsed to her knees. You belong to me now, Wan said sweetly. As do your masters. Kneel before me, and you may yet live. The curses etched onto the master's hands flickered, then dissolved, not broken, but overpowered by a force greater still. Even Arcuade and Gawain, bound in black chains, were hurled toward the Tosaka estate, helpless as children. Wan's massacre continued. For her, it was not battle. It was preparation. For sacrifice. Even the malignant, evil of this world, lurking within the greater Grail dared not stir beneath her shadow. Compared to Wan, it was nothing. For if the Grail's curse was evil, then Wan was evil's ancestor. The Dark Goddess. The source. By dusk, the outcome was decided. Every servant, save Nero, had fallen. The Holy Grail War, grand as it was, reached its curtain call. As the sun bled into the horizon, Wan arrived at Shiro Amiya's door. Nero burst out to face her, the meteoric blade in hand, its tip leveled at Wan's throat. I know I am not your equal, Nero said boldly. But let us fight fair. If I fall, then do as you wish with me, but spare my master. Wan tilted her head. Despite all she had done, Nero's clear, unyielding eyes did not waver. Her lips curved. A noble hero indeed. You saw me butcher others and yet keep your dignity. I like you. Tell me your name. Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, she declared proudly. Emperor of Rome. Even if you cut my throat, I shall die after witnessing the sun set 3 times. There was no fear. No sorrow. To her, everything she wanted had already been achieved before death. Only one tiny wish remained unfulfilled. But if this was the end, then so be it. Very well, Wan said softly. I'll honor your dignity. You may strike. And with a wave of her hand, countless roses bloomed, forming a grand Roman theater. Within its crimson stage, the two prepared to clash. The finale had begun. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, Slaying the Evil of This World in Seconds, Luce subdues the little star lowly. Everyone has dignity. Just like Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, and Artoria, the king of knights, each carried their own pride, their own selfishness. But Wan did not see any selfishness in this woman's eyes. That kind of selfless heart. The gods cherished such people most. And so did Wan. Moreover, the words this figure had spoken, Wan knew the gods would approve of them as well. She smiled faintly. Very well. I'll grant her happiness, then end this farce of a war once and for all. Rise, Restia of the skies. Shine forth with the highest light. Witness the brilliance of you's talent, hear the thunderous applause of Rome, with the glory of those in power, bloom like a flower. Come forth, golden theater. With a flourish, Nero Claudius invoked her noble phantasm. The magical barrier enveloped the battlefield, wrapping Wan and herself within its gilded stage. A radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, pouring into her crimson blade. Nero's eyes gleamed with resolve. She faced the goddess who stood unshaken, and launched her strongest strike. Her speed broke the sound barrier. The sword's edge carved a crimson arc, rushing toward Wan with the fury of Rome's pride. Boom. The two crossed. Nero staggered, dropping to one knee, shock flashing in her pale green eyes. Because when her blade had struck, it had been like cutting into nothingness. There was no resistance. No impact. Not even the sensation of steel meeting flesh. What is this? Wan turned slowly, her black hair fluttering, her smile serene. Your strength is commendable. But we are not on the same level. My darkness devours all things, your swordsmanship, your theater, even this very world. She raised her hand, pressing her palm gently outward. The radiant Roman theater collapsed in an instant, scattering into motes of golden dust. Above, the rain still fell. A gentle drizzle that matted Nero's scarlet dress and plastered her golden hair to her cheeks. Forgive me, my comrade. Nero whispered bitterly toward Shiro Amiya, who had rushed out to her side. The gap was too vast. A heroic spirit, even one with the might of an emperor, was still nothing before a goddess. Shiro caught her, shaking his head. No, Nero. You've already done more than enough. The Holy Grail war, truthfully, he had never cared about it much. As long as the Grail did not fall into the wrong hands, there was nothing wrong with this goddess taking victory. Arrogant though she was, he could not deny, she was kind to ordinary people. He'd seen it himself. Only yesterday, she had directed Rin Tosaka to hand out food to refugees. Rin had been livid at being treated like a servant, but civilians had eaten well that night. Shiro grimaced. She's insufferable, but she does protect the weak. High above, the world's barrier shuddered. Aleia, the collective unconscious of humanity, finally moved. The Grail, swollen with centuries of curses, began to writhe. Deep within its abyss, the sleeping Ngramenu stirred. The black mud churned violently as malice and sin flooded toward him. Now, with all heroic spirits defeated, only the evil of this world remained. Wan felt the earth's ley lines convulse. She whispered to Rin Tosaka through their link, prepare the sacrifice. The evil has begun to manifest. The Grail is about to appear. Yes, Rin answered immediately, rallying the survivors. Together, they led the faithful toward the tower. Of the original Fuyuki populace, less than 30% remained. But those who survived, had all converted to the eternal faith. The sky darkened. A strange black-red glow rippled across the clouds. The earth itself seemed to bleed. And at last, the Holy Grail revealed itself. A massive chalice of gold, 50 centimeters tall, hovering in the air. Artoria's eyes hardened as foul mud erupted from within it, spilling like tar. This is the Grail I once fought for. This abomination was meant to grant my wish. Cheating. A cruel trick. Gilgamesh only laughed. Fools. Behold the truth of the Grail. This is its core, the evils of humanity gathered into one vessel. He knew it well. In the last Grail War, he had been its victor. He had accepted the Black Mud's corruption, and from it gained a physical body in this age. But the price had been steep. His glory eroded, his sanity frayed. Even Enkidu's memory had nearly been swallowed. The true king of heroes was the one from the Sumerian age, not this mad reflection. Enkidu sat quietly at his side, sorrow in his emerald eyes. So, sin lingers still, even after Mother's death. Silence followed. None dared interrupt the two oldest heroes. Iliasville, meanwhile, felt despair coil in her chest. Her family's generations-long goal had been to use the Grail for immortality. But this foul corruption. Immortality through such a thing was meaningless. Only the eternal faith could grant true eternity. The Grail pulsed with magic. It rose into the sky, spilling endless curses. Black mud cascaded like rivers, thick with resentment. Because of Aleia's interference, the evil within the Grail had grown even more twisted. Minutes later, the heavens split. And from the rift descended the embodiment of corruption. Ngramenu. The shadow of all humanity's sins. He locked onto Wan instantly, surging forward as a tide of darkness. The sheer force of his attack sent chills down every master and servant alike. Nero staggered back, eyes wide. He's absorbing the black mud into himself. Ngramenu roared. This world should not exist. Thousands of weapons, forged from cursed mud, hurtled toward Wan like a storm. She only sighed. Extending one finger, she summoned a black whirlwind, swirling like a nebula. It swallowed the barrage effortlessly. That's it, she said flatly. Can't you do better? My power is suppressed to its lowest, and still you cannot even make me try. Her tone was almost bored. This, the so-called evil of humanity. This pitiful shadow. Remember, child, Wan murmured, voice carrying through the collapsing city, true evil is not about shouting loudest or looking most deranged. True evil is to become the darkness itself. Her power surged. Buildings crumbled to dust. Seawater rotted into sludge. The very ley lines cracked apart. The storm clouds shattered. Ngramenu froze in horror as his strength was stripped away. No. I am evil incarnate. I am Ngramenu. You will die. He lunged desperately, draining the Grail's mud into himself. But Wanwan's pull was stronger. The black mud tore free of him, sucked into her body. The filth was purified in her flames, leaving only raw power that merged into her being. Ngramenu shrieked as his body crumbled. By the time he struck the ground, he was nothing but dust, scattered by the wind. Wanwan exhaled softly, as if after a meal. Weak. Not even 1/10,000th of my system's darkness. On the ground, Rin Tosaka fell to her knees, expression blank. Then she hurriedly began the ritual of sacrifice. Her only thought was simple: send this monster away as soon as possible. Otherwise, she'll drive me insane. God's domain. Within the Ziwei Palace, Lu Che was studying the law of time when he felt the signal. His lips curved faintly. So, the moment has come. The message came not from an ordinary world, but from a familiar one, the type moon plane. His divine consciousness spread, and through the channel of faith, he beheld Wanwan smiling mischievously at him. She had twisted the Holy Grail war into her playground. Shaking his head, Lu Che allowed himself a small chuckle. Very well. Let's collect the rewards. His form vanished, reappearing outside the world barrier of the moonlit world. Compared to others he had visited, it was weaker than the Saint's cemetery plane, but its laws were still intact, solid, complete. He stepped through the channel of faith, his presence trembling across countless parallel worlds. Each step forward, the pressure of world consciousness pressed against him, like the weight of the unknown itself. I see, so plane worlds truly resist invasion. No wonder the old texts speak of plane wars. They cannot be collected gently. Ordinary worlds could be harvested simply by gathering enough energy. But planes contained entire clusters of worlds, each with its own will. Thus, to conquer them, one required a war of planes. The sky rippled. The great river of time unfolded before him like a scroll. From within the stars emerged two figures, manifestations of the world's restraining forces. Alea. Gaia. The guardians of Type Moon's balance. They trembled before him, abandoning their distant vantage. Alea, Gaia, they said together, bowing deeply. We greet the great god. Lu Che studied them calmly. Alea appeared as a blue-dressed girl, Gaia as a yellow-dressed maiden. He inclined his head. Rise. The two stood obediently. Alea tilted her head timidly. Great god, are you here to take us away? Lu Che's eyes glinted with amusement. Why ask that? Gaia bit her lip. You've been draining faith from this planet. Do you think we would not notice? Gaia. Alea snapped, stamping her foot, face pale. She kicked her companion lightly. How could you say such a thing aloud? If he grows angry, we'll be erased. Indeed, the god before them manipulated the flow of time itself. A feat beyond any deity of their pantheon. Yet Lu Che did not grow angry. Instead, his voice was calm, almost gentle. If I had not acted, your planet would already be doomed. Neither of you have the power to destroy the evil of this world. Without intervention, extinction was certain. Now I ask you, would you rather cling to death? Or accept a new life? Gaia fell silent, eyes downcast. Alea answered at once, her voice firm despite trembling lips. We choose life. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, Seizing the Fate Night World, Obtaining the Heroic Spirit System. Are the Protoss not afraid of death? In truth, they are. When the black mud spreads unchecked, entire planets collapse into extinction. This has happened countless times across the cosmos. It was precisely for this reason that Alea and Gaia did not interfere with Rin Tosaka's sacrificial rite. Nor did they stop Wanwan's destruction. Instead, they threw the heroic spirits from other nodes into Fuyuki City. They wanted to test the power of the eternal god's handmaid. The answer had exceeded even their expectations. The power of the eternal god had surpassed not only this world but the entire moonlit plane. He was an existence that could save them. Surrender was inevitable. Before anything else, I must first gather the offerings of my believers, Lu Che said, his voice resonant and calm. Otherwise they cannot wait any longer. Yes, the two Protoss voices echoed obediently. Lu Che turned, descending from the heavens like a falling star. Alea and Gaia flanked him like attendants, one on his left, the other on his right. Rin Tosaka stood rigid, gazing at the sky. Her heart clenched with fear that something might go wrong, until a blinding radiance tore through the heavens. Her knees buckled. Tears welled in her eyes. At last. He has come. The god of eternity. Freedom at last. More than 10 heroic spirits tilted their heads skyward, staring at the descending radiance. The light bathed the world, vast and unrelenting. Thousands of nine-colored lightning bolts snaked across the heavens, twisting into thunder dragons that soared above. Behind it all stretched the great river of time, endless and unfathomable, flowing as a backdrop to his descent. Gilgamesh and Enkidu both froze, shock carved onto their faces. Gilgamesh, the demigod king. Enkidu, the living weapon crafted by the divine. Neither were ordinary heroes. But before the god of eternity, their souls trembled. They collapsed to their knees. In that instant, they understood. The god of eternity was supreme. Far beyond false divinities. Beyond all beings. Even the merest breath that leaked from his body was heavier and more terrifying than all the gods they knew, greater even than Tiamat, mother of creation herself. Gilgamesh exhaled shakily, his golden eyes uncharacteristically somber. So this is the true god Wanwan spoke of. Old friend, we are finished. Enkidu's expression softened into something almost peaceful. His perception, honed to an S rank, felt the truth in the divine aura. No. I think he does not come to kill us, Enkidu said quietly. Though we are sacrifices, his intent carries no malice. Only gentleness. This is a merciful god. Artoria Pendragon, the king of nights, stared at the river of time. Her eyes widened as visions appeared one after another, her own life from birth to her final battle, and even countless scenes she had never personally witnessed. So. I truly failed the glory of the nights. She whispered. In moments, she flipped through the entire history of Britain, its rise, its betrayal, its decline. And in that instant, she was redeemed. Wanwan's words echoed in her mind, it is not the knights who honor you. It is you who clings to their glory. Gawain, still bound in chains, saw the softened expression on his king's face. Relief welled inside him. His own heart grew light. Around the Tosaka estate, the believers beheld the light descending. One by one, they dropped to their knees, pressing their foreheads to the ground, praying fervently. Great God of eternity, please descend. Bring the gospel to us, the ignorant. Great God of eternity, you are the only God in our hearts. You freed us from suffering, you are our only hope. Their chants rose higher and higher, weaving together with Rin Tosaka's ritual incantations. The sound carried for miles, shaking the earth itself. Then he appeared. A colossal figure emerged in the heavens. Oh my God, is this some kind of three-dimensional projection? No. His body is taller than the entire earth. This must be a god. What are those rivers behind him? Past, present, future, I can see them all. That's the river of time. I saw the rise and fall of humanity. I saw a world shrouded in endless night. Magicians claim to protect humans. Ha! They're nothing but executioners. Beside Rin, Sakura Tosaka fell to her knees, clasping her hands tightly. Through the river's visions, she saw her father's betrayal, how he had sold her to Zokenmatu like a piece of livestock. She heard the cruel conversation between her father and that decrepit magus. Tears streamed down her cheeks. That beast, he deserved his death. He deserved the vengeance of the vile monster. Everyone saw something different. Each soul beheld the visions most meaningful to them. Until the voice of God thundered through the world, and all was silenced. When I was born, the world had not yet appeared. When I awoke, the world had only just been born. The voice was deep, resonant, ancient. As though from eternity itself. It struck into the core of every soul. And a vision filled their minds, the primordial void, the first spark, the moment the world itself came into being. So the God was this ancient, this vast. The reason mankind had suffered was simple, after creating the world, the eternal God had grown weary and fallen into slumber. But now he had awakened. Now he had returned to rescue his believers. Understanding dawned upon the masses. 95% of humanity cried out in unison within their hearts. Great God of eternity, I am your believer. The divine power pouring from the heavens was overwhelming. Terrifying. Awe-inspiring. Slowly, the figure shrank, condensing until he hovered in the skies directly above Fuyuki City. Sacred, radiant, eternal. And beside him floated two small girls. Little Lolas, no, divine envoys. The one on the left spoke first, her voice steady. I am Alea, one of the planet's Protoss consciousnesses. Many of you in the Magus Association know me by another name, Counterforce. The girl on the right added, I am Gaia. Together, we were tasked with protecting the development of the Earth and ensuring humanity's survival. But our strength was too weak. Even after creating the heroic spirits, we could not protect you. We can no longer continue. They looked to the believers with solemn eyes. So, from this moment, we surrender to the Lord of Eternity. We hand over the fate of this earth to him. Pray with us, and together we shall be freed from suffering. the people were stunned. The earth itself had consciousness. And that consciousness had surrendered at God's feet. What reason remained not to submit? Wanwan, who had been watching from below, shot into the sky, bowing her head. My Lord God. Did I fulfill your mission perfectly? Oh, wait, why did you hit me? Time froze. Wanwan squealed as a sharp slap landed on her backside. Lu Che's voice rumbled in mild annoyance. I gave you a mission. Is this what you call fulfilling it? Time rewound. Wanwan watched the replay, herself lazing about, drinking, singing karaoke. Only in the beginning and the final day had she put in effort. Her face burned crimson. She bit her lip, showing an aggrieved pout. But she knew. If the god had truly been angry, he would not have merely frozen time. He simply missed her. The god who spoke one thing and felt another. Time flowed once more. Below, the heroic spirits fell into collective silence. Question: what do you do when your final boss joins another man's camp? Answer: you submit. In the moonlit world, ordinary heroes could not compare to legendary ones. Legendary heroes fell short of mythical figures. And even mythic heroes were nothing before true gods. And now even the planetary consciousness had bowed. Resistance was meaningless. The altar surged with divine light. A system notification chimed in Lu Che's ears. Ding. Your followers sacrificed 13 heroic spirits. Triggering a 10 million-fold increase, you have obtained the hidden function of the system, activation of the heroic spirit system. Note, the heroic spirit system is native to the moonlit world. It is a minor system, a pendant to the true eternal system. Ding. Your followers sacrificed the corrupted Holy Grail. Triggering a 1,000-fold increase, you have obtained a 5-star artifact, the Dark Holy Grail. Dark Holy Grail, a vessel of pure corruption, capable of blackening even the purest power. The stronger the purity, the stronger the corruption. Ding. Your followers sacrificed the corrupted Grail, which carried immense fate. An additional reward has been triggered. You have obtained the Daughter of Fate, artificial homunculus Alice Phil von Einsburn. Ding. You have absorbed more than 80% of the world's fate. The planetary system allows you to charge the world. Will you proceed? Warning, this is a plane world. Charging will trigger a plane war. Lu Che's lips curved proudly. Of course I'll charge it. Charge me. Thunder cracked across the stars. Its roar spread to every corner of the cosmos. The Void Realm. The Moonlit Grail. The Demon Beast Front. Fragmented worlds trembled, their people staring in fear at the sound that rolled across the heavens. Then, above every planet, a foreign sky appeared, vast, boundless, suffocating. Two complete laws revealed themselves openly, the law of time, the law of love. Their echo shook the lunar plane itself. The plane resisted, unwilling to surrender. But Lu Che's power, amplified sixfold, broke its will. By the time the moonlit plane realized what had happened, it was already too late. Lu Che had swallowed the planet, vanishing with it into his divine domain. Before leaving, he even seized the coordinates of another world, preparing for the inevitable future war of planes. Within the divine domain, a new planet appeared, orbiting beside the fairy world. On its left was the martial god world. On its right, the immortal realm. The moonlit world had been fully absorbed. Lu Che renamed it the Star Spirit World. Artoria gazed at her restored body, wonder flickering across her face. So this was the power of God. My king, we are together once more. She turned, and there they were. The Knights of the Round Table. Gawain, Lancelot, Tristan, and more, all gathered by her side. Her eyes softened. This was enough. Elsewhere, Gilgamesh clutched his head as his memory surged back. A bitter laugh slipped from his lips. As the king of heroes, to be bound by the heroic spirit system like some puppet, truly, it was unbearable. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, Unable to refuse temptation, the War of Planes begins. Enkidu pressed his lips into a small smile. You've always been too arrogant. I warned you before. Gilgamesh rolled his eyes, brushing the words aside. As the oldest king, arrogance was not merely a trait, it was his very nature. Without arrogance, without that fierce domination, how could a mortal king have stood shoulder to shoulder with the gods themselves and ruled over Sumer? One by one, the heroic spirits were liberated by Alea and Gaia. Except for those tainted by corruption, nearly all of them were legendary figures, heroes with talent, strength, or the charisma to move nations. Each one, in their own way, had shaped the histories of humanity. At this moment, the Protoss had gathered them all into the eternal God's realm. The supreme planet stood apart, radiating majesty, but even among the countless worlds, this plane shone with the greatest potential. Too many strong beings lived here. Too much fate flowed through it. Lin Qinger stepped forward, Aegon at her side. She raised her voice, her presence commanding. An oracle has been issued. All of you, kneel and listen. The gathered heroes dropped instantly, their knees pressing into the ground as one. They listened. The god has decreed, those who made contributions to mankind in their lifetimes will be granted a second existence, and the power of the divine. But pride must not cloud your hearts. Spread his doctrine well. As for Gilgamesh, her eyes shifted toward the golden-haired king. If he desires to alter the path of his history, he may apply for divine agency. God's domain contains a portal that can send him back to the Sumerian era. Gilgamesh froze. His crimson eyes flickered as he raised his head toward the divine radiance. My lord God, what does this mean? Lin Qinger's tone was cool, matter of fact. It is simple. In other timelines, your nation faces collapse. Can the Chaldean organization alone offer hope to mankind? Realization struck him like a thunderbolt. The god wanted him to return. To walk among his people again, not as the king of arrogance, but as the eternal God's chosen herald. The same soul. The same destiny. Compatible across timelines. Gilgamesh's lips curved. I understand. Thank you, Lord God. Do not misunderstand, Lin Qinger replied. All of this is the will of God. And so, if there are others among you dissatisfied with your endings, you too may travel to alternate timelines. You may walk to the moonlit world and reshape your fates. But remember this, history can be changed, yet everything that has already happened cannot be undone. Her gaze lingered for a moment on Artoria Pendragon. The blonde girl lowered her head, cheeks faintly pink. Lin Qinger's heart stirred. This flower was delicate, born amidst snow and hardship. Pitiful. A king, yet so fragile. At that moment, Nero Claudius stepped forward, her fiery dress swaying, pale green eyes alight. She thumped her chest proudly. My lord God. I, Nero, hold no desire save one, that I may serve you. May I? If death no longer bound her, then naturally she would devote herself to the divine. But beneath that vow lay her own secret thoughts. Nero had always compared herself to Venus, goddess of beauty. To her, only the most perfect existence was worthy to stand at her side. And in all the worlds, who could compare to the eternal God? Lin Qinger studied her carefully, then smiled faintly. Very well. You will accompany me. And you will serve alongside the little one over there. Her finger indicated Artoria. The king of knights blushed furiously. To be commanded so openly, before her knights and peers, how utterly mortifying. Yet none dared mock her. Instead, the gathered heroes wore warm, almost relieved smiles. For the Knights of the Round Table, their king's happiness was their greatest wish. Elsewhere, Sakura Tosaka and Karen both bowed their heads, pledging service. Ilya clung to her mother's side, sobbing with joy. Their family, long broken, had been made whole. Alice's form was new, reshaped by the system, but her spirit was the same. Lin Qinger turned to Rin Tosaka. As chief priestess of this rite, your reward is the status of a 5-star goddess. You will also be granted the power of a 1-star goddess. Do not grow arrogant. Additionally, your mother, Aoi Tosaka, has been resurrected. Rin's breath caught. She had thought herself forgotten, overlooked amidst the grand workings of gods. But this was her reward. Tears welled in her eyes. She dropped to her knees, her proud composure shattering. Thank you, God. Thank you, sister. Thank you so much. Since childhood, she had longed for family. Her father had betrayed her. Her mother had lain comatose. She had hidden her pain beneath layers of tsundere bravado. But now, she had love again. A soft whisper brushed her ear, divine and gentle. The god says, if you wish to serve, you may come to my shrine. Bring your sister. Rin's face blazed crimson. So direct. So shameless. And yet, as chief priestess, was it not her duty? Her heart raced, embarrassment, pride, fear all tangled together. Had she been chosen because she was worthy? Because she had caught the god's eye? In the end, Rin gathered Sakura and her resurrected mother, and together they walked the path to the eternal shrine. There, they joined Artoria and Nero, the two dumb kings, in service to the divine. Karen, though restored, was tasked as a full-time priestess. Only after sufficient contribution could she enter the shrine. Her black-bellied smirk showed she hardly minded the challenge. Shiro Amiya, meanwhile, had already chosen his path. Having saved 500 people, he had ascended as a heroic spirit. Without hesitation, he volunteered as a messenger, returning to the moonlit world armed with divine power. His vow was simple, to save even more. In the eternal domain, Lu Che sat upon the throne, his chin resting on one hand. He watched as Gilgamesh and Enkidu departed through the time portal, returning to Sumer. Nero and Artoria received their lessons in etiquette outside, Nero arguing with her usual flamboyance, Artoria quietly enduring. Kikyo, ever serene, looked beyond the palace at the vast expanse of creation. Lord God, she asked softly, have you not already seized this world? Why then does another planet appear? Luce smiled faintly. What I collected was a fragment. Not the entire plane. For instance, that king travels now to another timeline, what mortals call an alternate history. Kikyo's brows furrowed. Then, had my sister and I not met you, what would have become of us? He raised his hand, conjuring a golden sphere. Inside shimmered the true history of the Inuyasha world. Kikyo's eyes widened as she saw it. Kagome trapped in the Warring States period. Herself and her sister, alone, broken, pitiful. She, bound to Neriku's schemes, dying only to be reincarnated again and again by the Shiken Jewel's curse. Her sister blind, suffering. Even as an old woman, still alone. No divine power. No strength. Only fragile spiritual gifts, easily manipulated. The scenes cut like knives. She turned her gaze away, unwilling to watch further. That is not me, she thought. My soul, my body, both belong to God. Not to that half-demon. When at last the vision faded, Kikyo bowed her head. Thank you, my lord. Without you, our fates would have been cruel indeed. Lin Qinger tilted her head curiously. What did you see? Some unpleasant experiences, Kikyo replied. Niwa Qinger's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Can I see mine too? Luce chuckled, handing her another sphere. The fragments of her fate played out before her eyes. She watched as her mother gave Su Changqing the power of Niwa, sacrificing her own daughter's divinity. Powerless, she died alone. Later, under her aunt's arrangement, she was married to the Witch King of southern Xinjiang. But he proved a fool, listening to slander, and put her to death at the urging of the moon worshipper. Crack. Qinger crushed the bubble in her hands, fury flashing across her face. Damn them all. Shushan's so-called immortals, the Emperor, none of them worth the dust beneath our feet. Fortunately, I have God. Otherwise I'd have been destroyed by such betrayal. Hypocrites, liars. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. Beside her, Kaguya shook her head vehemently. She wanted no part in such visions. The others' fates had been tragic enough, why twist the knife into her own heart? Meanwhile, in the moonlit world's alternate line, Gilgamesh stirred awake upon his throne. Reports arrived of other cities falling beneath the onslaught of monstrous beasts. Siduri stepped forward, bowing. My king, what shall we do? Gilgamesh smirked. Simple. I will handle it myself. But Uruk. Fear not. I'll return swiftly. In the meantime, send your messengers to summon the troublesome goddess to me. You mean Ishtar? Siduri blinked, astonished. Normally her king had no patience for that goddess. To summon her now? Gilgamesh chuckled bitterly. He already knew. That idiot goddess would one day lose the bowl of heaven. She would fail at a critical moment. But this time was different. This time, he carried the eternal God's power. This time, he had returned to his prime. This time, he murmured, rising into the sky, Uruk needs no Chaldean aid. For I am the eternal God's agent. He flew across the heavens, arriving at the beleaguered city within moments. Raising one hand, he pointed forward. Monsters erupted into bursts of light, annihilated instantly. Even he was momentarily stunned. So this is the power of God. It is overwhelming. A shadow streaked down from the sky. Enkidu descended beside him, his green eyes shining. The consciousness of Jingu, once intertwined with him, had been utterly crushed. Only Enkidu remained. Old friend, Gilgamesh said, lips curving into a true smile, let us fight together once more. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, a grand Versailles scene, Chu Xianfeng ventures into the ancient land of reincarnation. How's your body? Have your functions fully recovered? Gilgamesh's voice was calm, but his crimson eyes studied Enkidu with faint curiosity. The green-haired figure smiled softly. With the power of God, even the faintest remnants of a body can be restored. As for Jingu, his consciousness remains within me. Gilgamesh's gaze narrowed. Because of his final choice. The memory stirred within him. Jingu's last act, choosing sacrifice over selfishness, had been moving. Without that, facing Tiamat would have been far more troublesome. After all, that idiot Ishtar had lost the bowl of heaven. Useless goddess. Not nearly as reliable as Ereshkigal. Enkidu gave a faint laugh. Then, are we going to destroy Tiamat now? With their combined strength, perhaps it was possible. But their power was not yet stable. They had only just received the cultivation methods bestowed by God. The soul had crossed into new dimensions, and such things required time to settle. Gilgamesh clasped his hands behind his back and gazed into the heavens, humming softly. I am not so foolish. The eternal God has obtained the heroic spirit system and granted us the authority to spread his doctrine. Do you not see? This is what he desires in this age. The eternal God was merciful, yes. But mercy did not mean absence of desire. A God that awakens must feed. Worlds, planes, even faith itself, all of it could serve as nourishment. But so long as Uruk's people could live in peace, Gilgamesh did not care. Especially Siduri. The thought of that gentle, cheerful woman brought the faintest warmth to his proud eyes. The Wanjia chat group. Rin Tosaka, oh ho ho. A 4-star envoy now, that's right, your big sister Rin has risen. Even the goddesses can't hold me back. Woohoo. Spirit of the demon sword, TCH, bragging like that, I swear you're just begging to become some goddess's servant. Deliverance of beings, behold the ugly arrogance of a 4-star divine envoy. Tanjiro, ahem. I never show off like that. Secondly, well, today's weather is nice. Ninja scientist, Rin Tosaka, you ungrateful little, you directly jumped to 4 stars. Damn, my heart can't take it. Vampire Queen, strange. Usually, great contributions only grant 3-star envoy status. Remember how Xiaofeng stopped at 3 after saving her world? G sure which, correct. I recall the requirement for a 4-star envoy is world promotion, isn't it? Young Master Murong, classic Versailles. Shameless flexing. 4-piece, unbelievable. You really hid this trump card from us. Damn it. Deliverance of beings, wait, didn't Rin only fight in the Holy Grail War? Even with the sacrifice, how could she directly elevate her entire world? Unless the human scope was limited only to Fuyuki City. Spirit of the demon sword, exactly. I'm baffled too. Blonde boy Sam, at Rin T, come clean. How did you promote a whole world? Got some kind of cheat code? Demon hunter, spill it, please. Sadly Gao, on my knees, begging for the answer. Ninth uncle, demon slayer, don't keep us hanging, little girl. The old man is losing his mind. Envy seeded through the group. Rin's world had upgraded with a single sacrifice. Everyone was jealous, but the truth behind it also gnawed at them. After all, it was common knowledge that only when the majority of humans or creatures in a world believed in God could promotion occur. Even Tushan Yaya privately admitted she found this baffling. Meanwhile, Li Shimin and Tanjiro were deep in cultivation. Neither noticed the faint glow of a star newly lit near them. Rin Tosaka, ha ha ha, well, let's call it luck. You'll understand when I share the video. A notification chimed. Rin uploaded the footage. The group fell into stunned silence. Deliverance of beings, there was no special trick at all. Just pure dumb luck. Why is there no Protoss in my world? Ninth uncle, demon slayer, oh Huang's ugly face strikes again. Fox who only loves money, despise.jpg. Spirit of the demon sword, let's stay focused. What interests me most is that moonlit plane. Turns out worlds really do have different levels. Chu Dashin, of course they do. That means my world's a plane too, right? Laugh and cry.jpg. Eternal God, correct. Your world is also a large plane. Ninja scientist, my God, is my world a plane as well? Eternal God, no. The distinction is simple, planes contain multiple worlds. Yours is only a single world domain. Fox who only loves money, worship my God. Long live my God. Deliverance of beings, glory to my God. Lu Che read the flood of flattery with a faint smile. Then he issued his decree. Eternal God, this time, I awaken new powers and reshape the heroic spirit system of Rin Tosaka's world. From now on, you may summon them based on the power of your goddess. The moonlit plane is entering a chaotic period. Tanjiro, Li Shimin, you will each lead your people there to spread faith. You may also cross into Chu Xuanfeng's world. Chu Dashin, I'll need to wait. I've only just returned to Earth, currently at the summit of Kunlun Mountain. Ninth uncle, demon slayer, I'll summon a goddess first. My world is under siege, the coalition forces press at our borders. Junior brother Dazufeng, I'm fine, but I want to visit Chu Xuanfeng's world. I hope the plane war begins soon. Blonde boy Sam, can my world summon a goddess clone too? Awesome. I've just unified the nations here and begun spreading my faith. Seems I won't need to fear outer space anymore. Chu Dashin, relax. I'll stabilize Earth soon and prepare for our world's upgrade. The Saints' Cemetery world. Chu Xianfeng stood alone at the edge of the Kunlun ancient land. Before him stretched a yawning rift, the gateway to reincarnation itself. This was no minor underworld. This was the true cycle of rebirth. According to God's instructions, this must be the place. He raised both hands and tore. Space split apart like fragile cloth. Crack. Thunder roared across the heavens. Something ancient and terrible stirred. Chu Xianfeng tilted his head upward. At the entrance to samsara sat a looming figure. The being sneered. Why do you stare at me? Once I am free, I will kill you. Then the figure vanished. A mere ghost. Chu Xianfeng scoffed. Hardly worth my notice. With a flick of his wrist, he wrapped himself in protective divine light and strode forward, plunging into the darkness. The world within was utterly silent. A vast emptiness stretched around him, black as ink, lifeless as stone. It was as though he had stepped into hell itself. Yet he knew, this was not true hell. This was reincarnation. And with God's supernatural blessing shielding his body, no phantom here could harm him. He walked. Then the silence broke. Boom. Countless black bolts of lightning crashed down. Dragons of shadow coiled within, twisting and roaring. They sought to drive him out. Chu Xianfeng sneered. He raised his fist and struck. Boom. The heavens split. The thunder shattered, the formation unraveled. Darkness fell silent once more. He moved deeper. At last, something else appeared. A hiss of wind. Thwack. An arrow of bone slammed into the ground at his feet. Chu Xianfeng turned. A withered skeletal soldier stood in the shadows, its eye sockets burning with cold flame. The true underworld. Now it grew interesting. With a grin, he swung his fist. The soldier crumbled instantly. But the sound drew more. Dozens. Hundreds. Then thousands. A tidal wave of skeletal soldiers surged toward him. Chu Xianfeng laughed, battle fury rising. Good. Come, then. Let me crush you all. The clash raged for hours. Bone splintered beneath his strikes. Shadows scattered beneath his fists. When at last the last skull shattered, silence returned. He wiped the dust from his hands and strode onward. Ahead lay light. He thought it an exit, yet it was a city. Beyond the walls spun a monstrous grinding wheel. Dragons, phoenixes, qilin, even angels, corpses of legend. All fed into the millstone, all ground to ash. The sight made his throat tighten. So this is what God desires. No wonder. Whether it was the gleaming dead city or that vast wheel of torment, neither belonged to mortals. Even he, who had surpassed saints, felt a chill in his heart. Then his senses flared. Behind the millstone, something pulsed. A flash of light, hidden. Without hesitation, he vanished, reappearing with a ripple of space. Behind the altar stretched a desolate grassland. Figures shuffled along a narrow path, blank-eyed, trudging toward the horizon. Soldiers patrolled, their weapons humming with the aura of samsara. Stronger by far than the skeletons before. This is the true circuit of reincarnation, Chu Xianfeng murmured. Let's see what lies at its end. He followed the path. The patrolling soldiers ignored him. Only when a soul strayed from the road did they strike, driving the lost back into line. At last he reached the rift. There, a black hall floated, suspended above the void, the end of reincarnation. Within, an ancient stone fetus stirred. Like a clay idol, it cracked and shifted, eyes slowly opening. It had felt Chu Xianfeng's power. Not of this world. Something higher. Has salvation come at last? It wondered. Chu Xianfeng stepped forward, gaze sharp. Doubt flickered in his eyes. Then he spoke words that made the ancient being tremble. Are you, a living consciousness? Chapter 180, Chapter 180, 2 new members joined the chat group. The stone fetus did not speak. Yet from within its cracked shell, a wave of consciousness pulsed outward. Proof of life. Chu Xianfeng's lips curved into a sharp grin. So this thing really is alive. Perfect. If I can coax the master of reincarnation into surrender, the Lord God will be more than pleased. He stepped closer, his voice dropping into a coaxing tone. Do you wish to be resurrected? Believe in my God, and you will have new life. Across the worlds, none can resist his will. The stone fetus gave no answer. Its consciousness stirred faintly but offered no reply. Chu Xianfeng's smile thinned, his expression turning dark. So, you dare ignore me? You think I'm bluffing? Fine. Watch closely. I'll conduct a sacrifice right here in the land of reincarnation. Then you'll understand the true terror of the eternal God. He spun on his heel, walking back out toward the colossal millstone that ground corpses of dragons, phoenixes, and angels into ash. A faint ripple of defensive power followed him, shielding against any unseen attacks. But no strike came. The silence was suffocating. Chu Xianfeng set his jaw. Coward. You'll see soon enough. From his stone vessel, he produced a gleaming altar, small, exquisitely carved, and radiant with divine sigils. He placed it upon the cracked ground before the millstone, and golden light spread like a living script. Raising his hands, he intoned the words of sacrifice. Great eternal God, I present the treasures before me. May this offering please you. The runes lifted from the altar, scattering upward like a swarm of fireflies, then forming chains of gold across the blackened land. This was no mere ritual festival. This was a true sacrifice. The altar was all that was needed. In the most recent reforms of the divine sacrificial methods, even a small altar carried across worlds could channel offerings to the eternal God. Chu Xianfeng had done this before. He was practiced, steady, unflinching. Even as thunder roared across the dark heavens above him, he did not falter. This is nothing but the land of reincarnation. Compared to God, it is less than dust. The wheel of samsara shuddered. Its endless spin slowed. At last, it ground to a halt. The blood that once dripped eternally across its grooves hardened into clotted black crystals. Within the distant hall, the stone fetus stirred violently. Its closed lid snapped open, and a single thought exploded outward. The golden runes trembled. The sky cracked. Power surged, so vast and suffocating that Chu Xianfeng felt his very soul tearing apart. The breath of death enveloped him. This is the power of a Tao ancestor. Is this how I die? Had the strike been aimed at him, even his saint-transcending body would have been obliterated in a single instant. But the force swept past him, directed instead at the altar and its runes. Chu Xianfeng staggered, clutching his chest. His spirit quivered on the edge of collapse. God, please, descend quickly. And then. Nothing. The cataclysmic attack, one strong enough to pierce the very world, simply washed past him. Not a hair on his head was touched. His eyes widened. Breath caught in his throat. Then joy burst from him in a shout. Eternal God, have you come? The answer was light. Radiance swallowed the land. The bleak realm of reincarnation, once cloaked in endless night, shone like midday. An ethereal voice echoed across all directions. To lay a hand on my believer, you are far too unworthy. From the vast river of time stepped a towering figure. His silhouette eclipsed the heavens, eyes glowing with eons. One hand stretched forward, divine power condensing into a vast palm that blotted out the sky. The hall at the end of samsara shook. The blow descended. If Lu Che had struck with his former power, when he had not yet mastered the laws, he might not have matched this guardian of reincarnation. But now. With both the law of time and the law of love under his command, the gap between them was immeasurable. A single strike shattered the foundations of the underworld's cycle. Reincarnation patrols across the land, phantoms and executioners alike, crumbled into dust. Their wails dissolved into silence. The power of God could not be challenged. The power of God stood above all things. Wait. From within the breaking hall, the stone fetus's voice finally rang out, trembling with strain. Stranger, will you destroy this world outright? As an outsider, should you interfere so deeply in our order? His earlier attack had consumed all his strength. Even now, his voice was broken, his aura frayed. He had realized the truth, he could not match this deity. Outsider. Lu Che's voice was cold, amused. Do you think yourself fit to call me a friend of the Tao? He raised a hand. Above his crown, a vision unfolded. A world. Not a fragment, not a realm, but a complete, flawless plane. A cosmos balanced upon perfect laws, its countless stars shining with divine order. The stone fetus fell silent. That pressure, it dwarfed everything he had ever known. He had once considered himself a guardian of reincarnation, a cornerstone of existence. But compared to the world manifesting above this god's head, he was a mote of dust in a storm. He lowered his gaze. His pride collapsed. This is a main god. Below, Chu Xianfeng trembled with exhilaration. Tears blurred his vision. That's right, you stone-faced bastard. See now. My god is here. Who's the true master now? He clenched his fists, chest swelling with vindication. Try acting cold and aloof now, you piece of mud. The stone fetus's voice grew quiet, almost pleading. Then, are you here to seize our world? The question was laced with despair. He knew he had no strength left. His body was unraveling, the impact of that divine strike leaving cracks across his essence. If no rescue came, he would fade into nothing. But still, a faint hope lingered. Perhaps the 3 heavenly emperors he awaited would return. Perhaps they could stand against this deity. But Lu Che cut that thought short with a single, disdainful glance. Even if those three returned, they would not be my match. They are lost in the currents of time and space. They cannot return. But I am time itself. Past, present, future, I exist across them all. I am the eternal. The weight of those words crushed what little defiance the stone fetus held. His silence dragged, his body flickering. Lu Che's eyes glowed cold. Surrender, or die. The ultimatum fell like a blade. For long moments, the stone fetus wavered. His form dimmed, fading inch by inch. At last, he sighed, ancient weariness lacing his voice. Time waits for no one. To bow to an outsider, so be it. I choose. You choose death. Lu Che's voice cut him off. His power surged. The true spirit of the stone fetus shattered like brittle glass, scattering into oblivion. No end. No return. Your hesitation is your death. The words echoed coldly through the collapsing hall. Chu Xianfeng. The eternal god's voice resounded. Chu Xianfeng dropped to one knee, voice cracking with fervor. Your believer is here. You did well this time, Lu Che said. From today, prepare yourself. When the day comes to march into the mortal realm, strike without hesitation. Remember my words, any who dare provoke the dignity of God, crush them. Turn their world upside down. The heavens quaked. The earth trembled. The wrath of a god burned across the ancient land. Chu Xuanfeng's voice rose like thunder, tears streaking his face. The command of God will be obeyed. Whoever dares oppose the eternal religion, even across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I, Chu Xianfeng, will slaughter them all. As his vow fell, light surged. Space rippled. His figure vanished, carried back to earth. And above, the little underworld shook as a vast starry sky appeared. The second divine conquest had begun. All across the holy places of the underworld, cultists fell to their knees. They had witnessed God's descent. They had seen him swallow a world whole. Prayers poured forth in frenzy. Sacrifices were thrown onto altars, treasures, scriptures, cultivation methods, all offered to the eternal God. The system's prompts rang in Lu Che's ears like a storm. One by one, their offerings poured into his divine plane. In a single moment, the earth was devoured. Then his voice, vast and resounding, spread across all of the little underworld. Chu Xianfeng, for meritorious sacrifice, is granted the rank of 4-star divine envoy. 100,000 years of cultivation. An immortal battle body. And 3 fragments of law. The rest of you who sacrificed in the little underworld are granted true physical bodies. The best among you may ascend to train within my domain. The holy places erupted in joy. They had waited, prayed, suffered. Now their chance had come. For the first time, they felt the weight of true bodies. They had thought themselves strong before, but compared to this, they had been nothing but shadows. Ignorance was the cruelest prison. Now they were free. And all vowed the same thing, follow Chu Xianfeng into the mortal sun, tear down every rival force, plunder every treasure, and sacrifice all to the eternal God. Only thus could they repay his boundless grace. God's domain. A new planet hung beside the immortal world and the divine martial world. Lu Che gazed at his expanding plane, satisfaction softening his features. But what truly pleased him was the harvest from the land of reincarnation. True dragon blood. True phoenix blood. Angel blood. Even fragments of Qilin essence. Sacred beast bloodlines, raw, ancient, irreplaceable. Lin Qing'er could conjure creatures from nothing. But without sufficient strength, she could never birth true sacred beasts. Now, with these bloodlines, even juvenile dragons and phoenixes could take shape. A system prompt chimed. Ding. Your followers have sacrificed the ancient land of reincarnation. Multiplied reward triggered. You obtain fragments of the law of reincarnation, completing the framework of your divine domain. The plane shook. The roar of law spread across every corner. The world grew stronger. Meanwhile, in the sea of ghosts, souls screamed. Executioners who once flogged them swelled in size, their lashes striking harder. Ghost Wu cursed bitterly. Damn it, they've grown stronger again. His complaints were overheard. The whips fell even harsher. Then the voice of God spread across the entirety of his plane. The gate of the plane war has opened. Beyond the moonlit plane, you may also choose the tomb of the saints. Each who falls will have a chance at rebirth. Half of your rewards will remain with you. In the immortal world, Li Shimon's eyes gleamed. Summon the heavenly generals. I march to the tomb of the saints. In the divine martial world, Tanjiro rallied his guards. At last, we can repay God's grace. We go now, to show the godless worlds the terror of the eternal. Lu Che watched his believers rise with fervor. His smile deepened. Conflict was necessary. Struggle bred strength. Two worlds stood open, but most turned their gaze toward Chu Xuanfeng's newly seized realm. Vast resources. Endless horizons. The god of eternity awaited their deeds. Wanjia chat group. A new notification chimed. Group member Suner has joined the chat group. And with that, the family of believers expanded once more. Chapter 181, Chapter 181, Suner, I have already betrothed this body to the gods. The Fengyun world hummed with a different kind of peace now. Xiongba sat on the public bench in the martial hall, calm and unoffended. The martial association of his world had settled firmly into his control, disciples were competent and loyal. In middle age, what a man wanted most was a legacy, and he had it. He allowed himself to enjoy this small triumph. Then a ping from the cross-world chat cut through the silence. Someone had posted into the Wanjia group. Xiongba frowned. He activated a small bubble of internal breath to focus. 10 meters around him grew so still that a falling needle would sound like thunder. For a second he suspected an illusion. Who's speaking to me? He asked aloud, cheeky and wary. On the group feed the messages kept flashing. Li Air typed first, brothers and sisters, new arrivals affairs are yours, I'm stuck in the Tomb of Saints, can't break out yet. Tanjiro replied, +1. Territories packed with good players. Haven't had such a thrill in ages. Brother. I envy. Master Murong added. The demon sword spirit quipped about being the reception desk again. The fox who only loved money offered to take the role and rest. Then a longer note, please read the intro videos in the group first. There are gods in this chat, watch your words. If you seek meditation strength, ask. Knowing is half the way. Rin Tosaka, now, incredulously, a 4-star divine envoy, cleared her throat and began her ceremonial lecture at once. Ahem. As a 4-star envoy, allow me to explain to no matter which plane you're from, remember, God is omnipotent. A chorus of scoffs and jokes rolled in. Keiru, are you a magic stick? Deliverable laughter, ninja scientist snorts, a delighted gothic queen of vampires remarking on the Versailles drama. The chat was its usual chaotic self, envious, snarky, and oddly reverent. Xiongba sat back, slightly amused, watching the parade of messages. Then someone else posted a short video. Rin had uploaded footage. The angle was grand, the eternal shrine looming like a small sun, the long river of time sliding above the shrine like an orange aurora, light bathing the ground. The planet at the shrine's base, a sphere so massive and brilliant, took up the screen. The chat fell into near silence. The eternal shrine, that's where the gods dwell, the demon sword spirit whispered. Tosaka, is that the god's son at your feet? Blonde boy Sam asked, awed. Chu Dashin wrote, stunned, I meant to promote God's power in my world, but Rin Tosaka keeps beating me to it. Videos cascaded. Members posted their own glimpses of Wei worlds and tomb skirmishes. The Tomb of Saints fight raged heavy, Li Shimin and Tanjiro embroiled in a frontline that looked like the end of the world. Others sent clips of their own domains, unification campaigns, newly summoned priestesses, novices opening to divine truth. Then Suner joined. A new member notification blinked, Suner has joined the group. Ping. The room rapidly filled with welcomes and curious probes. A newcomer's message read, arrogant and sharp, I am a princess of the ancient clan. Many strong elders serve our house. What rank are you, a mere stick of magic? Rin bristled. Excuse me. At Suner, who do you think you are to speak of gods so freely? Respect the shrine. Suner's answer was cold, I have no patience for tutors who lecture without power. I will watch your videos. If the god is as real as you say, then fate favors my people, and I intend to carve a path for them. She opened the uploaded shrine clip and watched. On screen, the eternal shrine's radiance still hummed, and something old and tremendous moved in the footage, the river of time, scenes of entire histories folded into light. Then, in the video, the god had risen. At that moment Suner's breath caught. The memory fragments streamed across the footage, not hers, but pieces of others' deliverance, a scene of the eternal god turning aside a titanic stone fetus, the mudborn being collapsing under divine radiance. The sheer scale of the god stunned her so hard she felt her soul reel. A cold sweat rose along Suner's spine. Her limbs trembled. This is real. The thought that had hovered at the edge of rumor became a solid truth. The eternal god was not a parable, not a legend swallowed by time. He was real. He was everything. If such a being existed, could Suner make use of him? Could she lead the ancient clan from the abyss into dazzling fortune? Could she ensure their survival, even to the point of dominating other bloodlines? Ambition awoke in her with violent clarity. She dove into the group's resource folder and downloaded the Eternal Meditation tutorial immediately. She scrolled through every video, every report. She duplicated the runes, traced the breathing patterns, stored the mantras. The meditation didn't feel like any cultivation she had tried before. It felt like opening a new organ. It felt like a long dormant seed exploding in the chest. Within hours, or so it seemed to her, she had surged. Her body pulsed, veins lit, ancestral blood answering the call. Her soul tightened like a drawn bow and then released. Her cultivator's metric spiked. Do Ling Do Wang. Do Wang. Do Zong. Do Zun. Each step rose faster than custom. She burst through boundaries concern by concern, semi-sage approached, then tremulous edges of sage. Her newfound power shocked her attendants. Yao Lao and Small Xiao stared with open jaws. Is this a consecrated reincarnation? Yao Lao murmured, baffled. This speed of awakening, impossible for someone of her background. Sun'er laughed to herself in the small room, a laugh half delighted and half wild. She could feel the old clan's ancient lineage strengthen in her. She could feel the possibility of becoming a goddess in the not-so-distant future. When Xiaohuo finally intruded, breathless, clutching the ring he'd given her, he refused to accept what she'd just announced. Sun'er. Why are you leaving? Why the rush, he asked, hurt coating his words. She glanced at her hand where his ring had glowed. Inside the jewel a whisper had glimmered, a promise she hadn't known she would make aloud. His voice softened. Is someone forcing you? Are you being coerced by the family? No, Sun'er replied, voice flat as steel. I have promised this body to the gods. If you want to grow strong, you must let go of such chains. This ring binds you to ordinary things, ragged priorities, while the gods grant true ascension. If you cling to adornments, you will only become another wedge in their trap. Xiaohuo's face paled. The sentiment cut like a knife. You speak like you've buried me, he whispered. I thought you were a daughter of the clan, we share blood. Don't toss us aside. Sun'er's eyes glittered, not with love, but with frigid resolve. A faint soul that drinks the grudges of others, what face does it have, really? If you still insist on such weakness, I will arrest and execute you. Don't test me. The threat hung in the air. It was not mere bluster. It was a promise carved in certainty. Xiaohuo retreated, stunned and furious in equal measure. He stared down at the ring as if it could answer him. Sun'er gathered her meditation scripts, sealed her satchel, and walked out into the courtyard, the silver light of her clan's altar striking her shoulder like a badge. Back in the group chat, reactions cascaded. Some members cheered the new member's courage. Others scolded her coldness. Rin sent a terse admonishment, one does not marry a god lightly. The fox chimed in, worship our god, not your arrogance. We'll help you pray. But Sun'er had already turned inward. The eternal meditation took root. The ancient phrasework, at first foreign and jagged, soon bent to her will. The result was a surprising cascade, body refinements, ancestral blood blossoming, new meridians opening. Her clan's dormant gifts flared to life. It was a harvest the elders had thought dead. By dawn she had awakened to a new rank, a doubling of chi, the feel of a semi-sage's depth. Her servants gaped. The household's old guard, stoic Yao Lao included, found themselves clutching their chests as a power older than time brushed past. Is this a reincarnation blessing? Yao Lao said, awed. But she's too young to trigger this. Sun'er only smiled. The ambition in her chest had become a furnace. She could already map the future in her mind, sacrifices, shrine devotion, a rising goddess cadre, her family remade at the feet of the eternal. The idols they'd once bowed to, petty, decayed ancestors that kept the clan's power starved and inward, would be swept aside. She would reforge them into ministers of God. That night, when the chat group quieted and only the regulars remained online, Sun'er posted a short declaration, I have betrothed this body to the gods. All who follow me shall be elevated, all who resist shall be crushed. Rogue laughter. A flood of emoji worship. Messages of Hail Sun'er and Betrothed. Congrats filled the lines, mixed with a dozen snide comments, old cyber skeptics who couldn't believe a mortal could rise so fast. Rin messaged privately, be careful. Being chosen by a god is to be in a bargain you do not fully control. Sun'er's reply was blunt, I know. I choose my bargain. She didn't tell them then, not yet, that the bargain had its own teeth. In the private silence of meditation she had glimpsed the god's gaze in the footage, not amorphous benevolence, but a horizon. The eternal god gave more than power, he also took. Devotion required price. But Sun'er had decided she would pay it gladly, because the cost was smaller than her clan's extinction. Across the plain, other gardeners of fate handled their own harvests. Chu Xianfeng had already become a 4-star divine envoy by decree, the reincarnation land's offerings had fed the god's domain. Heroes and knightly lines woke in strange rooms, knights kneeling before new thrones, priests learning liturgy in a language that smelled of stars and old rivers. Sun'er took her first steps down the path with no illusions. She would bargain, but she would bargain hard. She would fashion the bridegroom's altar until the gods himself could not turn away. She would not merely be chosen, she would make the choice that shaped the choosing. Before sleep took her, she tapped a final message into the Wanjia group: if you want true power, come and worship. But remember, the gods do not love weakness. Prepare to be remade. 1,000 answers poured back. Some mocked. Others bowed. A few, like Chu Dashin and Tanjiro, sent quiet thumbs up. Xiaohuo read the line and closed his eyes, the metallic warmth of the ring shining weakly in his palm, a symbol that had once meant betrothal, now a thing that trembled on the cusp of being sold. Above all of them, in his unshakable seat, Lu Che watched the small dramas with patient amusement. A new recruit, one more heart turned toward the eternal, was another drop in the river of faith. The plain war to come would not be merely an exchange of blades, it would be a competition for hearts, for vows, for souls. Sun'er had made her wager. Let the game begin. Chapter 182, Chapter 182, the third great organization is established, using the heroic spirit system for the first time. Xiaohuo was stunned. The truth slammed into him like a hammer, his battle chi had been regressing all these years because of that old ghost festering inside the ring. Damn it. Before he could react, Sun'er had already turned, her figure retreating with effortless grace. The sight of her back, that confident, untouchable figure, shredded the last threads of his delusions. His anger bled into helplessness. Yao Lao's voice came from the ring, calm and cutting. Do you see now? This is what it means to be Tianjiao of the ancient clan. She's no ordinary girl, boy, she's something you cannot even imagine. Overnight she broke through to semi-sage. Semi-sage. The words made Xiaohuo's head spin. That was a level he could barely dream of reaching in his lifetime. Yao Lao's tone sharpened. Do you still want to pursue her? How? Xiaohuo muttered without thinking. Yao Lao chuckled dryly. With my guidance, you can grow. I was stronger than semi-sage in my prime. Do you really think I absorbed your chi for nothing? With me, the path is open. You just have to work hard. Xiaohuo looked hopeful. Then, can I break through to semi-sage overnight? Yao Lao went silent. His spiritual face darkened. If I could break through overnight, boy, do you think I'd be stuck rotting inside a ring? He coughed twice to cover his irritation. Ahem, no, not overnight. But if you're willing to put in the effort, you'll catch up in time. Xiaohuo scoffed. So in other words, I'm still inferior to her. The old phantom's expression turned black as charcoal. Do you even have a choice? With your broken family background, how can you compare with her bloodline? The words pierced like a blade. They silenced Xiaohuo. Deep down, he knew Yao Lao was right. No matter how much he dreamed, Sun'er had already left him far behind. The World Association. Meanwhile, in another world, Xiongba stood atop a mountain peak. His robes fluttered in the roaring wind as he practiced eternal meditation. The moment he closed his eyes, the weather itself shifted. Stars trembled. Clouds swirled like frightened beasts. Unlike Sun'er, who had approached with caution, Xiongba had no hesitation. He immediately chose to join the divine system. The reason was simple: in the chat group, even a small fry could fly on a sword. If such minor characters could reach that level with divine grace, then what reason did he, a warlord who commanded the world, have to refuse? I will master this world, he whispered. From today, I shall cultivate the laws of the eternal God. When he opened his eyes, the world looked new. His cultivation doubled. Old wounds that had lingered in his body for decades were healed in an instant by divine power. And then came the greatest shock of all. As a junior believer, he was allowed to select a divine cultivation path. Most would have chosen the basic elements: wind, ice, or storm. But Xiongba chose something else. Darkness. A power that fused all others together. A path to stand above the rest. His ambition surged. If he must be a dog of the gods, then he would be a dog that barked from the highest peak, laughing down on the world. He looked down at the sprawling headquarters of the World Association below, a fortress city 4 kilometers across. He pressed lightly on the mountain peak and launched himself like a cannonball. A streak of black light tore through the clouds. Boom. The violent shockwave ripped apart the wind. Enemy attack, the guards shouted in terror. Enemy attack, my ass. I am your leader. Xiongba barked. His black aura thundered around him. One guard, trembling, stepped forward in confusion. Xiongba's kick sent the men exploding into a mist of blood. On the steps below, Wen Cho watched in horror as his master descended like a devil. His legs gave way, and he knelt, trembling. This was no longer the same man. Xiongba's presence was overwhelming, monstrous, suffocating. His dominance was no longer arrogance, it was terror itself. Help! Lord help her. When Cho stammered. Xiongba's voice boomed. From today forward, the World Association will be renamed the Eternal God Cult. All members are forbidden to harm the common people. If anyone dares, I will personally kill them. When Cho gaped. The gods. Xiongba nodded firmly. Yes. Only the glory of the true God can guide the people forward. Call all my disciples here at once. I will begin contact with the envoys of God. When Cho didn't dare to argue. He bowed quickly. Yes, Lord help her. Only after Xiongba left did Wen Cho let out a shaky breath. He looked up toward the mountaintop and felt his heart seize. The clouds above had been pierced open, the summit now visible to the naked eye. He quickened his steps. The Eternal Shrine. In the Eternal Shrine, Rin Tosaka lounged in a bright courtyard, giggling as she read the chat group messages. Call her vain, call her a show-off, she didn't care. She was proud, and why shouldn't she be? Her sister Sakura and her mother Aoi were here with her. That was all she needed. Her home plane, the moonlit world, was managed by Alea and Gaia. She could relax, chat, learn divine magecraft, or simply enjoy leisure time. Sometimes she went fishing with Sakura. Sometimes she learned needlework from her mother. Even if the divine robes they wore were artifacts woven by eternal power, Rin still enjoyed the craft. Not long after, Ilia's veil floated down in a frilly dress, holding Alice's hand. Thank you, Miss Crane, Ilia chirped to the shrine's attendant. The crane spirit bowed politely before vanishing back into the sky. Rin grinned. So, is today's mother-daughter time over? Humph. Ilia puffed out her cheeks and clung to Alice's leg. Ilia's not a little kid. I just like being with mommy. Rin shook her head with a smile. Their little faction had grown quickly since leaving the moonlit world. Their roster included Nero Claudius, the flamboyant emperor of roses. Artoria Pendragon, the stalwart king of knights. Rin herself and her mother Aoi. Sakura, still shy but gradually opening. Ilia and Alice, the artificial vessel of the Holy Grail. Each had their role. Alice, after receiving divine empowerment, had ascended straight to the rank of an 8-star goddess. She was their strongest combatant by far. Artoria and Nero followed closely behind. Artoria's ability to grasp any technique with astonishing speed made her indispensable. Nero, meanwhile, wielded her emperor's privileges shamelessly, even copying abilities outright. Hina had complained to the Eternal God about Nero's plagiarism. But the god had only laughed and said, that too is a gift. So Nero strutted further and further down the path of shameless mimicry, reveling in her strange form of talent. Rin's mother, Aoi, considered herself a maid. She threw herself into menial tasks with devotion, caring for divine beasts and shrine grounds alike. No one looked down on her. In fact, everyone respected her diligence. She was the shrine's model worker. Inside the Eternal Temple, 3 women knelt before Luce, Hinata Hyuga, Tsunade Senju, and Samui of the Cloud. Please grant us an oracle, they said together. You don't need to be so formal, Luce said kindly. This is the first trial of the heroic spirit system. There may be flaws. Go and experience freely. Yes, my lord. One more thing, Luce added, looking at Tsunade. If you wish to resurrect Nawaki, you can do so now with your current strength. Go. Tsunade's eyes softened. She bowed deeply. Thank you, my lord. Hinata, too, quietly resolved to summon her late uncle, Hizashi. Even though Niji had once resented her, she understood too well the pain of losing family. Their souls shimmered with light, rising toward the altar. The Heroic Spirit System. The Heroic Spirit System was a minor system plug-in beneath Luce's Grand Amplification System. Through blood ties or personal items, believers could summon heroic spirits. Unlike the flawed system of the Moonlit Plane, this one required no spirit vessel. Temporary bodies would be created from the world's power itself. This first trial would be conducted by Orochimaru. Luce wanted to see the results firsthand. The Konoha branch. The village once called Konoha no longer existed. In its place rose towering structures, the Eternal God Sect, Konoha branch. Orochimaru had returned from the moon, bringing relics, Tsunade's necklace, Hinata's forehead protector, and Samui's cherished sword. The Hyuga clan knelt in reverence. Clan head Hayashi approached nervously. Master, why hasn't the goddess arrived yet? Patience, Orochimaru replied, though he too felt unease. The first summoning takes time. But they will come. In the distance, Naruto knelt silently. His heart ached. Once, these women had been his classmates and comrades. Now they were goddesses, far beyond his reach. He remained only a believer. Kurabi, calmer now since losing Gyuki, sat cross-legged. Brother, Goddess Samui's arrival makes me nervous. Cut it out, A rumbled, punching him lightly. What's there to be nervous about? Karabi smirked. Then why are your legs shaking? Idiot. That's the wind. Their banter was cut short by a sudden blaze of light. 3 beams of radiance fell from the heavens. 1 green, 1 white, 1 golden. Energy gathered at the altar. The shapes of 3 women slowly emerged. 10 minutes later, Tsunade, Hinata, and Samui stood before the believers. They opened their eyes, flexing unfamiliar fingers. The new bodies felt strange, strong, yet unstable. They could sense their power had been greatly weakened, some techniques sealed. The heroic spirit bodies were pure energy given form. They would endure only so long as divine energy sustained them. When the energy ran dry, their consciousness would return to the eternal realm. But for now, they lived again. And the world trembled in awe. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, The Power of Life Magic, The Resurrection of Minato Namikaze and Others. The purified chakra flowed into the altar, forming the basis of the summoning. At last, the avatars of the goddesses descended. The entire process was carefully recorded by Orochimaru. Every movement, every fluctuation of energy, he intended to send this invaluable record to the Eternal Gods chat group for the gods to review. When the summoning succeeded, everyone present released the sealing marks they had drawn upon the ground. Those marks represented the energy required for the ritual. Even with divine assistance, the 3 goddesses had consumed nearly 10,000 units of chakra combined. The sheer cost made it clear, only a true goddess could maintain such a presence. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru, her lips curving into the faintest smile. Long time no see. Yes. Lord Goddess. Orochimaru bowed with humility, using the reverent etiquette of the eternal gods' religion. Hinata Hyuga turned to them. I'll return to the Hyuga clan first. We'll begin action tomorrow. Samui chuckled softly. I'll also head back home. It's been too long. Since entering the god realm, Samui had only served the gods once, not as a favored consort, but simply as a woman acknowledged. Yet even that had been enough. Her heart had changed. She was no longer the same kunoichi who once lived only for her village. She was now a goddess, and though she knew her talent was modest, her figure alone could not carry her forever. She would have to work harder. Tsunade nodded in quiet agreement. Then she strolled alongside Orochimaru through the streets both familiar and alien. This Tsunade was not the weary, jaded woman of the past. As a goddess, her youth had returned, her beauty radiant, her aura carrying an unmistakable divine glow. Her features, softened by Lu Che's favor, shone with a happiness that made her even more striking. Ordinary people could not even look at her directly. The weight of divinity pressed on their spirits, forcing their gazes down. When they were alone, Orochimaru whispered, "It seems the Lord God cares greatly for you." "It's nothing," Tsunade replied casually. "Now tell me, what's the real reason you called us here? If it were something as simple as summoning slugs, you wouldn't be so urgent." Orochimaru chuckled low. Sasuke found the passage of the Otsutsuki clan. The boy has been working tirelessly, all in secret. He's united most of the shinobi forces under his lead. But he lowered his voice. On the moon, he encountered resistance. When I joined him, I realized the Otsutsuki clan are far more troublesome than we expected. Tsunade frowned, halting her steps. Troublesome? Even with your strength? Orochimaru sighed. The clan was divided by civil war. But the moment we arrived, they set aside their disputes and turned their entire might against us. Their numbers are vast. Their powers, overwhelming. The Otsutsuki were no fools. Every one of them possessed the Rinnegan. Even after 1,000 years of infighting, they could still unite when faced with outsiders. He continued bitterly. We fought 10 days straight, Sasuke and I, together we managed to slay a squad of over 100. Even their leader was badly wounded. But they have armies, entire worlds under their control. They've planted sacred trees across multiple planets. Their reach goes beyond this one world. Tsunade's expression softened into a smirk. Then the solution is simple. Tomorrow you'll see what true greatness means. Prepare their relics, Orochimaru. Tonight, I will bring them back. You. What, you don't believe me? He hesitated. Resurrection had always been his dream, his obsession. To see Tsunade speak of it so lightly stirred disbelief. I was given an oracle, Tsunade said firmly. My path is life magic. Resurrecting the dead is my duty. Orochimaru fell silent. Life magic. No wonder. If the eternal god willed it, then it would be so. Soon, Orochimaru gathered the relics. A letter penned by Hisashi Hyuga. The Hitayate once worn by Kushina Uzumaki. The blade of Tsukumo Hatake, the white fang of Konoha. The scroll beloved by Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki. A fragment of clothing belonging to Rin Nohara. A photograph of Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha. The robes once worn by Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Only Naruto stood watching. The rest of his comrades were away, locked in battle on the starry battlefields. All is ready, Orochimaru said solemnly. Tsunade stepped forward. She knelt before the relics and began tracing intricate seals of resurrection. Green light coiled around her fingers, weaving into the shape of divine lotus blossoms. Minutes stretched into hours. At last, she raised her hands. Life magic, fate's resurrection. Boom. 6 radiant beams of light shot skyward. The relics were engulfed in blossoming lotus flowers, filling the air with an intoxicating fragrance. The scent spread through the city. Do you smell that? It's like flowers. Divine flowers. Look, it's coming from the temple. Crowds gathered, drawn by the fragrance. They arrived to see 8 massive lotus blooms shining at the temple gates. The goddess is casting a spell. What kind of power is this? It feels more sacred than any ninjutsu I've ever seen. Just being near it makes me want to kneel. Life magic, the most sensitive of all arts to the living. Even those not directly affected could feel its blessing. For 3 hours the lotus flowers blazed. Then, with a sharp crack, they split apart. One after another, figures stepped forth. Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, and his wife Kushina Uzumaki. Rin Nohara, smiling faintly. Hisashi Hyuga, eyes calm. Nawaki Senju, Tsunade's beloved brother. Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang. Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha, solemn and dazed. They looked around in confusion. Am I already dead? Tsukumo murmured. I was just in the underworld. My dear. Kushina gasped. Her eyes fell instantly on Naruto. Her heart lurched. That's our son. Tears blurred her vision. She rushed forward, arms outstretched. The others stood stunned, struggling to process the impossible. Orochimaru stepped in smoothly. Words cannot capture what has happened. All you need know is that war and pain northwest longer rule this place. From today forward, there will be no more needless death. Minato scanned the unfamiliar cityscape, gleaming towers, verdant gardens, and a temple towering 100 meters tall. His instinct screamed danger. He turned sharply, kunai in hand. Orochimaru. What have you done? Where is Konoha? Where are the third Hokage and my teacher? His killing intent surged. Instantly, divine pressure fell upon him like a mountain. Crash. Minato was driven to his knees, his face pressed into the dirt. Father. Naruto cried, running to him. Do not worry, Orochimaru said smoothly. Your father is unharmed. He merely needed a lesson. A goddess just resurrected him, yet he showed no gratitude, only hostility. Such disrespect is unforgivable before the divine. The White Fang stiffened. His eyes darted to Tsunade, scarcely believing what he saw. Could she truly be a goddess? Just then, Hinata Hyuga approached, flanked by Niji and Hanabi. My sister's hand is fast, Hinata said lightly. I thought the resurrection would wait until tomorrow. Tsunade smiled faintly. Tomorrow there are greater battles. I have no wish to linger here. For her, the mortal world held no nostalgia. Resurrecting Nawaki had been her final obsession. Now that it was fulfilled, her heart lay only with the eternal god. The older generation of shinobi stared at Hinata, baffled by her strange attire and the rippling aura of the Rinnegan. She spoke clearly, we are goddesses of the eternal god. Do not be alarmed. This resurrection was permitted by the chief priest. Your families fight on the front lines, so you will not see all your loved ones yet. Rin, for example, Obito has fought for you, but he was led astray by foolish choices. And Tsukumo Hatake, you committed suicide, have you considered what that meant for your son? You placed the weight of your despair on the next generation. Her words fell like hammer blows. Fugaku and Mikoto paled, thinking of Sasuke's lonely path. Shame carved lines across their faces. When Hinata finished, Orochimaru spread his arms. The era of ninja villages is over. From now on, you may act freely. If you wish to see your families, come with us tomorrow to the ancient starry sky. Fugaku lifted his head. Are my sons there? Yes, Orochimaru replied. Both of them. Relief flickered in Fugaku's eyes. He turned to Mikoto. Tomorrow, we'll go. Hinata was right, I've been too irresponsible. Always running from what I should have faced. Mikoto nodded softly. And so, in the eternal god's light, the dead returned, and the era of shinobi began its final transformation. Chapter 184, 10,000 Snakes, Yo. Isn't that Orochimaru? Let's hatch eggs together. Parents scolded. Children wept. Some cursed, others begged forgiveness. That night in Konoha, after the resurrection of the dead, emotion spilled everywhere. Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang, broke down in silence when he learned that his wife had also perished. Kushina Uzumaki's voice carried through the halls as she shouted at Minato for leaving Naruto to suffer. Even Fugaku Uchiha, who usually carried himself with pride, was shaken to his core. The once proud parents now saw with their own eyes how much their children had borne, and how little they themselves had done. The night was restless. The next morning, Tsunade followed Orochimaru to the teleportation circle that led to the ancient Starry Sky Road. Together they passed through the lunar base, then shifted again to the planet of the Otsutsuki clan. The world was bleak, lifeless, and dark, a dying planet surrounded by neighbors that looked like lumps of black coal. Just one glance made the scalp prickle. Look well, Orochimaru said. Without God's intervention, this is the fate the Otsutsuki had planned for our ninja world. A husk, drained of all life. The Otsutsuki extracted planets like parasites. Their methods squeezed the power and vitality out of worlds, leaving behind only corpses of stone and ash. From this process, the Ten-Tails were born. They were not natural beasts, but artificially manufactured weapons, formed through the vitality of planets and refined with special vessels. Tsukumo Hatake frowned. If that's the case, why didn't they strike our world earlier? Orochimaru clasped his hands behind his back. Because of civil war. The Otsutsuki are divided between doves and hawks. The doves believe their power is already sufficient. The hawks believe the clan must continue devouring planets to maintain supremacy. The two sides have fought for 1,000 years. He smiled grimly. Princess Kaguya once fled this very homeland during that strife. The tale was short, but it carried the entire tragic history of the shinobi world. Sasuke's battle. A golden flare split the dark heavens above them. Explosions thundered one after another. Divine art, celestial fire pillar. Boom. The technique tore through the night sky, bathing the world in sudden light. Sasuke Uchiha hovered in the air, his left arm bleeding freely. He ignored the wound, his eyes narrowed, Mangekyo blazing. Ninjutsu could be absorbed by the Otsutsuki. Only magic, only divine arts, struck true. Fugaku stared at the lone figure, dumbfounded. That boy. Orochimaru's voice came soft. Since learning you could be resurrected, Sasuke has fought like this every day. Even injured, he licks his wounds in silence, never stopping. For his family, he gives everything. Fugaku and Mikoto's eyes filled with tears. Their son, once just a boy practicing fireball jutsu clumsily for weeks, had become a cold killer. Their failings as parents burned bitterly in their hearts. Sasuke. Mikoto's voice broke as she cried out to him. It was not loud, but the golden figure in the sky froze mid-flight. His body stiffened. That voice. Could it be? He turned. There, standing beside Orochimaru, were two figures he thought never to see again. Father. Mother. Be careful, behind you. A sudden ambush came. But before it could land, three silhouettes flashed through space. Hinata Hyuga, Tsunade, and Samui appeared, their divine power bursting forth. Hinata smiled. It's fine. From here, the three of us will take over. Let this world feel the greatness of God. Tsunade nodded. It should be so. Samui raised her blade. Let's go. The goddess's wrath. With a shift of space, they materialized in Sasuke's place. The Otsutsuki warriors froze. Princess. No, you are not Princess Kaguya. Hinata's eyes glowed with otherworldly light. I am anger incarnate. The balance of light and darkness ends here. Life magic, reverse, death and decline. Tsunade intoned. Star-slaying swordsmanship. Samui roared. Three divine arts struck as one. The very foundation of the Otsutsuki homeland quaked. Orochimaru placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to us. Sasuke turned, his eyes blazing. Thank you, priest. His gaze snapped to his parents, and his voice cracked with emotion. Father. Mother. Tears welled unbidden. God had answered his devotion. His prayers had not been in vain. As long as he fought, miracles would follow. I love eternal religion, Sasuke whispered. I love the God of eternity. He gave me hope. Wiping his tears, he looked to Naruto, who stood stunned. What are you waiting for? We have to fight too. We can't let the goddesses handle everything. Naruto clenched his fists. Right. Let's go. 10 days of war. The battle raged for 10 days. The Otsutsuki clan had more treasures and forbidden medicines than anyone imagined. Tribe members returned from distant worlds, hurling themselves into the fight. Ten-Tails' vessels stirred. Sacred fruits glowed with ominous light. But the ninja world's combined might, guided by the goddesses, pressed forward relentlessly. One after another, the Otsutsuki fell. At last, silence reigned. The clan lay defeated. Their treasures and elixirs gathered, sealed within Tsunade's hands. Their mission was complete. Tsunade looked to the others. When next we meet, it will be in the god realm. This avatar's power nears its end. Nawaki, tell him I kept my promise. Hinata smiled gently. Don't worry. We'll meet again soon. The heroic system's limits. The first field test of the heroic spirit system revealed its flaws. Energy, once consumed, it could not be replenished. Every battle drained irreversibly. Techniques, some divine arts were too powerful, annihilating all within 1,000 miles if released without restraint. Many had to be held back. Duration, at most, a heroic avatar could last 15 days. The system required major refinement. Yet even this imperfect version, Luce judged, could be sold at an astonishing price. With it, he could barter for rare treasures. The Great Sacrifice. 3 days later, Orochimaru led the final sacrifice. This time, the entire shinobi world contributed, every believer, every ounce of faith, every fragment of fortune. When the starry curtain descended, cheers erupted across the lands. The ninja world was ascending, finally joining the world of God. Aogon, the starry sky true dragon, descended once more, carrying the entire realm into God's domain. A chime rang. Ding. Congratulations on harvesting a world. Thousandfold increase activated. Choose the evolutionary path of this world. 3 options appeared. Sage Arts, the immortal system of Li Shimon's world. Divine Martial Arts, the refined system of Tanjiro's world. Spirit Calling, an improvement drawn from the Otsutsuki, allowing every cultivator to bond with a spirit beast, merging strength into a force greater than the sum of its parts. The last option resembled the Jinchuriki's bond with tailed beasts, but far more advanced, akin to the Otsutsuki's manipulation of the Ten-Tails. Neither side of the contract could truly die. A fallen beast would return to its host, a fallen host would be restored through the beast. Luce smiled. How entertaining. My god's domain teems with sacred beasts. Spirit Calling will suit it perfectly. Orochimaru's fate. Orochimaru awaited the oracle, anticipation written on his face. A new profession, he mused. Marvelous, perhaps even I can wield it. He raised his eyes to the envoy. Tell me, may I use the spirit calling method? Hinata Hyuga descended, smiling faintly. Yes. Your old friend has missed you dearly. You may contract with him again. Old friend. Orochimaru's face paled. A white doorway split open before him. From within, a massive purple tail lashed out, coiling tightly around him. A familiar, mocking voice slithered through the air. Well, isn't this my dear old master, Orochimaru? Yo, let's hatch eggs together. From today on, you're mine. SSSHHHHH. It was Manda, the giant serpent, reborn as a contracted spirit beast. Hinata chuckled softly. The god's sense of humor is unique. Orochimaru's face crumpled in despair. To be forced into incubating snake eggs, all day, every day, truly, the god's evil taste knew no bounds. In the multiverse chat group. The moment the ninja world ascended, the group erupted. Since Rin Tosaka and Tanjiro had already been promoted, everyone's eyes now turned to the starry skies, guessing which member's world had risen this time. Li'er, which big boss just ascended? Why so quiet? Spirit of the demon sword, not me. Fox who only loves money, not me either. You know I'd brag the moment it happened. Sadly reminded Lao Gao, not me, obviously. Chu Dashin, I just teamed up with Tanjiro. Whose turn is it? At G. Shermiko. G. Shermiko, not mine. Pursuing sentient beings, then it must be Murong Fu. Young Master Murong, I'm crying here, okay. It's not me. For peace, if it's not any of you, then it's either the old liar, or the old snake. The liar hasn't spoken. So that leaves. Ninja scientist, Orochimaru, it's me. Spirit of the demon sword, ha. No wonder you look so miserable. Summoning a heroic spirit must have drained you dry. At that very moment, Orochimaru sat cross-legged on top of a massive egg, his face twisted in despair. I'm a man, he thought bitterly. And yet they force me to incubate eggs. Is there no law? No justice? Pirates of the Caribbean, buffed. Did you offend the gods again? Ha 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 ha. If so, I'll drink 2 glasses in your honor. Junior brother Dazufeng, wait. Brother Snake, what the hell happened? Ninja scientist, Orochimaru, nothing. Just. My work lately makes me want to cry. He uploaded a picture. The chat group erupted in laughter. Chapter 185, Chapter 185, Murong levels a faction, and the Conqueror marches on Lingyun Cave. The fox who only loves money, ha 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 ha. Snake Bro is hatching eggs. You can be the male mother for this one. Spirit of the Demon Sword, PFF, ha ha ha. From now on I'm calling him Orochimaru the Egg Incubator. Thoughts on the name? Universal Salvation, I'm bald, he's Dan, cough, cough, the rest is unprintable. You get the idea. Ninth uncle, slayer of demons and exorcist of spirits, there are lady high priests in the group, you bald rascal. Show some decorum. But Orochimaru's eggs really are substantial. Tanjiro Kamado, are you jealous? Chu Dashin, men would be, sure, but that's a bit too big. Vampire Queen, isn't it perfectly normal for Orochimaru to incubate snake eggs? Blonde Boy Sam, I can tell, everyone's got a signature move. Junior brother of Dazufeng, seems you're grasping the soul of Chinese wordplay. I could teach you. Ninja scientist, oh, speaking of which, all things are cause and effect, everything follows fate. Once upon a time, he had counted 10,000 serpents and offered the other shore to the gods. Now that the world has advanced and his world rank stands at spiritualist, the beast he once summoned has returned to his side, allegedly to deepen their bond. In truth, they were both incubating eggs. There wasn't just one sorry case, there were two. Sighing, old Gao lamented, someone took me down before. Seeing how huge you are now, I feel oddly reassured. Pirate King of the Caribbean, a long voyage. Grind your keel against the wall for consistency. Orochimaru, hurry and upload the video, let's see how the heroic system functions. The group member Ninja Scientist uploaded a video. The world of Fingyun, the Storm Riders. The Conqueror stood before a python 29 li long, and the giant serpent was, against all expectation, nesting on an egg. He nearly burst out laughing. Still, credit where it was due, the aura rolling off the beast was terrifying. Billions of times more fearsome than the fire Qilin he had once faced. Back then, he'd slain Niefeng's father, which led to the clash with the fire Qilin. He'd learned then that one shouldn't provoke the world's exotic beasts lightly. Now, if I'm to choose a sacrifice, it must be the fire Qilin. What could better reflect my reverence for God than that? As long as the world is unified, the world will be elevated. That is the supreme Tao. Watching the winds and clouds gather beyond his hall, the long-dormant ambition within the Conqueror flared anew. Once, he'd been obsessed with unifying the martial world. He spent half his life running toward that horizon. When the world society became the #1 power, a hush followed. He found it boring. Now he understood, the most important thing is to have a dream, a goal. Only then can a man ignite his fighting spirit and live each day to the fullest. That is life. Footsteps sounded outside. Nie Feng, Bujingyun, and Qin Shuang entered the courtyard and knelt before the steps. Master, we have returned. Click. The wooden door swung open, yet no figure appeared. The three lifted their heads and peered inside. Though it was bright midday, the room beyond was night black. All light was devoured. Come in. The voice was faint. It was the Conqueror. A chill crawled through the three. The atmosphere was too strange. They traded a look, then stepped in. The instant they crossed the threshold, every door and window vanished behind them. Darkness swallowed the world. The only light was the one cupped in the Conqueror's hand. It defied reason, surpassing the trio's understanding of martial arts. Could a single person's cultivation truly drown a room in midnight? Even sunlight could not enter. Do you know why I called you? The disciples do not, the three answered as one. This time, I unified the martial world, the Conqueror said. My deeds, though bloody and cruel, have reached the level of gods. If corrected thereafter, heaven still forgives. He lifted the light. I summoned you to ask, will you become believers of the eternal faith? Eternal faith. None of the three recognized the name. But from the Conqueror's tone, they understood, refusal meant a miserable end. Qin Shuang didn't bother to think it through. He dropped his forehead to the floor. This disciple is willing to follow Master. There, that's a wise man. Never mind the faith itself. Wherever Master goes, he follows. That is loyalty. Ha ha ha. Good. I'll grant you God's power. Go forth. With a tap of his finger, the Conqueror sent a current into Qin Shuang's spirit. A simple yet fathomless method etched itself into Qin Shuang's mind. Name, Eternal Meditation. Nie Feng and Bujingyun followed, each receiving the Dharma. Then the conqueror dispelled the divine technique shrouding the room and said, "From today onward, the three of you are envoys of the eternal faith. For God's glory, we must redouble our efforts. This is the true God's method, each of you may walk a different path. It has no flaw. Make your preparations. When your attainments ripen, we will go to Lingyun Cave, seize the fire Qilin, and offer it as sacrifice." "We obey, Master." Their eyes had changed. They didn't believe the conqueror would hand them the strongest cultivation. After all, a strict master leaves the best for himself. Everyone knows the saying about disciples starving while the teacher feasts. And if meditation alone could elevate you, swine would climb trees. After they withdrew, a figure stepped from the shadows behind the conqueror and knelt. "You wish to reforge the might of the Nanlin sword head?" Duan Lang does not dare. As one who'd been used like a lump of dough, kneaded at will, he loathed the men before him, yet even so, he did not dare show the slightest dissatisfaction. The conqueror now was too strong. Demonic. "Presumably you saw the eternal executor," the conqueror said mildly. "Here is your chance. Before our sacrifice, go and crush the forces of unrivaled city. Bring the beauty Mingyue to Lingyun Cave. I will grant you the rank of divine envoy, the same status as Bujingyun and the others." "Yes, Lord Master." A spark of heat lit in Duan Lang's eyes. He smothered his rebellion deep within. He hated the conqueror. He, the dignified heir of the Nanlin sword sect, had been reduced to pouring tea, bearing insults day after day. Had he never glimpsed that memory shard, he would have betrayed the conqueror without hesitation. But the eternal executor, that thing was terrifying. A soul suppressed for 1,000 years, atoning daily. The image alone chilled him to the marrow. Whatever it took, he would endure, if only to obtain power. And this path promised powerful martial arts. The pirate's world. Watching Orochimaru's promoted world status, Murong Fu could no longer sit still. He, too, wanted his world elevated. He wanted to enter the saint's graveyard world and contend with the grandmasters there. Gazing at the golden dragon of fate coiling above his domain, flames flickered in Murong Fu's eyes. It should be enough. It's time to prepare the sacrifice. The world is on the cusp of renewal. Across the archipelago and the surrounding regions, the eternal faith had already taken root. One particular renegade faction, a breakaway sect that had hijacked local shrines, refused enlightenment, and even had the gall to rewrite doctrine, claiming the eternal god was their provincial patron. How brazen. After subduing the neighboring isles, Murong Fu rose into the sky and looked down upon the renegade faction's heartland. A cold smile touched his lips. Such shameless blasphemy. Prepare for judgment. He raised his sword. Power gathered. Storms braided into a single, spear-keen tip along the blade. Now that he wielded the dragon of fate, his might swelled tenfold. "Go, storm sword intent." Murong Fu roared. The world-rending sword will fell upon the faction's fortress province. Shockwaves tore through their fortified lines, warlords and zealots alike were crushed in an instant. Their stronghold became a field of scattered rubble. Murong Fu showed no mercy. His eyes held only indifference, and a curl of mockery. To him, this was pest control. And these pests had courted annihilation. He sheathed his immortal blade and rode the wind back to Song Realm lands, ready to begin the rite. The dragon of fate coiling above him looked modest, by design. In truth, it had devoured the dragon veins of several states and now spanned nearly 1,000,000 li. It chose to hover close because Murong Fu allowed it to grow and breathe, because he smelled of spirit and sky. Murong Fu alighted on the terrace. A steward hurried up and bowed low. "Chief, all the altars are raised. We can begin the sacrifice at any time." "Good. Use the divine flame terrace to notify all regions. The sacrifice begins tomorrow." "As you command." The divine flame terrace was a communication engine condensed from altar incense. So long as an altar burned, word could pass between any two sites, an unimaginable thing in ancient times. In the world of God's domain, Lu Che had been paying attention. The gateway from the living realm had fallen into their hands, and the powers across God's domain were stunned by the strength of the eternal God's believers. They had thought these natives from the underworld would be weak. They were wrong. These fellows fought like bandits, snatching whatever they saw, spitting on talk of benevolence or propriety. A certain lord's mount had once been a beast blessed by a deity. Before the lord could so much as descend to claim it, Li Shimin had stolen it right out from under him, then sacrificed it on the spot. That mount now served as a plaything for a flock of adorable brutes on Huiyang planet. As for Tanjiro Kamado, he'd developed a methodical style. He would courteously announce his credentials before leading a raid. When he was outmatched, Li Shimin would swoop in and relieve him of his spoils. Merit counted for everything. When it climbed high enough, their divine rank rose with it. No one wanted to linger at 4 stars forever, deityhood beckoned like a beacon. "It seems, for the grand worlds, 2 battle groups are not enough," Lu Che murmured. In planar war, too few believers meant too little strength. Just then, a system prompt chimed in his ear. Ding. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, Obtaining the Destiny True Dragon, Awaiting the Hatch of the Godhead of Destiny. Ding. Your disciple Murong Fu has opened the world's sacrifice. The system has detected that the world's faith has been seized. The golden dragon of fate has surrendered to the eternal faith, and the world is now eligible for plunder. Would you like to begin plundering? Plunder, Lu Che said lightly. Another fragmented world secured. How convenient, it came just when he was short on manpower. Ding. Plunder initiated. 10,000-fold multiplier activated. You will obtain a Make Star. Please select the type of Make Star. Currently available categories. Immortal Arts. Divine Martial. Whirling Dharma. Lu Che glanced over the options and said casually, since I'm currently in the immortal realm, I'll choose Immortal Arts. Ding. World Framework Shaping. Confirmed, Immortal Arts World. Ding. You have obtained the Golden Dragon of Fate. Millionfold multiplier triggered. You have received the True Dragon of Destiny and a reward of 1,000 fragments of the Law of Destiny. True Dragon of Destiny. Type, non-biological. Origin, formed from the illusory Law of Destiny, constituting a living embodiment of law itself. Note, because the Law of Destiny within God's domain exceeds the limit, this catalyzes the incubation of the Godhead of Destiny. Countdown, 30 days until hatch. The world of demigods and semidevils, Tianlong Babu. Incense reached its peak. More than 90% of humanity performed sacrifices. They gathered before the temples, devout faces lifted skyward in prayer. They did not understand world upgrades, but they knew today's festival was of utmost importance. Their faith had to be poured forth without distraction, their devotion passed on to the gods. Countless flames of faith merged into a river of light, arcing upward, tearing at the fragile barrier of the world. The pressure of the chaos sea descended. Even the strongest among them felt despair. The starry sky was only a thin barrier, an eggshell, not an infinite firmament. And when this eggshell cracked, danger would fall upon them all. Just as Murong Fu's face tightened with discomfort, a beam of starlight poured down. It blanketed the fractured world. I am Ao Qian, Dragon King of the Starry Sky, bearer of the Oracle. By decree, I shall raise you to the realm of gods. The voice boomed like thunder across heaven and earth. From the radiant starfield emerged a colossal dragon head, vast enough to blot out the sun. Its full form could not be seen. 2 talons, forged of starlight, gripped the world itself, and the great beast heaved. The fractured world began to ascend. Ao Qian had done this many times before. He knew well that during ascension, these fragile fragment worlds swelled beyond their boundaries. Left unchecked, they would spiral out of control. Thus, he clasped them in his claws, his body bracing beneath, carrying the world to its destined place. Time warped. To the mortals below, it felt as though a year had passed. In truth, it was but a fraction of a second. Then, a new world opened before their eyes. All things flourished under the blessing of the system. Immortal herbs and divine medicines sprouted. Life evolved, mountains stretched higher, temples gleamed beneath 9-colored divine glow. Mystery suffused every breath. Only after the colossal dragon withdrew did the oracle thunder once more from the distant eternal temple. Murong Fu, who has sacrificed his world with great merit, shall be rewarded with 100,000 years of cultivation, the rank of Sword Orchid Immortal Emperor, and the right to open channels for planar wars. All beings within this world are now granted the opportunity for immortal cultivation. Those of true talent may ascend to higher realms through celestial tribulation. The vast voice shook all hearts. People wept, shouted, and cheered. From this day forth, they were citizens of the immortal world. Anyone might become an immortal. No more fear of birth, aging, sickness, or death. Even death itself was no longer annihilation, only a passage through reincarnation. This was the gift of faith. The Multiverse Chat Group. Young Master Murong, greetings, everyone. After countless struggles, I have finally ascended to God's realm. At last, I stand among you. Tanjiro Kamado, brother. Quick, come to the Tomb of Saints, there's a huge catch here. Li Air, hurry. Our brothers are masters of fishing. Universal Salvation, the bald monk, you 3 scoundrels. It's a pity. My faith still needs to spread a while longer. Tosaka University, Rin Tosaka, strange, why does no one venture to the moon plane? Is it only because of its lower combat strength? Spirit of the Demon Sword, not necessarily. I find the moon plane fascinating, but they all practice a single system. And Chu Xuanfeng's world is riddled with enemies. Though Tanjiro belonged to the divine martial system, he still preferred Chu Xuanfeng's world. Ninja scientist, when I'm done hatching eggs, I'll head over to the moon world and stir up trouble. Junior brother of Dazufeng, haha. You can do it, snake bro. The fox who only loves money, congratulations to Murong Fu for escaping the sea of suffering. Young Master Murong, damn it. Sister Fox, you're the only one who isn't mocking me. Everyone else is just ridiculing. Secondly, so, are you coming? Our brothers are hauling in a massive catch. Young Master Murong, send me coordinates. Old Gao, sadly reminds, ha ha ha, too sweet. Miko Priestess, Sister Tosaka Rin, if my world ascends, I'll seek you out there. I dislike fighting and slaughter. For Xiaofeng, the moon plane was ideal, quiet faith, the occasional hanging of atheists, no endless bloodshed like Tanjiro's path. Vampire Queen, I like the moon world as well. I heard that one of the new goddesses there, Elquet, is a vampire. Tosaka Rin, Aang. True, but she doesn't like us. She chose instead to join the Wanwan goddess's dark camp. She had once courted Elquet as an ally, but some mysterious trick of Baguio's stole her away. It was vexing, like losing a general on the battlefield. Miko Priestess, wait, there are factions among the goddesses. Fox who only loves money, can someone explain these camps? Tosaka Rin, It's not terribly important. They're just small cliques, based on attributes. For example, goddesses of life rarely get along with those of darkness. Different temperaments, different methods. The group members understood at once. Rin was being cautious, after all, gods themselves were in the group. But it was true, goddesses of the same attribute often formed alliances, while those with opposing attributes clashed. World Society Leader, the Conqueror, seems I joined too late. I envy you all, already ascended, already warring across planes. Keiru, we're of the same batch, aren't we? Want to see whose world ascends faster? World Society Leader, little girl, don't underestimate an old man. I've unified the martial world of the Central Plains. My ascension won't be as difficult as yours. Old Gao, with a power base like that, it's hardly suspenseful. Sooner, don't look down on me. My family background is far stronger than any human dynasty. Returning home this time, I'll achieve great deeds. Fox who only loves money, hee hee. Arrogant girl. You once called us frauds. Want to test it with me? Tushan Yaya, reclining in her palace, sneered. This rude woman. She'd once disdained Tosaka Rin, but now, after gaining a little strength, she strutted about again. One day, she'd trip over her arrogance. Sooner, I am sorry. I was clumsy before and failed to see the divine powers of my brothers and sisters. Universal salvation, admitting faults is noble. But be gentler in your words. Remember, all here will be lords of worlds. Harsh words only sow seeds of conflict for the future. Chu Dashan, Baldy's right. Joking is fine, but don't think yourself superior. My Saint's Cemetery world is strong, should I boast of it? Vampire Queen, yes. Even as a vampire, no one here looks down on me. Blonde Boy Sam, I'm about to unify my planet, but I don't act great in front of our seniors. Little sister, be careful. On her way home, Sooner silently berated herself. Another mistake. Keiru, thanks for the reminders. I just have a bad habit of speaking too bluntly. I'm sorry. Tosaka Rin, it's fine. Speak sweeter next time. We're all children of God. Corrections can be made. She didn't mind being looked down upon. Family, background, goddess titles, none of that mattered. All depended on the god's will. Pride meant little. And arrogance only earned abandonment. The gods saw everything. World Society Leader, at junior brother of Dazufeng, Zhang Fan. You sacrificed the water Qilin. I'm preparing to sacrifice the fire Qilin. Perhaps our paths will converge. Junior brother Dazufeng, senior brother, since your world has a fire Qilin, surely there are other treasures too. World Society Leader, I've heard whispers of dragon veins. I wonder, how do they compare to the golden dragon of fate? Dragon veins. Lu Che's eyes lit up at the mention. A fine thing indeed. Aside from the dragon veins in Lingyun Cave of Fengyun World, there are 4 sacred stones, rumored remnants left by Nuwa herself. And there are bloodlines of true dragons, true phoenixes, and dragon tortoises as well. He already possessed many true dragons. But who knew what new mutations might emerge? The thought thrilled him. Outside unrivaled city. Broken Wave approached the gate. The towering fortress loomed, but he only sneered. He unsheathed his sword and cleaved forward. Boom. The massive wooden doors shattered instantly. Guards crumpled lifeless to the ground. 100-meter arc of sword chi carved a path of devastation into the city interior. From deep within came an enraged roar. Who dares seek death in unrivaled city? Within the martial world, this place was a forbidden land. Even the world society dared not provoke it lightly. Because here resided an invincible figure. The solitary sword saint. Though not as mythical as the nameless legend, he was far more terrifying than the conqueror himself. Chapter 187, Kneeling Before Love, the Dugu Sword Saint, and an Acquaintance in Lingyun Cave. The Dugu Sword Saint shattered the surging sword aura and strode to the gates of Wushuang City. The sight before him was shocking. The intruder was not the nameless juggernaut Wuming, nor one of the city's sworn enemies. Instead, it was a stranger. A youth, scarcely 20 years of age at most. Yet the sword energy he had unleashed earlier was strange and bloody, filled with techniques that should have taken centuries to master. Could it be that this young man truly possessed 100 years of cultivation? The Dugu Sword Saint's face darkened, his white beard trembling in the breeze. The Wushuang sword in his grasp gleamed with icy light. "You attacked Wushuang City," he demanded, his tone low and filled with killing intent. The youth smiled oddly, raising his scarlet longsword with casual arrogance. "I am the former disciple of the World Society, now the Eternal Faith's divine envoy, Broken Wave. Today, I have come to conquer Wushuang City, and to escort the beauty Mingyue as an offering to my god." The city reacts. Broken Wave. The citizens and disciples who had rushed to the walls frowned in confusion. Who is this fellow? Never heard of him. When did the World Society rename itself the Eternal Faith? What kind of absurdity is this? One elder's eyes widened as memory stirred. I remember now. Duan Lang, the son of Nanlin's sword head. Wasn't he nothing more than a tea-serving errand boy under the conqueror, humiliated like a dog? At those words, Broken Wave's head snapped up. His expression darkened instantly, a gloom thick enough to drip. To mention either of those taboos, his father's legacy or his servitude under the conqueror, was to invite death. This fool had done both. Blood flashes. With a single tap of his toe, Broken Wave's figure blurred into a streak of crimson light, a blood-colored rainbow shooting forward. Impudent, the Dugu Sword Saint roared, intercepting him in a flash of steel. 20 layers of sword chi burst outward in an instant. The clash rang like thunder. But to his shock, Broken Wave's speed surpassed his own. Though the initial strike was blocked, the crimson energy coiled like a serpent, twisting past him. And hurtling toward the city walls. Boom. A violent explosion tore through the gates. Half of Wushuang City's grand entrance collapsed into rubble beneath the demonic sword aura. Over 100 defenders were slaughtered where they stood. Bastard. The Sword Saint's eyes burned with fury. He glared at the smirking youth. You dare slaughter my Wushuang disciples? Today, no matter who you are, I will cut you down. Broken Wave sneered. Oh. Is that so? Since you refuse to accept the eternal faith, then I will teach you what it means to be human. He felt no fear of this so-called Sword Saint. Others might quail before Dugu's name, but he who had embraced blood demonic arts would not die even if his heart were pierced. Clash of sword and blood. Their gazes locked, swords raised. The next instant, the battlefield erupted. White sword light clashed against crimson bloodlight, each strike shattering the air. Sword chi howled through the skies, illuminating the city below in flashes of red and white. The people of Wushuang City trembled. This was no ordinary battle. Broken Wave was only a youth, and yet he could clash evenly with the myth they revered. None had ever imagined such a thing possible. On a distant mountaintop, Mingyue watched silently, her veil stirring in the wind. She frowned as the duel raged. The Dugu Sword Saint seemed to hold the advantage. His blade was sharper, his strike steadier. Yet something gnawed at her heart. Something was wrong. 22 swords. Take this, my 22 sword formation. The Sword Saint's voice boomed. In an instant, the battlefield within 100 meters was filled with countless swords of light, each blade-like arc of chi slicing through the air. The formation was flawless, a storm of cutting death. Broken Wave staggered, slashes opening across his body one after another. Blood splattered the stones beneath him. His eyes blazed with fury. Damn you, old relic. So you still have some skill after all. I was holding back, but since you insist on courting death, prepare yourself. He thrust his sword into the ground. Blood Demon Shadow Sword. His figure dissolved into nothingness. The Sword Saint blinked, then a black-red shadow pierced through him. His 22 blades shattered in a heartbeat. The world seemed to freeze. A monster revealed. Ah. You are not human. The Dugu Sword Saint staggered back, staring in horror at the black and red claws protruding from his chest. Broken Wave's hand had pierced directly through his heart. His body trembled. How could flesh liquefy like this? The youth before him, this was no man. This was a demon. A monster. Broken Wave's eyes gleamed with cold cruelty. Old man, I warned you. Those who defy the oracle die without mercy. Now I'll give you one final chance, kneel to the eternal faith, or fall into eternal damnation. His fingers clenched around the Sword Saint's heart. One squeeze, and it would be over. The Sword Saint's choice. I choose. Blood loss blurred his vision. Memories flickered unbidden through his mind. A woman's face. A name he had buried deep. Miyamoto Yuki. His lover. His heart. Tears welled in the old Sword Saint's eyes. For her, for that lingering bond, he could not die here. I choose to surrender, he whispered hoarsely. I will join the eternal faith. Broken Wave smirked. Not enough. I must nearly kill you first. He withdrew his claws. Blood poured from the Sword Saint's abdomen, but with a strange gesture, Broken Wave summoned the crimson streams back into his palm. The blood reversed its flow, sealing itself back into the elder's body. The crowd gasped in shock. To manipulate life's very essence so brazenly, what kind of sorcery was this? Hand over Dugu Mingyue, Broken Wave said coldly. From today onward, Wushuang City shall change its name. The rest, the eternal faith will instruct. In truth, he would have preferred to kill this old man outright. But the sect had rules, needless slaughter of the innocent was forbidden. To conquer and absorb was the greater path, strengthening the faith with every new adherent. The Sword Saint lowered his head in shame. Yes, wait a moment. I will return shortly. Wushuang City falls. He sheathed his Wushuang sword into the earth, his steps heavy with defeat as he returned to the city. The time it took to burn a stick of incense later, he emerged again, face ashen. Behind him trailed a veiled Mingyue, accompanied by a maid, seated within a carriage. On the walls, the Sword Saint stared after them, his eyes wet. Forgive me, my child, he whispered. If even my death cannot change this fate, then I can only endure. Yuki Miyamoto still waits for me. Beside him, his disciples wept in silence. From today onward, Wushuang City was no more. Destroyed, not by an army, not by the conqueror, but by a single youth. Broken Wave, a devil in human skin. The carriage. Inside the carriage, the maid huddled in fear behind Mingyue, too terrified to meet the gaze of the youth in red who sat opposite them. Mingyue, however, kept her veiled eyes fixed calmly on Broken Wave. What are you staring at? He asked with a sneer. It's strange, she replied softly. You're younger than me, yet you defeated the Sword Saint. Broken Wave chuckled darkly. That is not something you should concern yourself with. Focus on your role, as a sacrifice. Do you intend to kill me? Are you afraid? Mingyue smiled faintly, shaking her head. What is there to fear? Fate has already been written. Struggle changes nothing. Though he could have carried her swiftly to Lingyun Cave himself, Broken Wave kept a careful distance. Mingyue was destined as a divine offering, to lay a hand on her would have been sacrilege. The carriage rolled onward, replaced at intervals to hasten their journey. Within days, they arrived. By chance, their arrival coincided with the second day after Xiongba himself had entered Lingyun Cave. When Chaochu, stationed outside, gaped at Broken Wave. How did you arrive so quickly? Broken Wave smirked. The divine methods transcend mortal limits. What of the fire Qilin? Has the high priest captured it? No. The fire Qilin is wary. Yesterday we glimpsed it roaming inside, but now it has vanished. The four masters are still searching. Within Lingyun Cave. Lingyun Cave stretched endlessly below the earth, a labyrinth of tunnels weaving dozens of miles deep into the veins of the land. The fire Qilin had dwelt here for centuries. To hunt it down was no simple task. Master, we still can't find the beast. How do we proceed? Should we destroy the cave entirely? Qin Shuang asked, wiping sweat from his brow. Xiongba shook his head. The beast is swift. Why waste our strength? The true prize lies deeper. The fire Qilin guards the dragon vein, I am certain of it. The others nodded. Soon, Niefeng and Bujingyun returned, abandoning the chase and pressing deeper. The four descended through the winding crypts, senses sharp. At last, after countless turns, they emerged into a vast cavern lit by glowing night pearls. Before them sat a desiccated skeleton clad in imperial robes, a strange spine-shaped artifact clutched in its hands. The dragon vein. The aura of emperors saturates it. This must be it. They vanished in a blur, reappearing before the throne of bones. Guardians appear. Stop. Two figures stepped forth, barring their way. This dragon vein is the lifeblood of Huaxia. None may defile it. Withdraw, or be slain. Xiongba's eyes narrowed. Recognition dawned. Old acquaintances. Nierinwang, and the father of Broken Wave. So you've become watchdogs, His laughter echoed in the cavern. How pitiful, once proud warriors reduced to boneless curs. But Nierinwang did not rise to the insult. His voice was steady, solemn. The past is dust. Xiongba, you must leave. If the dragon vein is disturbed, the land of Huaxia will collapse. We guard it not for ourselves, but for all. Beside him, Duan Lang's father stood like a monk touched by holiness, his face serene. Xiongba's expression hardened. Darkness surged in his palm. With a casual wave, he flung both guardians back, blood spraying from Nierinwang's lips as he was hurled kilometers away. Return to Huaxia. Foolish words. Bathed in God's grace, I proclaim this, from now on, the entire world belongs to Huaxia. Should barbarians dare invade, I will tear out their entrails myself. This dragon vein shall be my sacrifice to the eternal God. Master, I hear wind, the fire Qilin approaches. Good. Nie Feng, seize the beast. Prepare the offering. Yes, master. Nierinwang staggered upright, his eyes widening. Among the silent figures was his own son. A roar shook the cavern. Flames gushed forth as the fire Qilin burst from the depths, its blazing eyes locking on the two fallen guardians. Rage boiled within the divine beast. But before it could strike. Over here, beast. A harsh gale split the air. The biting cold of Niefeng's blade swept across the fire Qilin, freezing the inferno in place. The hunt had begun. Chapter 188, Chapter 188, the dark fire-eating Kirin is captured. The Lingyun Grottos, an ancient wonder of heaven and earth, long whispered of in legends. Here dwelt the guardian beast of Emperor Xianyuan, a creature that had existed for more than 1,000 years. The fire Qilin. Born of primal flames, its very nature was fire itself. Yet as it stood within the cavern, its presence exuded a strange chill, as though the fire had been corrupted into something darker. Cold seeped into every crevice, trying to freeze even the air. The guardian awakens. Roar. The fire Qilin bellowed, its voice reverberating through the endless tunnels of the cave. Its body blazed, wreathed in an inferno that melted stone walls and caused the very ceiling of the grotto to drip molten rock. As its chosen foe, Nie Feng found himself engulfed in heat beyond endurance. His garments caught fire. Stray embers seared his flesh. Even his long hair was reduced to drifting ash. No, this beast has gone mad, he muttered, his eyes narrowing as the raging flames threatened to consume him whole. He clenched the Xuan mad blade tightly. The wind was his natural element, but to use it here would be courting disaster, wind only fed fire. Thus, the blade was his sole chance. Channeling all his internal strength, he poured his power into the weapon. The blade, once shining bright, turned to a crystalline ice blue. Frost crackled across its edge. Then, crack. The weapon splintered. The unexpected turn. Master, I'll aid Brother Feng. Qin Shuang cried, rushing forward. Wait. Xiongba's deep voice halted him. The conqueror's gaze sharpened. Something has changed. Changed. Qin Shuang followed his gaze. His eyes widened. Suspended in midair above Nie Feng was a flawless, ice-blue stone. Its brilliance radiated endless frost, waves of cold that froze not only Nie Feng but even the raging fire Qilin. Xiongba's pupils constricted. Recognition struck like lightning. The ice soul, one of the 4 sacred stones. It was said that when Yuhua mended the heavens, 4 fragments of divine stone were left behind. Among them was the ice soul, embodiment of supreme frost. And now it had manifested here. So that was the truth. Generations ago, Nie Feng's ancestors must have obtained the ice soul, forging its power into the Xuan mad blade. No wonder the weapon carried such cold. Fortune upon fortune. Xiongba's heart burned with greed. The dragon vein was already within reach. The fire Qilin now lay before him. And here, by sheer chance, was the ice soul. The sacrifices were gathered. The offering was perfect. The darkness descends. Black sky demon art. With a roar, Xiongba dissolved into shadow, his body morphing into a mass of black smoke that engulfed the cavern. In an instant, the glowing grotto dimmed to pitch black. All light vanished. All sound vanished. The very senses of those within were stolen away. The guardians of the dragon vein stumbled blindly, unable to see or hear, powerless to intervene. Then, a beast's scream split the suffocating dark. The shroud tore apart. And there, not far ahead, the fire Qilin lay collapsed. Its flames sputtered as black smoke devoured them, smothering the beast's very essence. Nie Feng, kneeling on one knee, trembled. His face was etched with disbelief. He too cultivated eternal meditation, yet his own strength was like a candle beside a raging storm. How could the master's power be so immeasurably vast? The conqueror's words. Xiongba emerged from the dissipating smoke, his expression calm, his voice cold. Beast. To bear your fangs before me, the high priest of the eternal faith, were it not that I require you as sacrifice, I would drink your blood as wine. The fire Qilin's blazing eyes locked on him. Fury burned within them, but also sorrow. For millennia, it had guarded the central plains. For millennia, it had been protector, sentinel, divine beast. Now, to end like this. Yet it felt no regret. Its master's task was complete. Even in death, it would have no remorse. Xiongba turned, addressing Bujingyun. Take it away. And those two weaklings as well. Our faith requires manpower, do not kill them. Yes, master. Bujingyun struck, stunning the two battered guardians, dragging them outside. Qin Shuang and Nie Feng moved to hoist the fallen Qilin. Though the beast was massive, its subdued body was surprisingly light to their combined strength. They carried it, step by step, toward the light. Outside the cave. Meanwhile, Broken Wave toiled outside with the others, constructing the altar. He cut stone, stacked blocks, etched sigils. Every movement precise, deliberate. Even as a newly appointed divine envoy, he dared not be careless. This altar was the bridge to the gods. One error could mean annihilation. Nearby, Mingyue's maid stared in disbelief. Even someone that strong still labors like an ordinary worker. Mingyue's veiled eyes remained calm. Watch, don't speak. After I am gone, remember this, find a good family, marry, live quietly. The money I left you will last a lifetime. I won't leave you, my lady. I want to die at your side. Don't speak such foolishness. These men, though terrifying, have not indiscriminately killed. As long as we don't interfere, they will not harm us. Crowds gathered at a distance, drawn by the spectacle. The world society had always acted with ruthless tyranny, yet now, this eternal faith had allowed spectators. No massacres, no purges. A strange reversal. Whispers filled the air. The high priest returns. Pay respects to the master priest. Voices rang out as Xiongba emerged from Lingyun cave. Draped in black robes, he smiled broadly, the aura of darkness still clinging faintly to him. In one hand he clutched a golden spine, in the other a misty ice-blue stone. The ice soul. Mingyue gasped softly. To think he had acquired such a divine relic. Rise, Xiongba declared to his followers. All of you have earned merit in this offering. When we return, you shall be recognized as official adherents of the faith. Thank you, master. The skeptics. Among the onlookers, many scoffed. Look at this farce. Has Xiongba gone mad? From martial world tyrant to self-proclaimed priest. Careful with that tongue. Are you so unafraid of death? Haven't you heard? They say this faith forbids needless killing. And you believe them. Fools. You think tyrants change overnight? The speaker trailed off, realizing belatedly that he had spoken too loudly. He paled, turned, and bolted. The rest sneered, shaking their heads, and returned to watching the unfolding drama. What is this eternal faith anyway? The world society doesn't slaughter anymore, they aid the people, preach of gods. They say this sect serves true deities. Gods who can shatter heaven and earth with a single strike. Shatter heaven and earth. Why not say they can eat the sun whole? Ha! Who believes such tales? Cynicism rippled through the crowd. For if gods truly wielded such might, why need mortals at all? And yet. Heat rising. The air grew hotter. It was summer, yes, but this was different. The heat climbed unnaturally, thick and suffocating. Martial artists unconsciously circulated their inner chi, resisting the oppressive temperature. What is happening? Why so hot? Even with my chi, I can barely stand it. Then someone pointed toward Lingyun cave. Look. The grotto, it's twisting. What nonsense. The words froze on their lips. From the cave's depths emerged a monstrous head, fire-red and scaled. Its body followed, 3 meters tall, limbs thick as tree trunks, tail lashing the ground like a whip. The fire Qilin. Gasps tore through the crowd. The legendary beast of flame, long whispered of in myth, was before their eyes. Its presence alone melted the stones, warping the very air. Xiongba's men dragged it onto the altar, binding its form in chains of black smoke. Xiongba turned to Broken Wave. Well done. Mingyue's beauty is indeed a worthy offering. How fares Wushuang City? Broken Wave knelt, bowing his head. Master, I have defeated the Dugu Sword Saint. Wushuang City is subdued, its forces bent to the faith. Xiongba's eyes gleamed, laughter booming. Excellent. I thought to slaughter them outright, but you have done better, submission strengthens us. You have grown, Duan Lang. Join my disciples. Kneel, prepare the sacrifice. Yes, master. Their voices carried across the mountains, loud enough for all to hear. The news spread like wildfire. Wushuang City had fallen. Shock rippled through the crowd. If even the fire Qilin could be bound, then truly, what was impossible? Preparing the offering. Upon the altar, the sacrifices were arranged one by one. First, the dragon vein. Then, the ice soul. Next, the subdued fire Qilin, its once proud eyes dulled by shadow. Finally, Mingyue herself, veiled and silent, placed at the rear. Unlike others, Xiongba's vision was clear. He did not prioritize spreading believers by the thousands. Instead, he sought offerings of power. The more divine beasts and sacred relics he could claim, the greater the gift from the gods. Once empowered, believers would naturally follow. That was why he had drawn all forces here, why he made his spectacle public. On a distant peak, Wuming stood with Jian Chen, watching grimly. Master, can Duan Lang truly have subdued Wushuang City? It seems unlikely. Do not be so quick to doubt, Wuming replied softly. Even the fire Qilin has fallen. Clearly, they hold power beyond our reckoning. Yes. Elsewhere, another figure frowned as he observed the dragon vein and ice soul. Di Shitian. Xiongba's methods might bring catastrophe. Yet with the shadow of that terrifying man behind him, Di Shitian dared not act. He thought of Feng Yuan, of Qilin's blood, of his own countless failed attempts. Perhaps, he mused, after the sacrifice was made, he could speak with Xiongba. Align their purposes. Use the faith for his own ends. The sky trembles. The air grew heavier. The heavens darkened, clouds tearing apart. And then, a vision never before seen. The blue sky split as though rent by unseen claws. Beyond it, not endless light but a starry void bled through. The heavens themselves seemed to fall. The sky. Bu Jingyun whispered, staring upward, his voice trembling. The sky is falling. Chapter 189, Chapter 189, no matter how clever your tongue is, I won't spare your Di Shitian. People used to say there is nothing more terrifying than the sky itself. But that naive belief shattered today. Every martial artist, myself included, and even Di Shitian, fell into utter stupefaction. Our eyes went wide, round with disbelief. This was no illusion. Something truly was descending. The world plunged into darkness. No light remained. Everyone, by reflex, found the same thought rising, am I dead? The pressure from above crushed down, pinning all to the earth. Aside from a pair of eyes to see with, our bodies refused to answer, even our souls turned blank. Only the heroes and the believers of the eternal faith were spared the paralysis. Zeal ignited on their faces. One after another, they slipped into ecstatic madness. Great God of eternity, you have finally come. Some believers actually burst into tears. Xiongba lifted his gaze to the boundless, star-strewn firmament, his heart pounding with exhilaration. God is arriving. Just as he had believed, prepare the sacrifice, perform the rite. Sincerity moves the divine. He dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead to the cold stone. With a voice like rolling thunder he cried, Great God of eternity, I, your believer Xiongba, greet your advent. Congratulations on the descent of God. Even those who hadn't been weeping before found themselves shocked to the core by the overwhelming spectacle, and they, too, joined the chorus. Power unstoppable. Divine might invincible. When a true God descends, that presence stands above all things. A bewitching fragrance drifted from the ninth heaven. As the scent spread, a beam of light fell, brilliant yet gentle. It shone with 9 colors. Not blinding, but awe-inspiring, suffused with a soft, merciful glow. Gradually, all living beings eased into tranquility. At some instinctive level, each of them understood, God would not harm them. The collective thought of countless minds rose like a tide across the fragmented world. Lu Che stepped from the gate of light with a faint, calm smile. His grasp of his own law had deepened yet again. The Tao of love was not merely the collection of emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow, and delight. These were the powers of all sentient life. If he released only his fury, the world would collapse, all would be annihilated. If he released benevolence, all beings would fall into peace. They would feel his kindness. Lu Che understood, as he cultivated the Tao of love to greater heights, he would be able to sway other gods at will, an influence more terrifying than any illusion. Even the nightmare god's methods paled beside it. To the eyes of all beings at this moment, they could not see the god's true face, only a river of time flowing endlessly. Such was the difference in level. In truth, Lu Che had arrived with his consciousness only. His true body still sat within the long river of time, comprehending that power. Xiongba. The ethereal voice rang from the depths of his believer's soul. Yes, my lord. Your believer is here. Xiongba answered with utmost caution, knocking his head to the ground in pious obeisance. Though you have killed many in the first half of your life, and countless deaths followed in your wake, because good intentions now reside in your heart, I shall spare your life. Thank you for your grace. Cold sweat drenched Xiongba. His robes were soaked in an instant. God saw his entire life and still felt pity. In the past he had been lost in confusion, ignorant of God's existence. Had he known there was a God 3 feet above his head, Xiongba would never have dared to act as he once did. Lu Chei's tone remained even. You handled Wushuang City well. In the end, they are our people, you did not press on to slaughter. Whoever believes in us, anyone in this world, can obtain redemption. For your merits this time, I grant you the rank of 2-star divine envoy and a cultivation of 5,000 years. Remember, do not become arrogant. Promote my faith. Discovering there was no punishment, Xiongba exhaled, relieved. He bowed his head again and again, thanking profusely. Thank you for your reward, my God. I will give my utmost to spread the doctrine that every stretch of land shall carry your teaching, and all people shall belong to you. He had studied how to speak. After all, he had once unified the martial world. His words were poised and precise. That will do for now, Lu Chei said. By the way, this ice soul stone is excellent. Remember to seek out the other stones. Yes. Lu Chei sent his divine message to Xiongba, and then slowly withdrew from this world. With him went the fire Qilin. From the instant Lu Chei appeared, the great beast had been frightened to the point of tears, but under the god's light it transformed into a true auspicious beast, its body now a full 1,000 meters tall. The poisonous miasma that once seeped from it was drawn out, replaced by auspicious qi. Especially as it ascended toward the heavens, the old scales flaked away, like a chrysalis shedding its shell. The air shimmered with multicolored rays. The Qilin loosed a satisfied cry and, tugging happily at the bright moon, leapt into the divine realm. Xiongba sighed. As I suspected, the Qilin had problems. It wasn't truly auspicious. It carried a mortal remnant in its bloodline. Its fire and poison. Its savage temper. It had not been a proper auspicious beast at all. But a feral one. Now, baptized by divine light, it returned to its origin, an authentic auspicious body. As for the dragon vein, within the divine radiance it became a 5-clawed golden dragon stretching for 10,000 li, and it vanished into the sky alongside the Qilin. Respectfully sending off my God. Respectfully sending off our God. After the believers' devout prayers faded, the sky at last returned to normal. Only then did the people wake as if from a dream. Xiongba looked much the same as before, yet there was a new refinement about him. All of his momentum, all of his presence. He drew it inward, concealed within. He turned around and laughed heartily. Brother of mine, my sworn brother who hid among the crowd, after witnessing the visage of my God, are you willing to submit? His voice boomed like thunder, echoing for 100 miles. Di Shitian's heart lurched. His body twisted as he circulated his energy, seeking to flee. But just as he took a step, a black vortex opened before him. A vast hand thrust out and slammed him to the ground. I can tell your cultivation surpasses everyone else's. Speak, what did you plan to do after watching for so long? And what is your name? Heh. I'm a nobody. Why are you looking for me? Di Shitian's eyes flickered. Clearly, he had no desire to become Xiongba's dog. The appearance of a god stirred envy in him. But surrendering would make him a dog. Su Fu had spent 1,000 years doing such things. He had never liked being anyone's dog. Humph, so you would defy the will of God? You don't represent God. God said I am a subject of this realm. Do you understand? I am the chief priest, which, in effect, makes me the master of this entire continent. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me where you truly come from, or die. What sort of man was Xiongba? He would never be duped by Di Shitian's lies. A grandmaster beyond mortal limits had been lurking at his side. Had he not offered sacrifice to the gods, he would never have discovered him. And this man still insisted on pretending. Di Shitian tensed and tried to break free. Only to find his internal force utterly immobile. Enough. If you won't speak, then die. No, wait. I'll talk. Crack. Su Fu's head, Di Shitian's true identity, was crushed underfoot. A cluster of crimson matter oozed from his body. What is this? Xiongba plucked it up, frowning at the fiery red meat-like sphere resting in his palm. It felt biological. A strong power pulsed within it. Was this what gave the men such unnatural strength? Forget it. No need to dwell on it. He now held 5,000 years of cultivation. His next task was to develop God's faith across the land. Thanks be to God. Had that old, crafty dog continued lurking by his side, who knew when disaster might have struck? As for Wu Ming and Xiao Sunxiao, after witnessing Xiongba's methods, any desire to escape left them. They chose to join the eternal faith and became glorious envoys. The next day, Xiongba descended on Wushuang City. He met with the Dugu Sword Saint. The two spoke at length, pleased with one another. By the following day, the Dugu Sword Saint had regained his youth and departed for Japan alone. God's domain. Lu Che received the system's rewards. First came an 8-star auspicious beast, a Qilin, accompanied by a good fortune buff, also a type of destiny beast. He placed it beside the other Qilin, intent on letting them develop, and eventually produce more little Qilin. For this purpose, Lu Che even employed the divine art of love. Ahem, it was quite energetic that day. The 5-clawed golden dragon also proved intriguing. As a true golden dragon spanning thousands of miles, it drew fervent pursuit from Ao Qian the moment it appeared. The result? It informed him it had no gender whatsoever, and poor Ao Qian finally left in dejection. The golden dragon then transformed back into a dragon vein and fused into the sun. In the wake of that fusion, countless fragments of law within God's domain ran with greater smoothness. Creatures of fortune such as this, and artifacts embodying luck, were treasures over which even gods fought. They could not be sought out with mere will. As for the ice soul, it gave Lu Che pause. That small heaven-mending stone triggered a 10,000-fold amplification. There was no need for additional stones. It directly became a sky barrier. It turned into a frosted membrane and merged into the world of God's domain, instantly multiplying the realm's defensive power tenfold. In other words, can my world 1.4 continue to expand? Lu Che studied the matter and concluded it was completely feasible. The only problem: too few stars. Even with expansion, the increase in overall strength would be limited. In the end, he chose to expand by 3 solar systems, rather than expanding without end. The Saint's Cemetery World. After Tanjiro Kamado arrived, Murong Fu also joined the battlefield. This became the third strange force to enter the fray. The most famous news agency in the Yang realm evaluated Murong Fu's team, and assigned them an outrageous rating. According to their report, this new force also belonged to an outer territory evil god. Wherever they went, they recruited believers and granted full-body salvation, including reincarnation, cycle of rebirth, even resurrection. Damn. Even the lunatic Wu felt his heart stir at such an advertisement. Let alone the other factions. At this moment, Chu Xianfeng and his 4 comrades gathered together, discussing how to bring more people into the fold. Tanjiro Kamado frowned. This isn't good. We've revealed too much strength lately. The other groups have begun setting up defensive formations, trying to trap us within this state. The Sun Realm was incomparably vast. A single province there covered more ground than their entire divine world. Chu Xianfeng sneered. Let them. The more they gather, the more power we'll draw. Once we've accumulated enough, we can summon the demon goddess. Chapter 190, Chapter 190, 5 goddesses descend to the world. This was Qingzhou. For 12 days, slaughter had raged here. Only during the first 3 days did resistance feel balanced. Since then, as the enemy pressed forward with relentless offensives, the only ones left behind were the abandoned, the forsaken remnants. Yet even from that despair came advantage. They had gained many underlings, runaways, disciples of rival sects, cast-offs desperate for survival. These outcasts were taught the doctrines of eternal meditation. They erected massive altars. They sacrificed. They begged for divine grace. Now, filled with fanatical zeal, these once abandoned wretches shrieked in frenzy and rushed to slaughter even their own sects and families. Murong Fu studied the map, calculations flickering in his mind. They now had 4 priests. Why not begin a large-scale sacrifice? Raising his head, Murong Fu declared, our priority, aside from gathering more followers, must be to collect rare treasures, items worthy of offering to the gods. But what can be sacrificed here? Someone asked. Li Shimon's voice was swift and sharp. The blood of those false gods, and the blood of these godless wretches. I would drench this altar with their lives. Tanjiro Kamado's heart clenched. He could hardly bear it. Yet he also knew, these battles left them no choice. Only the weak surrendered. The mighty never bent the knee. Chu Xianfeng placed a hand on Tanjiro's shoulder, his tone almost fatherly. If it's too heavy for you, you can step back. The 3 of us can manage. Orochimaru will arrive soon. Tanjiro shook his head. No, since they are enemies of the master, kindness must still serve our people. He smiled faintly as he said it. His compassion wrestled with his fury. For though killing pained him, those who denied God's grace angered him far more. The eternal God had given all things, yet these godless spat upon such mercy. He and his companions came to spread the faith, and instead were attacked. Blasphemers deserved death. By the way, Li Shimin added, Glancing at Chu Xianfeng, don't forget to open the portal. Bring the forces from the little underworld through. After all, countless believers waited there too. And the practice of divine power was not something the little underworld could endure forever. Don't worry, Chu Xianfeng said confidently. This time, we'll shake the heavens themselves. The portal was long since prepared. He had been waiting for these assaults. The so-called Wu lunatic could preach forbidden teachings all he liked. Let immortals rage. Chu Xianfeng would soon sweep them all aside. The realm of reincarnation. In the depths of the underworld, ancient eyes opened. They gazed upward, filled with doubt and incomprehension. This era was supposed to be one of grey obscurity. A time when their power faded. Why had the tides changed? What had gone wrong? Qingzhou was cut off, sealed beyond reach. None could see what transpired inside. Only fragments emerged, outsiders, wielding supposed grace, striking down all in their path. They had become enemies of the entire world. Even more arrogant than the ancient ones themselves. And still, no one could halt them. Ordinary god generals fell like grass. Even the god kings and Tianzuan had moved with hesitation. Not because they lacked strength, but because they feared provoking the gods backing these invaders. They reined themselves in, suppressing their true force. It truly is an eventful autumn, one muttered. The ancient underworld unsettled, and now this. Far away, Taiwu Tianzuan gave orders. Continue the investigation. I will act when the time is right. But, Master, his disciple asked, won't this anger the extraterritorial evil gods? Taiwu Tianzuan chuckled. They have not shown themselves in countless years. They are surely bound by restrictions. Fear not. Let the king of the gods act in my stead. Yes. So it went across the world. Countless gods and mighty beings stirred, watching. Tanjiro Kamado and his companions were formidable, yes, but still only at the pinnacle of godhood. None had yet crossed into the realm of God King. And for that reason, danger loomed over them. The 5 goddesses. The altar was completed. The rite succeeded. And then she appeared. Yao Yao. This time she came in her true body. After endless cultivation, her strength had reached the 8-star level, the equivalent of a great cosmic sector in this world. The 4 priests knelt. We greet the goddess. Yao Yao smiled. Rise. God foresaw danger for you, so he sent me, and the other goddesses. Tanjiro's eyes widened. Other goddesses? Of course, a gentle voice chimed. A figure stepped through the gate of light. It was Shinobu Kocho, butterfly wings fluttering faintly at her back. Behind her came Bagio, then Rin Tosaka. Last of all emerged a woman in a flowing white dress. The instant she arrived, the world itself shifted. Power converged upon her as if all creation bowed. Forgive me, she said softly, struggling to restrain her aura. My candle dragon power is still imperfect. This was by Suzhin. 5 goddesses had descended. Li Shimin and the others beamed with joy. But Chu Xianfeng frowned. Something was wrong. In a war between worlds, 1 goddess should have sufficed. Why send 5? What enemy required such strength? His unease deepened. The challenge. An arrogant voice rang from the heavens. I am under Taiwu Tianzuan, king of the gods. Who among you dares face me? On the altar, the demon's gaze pierced thousands of miles. He saw the proud fool floating in the air. He clapped his hands once. Crack. The sky split like shattered glass. Space collapsed into a countercurrent, a 10,000-mile vacuum torn open before all eyes. Tanjiro's throat tightened. How many lives had been erased with that single strike? Were the dark gods truly so ruthless? No one insults our god, Yao Yao said coldly. Least of all a mere dog beneath Tianzuan. He dares bark. Then let him be ready for death. Her eyes flashed. A single drop of blood appeared before her. She traced it back to its source. Across billions of miles, Taiwu Tianzuan shivered. A chill ran down his spine. Why am I cold? He muttered, frowning. He never noticed the warped space forming around him. And then. Blood blossomed like a flower. His soul perished. His body collapsed into petals. Dead. Instantly. The spies who watched in secret trembled in terror. A single woman had slain a Tianzuan casually. The power of the so-called extraterritorial evil gods had grown stronger still. The world itself would change. Chu Xianfeng scrambled to Yao Yao's side, his voice dripping with obsequiousness. Goddess, what shall we do next? She shot him a withering glare. This man had once been vicious enough to sacrifice both Dragon and Tiger Mountain. He deserved every bit of scorn. What next? Naturally, we kill. Only through slaughter will the natives learn fear. Baguio approached, smiling at Chu Xianfeng. Don't overthink. Killing works. Once they're afraid, they'll surrender soon enough. Bai Suzhen's eyes narrowed. Killing the innocent without reason, won't that draw God's displeasure? No, Baguio retorted. On a plane this vast, bloodshed is necessary. These so-called high gods spit upon eternal faith. They dare call us extraterritorial evil gods. In scarcely 5 minutes, Yao Yao heard countless voices whispering. They called the eternal god a Cthulhu. Her heart burned with fury. Her god was holy, merciful. And yet these arrogant ants dared utter blasphemy. Without blood, they would never learn fear. The others felt the same. No one could tolerate such blasphemy. Bai Suzhen's robes fluttered as she lifted into the air. I will take the north. Baguio summoned her azure sword and smirked. Then I'll claim the east. Rin Tosaka nodded. South is mine. Shinobu Kocho smiled. Then I shall go west. Yao Yao chuckled softly. Very well. You four handle it. I'll rest. 4 halos rose from the altar, streaking in 4 directions. The watchers who monitored from afar panicked. They're moving. Defend. Defend quickly. Summon reinforcements. But it was too late. Barriers shattered. Armies scrambled in disarray. North, the candle dragon. A roar split the heavens. A colossal black dragon, stretching 1,000 miles, coiled into the skies. Her eyes opened, swallowing light itself. The word seared into every mind, candle dragon. Bai Suzhen gazed at the golden-armored legions awaiting her and sneered. You dare call my god an evil deity? Filthy ants, receive the wrath of the candle dragon. Her claw descended. Countless powers answered with dazzling light, desperate to resist. But when their brilliance faded, darkness devoured all. Vitality drained. Energy collapsed. They realized too late, they had been marked from the beginning. Their fates already sealed. All but one, an existence at the cosmic level, were reduced to ash. One strike. Proof enough that the candle dragon had surpassed even cosmic limits. West, the butterfly. Shinobu Kocho danced among drifting butterflies and blossoms. A single sword swept across 100,000 miles. Everything she touched withered. Life itself withered. Even the goddess of healing now wielded destruction equal to the highest tier. And divine power stood above all other energies. Without a cosmic-level defender, her sword was death absolute. South, the stars. Rin Tosaka hovered high above the chaos. Her voice rang out. Those who kneel shall be spared. Those who blaspheme the eternal God, die without mercy. Our faith preaches kindness and holiness. We care for all life. But you have disappointed our God too greatly. So, perish. The stars themselves answered her. Phantom constellations spun around her hands, gathering into a shining railgun. Boom. Hundreds of millions of starbursts rained down. Those who refused to kneel, who dared speak the blasphemy of evil God, were annihilated. Purified into nothing but motes of starlight. Chapter 191, Chapter 191, by Yao's fatal curse, are the people of the Yang realm also afflicted. The ones at the very end of the crowd were already scared witless. All because someone had dared to utter the word Cthulhu. To be wiped out merely for that, too real, too brutal. Was this what passed for kindness? Well, those who didn't speak of evil gods, who knelt immediately, did not die. At that moment a heavenly venerable class figure dropped to his knees before everyone. Even though shock rippled across the assembly and he had clearly intended to bolt through the portal, he still chose to submit. This beautiful goddess, he said, bowing low, I never uttered a word, I only came here just now. If I surrender now, can I avoid death? Bai Yao wore a long dress the color of pale green bamboo. Hearing him, she lifted a hand to her lips and laughed softly. See. There are people who understand the situation. Come here, then, you may yet be spared. As for those who tried to escape through the teleportation array, do they think I'm not here? Her voice cooled as the last word fell. A golden light kindled in Bai Yao's eyes. Time rewound. Those who had fled wore the look of the newly fortunate, only to realize, too late, that they had been drawn back into Qingzhou. Blasphemers against God, capital crimes, Bai Yao said. She raised her long sword and let it fall, almost lazily. Except for those who had knelt, everyone else lay within the range of her strike. You dare. A thunderous voice exploded from the teleportation array. Everyone froze. Madman Wu was coming out. He was the ancestor of Tai Wu Tianzuan. Across Qingzhou, 3 sides had already been wiped clean, only Madman Wu's last remaining breath still held this quarter together. Bai Yao regarded the figure emerging from the light and sneered. A mere avatar. Don't parade it about. Do you take the goddesses of our eternal religion for fools? Sword chi lanced outward. Time stopped. Dark sorcery, sheathing swordsmanship, descended as one upon Madman Wu's incarnation. When time congealed and motion died, Madman Wu broke out in a cold sweat. Where had this monster come from? Why was she so terrifying? He frantically circulated his arts, switching positions again and again, yet the sword chi still sank unerringly into his body. The clone expired on the spot. So easy. So simple. Like slicing through tofu. Madman Wu's consciousness had not yet fully dispersed, he could still see the green-clad girl's eyes upon him, bright with contempt. Go die with your regret, Bai Yao said coolly. And don't imagine my move ends at severing your clone. The spell will curse your soul. Either self-abolish right now. Or wait for a slow death. Naturally, Madman Wu would not choose to abandon his soul. If he surrendered it, the soul would be incomplete. Then how could he ever aspire to a higher realm? Only, was there really a curse? He hesitated a single heartbeat, and his translucent soul was suddenly shrouded in a lattice of dense, crawling maledictions. Bai Yao turned and walked away. Those who had surrendered trailed after her like sheep, meek and obedient. No, you demon! Madman Wu roared. He severed that fragment of soul and cast it off. Demon girl. Bai Yao's lips curved. Fine, call me what you like. I used to be a witch, after all. She didn't look back. This so-called Madman Wu wouldn't be leaping about for long. Under the curse of darkness, death would be knocking soon enough. Elsewhere. In the hidden chamber where his true body sat, Madman Wu's eyes snapped open. He let out a long breath of relief. What is the origin of these eternal gods? Why are they so troublesome? That sword from a moment ago, he had seen time, glimpsed many things he had never seen before. Which was greater, divine methods or godly arts? Madman Wu did not pronounce judgment. But vaguely, he felt it, the power of this eternal religion was even more terrifying than those grey creatures. He gathered tools, preparing to repair the damage to his soul. When a strange breath wafted from his fingertips. He looked down. A black spell had crawled into existence at his fingertip, writhing like ink alive. No, how is this possible? I severed the link to that soul. Fury took him, he brought a blade down and amputated the offending finger. But though flesh parted, the soul connection remained. The curse continued to seep, taking the parasite as nourishment, slowly eating into his soul. In truth, Bai Yao had lied, Extinction Black Soul Curse was not so terrible on its face. It only spread and spread. But once its owner panicked and chose to cut off the connection. Bai Yao had her true medium for spell casting. And the clone Madman Wu himself had discarded. That was the material Bai Yao needed to cast the deeper curse. Had he not abandoned it, had he handled the matter with care, he could have managed. Scheming for scheming, Bai Yao outstripped Madman Wu by 10,000-fold. It was hardly all his fault, of course. The three goddesses of the eternal faith had, one after another, killed so many. Who wouldn't be afraid? Who wouldn't assume the divine curse had already fallen? Little did he know that this had been only the prelude. Qingzhou. Silence held. No one dared to spy upon this vast state. No one dared to attack. The Eternal Church had secured its first base camp. Well done. Your cursecraft grows more and more refined, Yao Yao said mildly. That fool should be furious right about now, yes. Bai Yao darted her a pale look, chin tipped in satisfaction. After all, her swordsmanship was truly mediocre, ranked firmly near the bottom. If it ever came down to pure blade against blade, things would get interesting. Bai Suzhen, having absorbed the energy of millions, let out a small, satisfied burp and said to Yao Yao, "It's your turn next. I need a nap." The Candle Dragon bloodline was mighty, yes, but after absorbing such energy, it demanded sleep. Dragons were like that, lethargy was natural. Yao Yao waved an indifferent hand. Go, then. If anything comes up, I'll call you. Now Tanjiro Kamado, Li Shimen, Murong Fu, and Chu Xianfeng sat along the battlements, staring out at the no man's land. Next time, someone muttered, let's not call the goddesses. It feels like we can't even show up to pick up the scraps, nothing's left warm. It's fine. Don't be discouraged, another said. There are other states. You're all thinking too small. Murong Fu smiled, a secretive light in his eyes. Now that the goddesses are here, shouldn't we ask for instruction? A few pointers, at least. Tanjiro's earlier gloom lifted at once. Right, of course. With his connection to Shinobu Kocho, he could at least learn something. So the four of them sought out the goddesses and formally requested to learn. The goddesses did not refuse. They said that when free, they would teach. The development of the religion must not be delayed. Today, the actions of Bai Sujian and the others had caused an immense uproar throughout the Yang realm. Madman Wu had taken the field, and had his clone killed. Taiwu Tianzuan had been slain hundreds of millions of miles away. Except for the great cosmic powerhouses of the Mujin clan, only those who surrendered had survived. This was no longer a simple war. It was a question of orthodoxy. Would the realm be swallowed by the god's path? Or would it vanish into history? A grave question, indeed. Everyone began drafting their own plans. The first mountain of rumor fell into silence. Yao Yao's power was too formidable, though clearly of the cosmic level, it surpassed that tier by far. This world is truly in chaos. A skinny old man murmured. Have you heard? Madman Wu has been cursed, he hasn't long to live. Don't be ridiculous. That one is invincible, if he can't win, he runs. Ha, you're ignorant. Madman Wu is strong, but the eternal gods are stronger. Once their curse takes hold, he can only wait for death. What's so great about some cult? A retainer of a major power, overhearing the talk, snorted with disdain. Those nearby glanced at him and immediately began to edge away. The last man who spoke against the eternal faith had grass 3 feet high on his grave. Truly fearless, this one. Or truly foolish. I think this eternal religion plans to swallow the heavens, don't you? Looks that way. The other side's goddesses wield terrifying power. That suggests their god has already surpassed divinity, right? After the blowhard wandered off, the rest couldn't help but continue whispering. Then a voice rang out beyond the square. Extra. Extra. After the eternal faith took over Qingzhou, it began recruiting disciples. As long as you believe and follow the doctrine, you can receive divine methods. Stunned silence. Faces went slack with astonishment. Good grief, handing out God's arts just like that. People glanced at one another, and then vanished into the streets, scattering like birds. Except for spies embedded by the great powers, almost all were wanderers, unsworn and unbacked, lone rangers. Who didn't want a mighty patron? Who didn't want higher techniques? As for those who slandered the eternal faith, did they treat the other factions as if they were gentlemen? The birth of every great power was built atop countless corpses. Madman Wu, for example, when he desired a certain inherited secret art, he exterminated an entire clan. The other factions were the same. Eternal God, evil. Ha. These days, whoever feeds you is your mother. Besides, this faith offered true strength. Countless people poured toward Qingzhou that very day. Cautious, they watched first, confirming no one was attacking pilgrims. Only then did they move in. When they finally met the believers of the eternal faith, they understood, these people truly meant to spread the doctrine. They welcomed believers widely. Join the faith, become family. Receive cultivation methods and all you needed to rise. The only price was sincere faith, and your own effort. What could be easier? Within a single day, the Eternal Church recruited 100,000 lone rangers, along with several small bands. The speed of expansion made jaws drop. After they took in those 100,000, something alarming happened. These wanderers practiced for 3 days. And gained extraordinary power. Each and every one broke through. One man who had been stuck at the threshold of heavenly venerable for hundreds of years, upon receiving divine method, broke his shackles on the spot. Not only did his lifespan increase, but his internal shortcomings were exposed and purged. Foul vapors poured out of him in steady streams, like poison being drawn from a wound. People stood, dumbfounded. But when Chu Xianfeng saw this, his gaze narrowed in thought. These people were all from the Yang realm. By rights, they were not ghosts. So why did this manifestation appear? Why did it look as if the Yang realm's people also carried a taint within them? Chapter 192, Chapter 192, The surrender of a universe-level being shocks the Yang realm. It wasn't only Chu Xianfeng who was stunned, the men who had just broken through to the heavenly venerable realm stood there in blank disbelief as well. The newly joined believers nearby exchanged worried looks. Some thought the divine method might be flawed, and so they hurried to ask questions. Han Ming, how do you feel? One of them blurted. Did you eat something strange before? Or is it this cultivation method? He heard himself halfway through and slammed on the brakes, cutting off his own words. But everyone understood what he'd meant. Han Ming Tianzuan, freshly restored to a head of black hair, swung around in fury. Cut the crap. How could anything be wrong with the divine method? I feel great, better than I've ever felt. People blinked at that. If it wasn't the fault of the method, then the problem was much bigger than they'd thought. Han Ming Tianzuan elaborated, face creased in bafflement. I'm surprised as well. I never felt anything wrong in my body before. I only felt stuck, unable to break through. Could there be a reason after all? At that moment Chu Xianfeng stepped in and checked him over from head to toe. I think all your old techniques have issues, Chu said at last. But you can't see it from inside. If you don't believe me, try practicing eternal meditation. If the people of the netherworld had problems, then a similar catastrophe in the Yang realm was only to be expected. The new believers sat down at once and entered meditation. One after another, black fumes seeped from their bodies, reeky, soul-stained exhalations that gathered into columns and drifted upward. Shinobu Kocho intercepted a swirl of the black smoke and began to examine it, slow and careful. After a while, she looked up, startled. This isn't poison, and it isn't a wound. How odd. Baisuzhen murmured, drifting closer. She peered at the writhing smoke, her brow furrowing in puzzlement. Yes, Shinobu said quietly. It's probably a creature. She infused her own power into the captured smoke. Sure enough, in just a short time there came a thin, creaking sound, something like a chitinous shell being pressed and made to give way. The nearby believers, those who hadn't yet left, felt a sheen of cold sweat break across their backs when they heard it. Did this exist inside everyone's body? Who had planted it? And how had it taken root? Chu Xianfeng strode to the goddess robed in butterfly-patterned silk and spoke loudly, so all could hear, we beg Goddess Shinobu to investigate. Otherwise, the Yang realm will fall into chaos. Please, Goddess Shinobu, show your mastery. Please, Goddess Shinobu, show your mastery. Everyone had friends and families. No one wanted to become a puppet, parasitized by some hidden thing that fed on the ties of their own lives. Shinobu Kocho's smile was gentle. Do not worry. I am a healing goddess, I will investigate. But I will need examples of the cultivation methods of this world, and samples of the foods people commonly eat. Within moments, 100 different techniques were stacked in front of her. Others who had just awakened from meditation, having heard Shinobu's diagnosis, stared with lingering shock, as though they had seen a ghost. So the black smoke in their bodies was not a hidden illness, but a kind of organism. Unbelievable. Before this, there were people mocking us for joining a cult. Now, if those holdouts learn about this, they'll be lining up on their knees to get in. Of course. A servant of God sees right through our flaws, and the things inside our bodies are no exception. That's right. Sometimes luck grabs you by the collar, and you'd be a fool not to hold on. A ripple of relief passed over the believers' faces. At the same time, a deep comfort settled into their limbs, their bodies felt extraordinarily at ease, as if they had slipped into a hot spring that washed away centuries of weight. It was like shedding a burden multiplied countless times, a feeling beyond easy words. In a chamber near the altar, Shinobu laid the techniques out on a table inside. It's the methods themselves. The cultivation method, someone echoed. Yes. Yao Yao stepped over. Why do you say so? She had initially assumed that people were infected with these things from birth. To learn it came from cultivation itself was strange indeed. Shinobu nodded. This world does possess remarkable talents. No wonder it's among those where gods begin playing wars. The highest path of cultivation likely peaks at a level where one can contend with your sister. She tapped a handful of manuscripts. And at the source of all these paths, there are many unknown organisms embedded in the law. As long as people practice, these things continually pollute their bodies through those very laws. Faces darkened all around. The matter was grave. The flaw was not in this or that sex approach, but in the origin of cultivation itself. Practicing meant gradually becoming poisoned, the classic cure of poison with poison, and death would be the bill to pay. In time, one would become a monster for those things. Baisuzhen thought for a moment and exhaled. We can't trace it back further than this. Only the two god sisters can intervene in a battle at that level. Rin Tosaka nodded. Which explains why eternal meditation can expel those things, it overwrites the path. A god's method is the dharma body that reflects the eternal God. We've all experienced it. Forget weirdness, even if their Lord comes, facing the true God means perishing. That is the power of God. Bai Yao lounged against the wall, smiling. Why don't we announce this news? It'll motivate the holdouts. An excellent tactic, Murong Fu said, smiling back. If they dared to slander the eternal God, let them see for themselves. Let them see how vast, how boundless, divine might truly was. By noon that day, the major news winds had received the analysis from the eternal faith, complete with images of divine methods being used to purify the unknowns inside believers' bodies. The world shook. There's a flaw in our cultivation. By the heavens. No wonder our ancestors could never break through to the cosmic level. The path itself is corrupted. So the ominous rumors were true after all. Ha! Idiots, all of you. This is clearly a trick by the eternal faith to reel in gullible fools, and you just believe it. It says if you don't believe, go to Qingzhou and watch a purification yourself. You can even volunteer someone to test. New believers joined the eternal faith daily, so public purifications quickly became the norm. Within an hour of the news breaking, people had posted streams of footage showing their own spiritual cleansing. Thousands were purified at once. Even through the flicker of captured light, anyone could feel the terror of what was being pulled free. Hurry, invite the ancestors. This is bad. Move, now. In the great forbidden lands, clans scrambled to bring forth their cosmic-level masters. The conclusion came back the same from every direction. Yes, they had problems within themselves. And more, the path of cultivation itself had a problem. An elder ancestor laughed at himself in a broadcast carried by the wind. In truth, when we reach the cosmic tier, we all become monstrous to some degree. The more our power evolves, the stranger our bodies become. We thought our methods were imperfect. Only now do we realize the whole world's road has been occupied by a nest of stinking things. A powerhouse at the cosmic level had spoken, and the weight of his words landed like stone. The Yang realm plunged into chaos. It was fully, openly unsettled. The factions that had slandered the eternal faith went suddenly, perfectly meek, sheep with their ears pinned back. Those who hours before had been calling for joint assaults on the eternal faith quietly vanished, fear of retaliation sealed their lips. And then, that very day, an ancestor at the cosmic level led his followers to join the eternal faith. A cosmic level being is joining the eternal faith. Let's go see. Go. Within Qingzhou, the wind ran like a tide. The 1,000-meter altar shone with multicolored divinity. Across the state, palaces of the eternal God rose one after another. Human or alien, it made no difference, devote your faith, and you could join. He's coming. Seated before the altar, Yao Yao opened her eyes. Directly ahead, at Qingzhou's border, a cosmic level being descended. What surprised everyone was that upon entering Qingzhou he immediately knelt, then crawled forward. Believer Fanatical comes to worship. His voice rolled across thousands of miles. But when his true body showed itself to the world, shock went out in ripples. He stood 100 feet tall, a mass like rotten flesh. Gray, decaying meat fluttered with each movement. Was this truly a person? Or merely a living thing? It was disgusting, and the stench it emitted carried for thousands of miles. Is that a cosmic-level creature? This is unbelievable. I thought the eternal faith was lying. I didn't expect, the stronger you are, the worse the damage. So our so-called methods were just roads to an ending. My God. Watch, it'll be clear soon. We'll see whether the unknown wins, or the eternal God stands higher. Countless eyes fixed on the coming baptism. Yao Yao even notified Lu Che, fearing that not even the eternal mind could fully purify what lay inside. The answer returned was simple, yes. Divine law stands above all. The rotting mountain of flesh inched forward, writhing, and finally hauled itself up onto the steps of the altar. It took 3 full days from first appearance to setting its vast bulk upon the platform. By then, more than 50 million onlookers had gathered. With the news winds riding without pause. At that moment the 5 goddesses appeared together, floating above the stones. Yao Yao addressed the cosmic being. Rise. You have shown sincerity. I hope you will abandon what you have done before and devote yourself to spreading God's doctrine after you receive the divine method. A violet stream of light lanced from her hand and entered the being's mind. From that instant, the whole world seemed to hold its breath. The results would soon be plain. Ordinarily, when practicing a divine method, effects showed quickly, half an hour at the shortest, 2 hours at the longest. Time dripped by, minute by minute. Then. Oh, what are you? Why are you abandoning me? No, I am, you are me. A shrill, rasping voice ripped across Qingzhou like thunder. A gray shadow tore itself out of the cosmic being's body, wreathed at once in golden fire. Then a second. A third. By the end, 12 weird creatures had been forced out of a single cosmic-level host. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, in the Saint Cemetery world there is no third path, join, or die by degrees. No one spoke. Silence gripped the crowd. What they had just witnessed could not be faked. 12 distinct, tangible, uncanny creatures had poured out of a cosmic-level body. The sight alone was enough to make a person's scalp go numb. The smoke wasn't smoke at all, by now it had congealed into black, viscous ichor, streaming out of the universe tier being as the parasitic things fled. Whatever the light was doing to them, it was something terrifying. Even the purified believers in the sect felt their skin crawl. Those ominous creatures all carried glazed golden flames, some were already being erased by time the moment they were forced free. After a while, a small black dragon appeared before everyone. It looked, almost cute, pink paw pads, a petite body. This was the true body of that cosmos-level creature. It had been restored to its original form. Thanks be to the God for his gift. From this day forward, Fanatical shall be the most loyal disciple of the faith, unchanging until death. The little dragon transformed into a human form, strode forward, and knelt toward the altar. As for those so-called heavenly emperors, those self-styled gods, what were they compared to the eternal God? Calling them gods was doing them a kindness. Every creature in this world, before the God, is fit only to be called dust and ants. With a single law, the God kills the weird and the unknown. The true God shines forever. All beings fell silent. An era was turning. A power beyond the emperor, beyond even God, had revealed itself. Even a figure acknowledged as divine would not wield such terrifying might. Chu Xianfeng glanced over the exploding forum threads and the news winds, then smiled. It's done. From here, spreading the faith will be simple. Everywhere above the fold, applications to join the church poured in. Hey, now these godless people were begging us. Just when it seemed the day's events had reached their peak, another thunderclap of news struck. Madman Wu is dead. Killed by a living curse, according to disciples' accounts. All his personal disciples were wrapped in black sigils and turned to ash, wiped out without a trace. As for Madman Wu himself, he attempted to ride the portal here, and fell on the way, undone mid-transit. Serves him right. The power of the goddess is beyond this world. Yes. God has descended to save the world, God is merciful. It's the selfish ones who are the true culprits holding the world back. From today onward, a new age had begun. Join the eternal faith and receive a brand new method, and be purged of the ominous filth inside your body. Refuse, and you face a slow death. Join, or refuse. Survive, or die. That was the liveliest debate in the world. Of course, a few not afraid to die types still tried to steal the divine method. The eternal executors cut them in half on the spot. All blasphemers will eventually die by our sword. God's domain. Within the world of God's domain, Lu Che surveyed the saint cemetery world and found himself satisfied. The faith gathered there, and the sacrifices offered up, were excellent. Yao Yao's latest oblations, the method itself, and the materials, were all scarce beyond price. Kagaya-ji, kneeling beside him, lifted her eyes. My God, do you require me to go to that plane and slay the unknown creatures? No. Let them continue. It will aid the gathering of faith. Yes. Kikyo watched the image in the air and added, I truly didn't expect anyone could tamper with the cultivation road itself. Compared to our world, this is almost impossible to guard against. A trap set solely for the masters, not the common beings. How clever the means. Even if someone tried to rebuild the road again and again, they still could not halt the invasion of the unknown. How sad. This reaches into law, Lu Che said. Anyone who controls a law would not be so passive. But their strength is lacking. This azimuth plane is incomplete by nature. Even if 3 stunning talents work to patch it, they still cannot reach the other shore. Human strength has limits. No matter how bright the genius, a human is only a human. The world itself is incomplete, how could such a world help you break through? Since the birth of God, even if the power of law starts low, it is complete. That is the difference between God and man. Thus, in his current God's domain, Kagaya-ji's power could keep advancing. As long as the laws were perfected, someday she would reach the realm of the Lord God. But that fragmented world, an entire epoch's might amounted only to the status of a heavenly emperor. It required endless reincarnations, borrowing time and space to attempt the world's liberation. Naive. 10,000 Worlds Chat Group. Spirit of the Demon Sword, why has everyone gone quiet lately? You all sneaking around with side projects. Tanjiro Kamado, no, just busy every day. Li Air, too busy to breathe. A single state here is so vast you can't count its people. No time to chat. Young Master Murong, I could cry. We fought for a few days, then the goddesses descended and changed everything. Their full power is truly terrifying. Pudu sentient beings, come watch the videos. Group member Li Lao Air uploaded a video. Group member Tanjiro uploaded a video. Group member Young Master Murong uploaded a video. 3 videos. 3 different stories. But all filmed in the same place. At the end, Tanjiro mentioned Orochimaru, urging him to hatch the eggs and hurry to the plain war. Junior brother Dazufeng, good grief, those goddess sisters going all out are terrifying. My scalp went numb watching. Vampire Queen, I thought I was dark, but next to Bai Yao I'm a little blood-sucking bug. When others cast curses. That's true art. Cursing across thousands of miles, calculating, cursing, calculating, until the enemy's forces are ruined. Clean. Efficient. This is the charm of the Dark God system. Blonde boy Sam, I finally get what a plain war looks like. With those star-busting moves, our solar system would be gone. Keiru, so Rin Tosaka is really that strong. Rin Tosaka, now you know. I didn't even go all out. As the group's only chief priestess, she was feeling very proud. Uncle 9, Demon Slayer, envious. I'm getting the spirit jade ready to start summoning. Sadly remind Lao Gao, envy. For peace, my blood's boiling. Our world's about there, we're just short one great route. Buddy, wait for me. Tanjiro Kamado, hey. I'll wait. People here are rushing to join after seeing the divine method purify their bodies. Today, the 20th major force applied to join. But the demon goddess rejected them, they'll have to be reviewed. After numbers pass a certain threshold, you have to vet people's character and their offerings. Ask for flowers. Don't think you can just waltz into the faith. That open door was for when they were short-handed. Pirate King of the Caribbean, all good on my end. I'm ready for the next sacrifice, hoping to invite a goddess to descend and promote our world. World Association leader, let's go, brother. I sacrificed dragon veins and a fire chilin, now I'm terrifyingly strong. Collecting all intel on dragons. Demon hunter, hey. I'm pushing hard too. The church keeps getting stronger, the demons don't dare come out. I'll head to hell soon and kill Satan. Spirit of the demon sword, didn't see that coming. You're all getting so strong you're making me want to kill the emperor. The fox who only loves money, it's fine, sis, I'll go with you. Spirit of the demon sword, TCH. Your world is practically over, and you still lie to me every day. Tushan Yaya always loved to joke. Last time she said she'd gathered a huge human following and could no longer compress pride. Now she said she'd stick with her. Little liar. Rin Tosaka, no idea how my plane's doing. Only a few heroic spirits have joined the battle, not even close to Chu Xuanfeng's world. Chu Xianfeng, right. Otherwise you, Chief Priestess, would be as busy as I am. Keiru, question, what's a fragmented world, and what's a plane? I'm confused. Pudu sentient beings, a plane is composed of multiple worlds, great overall strength, but each world tends to be single-threaded. Most have one main world. Fight the fire world. Keiru nodded. So her world was a single fragmented one. After half a month on the road, she finally reached her clan. Her strength had leapt from semi-sage to Doe Emperor. Are these sacrifices the heavenly flames this time? Someone asked. Yes. The god loves strange things. The best our world can offer are these heavenly flames. May they satisfy him. By now her attendant had also become a believer, strength rising by leaps and bounds. Keiru had not intended to push this hard, until she saw Chu Xuanfeng's plain war. The desire to become stronger took root. Her world had to rise quickly, she could no longer let family hold her back. The sooner you enter the faith, the stronger your world becomes. When master and servant crossed the threshold, the Gu clan felt pressure sweep the halls. Whose aura is that? Emperor. A reflection of the world. And another emperor had been born just a year ago. Keiru had been suppressing her power, she had broken through without showing it. But the moment she stepped into her house, it spilled out. It's me, Keiru. Her crisp voice carried to every ear. Only now did the family realize the emperor's aura came from one of their own. But how was that possible? How young was she, and already a Doe emperor? Were they dreaming? Daughter, how did you? Her father stepped out, staring at his child's overwhelming presence, utterly dazed. He had hoped to let her enjoy her childhood, and here she was, back halfway grown into a predator. Father, how is your daughter's strength? More than fine, it's invincible. How did you break through? Keiru smiled, eyes bright with mischief. Because a god guided me. Chapter 194, says Homaru, Mother, even if you find a stepfather, I don't care. God. The elders who had come out wore complicated expressions. They wanted to ask whether Sunner had been deceived. But now Sunner's strength had already soared far beyond their reach. To be frank, standing here speaking to this junior who had suddenly surpassed them all, they each had to measure their words very carefully. Was what they were about to say appropriate? Come inside and talk. It's windy out here. Sunner's father said this at once. Although this entire city-state was the Shao family's domain, there were inevitably spies lurking. To avoid any leak of information, it was best to choose a safe place. His daughter had advanced to Doe Emperor, an earth-shaking event. It had to be handled properly. And he was very interested in this god his daughter had mentioned. They filed into the inner rooms. Guards and watchers had already been arranged without, those allowed to remain within were all Shao family scions. The secret must never be revealed. All right, Sunner's father said once everyone was seated. Tell us, what exactly is this about a god? The girl sat in the main seat. Her gaze swept lightly across each familiar face, and then she spoke, gentle but steady, by chance, I was chosen by God. To be specific, God existed before all things, but after the world's creation, he was weary and fell into a deep sleep. Now he has awakened, and, seeing that the myriad heavens and worlds lacked faith truly their own. Wait, an elder cut in, eyes round. You're saying that in half a month, you went from having no notable cultivation to the strength of a Do Emperor? Yes, elder. The room went deathly quiet. Too many emotions flashed in every eye, excitement, awe, a touch of madness. The power of God. Ha 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 ha. Our clan is truly favored. After so many years of silence, we finally found a path forward. Yes. I never imagined God would really exist. A mere divine method, and a little girl had stepped into the realm of Do Emperor. If so, then a Do Venerate or Do Saint who cultivated the divine method, could they break through the barrier of Do Emperor? Seeing the feverish light rise in their faces, Sunner couldn't help but cool the room with a splash of cold water. Don't say I didn't warn you, though God is great, holy, and merciful, you must not imagine that with God's power you can do whatever you please. What do you mean? The greatness of God is beyond what we mortals can conceive. Whatever we do, God knows. If someone betrays the faith, the eternal executors harvest them. Under Sunner's calm explanation, everyone began to understand the rules of the faith. As God's messenger, one obtains great power, but one is also constrained. Reckless behavior meets punishment. And one may not slaughter innocents at whim. Even so, the glow of joy did not leave them, because they had been the first to take refuge in God. They were God's family now. Their status was set apart from others. Then may we ask, an elder pressed, beyond faithfulness and sincerity to God, is there anything else we must keep in mind? Of course, Sunner said. We must offer the most precious things in this world to God. Daughter, you mean the heavenly flames? Yes. Sunner smiled. Our world is too barren, there are no great personages here. It's only a small world, but our heavenly flames are not bad. Hearing their world described as a small one made several elders' mouths twitch. How splendid, then, must a truly great world be. 10 times the size of their own, at least. If they knew how vast the world was in the Saint Cemetery, they might have been frightened senseless on the spot. Very well, her father said at last. If God requires heavenly flames, then we will collect them. And as for faith, let us begin with our family. Sunner's smile was soft. The first step had succeeded. Persuade the family, then expand outward from the family base, thus the faith in God would continue to grow. In Yuyasha's world. Ever since Kikyo went to God's domain, Xiao Feng's daily work had been to slay demons, gather faith, and bring people peace. Maple Village became Maple City. When the god descended to the world, this became a pilgrimage site. Not only humans, yokai came to pay homage as well. Little by little, villages became towns, towns became cities, and the cities flourished. There was no war, no hunger, no nobility lording over the weak. Humans and yokai lived in harmony. Moon Huaxia. Xiao Feng stood atop the star-watching tower, gazing at the beautiful night sky. Peace reigned within. At this moment there were 4 Maple City-like places in this world. One at Dragon Canyon. One here. The other 2 were cities led by yokai. Demon Spirit City had been established with the great sage of demon spirits at its head, and there was Water Spirit City, founded by the water god. The former needed no explanation, a kind-hearted yokai, unfathomably deep, older even than the great dog demon of legend. The latter was the last divine-natured spirit after the goddess's death. To continue his priesthood, he sought out the eternal god cult and established Water Spirit City. It was worth noting that after the eternal god repaired the underworld, the world's spirit began to recover. The number of yokai fell sharply, but their average strength grew. Though killing still occurred, now when they encountered the eternal faith, they were either captured or slain. Gradually, even the wild learned to withdraw. But the demon master of Dragon Canyon would not allow roving yokai to run rampant. Powerful monsters causing chaos everywhere must be restrained. Order must be hammered out of chaos, Xiao Feng murmured. A true order takes time to form. It's been a while since Seshomaru left. I wonder how the Western lands fare. Master Priest, I believe he can handle it. A woman with a swaying tail, Micah, padded up beside Xiao Feng. She had once been Tsuezi's pet. After Tsuezi's death she had remained at the demon village, and now, enlightened by the faith, she had become a formidable yokai, wielding arts of wind and fire, a terrifying force in her own right. Xiao Feng smiled over his shoulder. You haven't fallen for that big, patterned dog form of his, have you? Hardly. Micah rolled her eyes. She looked down on that great white dog. Even if his bloodline was admirable. The Western lands. Seshomaru traveled the long road, cutting down many yokai along the way, and this night at last he came home. Or not home, rather, to the lands of his father's power. He alighted lightly, and his aura spoke for him. Sesomaru's mother, the Lady of the West, couldn't help her surprise. "Oh, since when did my son become this strong? You've surpassed your father. What did you come back for? To question me about the whereabouts of Bakusaiga, or to discuss mother and son matters with me?" Facing others, Sesomaru's mother was a cold-blooded empress, killing without blinking, blood without a frown, aloof and untouchable. But with her frigid son, she always teased, needled, and mocked. So it was no wonder Sesomaru rarely came home. Just the thought of his mother was enough to keep him away. The handsome, cold young lord said nothing at first, watching her little performance in silence. Only after a long moment did he speak. "The times have changed. You know this, don't you? You mean that god from the other day?" Her expression turned serious. So, he had come for this. "Yes. I have joined the faith and gained power that surpasses fathers. I came to persuade you, there's no need to strain yourself maintaining a kingdom every day. You make it sound so easy. This is your father's legacy." Anger kindled in her eyes. "Put it down and walk away, just like that." Was she, Sesomaru's mother, to be muddle-headed and incompetent, joining some god as if it were surrender to a foreign power? Sesomaru regarded her calmly. "At the beginning, you used secret arts to give birth to me, didn't you? You can't hide the scent of your maidenhood from me. You little. My affairs are none of your concern. Remember, you are my son. My bloodline runs with the spirit of the beast." She had been exposed in public, and her face flushed with fury. But before she could move, a majestic aura burst from Sesomaru, rage, dominion, and killing intent layered into a single pressure. "This is the power God granted me. If you think you can defeat me, then consider I never return today." Sesomaru lifted the sword forged from dragon bone essence, turned, and slashed toward the mountain at their flank. It was a range nearly 10,000 meters high. In an instant, it split cleanly in two. The mountain itself remained, but a wound thousands of li long gaped through the middle. Across the western lands, yokai saw the stroke and dropped to their knees in shock. Since when was Lord Sesomaru so terrible? This power surpassed even Inu no Teisho, Toga. By the way, Sesomaru added coolly, "I'm still not as strong as the priest. If she acts, the western lands would vanish in an instant." He said only that, and walked away. Riding the clouds and stepping on the moon, he vanished without a trace of nostalgia. He had only one purpose now, to complete God's commission, then go to God's domain and face other masters 1.4 days earlier. This mundane world held no opponents worthy of his blade. "Milady, the Lord," the maid began. "Forget it. Leave him be. Send someone to bring the envoy of the eternal faith. The western lands are willing to submit." "Yes, milady." The maid nodded, mounted a demon bird, and flew through the night to the envoy's residence. Sesomaru's mother looked at the bisected mountain range and let out a crooked smile. "Truly not giving me any face, but I'll take it as your filial thought. Did she have feelings for the great dog demon?" The answer was no. Perhaps at the beginning. But he had despised her, hated her pride, even hated her as a yokai. They were the last two purebloods of the White Cloud Heaven Valley line. To continue their race, they used a secret method to beget an heir, Sesomaru. This, too, was how he learned the truth. He had no affection for his mother, at least not the tender kind. But today, when he appeared, she had clearly felt relief. "Where would you have me go then?" she whispered to the shattered horizon. So lonely, the youngest, after all. Her fair face, so often frosted, showed only loneliness now. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, Whitebeard brings peace. Dongfang Huaizhu arrives in one piece with two goddesses. She, too, wanted to find a good man. Yet yokai of any real power were either unbearably ugly or riddled with rotten habits. Those with fine appearance and decent bloodlines never felt like a match for her. So, 400s of years after the death of the great dog demon, Sesomaru's mother, the Lady of the West, let the notion of finding another mate fade away. Loneliness became her only home. But, if it were that person, perhaps. A faint rose washed over the lady's cheeks. If she were to look upon him, she feared he would look down on her, his station was so exalted, after all. One Piece world, Wano country. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and Marco had reached their destination. They looked out over a ravaged land. Both men's faces darkened. "Our old friend's homeland's been turned into this," Whitebeard rumbled. "I was too negligent. I didn't expect that bastard Kaido would dare be so cruel." His fury rolled like distant thunder. Marco lifted his hands in a calming gesture. "Easy, Pops. We're here now. That's what matters. If we're here, it means this place can be liberated." Whitebeard grunted. "Good. Let's move." Behind them, the Carp waterfall had already collapsed. The entire site lay in ruins. As the only way in and out of Wano, without the carp there could be no entry at all. So Whitebeard had broken the place, and thrown open Wano's gates. This was the wish Kazuki Odin had once whispered to him. Now, Whitebeard had done it. The two moved fast, arrowing straight toward the flower capital. At that very moment, Kurozumi Oroki still wallowed in his delusions, sure that with Kaido watching over him nothing could go wrong. He squeezed the people. He ravaged the country. The more Odin had longed to save it, the more Oroki had sought to destroy it. Such was his nature. General. Whitebeard's here, with Marco. Hick, what's a Whitebeard? I don't know him. You dare disturb my nap? HM. From within the shoji, 9 serpentine heads twisted into hideous grins. The retainer burst into tears. General, please, wake up. Whitebeard is a 4 emperor stronger than Kaido. It's been a month since Lord Kaido went out. Kaido had gone to make trouble. His target was the dragon. Everyone knew Monkey D. Dragon had beaten back 2 Yonko. Now Whitebeard was here, but Kaido was missing. What did that imply? Either Kaido was dead, or Kaido had been defeated. If his own life hadn't been in danger, the retainer would never have come to tell Kurozumi Oroki. You said. Lord Kaido. Oroki sobered in an instant. A sharp, cracking noise sounded outside. Then came the groan of something vast splitting. Boom. A mansion 100 meters across disintegrated into sawdust. And drifted to the ground like a storm of splinters. The earth shuddered in response. It was Whitebeard's favorite technique, resonance, one of the most controllable, yet brutally offensive, moves in his arsenal. Boom. Boom. Heavy footsteps approached, unhurried, unerring. A figure like a giant emerged. White. Whitebeard. Kurozumi Oroki forgot how to breathe. He had never imagined the men would arrive this quickly. TCH. You schemed to kill Odin, Whitebeard said, voice like a grinding boulder. A vile swarm of maggots. Living in this world, you do nothing but waste air. He wasn't in the mood for trial or talk. He locked onto the target. And punched. Kurozumi Oroki convulsed. In the next instant he burst into a red mist and was gone, erased. Everyone in the room who harbored vile intent died that moment as well. The townsfolk stared, frozen with terror. Even Yamato, late to the scene, stood stupefied. Her enemy, dead, just like that. Friends of Wano, Whitebeard called, voice carrying over the rooftops, I am Kazuki Odin's friend, Whitebeard. I came to slay the Kurozumi Oroki that poisoned your world. And to crush those rotten beasts and pirate crews. Don't be afraid. I'm here now. Wano will know peace. In the silent city, a sound rose all at once, like rain bursting from a long dry sky. Weeping, drums, the sharp clack of gongs. They had hoped for this for over 20 years. At last, they would no longer live under a boot. Most here could not feed themselves. Except for those enslaved, who could eat, everyone else was left to fate. Excuse me, are you Uncle Whitebeard? I'm Kazuki Odin's daughter, Kazuki Hiyori. A beauty in Oiran silks knelt before the old emperor. At the same time, those still loyal to Odin rushed forward to present themselves. Whitebeard's eyes grew complicated. Child, you've suffered. No, truly, I haven't. It's enough that you came. Hiyori spoke, and sobbed. She thought of her mother, her compatriots, all those dead. Those 20 years. The burden she had borne finally fell away. Afterward, Marco took Ka-Air to spread the doctrine, while Whitebeard accompanied Hiyori to Odin's grave. He stood before the carved stone and found no words. Uncle, Hiyori said softly, please don't drown in guilt. Father always told us you didn't know what happened to us. The country was closed off. No news could get through. Such is the flaw of isolation. Oh. Whitebeard's shoulders sagged. If he'd said one word, Wano would never have fallen this far. Whether Roger the Pirate King. Or Whitebeard himself. Both were men of loyalty and righteousness. With one sentence, either would have come, without even asking why. In the end, they had trusted that things would settle themselves. Odin had died, the land had been given to tyrants. Why had it come to this? Hiyori knelt by the stone, tears flowing. Mother told me father was proud. He felt Wano's fate was his responsibility, he didn't want outsiders to interfere. Odin was a man who cared for face. But sometimes, it is better to set face aside. After a time, Hiyori wiped her cheeks and rose. I'll go to sea with you. I said before that if Wano was saved, I'd dedicate myself. Good. Serving God is no burden at all, Whitebeard said. Perhaps one day Odin will be resurrected. Whitebeard felt no contradiction about offerings to God. It was not about killing. Serving God in the divine realm was a good thing. Now that Dragon and Whitebeard's paths barely crossed, he was searching for another pure and lovely girl. There were only 2 goddesses in God's domain at present, and that was not enough. If there were more, they could unify the world even faster. With Hiyori, the task felt one step nearer completion. East Blue, Windmill Village. Seems everyone did well, Monkey D. Dragon said, regarding the hundreds of devil fruits piled before him with calm satisfaction. Perfect timing for a sacrifice to summon a goddess. His petite secretary Koala tilted her head. Summon the Empress, or the Mermaid Princess. We'll see, Dragon said. It depends on fortune, and on God's arrangement. When Orochimaru summoned, it had been by designation. For Rin Tosaka, the descent had been random. Who would come this time? It was a serious question. The golden altar was unloaded from the ship and set upon the shore. The crew arranged devil fruits of many colors atop it like a mosaic of rare gems. At last, Dragon began the rite. Great eternal God, I am your loyal believer, Dragon. I have gathered 100 devil fruits. I beg you to send down a goddess. This was not a grand festival. So there was only one altar. God's domain. Luce was fishing with Kikyo and a few others when the system's chime whispered in his ear. He smiled. You keep playing. I've got a few things to handle. Kikyo felt his arms withdraw. A small pang of loss touched her heart, though she let nothing show on her face. Matters in the lower realms took priority. Lover's business could wait. Ding, your follower has sacrificed 100 devil fruits, triggering a 100,000 times amplification. After fusion, the area of God's domain expands by 10%, and divine power increases by 10%. Ding, your follower requests the descent of a heroic spirit. So it was Dragon. It seemed the One Piece world could be officially taken in hand. In that case, let Shirahoshi descend. Thinking of Shirahoshi, Luce's head ached. The sweet mermaid princess had picked up strange ideas from somewhere. Every time they met she found a way to tangle herself up. If only she could master coquetry. She'd only learned half, and dropped the chain at the critical moment. More outrageous than Rin Tosaka. For example, she would wait until he was about to bathe, and then swoon the moment he stepped in. She had such little courage, and yet one glance at him left her too shy to lift her head. Ridiculous. He had asked her why. See, Empress G had explained the girl's troubles. Poor child, too pure-hearted. In the end, Luce found himself the one who had to wait for her at bedtime. Still, lately she had become less shy when she saw him. Perhaps that was a woman's growth. In a breath, Shirahoshi, Boa Hancock, and Dongfang Huaizhu, each having received his oracle, appeared before him. This time, Luce said lightly, believers in the lower realm have sacrificed to me. You will go down and resolve the matter. The 3 of you, together. Shirahoshi's eyes kindled. Is it my world? She whispered. Huaizhu's world sails smoothly. It's the lower realm that needs help. Of all the goddesses, Dongfang Huaizhu bore the strongest immortal aura, and the deepest feeling. Luce intended to let her roam a bit, to broaden her horizons, to see the customs of other worlds. Thank you for your grace, Dongfang Huaizhu said, joy glimmering in the pale yellow sweep of her dress. The 3 stepped onto the altar, and their consciousnesses slipped free of their bodies. One Piece world, descent. 3 pillars of light fell from the sky. Cyan, pink, pale yellow. Divine radiance braided together, and 3 figures took shape. 2 were familiar to Dragon, the 3rd wore the elegant air of Tushan's world, Dongfang Huaizhu herself. We greet the arrival of the 3 goddesses, Dragon said, bowing as his followers prostrated themselves. Dongfang Huaizhu drew in the faint briny scent of the sea and smiled. Rise, all of you. So this is the lower realm, how interesting. Chapter 196, Akainu, have you seen the fleet admiral? That's me. Refined. Easygoing. And beautiful. In an instant, everyone was captivated. Though she wasn't a goddess they knew well, Dongfang Huaizhu's charm left a deep impression. This was the grace of an Eastern woman. Dragon rose and laughed. Thank you for coming, Goddess Huaizhu. Would you like to rest first, or look around? Huaizhu turned and glanced at Shirahoshi. The latter stepped forward. How is Fishman Island now? Koala answered happily, reporting to the goddess Shirahoshi, Fishman Island has moved from the seabed to the surface, and everyone is living very happily. Hearing that her homeland was safe, Shirahoshi let out a long breath of relief. She had no idea how striking she looked. Once upon a time, her body had been enormous, larger even than giants. Now she was the size of a normal human. Her exquisite figure made even Koala, a fellow woman, want to cry with envy. She could use a little of that kind of soft fullness herself. Boa Hancock asked next, what about the people of Amazon Lily? Has the world government attacked them? But at the mention of the world government, Betty's face darkened further. Some countries had abandoned the Grand Line. The world government disguised agents of religion and assassinated many key national officials. If the Eternal Faith's people hadn't discovered it early, there would have been a disaster. Because of this, Dragon wanted to gather the power of devil fruits, summon the goddesses, and destroy the world government in one stroke, wipe them from history and free the world. For 800 years, they had ruled like butchers. Betty's homeland had been crushed beneath the celestial dragon's heel. Thinking back to the beginning, her expression grew sorrowful. At present, she went on, our faith controls the 4 seas in the New World in the second half of the Grand Line. A total of 172 countries have joined us. Any country recognized by the world government could attend the reverie. But if a nation couldn't pay the heavenly tribute, it would not be recognized. More than 200 such countries existed across the world, an appalling number. Those nations had fallen under pirate control or merely struggled to live under greater powers. So it was in the North Blue, where the Vinsmoke family ruled brutally, even pirates paid high taxes. The people had no lives worth the name. What angered Bello Betty most was that the Vinsmoke patriarch had no humanity at all. He used lineage factors to create cyborg soldiers for war. They were reduced to slaves mining ore. Only a girl named Reiju had any kindness. She now worked within the faith, atoning for her brothers and father. So don't imagine the Eternal Faith is terrible. Understand God's mercy, He saves all beings. As for those cyborgs, they had no feelings, only orders. They could only be assigned what tasks they were capable of, serving the public, for example. Their lifespans were short, but their combat power was terrifying, far beyond mortals, and they felt no pain. The 3, Dongfang Huaizhu, Shirahoshi, and Hancock, exchanged a look and said in unison, then let's destroy the Navy first. Since the Navy was the primary fighting force, once it was eradicated and the tasks completed, they could enjoy themselves as they pleased. Marine Headquarters. As the Eternal Faith rose, Marines left the organization one after another. The reason was simple. The Navy had long claimed to be the embodiment of justice. And yet, how many foul deeds had they done in secret? Some upright men resigned on the spot, nearly driving Akainu to madness. Not only mid-level personnel, rank-and-file Marines returned to their hometowns in droves. And the Navy couldn't stop it. Once the last fig leaf was torn away, there was nothing to hide behind. What do we do now? Someone muttered. Our troops are thin as it is. The East Blue has fallen too. Akainu, Sakazuki, hung up the den mushi, his face stormy. He had become the fleet admiral of his dreams. And had no one under him. The reserve Admiral Fujitora had been sweet-talked away, he now served as envoy guardian of the South Blue. Momousagi, Gion, had gone directly to the West Blue. A fleet admiral with not even one general, what a farce. Kong, Steelbone, rubbed his temples helplessly. It was truly a thorny mess. If he had a choice, he would have retired. But he knew too many secrets. The executioners would not permit it. In fact, he thought the Eternal Faith sounded good, especially their promotional reels, everyone with a field, everyone with work, no oppression, no killing, a joyful, beautiful life. Real freedom, not the false freedom of before. Report to the fleet admiral, a soldier panted, news from the Red Line, 3 holy lights have descended over the East Blue. It seems someone has summoned the goddesses who once ascended to heaven. What? Akainu shot to his feet, the blood leaving his face. Are you sure you didn't misread it? Kong fixed the soldier with a stare. The man's mouth twisted. How could he lie about such a thing? That would be suicide. The skylights pierced heaven and earth, blindingly bright. Anyone not a fool could see such brilliance wasn't man-made. If the East Blue weren't not yet fully under control, they wouldn't even have learned of it. This is bad, someone murmured. They're going to launch a general assault. What's there to fear? Akainu bared his teeth in a grin. If I die by God's hand, I'll die loyal to justice. He strode out. 5 minutes later, the news had reached the whole world. The 2 goddesses who had served God once before had returned at Dragon's summons. Clones they might be, but they represented the will of God. The final battle in this world was about to begin. Garp sat in the North Blue headquarters. Hearing his son's words, he sighed. Go on, then. This old man's more suited to growing flowers and fishing. They were all familiar faces. He couldn't turn around and strike them. If his son was capable, let him handle it. Beating up grandsons was more fun anyway. The Straw Hat Pirates were currently in the North Blue. After Luffy's father had blasted aside countless bosses and cancelled the pirate era, Luffy had drifted for a while in aimlessness, then rallied his spirit and decided to become an adventurer. He had promptly been nabbed by his grandpa. Not just him, the rest of the crew had been dragged here too. After ending the call, Garp tugged the cloth from Luffy's mouth and said, "Kid, I won't stop you from adventuring. But what comes next will decide the fate of the world. It's not something folks like you or me can join." Nami jolted and blurted, "They're launching a general attack, aren't they?" Robin turned to the Vice Admiral as well. The old man rubbed his face. Dragon summoned 3 goddesses. Even if they're only clones, ordinary people can't resist them. The world was about to be unified. They wanted to adventure, to find their own joy. Garp didn't oppose that. But in a tide like this, not joining meant death. So trapping them now was to protect them. "I don't care about attacks," Luffy shouted. "I just want to be the king of adventure." Thwack. A fist bonked down on his head. He didn't even see it coming, his eyes spun. "Can't even use the 3 hockey," Garp snorted. "And you want to be a king? Go play in the mud." This was the age of divine arts, users whose magic and abilities outstripped devil fruits and crushed hockey. A kid relying only on a devil fruit to bumble through, could he really lock arms with such predators? A single fart from them would blow him away. The Straw Hats had been here 10 days. Aside from Zoro, who'd grasped a touch of armament hockey, the others had made no progress. Asked to join the faith, none would. Since the captain refused, the rest were too embarrassed to join on their own. But watching a janitor outstrip you, that was hard to swallow. Most of them were now begging Luffy to join. Red Line, Twin Cape. Crocus had moved elsewhere. The lighthouse stood abandoned. 3 goddesses hovered in the sky, gazing at the mountain that split the world. They smiled in unison. "Dongfang Huaizhu, I didn't expect such a sight. Truly, every world has its own customs. No wonder God asked me to come down and look around. It's fascinating." Her own world was beautiful, yes. But it had nothing like this. She had never imagined a world made of islands, the sea vast and boundless, and this red line dividing everything in 2. Shirahoshi smiled sweetly, praise for her home made her heart light. "Well then," Hancock said, "let's break this red line. Which of you will do it?" In raw strength, Dongfang Huaizhu was the strongest. In attributes, Shirahoshi was water, Huaizhu fire, and Hancock relied on physical skills and her strange petrification. Of the 3, she had the least means to deal with such a colossal range of mountains. "Let me do it," Shirahoshi whispered. "I haven't shown my strength yet." Ever since serving God, the mermaid's confidence had doubled. "Just don't overdo it, sister," Hancock said dryly. "I know." Shirahoshi reached into the air and drew forth a trident. From below, the endless sea surged into the weapon. A dark blue sphere blossomed at the trident's tip. "Go, Tide Fury." Her clear voice rang out. The weapon flashed blue, and the sky itself turned dark navy as the light swept forth. Chapter 197, Chapter 197, Emu's Past, and the final battle begins. See Empress G. A unique lineage within God's domain. Born of merfolk, a water goddess who commands the tides and the vast strength of the ocean. Even Shirahoshi, who is not especially practiced in battle, wields this moving, living water as divine power, a force the world simply cannot withstand. The dark blue sphere blooming at the tip of her trident gleamed like a star. Though it looked only the size of a walnut, it contained the weight of trillions of tons of seawater, compressed and spun through tens of millions of rotations until it reached this perfect, terrible density. Whoosh! Air split. The sphere fell. It struck the red line. For 10,000 li in every direction, the sea heaved as if a giant had stirred it with a spoon. A tsunami rose in answer, a wall of water shouldering the sky. The clouds and mists that had shrouded the red line year after year tore away, revealing the full shape of the world's scar to every watching soul. The tide force was absolute, a scouring blade that pulverized red stone. The entire world watched the combined might of the 3 goddesses, and especially the famed Shirahoshi. Though only a clone had descended, she still displayed world-ending power. A continental wall 10,000 meters high. Under her hand it became sand, collapsing grain by grain. It looked like water flowing, in truth it was a merciless knife, cutting and cutting until the mountain range came apart. The roaring went on and on. Shirahoshi's assault raised wave after colossal wave. In Lobe Town, those watching the right saw walls of water rising thousands of meters high and screamed. If such waves struck, there would be no escape. The little town had never seen such a sight. People nearly wet themselves in terror. At that moment Monkey D. Dragon lifted into the air and called down to them, "Do not fear, the goddess is here." Just those words. And the square fell quiet. The goddess. In the current era of One Piece, that word had become a symbol, of peace and greatness, of skill beyond skill. "Let me handle this, Sister Shirahoshi's power control still needs work," said Dongfang Huaizhu, smiling faintly. She teleported in front of Logetown and drew one finger through the air. Her lips parted softly. Fire element magic, wall of sun flame. Boom. A purple sacred fire unfurled from her fingertip and became a vast barrier. It looked like rippling flame, yet it ran on for thousands of kilometers. Before the waves could touch the fiery wall, they were evaporated to steam. Pillars of vapor surged skyward like newborn mountains. On the far side of the Grand Line, Boa Hancock used pure strength to press down the tsunami, forcing the sea to kneel. 10 minutes later, when the smoke and mist finally thinned, the world saw something terrifying. The red line was gone. The mountains that had blocked generations upon generations were simply gone. From now on, no one would need to climb Reverse Mountain to reach the Grand Line. Long live. The goddess is invincible. The eternal God is supreme. Cheers to this blessed day. It feels so good. Since joining the eternal faith, nothing has felt this freeing. People shouted and laughed, wept and beat drums, celebrating the eternal faith, celebrating the days to come. On the other side, the Navy sat in silence. Forget the will to fight, asking them to attack the eternal faith now would be kinder than simply killing them outright. How were they supposed to fight three goddesses? I motion we cancel this operation. Cancel or not, didn't you see the red line destroyed? Right. Not even the strongest devil fruit could do that. In the fleet admiral's office, Akainu, Sakazuki, stared at the fairy-like figure in fluttering robes performing fire magic. A cold pit opened in his chest. Both sides used flame. But could his magma vaporize a tsunami in an instant? Akainu knew the answer, no. Measured against their power, he was a clown, ridiculous and ignorant. Across the world, those watching the broadcast heard Shirahoshi speak just then. It seems I accidentally used too much force, destroyed 100,000 li stretch of the red line. But this way, the other routes won't be hindered. 100,000 li. Accidentally. If that was a misstep, what would it look like if she truly exerted herself, destroying the world? In the Eternal Faith's headquarters prison, Shanks and the others could only give bitter smiles at Shirahoshi's words. Boss, no, Captain, maybe we surrender too. There's no hope left. Yeah. Even Fruit Awakening can't touch that level. Surrender. Staring out the window, Red-Haired felt a hollow cold. That wasn't freedom at all. It would mean becoming a slave to God. But, for civilians, this was true freedom. No oppression, no harm. Surrendering might be the better path, at least he could go out and drink again. He hadn't had a drop in half a year. Hey, guard, Shanks called to the excited soldier outside, the red-haired pirates surrender. Let us out. The guard threw him a glance. Want out? It's too late for that. Plenty of people are joining the faith. If you want to surrender, you'll fill out a form, then we'll review how you've behaved these past months. You think this is a revolving door, out if you want, in if you want. Our eternal faith has rules and regulations. Right. The situation outweighed pride. What else could Shanks say? In just 3 days, the remaining stretches of the red line were dismantled one by one. With that first experience behind her, Shirahoshi became steadily more precise. Break the red line, enter the grand line, expand the faith's influence, this was Shirahoshi and Dragon's work now. Alabasta. Drum Island. Country after country announced they were joining the eternal faith. Many had thought the world government would choose to surrender, but on the 5th day after the red line vanished, thousands of warships sailed out of Mary Geos. They bristled with the strongest weapons this world could field. Each carried Kuma clones. In answer to the eternal faith, Imu had gathered everything. This armada held not just rare devil fruit users, but thousands of death soldiers, men and women brainwashed into machines, scientists whose works outstripped the world by 5 centuries. Erasing people's feelings was simple enough work for them. Half a year's time had given Imu all he needed. Prisoners in Impel Down had been force-fed rare devil fruits and turned into slaves. Treasures had been torn from their vaults. The ancient weapon Pluton, capable of obliterating an island in one strike, had been readied. Such things had been set in motion 800 years ago. Aside from Poseidon, the Sea King, Shirahoshi herself, Pluton and Uranus had always been in Imu's hands. Before all eyes, the men who had lived 8 centuries stepped into the light. He was handsome, short golden hair glittering like metal under the sun. The 5 elders and the CP0 agents knelt at his feet. Lord Imu, the forces are assembled for the decisive battle. Go, Imu said. If I cannot rule this world, I will destroy it. As for Imu's story, the world kept no record. Why did he hate the world so? The answer was simple. 800 years ago, Imu was a powerful adventurer. He loved exploration, he loved every form of pleasure. He had a happy family. By chance he reached a forbidden island, a demon's island the vast ancient kingdom had proscribed. There he gained extraordinary power. When the ancient kingdom learned he bore the devil's strength, the tragedy was ordained. Imu barely escaped with his life, but his family was slaughtered. The world obeyed the kingdom's will, even his former partners turned their faces away. So Imu came to hate the world. He triggered what he called the demon exposure, coaxed his good friend Joy Boy, and gathered 20 partners. Together they upended the world. What followed, everyone knows. The world government was founded, Joy Boy was betrayed. Everything came to an end. Those who had persecuted Imu, and their descendants, still labored as slaves upon the bridge. It was to be so for eternity. This was why Imu could not stomach the eternal faith, he was an avenger. 800 years had been enough. This final battle was just the last group of bodies to cushion his fall. Uranus, the king of heaven, an island city floating in the sky, seated over the red line, had been Imu's home all along. Its current name was Mary Geos. Pluton rumbled from the belly of a mountain, though 8 centuries had passed, uncounted generations of maintenance had kept the battleship alive. Uranus in the sky. Pluton on the sea. Add more than 1,000 warships. Add countless death soldiers. This was the full power of the world government at last unveiled. Woof, woof. Across from them, hundreds of thousands of hounds stood upon the waves and howled at Imu's armada, dogs in the service of the faith. Among them was Kizaru Borsellino. In his longing to regain a human body, he had gone half-mad, checking for atheists every day. His merit had finally allowed him to speak. Woof, filth of the world government. Surrender now, you disgusting swine, do not test God's power. Our dog squad warns you, advance again, and we will attack. Woof. Beside him, Akiji, Kazan, wore dark sunglasses and struggled not to laugh. Good grief. How had Kizaru's voice turned so, dog-like? Was it that he liked being a dog by nature? Woof, Kizaru growled, catching Akiji's amusement with Kenbunshaku. Even as a dog, he was the strongest dog. Don't look down on him. Easy, brother, Akiji murmured. Why would I laugh at you? Unless you're being sensitive, cough. Behave this time, if you do well for the goddesses, you might get to change back. Kizaru blinked. Sensitive? What did he mean by that? But the latter promise tugged at him. He dreamed of being human again. Across the waves, the armada did not slow. Woof, brothers, go. When the world government ignored the warning, Kizaru let out an attack howl. 100,000 hounds charged, streaking like falling stars. Boom. Kizaru flickered like light and landed on a warship. With one claw, he tore the steel giant open. Explosions answered him, one after another, blooming across the sea. There was no need to send in other troops. These 100,000 divine hounds alone were enough to give Imu a catastrophic welcome. Chapter 198, Chapter 198, The Devil Fruit Tree appears, 2 new members join the chat group. The vast sea. An unbelievable scene unfolded. Hundreds of thousands of misshapen beings, dog-headed, human-faced hounds, were slamming into the world government's last hope. The other armies. They didn't even move. Imu saw this and issued another order. Bring Pluton to bear. Aim at the Akiji's base island. Behind 1,000 warships, Pluton came fully online. As the covering slid away, the world saw it at last. An exaggerated cannon revealed itself. The barrel was a faint blue, its outsized form searing itself into every eye that dared to look. Just the barrel alone. A full 10 meters thick. Worthy of the ancient weapon that can erase an island in one shot. The world government hit it deep. The sky dimmed. The world government had committed Pluton. And the chief priest of the eternal faith, Monkey D. Dragon, had no intention of standing back to watch. He became a blue dragon, falling from the clouds. And a mysterious sky island drifted into view behind him. A dragon that only soared over the blue sea. Hardly. His power had already reached into the white sea. The entire sky archipelago now lay within the eternal god's dominion. A great battle. It was merely a game, their way of sweeping the world government's vermin from the board. Fire. Boom. A purplish-red energy beam punched toward the dragon shadow in the sky. Dragon's grin showed white in the glare. Lightning wrapped his entire body. Vermin of the world government, did you think ancient weapons would save you? Witness the power of God. God's verdict. The two forces collided. The world lost its color. When sight returned, Imu saw the former revolutionary army leader floating, unscathed. And saw Pluton, under Dragon's strike, coming apart in a ball of flame. After all, it was only an ancient weapon, not a divine artifact. It could output destruction. But its defenses could not withstand the dragon's blow. Do you see, you 800-year-old bedbug? This is the power granted by God. Below, the divine hound surged forward again, roaring, reaping the lives of the death soldiers. At the same time, CP0 and the 5 elders were locked in brutal combat with the Eternal Faith's envoys. Imu stood atop Uranus and smiled faintly. "Do you know," he said, "how confident the men of that ancient kingdom once were? Only when they saw my power did they learn fear. Is the devil's power strong? Or is the god's power strong?" As he spoke, his body began to swell. A huge tree demon rose in the world's vision. Devil fruits derive from the devil fruit tree. The strongest ability. Not the water fruit, nor the time fruit. But the body of the devil fruit tree itself, the purest seed. It feared no seawater. It held the potential of all fruits. Once it assumed its true body, it would bring on the end of the world. Back then, the One Piece world had not been like this. The magnetic fields had not been so chaotic. It was because of Imu's evil that it became what it is. Fate shatters when destiny is broken. Time. Space. Causality. Imu waved his hand lightly. And Dragon was swatted from the sky. There was no defense at all. Even observation Haki saw no future. Time itself had been blocked. Yet Dragon suffered no injury, his state never fell from its peak. The attack left no pain, couldn't even crack his outer dragon scales. But below, the divine hounds fell by the thousands, even Kizaru, Borsalino, was cleaved in two. For hundreds of li, the sea turned a color like blood. "Where are your goddesses?" Imu laughed. "Send them out. Do you think I'm afraid?" The devil fruit tree body shuddered. Within the holy land Mary Geos, no living thing remained. All the celestial dragons had been thrown into an energy furnace and burned by him. If the world could not be harmed, then what use were they to Imu? "What the goddesses are doing," Dragon's voice rolled back, "is no concern of yours, Imu. Did you think we sat idle while you prepared?" 1,000,000 troops fell from the sky. Every one of them stepped on moonwalk, hanging in the air. They were not each as mighty as the dragon, no, but the momentum they carried dwarfed even Garp's greatest days. For half a year, the Revolutionary Army soldiers had trained on the Sky Islands, unceasing, day and night. Every day but training was training. For this moment. "Go, warriors of God." Dragon commanded. "At this sacred hour, the world is about to be liberated. Eliminate this culprit." At his order, 1,000,000 fell upon Imu. The sky filled with figures. And every soldier could strike at range. Lightning. Wind. Flame. All kinds of divine arts rained down. On Uranus, the future country survivors worked the controls and stole it away. Imu's vast body. Every eye chose it as their target. Time break. Sky rend. Space, time, and tearing. Hundreds of thousands died under Imu's hand, the force he wielded was terrifying. But no one retreated. Death was only another cycle. So long as the world was freed, all of it was worth it. Imu's consciousness began to fray. The devil fruit tree's power could not be controlled by a human indefinitely. Under the repeated assaults, the tree's own consciousness awoke. The trunk swelled further, and countless demonic abilities crept across its surface. Hardening, multiplication, barriers. "I hate this world. I hate everyone. I hate destiny even more." Imu murmured to himself, just before the devil fruit tree's will took fully over. "Chief priest," a voice crackled in Dragon's ear, "the dead exceed 1,000,000. What do we do?" "Hold," Dragon said. "They will be here, soon." Before his last word fell, a glazed flame bloomed on the horizon. "Fire divine spell, sunflame annihilation." Dongfang Huaiju's voice carried from a distance. Her sword chi arrived before her words, piercing the devil fruit tree's body. Barrier, shattered. Time membrane, shattered. All defenses, shattered one by one. It was Huaiju's all-out strike, every reserve gathered into a single blow. "It's yours now," she said, breath misting, a faint smile on her lips. "My power spent." Then a vast serpent shadow uncoiled in the clouds. "Don't worry, sister," came the reply. "You know my strength." The serpent was more than 100 meters long, marble white, holy and gleaming. It fell like a meteor, smashing into the devil fruit tree. The impact hurled up seas like walls. And that seawater, the entire surge, was gathered by Shirahoshi. Tide art, time-smashing whirlpool. A sea blue shockwave crashed down upon the devil fruit tree. Time freeze, invalid. Space distortion, invalid. All defensive measures, invalid before the three goddesses. The law stands above all. In a world with only a shattered godhead, members of God's domain, weavers of complete laws, could not be bound. Shirahoshi's attack would not be checked by any move beneath the level of time. The groaning trunk splintered. Its stored energy bled away. The trunk, swollen on stolen life, fell apart, section by section. The world government was finished. Dongfang Huaizhu turned to Dragon and bowed slightly, contrite. We're truly sorry. We'd planned to correct the world's magnetism, but we discovered this creature had been tampering with everything. They had intended for Dragon to pin the enemy while they slipped into Mary Geos to search for a world vein control. But upon arrival, they realized something was wrong. Emu, no, the devil fruit tree, the embodiment of malice within the world's own consciousness, for reasons unknown, had manifested. Amid the ruins of Mary Geos, that history lay bare. By manipulating the devil fruit tree, one could steer the world's weather. That was the causality of One Piece's world. Or perhaps, the devil fruit tree found its chance to tempt Emu, seeking to break free from its prison. Now, with the devil fruit tree slain, the strange weather vanished. The twisted rules faded. All across the seas, devil fruits, fragments of law, returned, one by one, to the world's essence. Luffy, mid-drill on a new move, suddenly discovered his arms would no longer stretch. Within the eternal faith, Chopper, the doctor, had become an ordinary reindeer, though he still retained his wisdom. But those who practiced eternal meditation did not lose their devil fruit power. Because they had swallowed the power of law itself. Dragon watched as the goddesses turned into motes of light and rose. He returned to human form, knelt upon the air, and bowed. See the goddesses off. The world could finally quiet, but his work was just beginning. There were humans on the moon, people from other nations, all waiting to be rescued. Everyone, he called, voice hoarse but steady, begin. Bury the dead. They are the world's heroes. A long howl answered him. In God's domain, Liu Che sat in the palace and listened to the tale of the One Piece world from beginning to end. He smiled, and nodded. Hatred can truly drive a soul mad. If you cannot harness your emotion, you become a slave to the way of love. It seems my power can rise again. He gathered the vengeance in his hands, pressed it into the law. And his strength grew by 1,000th. 10,000 worlds chat group. For peace, it'd be nice if I could change my name in the future. Spirit of the Demon Sword, why do you say that? Ninja Scientist, I think Brother Dragon must have unified the world and fulfilled his long-cherished wish. For peace, yes. Orochimaru is right. With the goddess's help, the tumor in our world has been excised. 1,000-year tragedy born of hatred, ridiculous, really. Pursuing sentient beings, hatred is what stirs the deepest potential. Without it, I wouldn't have joined the faith. If the world had not lied to him, how would Fahai have entered the eternal god cult in a fury? Hatred is a good thing. And a bad thing. The fox who only loves money, If we can master our own emotions, hatred becomes nourishment. My sister Selenum and I have grown because of it. Group member General Yuan has joined the chat group. The bearded swordsman has joined the chat group. Chapter 199, Chapter 199, Yuan Tua, do gods like demons? I caught one. Junior brother Dazufeng, welcome to the two newcomers. If you have questions, check the group files, there's a full intro and news there. Pursuing sentient beings, welcome, both of you. My name is Fahai, at present I cultivate in the Buddha's path. Blonde boy Sam, hello, so you're believers from the Huaxia region. Sorry, I'm from abroad. Demon Hunter, that's nothing, man. Even if they're from China, it's fine. We're all just saying hi. The fox who only loves money, welcome, newbies, don't be scared, and don't assume we're demons or anything. This is merely a chat group linking many worlds. Put simply, you were chosen by God. Spirit of the Demon Sword, you lot get overexcited whenever there are newbies. Let me, the best narrator, handle this. Spirit of the Demon Sword, whether you're from antiquity or some martial arts realm, understand one thing first, you're fortunate. Having received the Eternal God's call, we all serve as chief priests of the Eternal God. If you need power, revenge, even the resurrection of loved ones, devote sincere faith, and all may be done. God is not a Cthulhu, but the Father God of all things. The world was created by God. Next, group-wide mute. Don't disturb our two newcomers, especially Xiongba and Suner, no talking. That was the group's unwritten rule. Whenever new members joined, they were first given the essentials. Selenum, Nightshade, was best at this, no one dared ignore her. Even Li Shimin and Rin Tosaka treated her with respect. With the way she worked herself to the bone every cycle, it was said that once the group's worlds were promoted, becoming a goddess or an archpriestess would be no problem for her. Xianyuan Sword World. Yuan Tua had just recovered the Kunlun mirror and met with his mother, the queen. Now he sat alone in his room, handsome features tight with shock. The 10,000 Worlds chat group. What is this? Is there truly a god? Legend spoke of Nuwa, and other immortals besides. But who was this eternal god? One user, claiming to be Fahai, a universal being, actually called himself a Buddha. Yuan Tuo scanned the member list and sneered. If it were so easy, would immortals and Buddhas be everywhere? Even so, he opened the group files. They covered how to preach, how to build power, how to offer sacrifices, simple to complex, meticulously detailed. The author was the spirit of the demon sword, a girl named Selenum. Looks polished, he murmured, but everything stinks of a cult. TCH. He tapped a video, Selenum's sacrifice to Nuwa. The ancient artifact legend spoke of Nuwa stones. He wanted to see if this sacrifice to Nuwa was fraud or truth. The moment his consciousness touched the video, his mind was in southern Xinjiang. The Nuwa in the footage looked like a little girl, a doll. He nearly laughed aloud. Nuwa, age 3. Are you joking with me? But what happened next froze him. God descended. And the 3-year-old he had just mocked was restored, in divine light, to Nuwa's true body. God. God actually exists. Yuan Tuo dropped to the floor, gasping. Cold sweat drenched him. With a single, indifferent glance, that God had made his soul feel laid bare. The terror was indescribable. If he could gain God's aid, could he restore his kingdom? He thought of his imprisoned mother, of his fallen state. His face twisted, his hand clenched into a fist. Weak, he could give Ninka neither happiness nor resurrection, could not even free his mother. Would he keep being Yang Su's hound, or join the eternal God's camp? He closed his eyes, thinking long and hard. Then he downloaded the eternal meditation. Even if I give everything, I will reclaim my country, and bring joy to those I love. A fierce light ignited in his eyes. The light of revenge, and of a man's pride. Princess, General Yuan hasn't left his quarters in 3 hours since returning. Dugu Ninka's brows tightened. What had happened to him? I see. Bring the soup. Yes, Princess. Yuan Tuo was a crucial piece on her board, and he loved her deeply. As the Demon King's daughter, Dugu Ninka had to keep that hold. In the old days, how did a woman show affection? 3 classics, weaving, soup, and becoming fragile. Soup never goes out of style. But when Dugu Ninka reached Yuan Tuo's residence, she sensed a holy radiance draped over the roof. You'd never notice unless you were close. What is Yuan Tuo doing? Using the Xianyuan sword to break through. With that thought, she stepped nearer. A gust lashed across the courtyard. Snow-pale fingers clamped around her throat. Why you? Where is Dugu Ninka? Speak. Yuan Tuo stared coldly and squeezed. Tuo, what are you doing? I'm Ninka, let go, cough. Rubbish. How could my Ninka stink of demonic chi? You are not human. Dugu Ninka's mind went blank. He had seen through her. What should she do? Just as she brushed past the edge of death, his grip eased. The truth is, you are Ninka, aren't you? You deceived me from the start. Always the same, you all treat me as a tool, just like Yang Su. His voice was mocking, his face was stricken. His life, ruined. His country, destroyed. His mother, imprisoned. He had believed Ninka was his last bit of clean earth, instead, she was an undercover agent from the demon realm. That rancid demonic aura was like a beacon in his sight. She looked like Dugu Ninka, peaceful, poised, but the soul within was a black temptress, a glamour beyond what Ninka would ever possess. There was only one answer, Dugu Ninka had deceived him from the very beginning. I am Ninka, she managed hoarsely, hand to her throat. You're Ninka, Tuo. Did you have a nightmare? Are you unwell? In the past, that weak fragility could have fooled him, now it was a clown's mask. If you won't admit it, Yuan Tuo said icily, then you'll serve as a sacrifice to God. I want to see what becomes of a so-called enchantress. Cold killing intent surged from his palm into her meridians. Dugu Ninka shrieked once and fainted. Hands clasped behind his back, Yuan Tuo stared toward the capital's skies and sighed. Life was truly lonely as snow. Half an hour later, Dugu Ninka woke in a dungeon. She hastily used Xuanfa to call her father, the demon lord. Father, I've been found out. Yuan Tuo, something's changed. His skill suddenly doubled. He saw my soul. What should I do? What? You were discovered. Damn, you useless thing. Go, take my token to Yang Su. I can't get out. Fine. I'll have Yang Su come pull you out. To keep his tool daughter alive, the demon lord could only expose a piece on his board. Otherwise, he'd lose his grip on sway. 10,000 Worlds Chat Group. General Yuan, hello, everyone. Thank you for God's grace. Spirit of the Demon Sword, well now, you look radiant. What good thing happened? Pirate King of the Caribbean, must be revenge. General Yuan, on the contrary, only after obtaining the divine arts did I realize the woman I've always loved is actually a demoness. Vampire queen, that's unlucky. Elderly, a new brother. Your name reminds me of the Yuan clan that fought in Great Sway. General Yuan, oh. Which era is yours, what Sway, and who was the emperor? Tanjiro, he's from the Sui dynasty, in China. The emperor who was killed then was Yang Guang, right? That's how I remember it. Yuan Tuo's pupils widened. Yang Guang. That old tyrant was alive and well, in his world. Right, time and space differ. He let out a breath. Group file said each world had only one chief priest. Secondly, yes, Yang Guang. Brother Yuan, judging by your look, you're from Great Sway, right? More precisely, a fallen state. Spirit of the demon sword, enough nostalgia, give him advice. If you're familiar with his era, guide him. Secondly, what advice do you need? Just do it, kill the minister or pick the same patron as Lao Gao. Simple. General Yuan, Yang Su controls the court. It's not so simple to act. The fox who only loves money, then just chop him. What's to fear? There are only a handful at court now. Kill Yang Su, and you hold the emperor. General Yuan, I see. The plan is feasible. By the way, does the Lord God accept demonesses? Spirit of the demon sword, you don't yet understand the God, young man. The eternal faith embraces light and dark both, so long as the body is pure and the soul undefiled. General Yuan, understood. I'll offer her as a sacrifice when I return. Since she had deceived him, there was nothing left for him to cherish. Chapter 200, Control the Emperor, Control the Court, this era belongs to Yuan Tuo. Yang Su was at home when a demonic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Go and rescue my daughter Duguninka, and remove Yuan Tuo while you're at it. He already knows the identities of you and Ninka. The teacup in Yang Su's hand slipped and shattered on the floor. Lord Demon, what are you saying? How could Yuan Tuo possibly know our identities? By all logic, there was no way that men could have discovered his concealment. Yuan Tuo's strength was respectable, and he did possess ancient artifacts, but Yang Su still held Shan Yuwu, Yuan Tuo's mother, as leverage. With that card in hand, he had believed himself invincible. I know all about Yuan Tuo. Go, rescue Ninka at once, then work together to gather the artifacts and shatter the Shenzhou barrier. Yes, Lord Demon. A glint of icy light flashed in Yang Su's eyes. One day, I'll destroy you too. The matter was urgent. Yang Su took no attendance and drove straight to Yuan Tuo's residence. He wanted to see what trick this fellow had pulled to discover Ninka's identity. He himself hadn't realized she was the demon realm's daughter, no wonder she'd always resisted when he tried to use her in the past. So that was the connection. He could understand why the demon lord didn't trust him. Even the demon lord's plans to invade the lands of China were no secret to him. Bargaining with a tiger for its skin, that was Yang Su's favorite game, because it let him maximize his profits. If I can seize Ninka, I'll hold the demon lord's lifeline, add Yuan Tuo's machinations, and this world will be within my grasp. About the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn later, Yang Su arrived at Yuan Tuo's home. Greetings to Situ Yang. Where is your general? Yang Su asked lightly, the very picture of measured arrogance. The general is in the rear courtyard, Situ Yang. Please. In the backyard, Yuan Tuo was turning the Xianyuan sword in his hand. This blade could only be wielded by the descendants of the Xianyuan line. Otherwise, Yang Su would have stolen it long ago. Though he could not use it himself, greed flashed in his eyes every time he saw it. Yang Su, what business do you have with me? The tone was unfamiliar, cold. Situ Yang's brow creased. How dare he speak to me like this? Has he gone mad? Yang Su stepped forward, an odd smile touching his lips. Your mother Shan Yuwu seems rather unwell lately. Would you care to visit her? Using my family to threaten me again. Tiresome. You do realize, the moment you set foot here, you fell into my illusion. To subdue Yang Su and save his mother, Yuan Tuo had always intended to kill him before the men realized it. When he chose his divine arts, he had deliberately selected those of the illusion branch. After consulting with the chat group, Yuan Tuo understood that one's choice of a primary divine art did not lock one's future path. In that case, why not choose the technique most useful right now? What are you babbling about, illusion? Your dog's gone rabid. Yang Su gathered his aura and struck at Yuan Tuo. His attack passed straight through Yuan Tuo's body and slammed into the ground. The sight jolted him. Yang Su staggered back, and found only darkness at his rear. Respectfully sending Situ Yang on his way. Who was speaking? That little boy. Impossible. His body moved, but he could not control it. Yang Su's soul was imprisoned in the depths of his sea of consciousness, forced to watch himself mount a horse and pay visits in succession. Whether speaking or conversing, he revealed not a single flaw. The horror of it chilled him to the marrow. When he finally returned home, Yang Su heard himself order, "Send Shan Yu to Yuan Tua immediately. Let no one find out. Does Situ truly wish this? This is secret. Do you understand? Your subordinate wouldn't dare." Thus Yang Su watched his body return to its chamber and sit before the mirror. "Now do you understand? This is how you tormented me. Yang Su, you made me into a dog. I'll play you to death. A pity your station is too high, otherwise I'd take my time torturing you." A wet thud hit the floor. Flesh fell, and stilled. Vitality faded. A black, terrifying force unraveled Yang Su's soul. He struggled, but could not resist the erosion. 2 hours later, cries erupted from Yang Su's estate. Situ Yang, who held half the court in his grasp, had been mysteriously slain. The emperor's most important minister was dead, the entire Daxing court was left headless. Meanwhile, Yuan Tua discussed the faith's development with his mother. Though he had many stratagems, he was not as shrewd as Shan Yu. The next day. "Your Majesty, General Yuan awaits outside." "Very well, let him in." Yang Guang spoke slowly. In his youth he had been an emperor burning with ambition, age had blunted his edge. Each morning he woke wishing for a little more sleep. Moments later, Yuan Tua stood before the emperor. Their gazes met. A sliver of black light slid into Yang Guang's spiritual platform and imprisoned his soul. A strange phantom took the throne of his body. Darkness magic, seed magic. Yuan Tua felt the link form and allowed himself a discreet breath of relief. Not bad, quickly done, with no one the wiser. "Your Majesty," he said, bowing. "Rise. With Yang Iching's recent death, no one is ready to assume his post. You shall inherit it for now." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Several courtiers frowned at such a casual transfer of power. "Your Majesty, we should proceed with caution. There is something strange about Yang Su's death." Are you instructing me how to rule?" The emperor's indifferent gaze was more terrifying than a beast's. In an instant, the 10 courtiers in attendance fell silent, not daring another word. They had almost forgotten, Yang Guang was a cruel emperor, quick to kill without considering consequences. Yuan Tua lowered his head and hid a smirk. Mystic magic was truly convenient. He had seized the emperor with ease, and no one noticed a thing. Now his plan could unfold. That same day, Yuan Tua absorbed Yang Su's faction. Any who dissented were beheaded, none left alive. With Shan Yu's help, he then guided thousands of troops into becoming believers. The day after, Yang Guang summoned the court and announced, "Last night I dreamed of a godman. He is the only true god in this world. We shall establish a faith and worship the god. Which of you will oversee the altar's construction?" At this, 80% of the courtiers twitched visibly. The emperor had taken leave of his senses. The Grand Canal was not even complete, and now he wanted a massive new project. None of them dared touch it. Whoever took that responsibility would be setting himself against both people and clans. "The minister is willing to oversee it," said Yuan Tua. "But I am unsure what offerings the god requires." Yang Guang pondered. "The most precious things in the world should be offered. I've heard you possess the Kunlun mirror and the Xianyuan sword. Could you sacrifice them to the god?" Silence fell over the hall. Everyone knew Yuan Tua held the Xianyuan sword, few had expected the Kunlun mirror to be in his hands as well. But could they truly take food from a tiger's mouth? They all turned to Yuan Tua, and saw no anger on his face. "The minister is willing to sacrifice both artifacts," he said evenly. "Excellent. Do you see, my lords? This is General Yuan, willing to give anything for the sake of the realm's patron. Since that is so, I grant you the rank of Guishur, national preceptor. Supervise the altar and see the worship done when it is complete." "Yes, Your Majesty." No one realized this was Yuan Tuo's plot. They merely thought him unusually compliant since Yang Su's death, no longer domineering but a deferential courtier. The transformation surprised them. In the demon realm, the demon lord felt Yang Su's mark vanish and flew into a rage. "What is Yuan Tuo's origin? How did he ruin my plan?" He lowered his sight to observe the mortal world, only to discover that most of his informants had lost contact. Only Rian remained. Damn. He had calculated everything, use Yang Su and Ninka to break the seal, descend into that world. Could Yuan Tua have received aid from Niwa and others? Impossible, they could no longer awaken. Unease flickered in the demon lord's eyes. He sensed something terrible was taking shape. A Chinese ghost story. In an ordinary tavern, a bearded swordsman sat before platters of roast chicken, goose, and other meats. The dishes weren't expensive, but he ate and drank like a starving man. The floor attendant watched with trepidation, afraid the men would keel over from sickness and die on the spot. If that happened, his wages would be gone. Heaven grant no accidents with this master. Ah. At length the bearded man lowered his cup and leaned back, staring at the rafters in confusion. He had done many good deeds in his life, and now gods had appeared, asking him to believe. He still found it hard to accept. True, this world had immortals and spirits, but what was he, Yan Qixia, in the grand scheme? He knew some rudimentary martial arts and a handful of spells. To claim the gods would favor him, who could believe it? But if I don't believe, he muttered, then how is it that the General Yuan who joined the group with me has already killed Yang Su, and Yang Su was the great pillar of the Sui court? Yan Qixia rubbed his nose, debating whether to join the faith. He wasn't especially skilled. Joining a sect without many burdens could give him security. Some among them had harsher methods, but those who accomplish great things are rarely soft. Besides, this was a power that governed an entire world. Curiosity tugged at him, and Yuan Tuo's example drew him further. Quietly, Yan Qixia downloaded the divine method and became another envoy of the faith. He wasn't a schemer, he only wanted, after a hard life, to live a better one. Chapter 201, Chapter 201, This is the tree grandma. Yan Qixia, didn't even try, why did she fall? Yan Qixia ate a hearty meal. Then came time to pay. He blew up. Why? 5 taels of silver for one meal. Chicken, duck, and fish, his head went blank, and he started thinking he'd lost his edge. He even began hearing things. He had planned to set off on the road once he'd eaten his fill. Only now, at the moment of checkout, did he learn the truth. In the past 2 days, between lodging at the inn and food and drink, the total had run up to 31 taels. He was gnawing away at his coffin money. Honored guest, let me shave a little off, how about 30 taels? Faced with a heroic-looking sort like this, the shopkeeper came out personally. If the price sounded outrageous, a fellow like this might just chop you in half with a single stroke. These days were tumultuous. Finding a corpse was nothing rare. Didn't they know that Lanrua Temple, just 10 li down the road, had turned into a haunt for the sneaky and the damned? As the saying goes, if you've got no money, even the Buddha won't step in. If he could recover 30 taels right now, that already felt like good fortune. Ah. Looking down on me, are you? It's 31 taels, and for you. What Yan Qixia hated most was the look in other people's eyes. That condescending gleam that said he didn't understand anything. He slapped 31 taels of silver onto the table. The shopkeeper immediately started nodding and bowing, nearly crying out, "Grandpa," on the spot. Yen slung his bedding over his shoulder, took his leftover wine gourd, and lifted his single-edged crossblade. The bearded face was full of gloom. How was he supposed to make money? Alas, even though he had obtained the methods of those gods, he still needed to find a clean place to cultivate. It was noon already. He had only 50 taels of silver left in his purse. Robbery, that wasn't a trade he could do. Forget it. Find a ruined temple or something and practice a while. He walked 10 li, and sure enough, there was a ruined temple. A large compound at that. Not only were there quarters to live in, there was also a great banyan tree nearby. A fine spot, truly. The bearded man smiled. He walked inside. He failed to notice that, as he passed beneath the banyan, a pair of strange eyes in the trunk gazed after his back. Lanrua Temple. 10 years ago, it had been a grand monastery. Then a great fire had broken out here, and all the monks fled overnight. In the tumult that followed, it fell into ruin. By now, it had become an abandoned temple no one tended. Full stomach, wine in his belly. Yan Qixia found a place, lay down, and fell asleep. He held his blade in his hand. He feared nothing. Besides, a martial artist's essence and blood run strong, low-level demons and ghosts can't enter the body at all. Snore. Snore. Without even realizing it, Yan Qixia, in his sleep, began circulating the method of meditation. His body changed unconsciously. And as it happened, today was overcast. In a short while, darkness fell. Within Lanrua Temple. As a chill wind rose, a cluster of female ghosts gathered beneath the great banyan. Good grandma. Grandma, we greet you. Grandma. Creak. A crack split open in the trunk. An old woman with red hair hobbled out on a crutch. She swept the assembly with a glance. And snorted coldly, "You failed yet again to find yang energy, what use are you to me?" At that, a pretty woman stepped forward in a hurry and said, "Grandma, please don't be angry. There have been fewer travelers lately, and the sisters can't help it. There was a trace of helplessness in the woman's eyes. And a flicker of cunning as well. Clearly, she was lying. But why is it that I smell the breath of a living human in this temple, and you still haven't brought him to me? The old woman's scarlet gaze fixed toward Yen Qixua's direction. Her voice was ice cold. Grandma, it's not that our sisters didn't go, this human warrior is like a dragon. Before we even circled around him, we were forced to retreat. Exactly. Probably only Sister Xiaoqian or a few of the elder sisters could handle a man like that. The woman called Xiaoqian turned pale at that. But did not dare to speak up. Because of her beauty, coupled with her innate meridians. Her cultivation progressed quickly. And she had never devoured a man's yang energy. Then send Xiaofei. Yes, Grandma. The female ghost in the yellow dress, Xiaofei, after receiving the order, arched her brow triumphantly at Xiaoqian. Her body turned into a gust of wind and surged out. She hadn't even spoken yet, when a thunderous roar burst out from within. What evildoer dares cause trouble for your grandpa? Ah. Boom. Thunder cracked. The gathered female ghosts scattered in terror. Even the tree grandma was taken aback. That fierce surge of yang energy. Her burning skin began to smoke. What kind of person was this? He was clearly a son. The female ghost Xiaofei was burned to death on the spot, and then Yen Qixia strode out from the ruined temple. At that moment, golden light flickered in his eyes. He could see the difference in the tree grandma at a glance. Black resentment clung to her as if made solid. Countless dead souls seemed to be roaring and wailing within her. Humph, you wicked thing, you've killed so many. Seeking death. Yen Qixia sliced out with his blade. Golden lightning struck tree grandma directly. Oh. A harsh cry tore out from within. Whoosh. A flock of female ghosts under tree grandma's control were flung out of her body. Yen Qixia moved like lightning, felling them with a single stroke each. In a short while, among the female ghosts, only Nie Xiaoqian remained. Because she alone among them had not been tainted by resentment. What's your name? Nie Xiaoqian. The thunderlit blade flashed, flickering constantly above the female ghost's head. Yen Qixia recalled the chat conversations he had read yesterday, particularly Ninth Uncle's, words he admired greatly. Whether ghost or human. So long as one was benevolent and could be invited into the sect. They were all pitiable folk. I'll give you a chance, join my sect, and help me spread the doctrine from here on. The bearded man grinned. In Nie Xiaoqian's eyes, he was as terrifying as the old black mountain demon. But she had no choice. If she refused, she would most likely be erased. All right, so long as you don't kill me, hero, I'll do whatever you ask. Nie Xiaoqian knew which way the wind blew. She cleverly knelt, blinking rapidly, putting on a lovely expression. Humph, put away that fox-like charm. I've seen you haven't harmed anyone, and you're joining the gods' teachings, maybe one day you'll even gain a physical body. Come inside with me, and tell me what's been going on here. Yes, my lord. One person and one ghost entered a room in the ruined temple. After Nie Xiaoqian's account, Yen Qixia finally understood how dreadful this tree demon was. This had once been a fine temple. And the tree demon had listened to scripture as well. Over time, a trace of spirituality had accumulated. Unfortunately, after the abbacy changed hands, they abandoned proper practice. In a time of turmoil, everyone wanted money. More and more travelers came to lodge here. And the monks began to kill. Chanting by day, by night, murdering travelers and splitting the spoils. The bodies were buried right here in the rear courtyard. A dryad is a very peculiar sort of being. Strictly speaking, it is a spirit, not a demon. Such an existence, after long cultivation, under the right influences, can become quite powerful. But because the backyard brimmed with corpses, and blood and flesh brewed heavy resentment, the tree grandma was contaminated. All the women who died. She took control of them, turned them into female ghosts, and sent them out daily to absorb men's yang energy, in hopes of purging the resentment within her. Drinking poison to quench thirst, how could that ever cleanse anything? Even the roots are black, there is no way to recover. Yes, my lord, you speak truly. But, that tree demon has treated me very well. She never forced me to actively absorb a man's yang energy, and she has treated me as a daughter. Wicked as the dryad might be, she had indeed shown kindness to Nie Xiaoqian. Nie Xiaoqian had to admit as much. Yen Qixia snorted. This is fate. Enough, we'll end matters between you and the tree demon here. I'll teach you the divine method. From today on, you'll be a believer of the eternal faith in this world. Thank you for the favor. Golden light bloomed at the center of Nie Xiaoqian's brow. The notion of eternal meditation sank into the depths of her soul. watching the female ghost fall into trance. The bearded man curled his lip. If he weren't alone, he wouldn't be recruiting people this casually. Well, hopefully this female ghost had some wit. Enough to act as an assistant. Otherwise, it would be hard to accomplish anything big when it was just him, one man against the world. 1 Gia chat group. Bearded swordsman, at cutting demons and slaying spirits. Ninth uncle, brother, how about building power with ghosts? Does the world accept it easily? Ninth uncle the demon slayer, what's wrong? Are you also in a world of monsters? Bearded swordsman, yes. I just took in a female ghost named Nye Xiaoqian at Lanrua Temple. By the way, I destroyed all the ghost dens here. But because I'm alone, it's really difficult to found a religion. He felt helpless too. If it were otherwise, he could spread the faith as easily as the others. Even becoming a county magistrate would be fine. But alas, he was just a rough man. Tanjiro, the problem's simple. If you don't know how to build power, demonstrate miracles first and recruit people. What's your world like? An era of peace and prosperity. Bearded swordsman, on the contrary, it's chaos. Word has it the emperor is on the verge of death. Li Heir, isn't that a God-given chance? First, approach a loyal minister of the court and claim you have a method to extend life. It'll be easier to enter the emperor's sight that way. General Yuan, or do as I did, choose a mysterious art, and directly control the emperor. Bearded swordsman, I feel so dim. How is it that a question that seems so difficult looks so simple in your eyes? Ninth uncle the demon slayer, they've all been at this long enough that they've nearly worked out a rapid way to preach. As for your situation, I can tell you this, as long as ghosts practice the divine methods, they can obtain the power of ghost immortals. The ghosts in his world could walk out and bask in sunlight by day. What's a ghost then? And what's a human? Even the soul, when cultivating divine law, was no longer constrained by the rules. Place. End of chapter. Chapter 202, Chapter 202, The Way of Love and the Law of Destiny, the woeful test subject, Ning Tsaichin. Young Master Murong, Brother Beard, don't feel inferior. Even if you're not quick-witted, you can still find helpers. Just recruit a military advisor like Tanjiro and Zhang Fan. Junior Brother Dazufeng, right, everyone has strengths and weaknesses. We just learn from each other. Both he and Tanjiro were practically children. How could they be schemers playing at intrigue? But fortune had favored them overwhelmingly. They had encountered Sangsong and Ubuyashiki. Bearded swordsman, easier said than done. Finding a strategist is too hard. I'll take it slow. I plan to follow your advice and take a look at the capital first. What should a man do in ancient times when he has neither power nor influence? Take the civil and martial arts he has learned and sell himself to the imperial house. Though he did not want to be emperor, he could still borrow the power of the royal family. After a while, Nye Xiaoqian opened her eyes and felt that her soul no longer had that drifting, hollow emptiness. Instead, it felt solid. It was as if a furnace had been set within her. She couldn't help letting out a soft groan of comfort. How is it? The abrupt voice snapped Xiaoqian out of her intoxication. She trembled and immediately knelt. Thank you, sir, for your gift. Xiaoqian will never forget it. Now that my soul has condensed, I have risen from an ordinary ghost to the realm of a ghost king. Ghosts also cultivate in grades. Wandering soul, ghost specter, ghost general, ghost king, ghost immortal. This is the training ladder for ghosts. To leap several grades in one stroke. If it had been any other ghost, her delighted face would have twisted into a crooked grin. Yan Qixuan nodded in satisfaction. Don't get conceited. Although the internal system of the divine law isn't rigid, it still guides people toward goodness. Rest here tonight, tomorrow we head for the capital. Yes, my lord. Nye Xiaoqian smiled sweetly, then suddenly remembered something and asked, excuse me, do you know what a priestess is? While I was cultivating, there was a vast voice that said 957 had granted me the identity of priestess. What? It said, eternal priestess. The girl blinked, looking up at the bearded man with innocent eyes. She could not understand why he was so excited. You little fool, the eternal priestess is an office no less exalted than that of my chief priest. You must be pure and flawless, richly blessed with fortune, and meet all kinds of difficult conditions to be raised to that position. You can also hear the voice of God directly. You actually received such a prestigious office. May the God of eternity show mercy. Ah. Nye Xiaoqian was stunned. She had never expected the priestess identity to be so important. But in truth, she knew many spells now. All bestowed by the voice in her head. It seemed the priestess's identity was indeed formidable. In other words, her luck had always been excellent. Hee. The next day, the two set off for the capital together. Beneath the brilliant sunshine, Nye Xiaoqian beamed. A ghost who could walk in daylight. What a miraculous thing. They left Lanrua Temple and followed the official road upstream. A scholar walked past them. The moment he saw Nie Xiaoqian, he was struck dumb. So there were such beauties in this world. But why was she walking with that big bearded fellow? The scholar wanted to speak, but the instant he lifted his head, an indifferent glance pressed him back. Those eyes were filled with killing intent. It terrified him. My lord, why are you so angry? Humph, a strolling scholar, his legs stop working the moment he sees you. You must remember, you are a priestess, serving a divine existence. Yes, it seems I should find a scarf to wear. Their voices drifted away. Only when the two had disappeared did the scholar feel he could move again. Ah, what a powerful swordsman. One look from him and I felt as if I were facing death. Hurry along, looks like it's going to rain. Ning Caichen, perhaps don't daydream about young beauties. You've not even earned a name for yourself, what do you think you're taking home? Within the domain of the gods. Lu Che watched Ning Caichen leave from Nie Xiaoqian's side, a faint smile on his lips. It seemed that since the fellow had left, he likely would never cross paths with Fu Qingfeng. Forget it, let me make it up to you. Find a peasant woman and build you a household. A strand of red silk streaked across the sky and bound itself to Ning Caichen's wrist. The other end fell upon a peasant woman 10 li from Lanrua Temple. The woman's features were broad and blunt, black hair bristled along her arms. At a glance, she was a strong one. Though such a woman did not know many characters. Her sincere heart was the true measure. Husband and child, no problem supporting a family. This was Lu Che's first time using the way of love and the law of destiny. He wanted to see what would happen to this fragmented world under the power of these two laws. To speed things along, Lu Che accelerated the time flow within that zone. Ning Caichen, carrying his bookcase, had wanted to lodge at Lanrua Temple for a night. After all, travel was hard for a scholar. But when he reached the temple, the stench in the air and the terrifying banyan tree made him so frightened he dared not stay. He ran. At last, before sunset, he found a household. This was a farming family of 3. They held a few acres under cultivation. The old man looked upon the scholar's pale, scholarly face and took to him at once, even bringing out his treasured wine. Scholar, you're on your way to the city to sit the exams, aren't you? Yes, elder. After 3 rounds of wine, the two chatted. The old man laughed and said, as to my name, I don't know big characters. Just call me Old Manly. But these days the world grows more difficult, and the court lacks good officials. Ah. Why do you say that? The city officials, corrupt, twisting the law, they harm the people. If you men of learning work hard, become high officials and trip up that lot. Master, drink has made you foolish. How can you say such things? The peasant woman's face changed drastically. Men may discuss affairs of state. But for a hunter or a farmer, what right did they have to speak? If this scholar reported them, the whole family could die. Just then, the curtain to the next room lifted, and a woman with a broad, forceful frame strode in and said, Mother, get my father to bed, he can't even hold the door. Ning Caichen was startled. He had never seen such a peculiar woman. Who had ever seen a woman stronger than a man? The peasant woman listened. Then hauled the drunken, lolling old man away. Goodness, the whole family had special talents. If a woman like that protected him, wouldn't he have nothing to fear from demons or monsters on the way to sit the exams? Ning Caichen was taken aback by his own thought. The strong woman noticed him staring. She narrowed her eyes and snorted. If you want to laugh, then laugh. I was born looking like this anyway. With that, she picked up 2 woda from the table, sat opposite him, and gnawed away. Ning Caichen had also drunk too much by then. He didn't know why. But the woman before him seemed very cute. Just then, scuffling broke out in the next room. By a misstep, he accidentally brushed against that hairy hand. What followed? Lu Che did not care to watch further. He feared it would ruin his appetite. This law of destiny plus the way of love is truly terrifying. Next time I'll try it on a person and an animal. Inside the eternal temple, Mingyue was watching about. The woman across from her wore a white butterfly haori. She looked delicate, but her fighting style was brutally direct. Not like a woman at all. More like a battle maniac. Wild yet precise. A goddess dancing on a knife's edge. Kane held a great sword and took the 3rd court. Kaneo Tsuyuri. Tosaka Sakura. Aoli. These 3 little girls were the trainees today. In truth, Butterfly Kane did not particularly like fighting, but gods and goddesses seldom trained priestesses of war. Growing on one's own was too difficult. So she served as a combat coach. Within the 1,000 square meter hall of battle, sword auras flew everywhere. After being kicked aside 10 times in a row, Aoli couldn't help but shout. I'm a dragon, stop treating me like a sandbag. Kane halted and replied with contempt, I've never seen a dragon like you, eats more than anyone at mealtime, and as for fighting, now you only know how to charge in a straight line. Aoli instantly burst into sniffling complaint. This wasn't fair. If we're going to fight, then fight. Why the mockery? Sister Baisujin was better. No verbal attacks. Now. Tosaka Sakura whispered to herself. In an instant, water surged upward and split into thousands. Water element magic, 1,000 threads, 100 turns, countercurrent flow. 1,000 figures rushed at Butterfly Kane. At that moment, Kaneo also launched an attack, but her technique was ice, which matched her innate talent. Amplifying the force of Tosaka Sakura's spell. Butterfly Kane's eyes lit. She exclaimed, not bad, you've remembered to coordinate. But you seem to want even more. Though you are cooperating, it lacks subtlety. She drew back. Blossoms of petals drifted about her. Dance of flowers, Suling's descent. The wave of water fell upon Kane. But everything was absorbed by those petals, and she herself remained entirely unrestrained. Sis, you're too shameless. In the end, the bout concluded. Kaneo muttered helplessly. To moonlight in the arts of plant magic. Water spells were hardly effective at all. Kane smiled, patted her head, and said, you three need to use your heads more. Then she came over to Mingyue. Watching the three little ones get back to their feet, each digesting the lessons of the match just now. Kane smiled and asked, how do you feel? Mingyue sighed. Dazed, like looking through mist. Just take it slow. By the way. I saw a woman feeding chickens in the side hall earlier, who is she? That one. An angel. It seems that, because of her looks, she's fallen out of favor with the gods, so she's just feeding chickens for now. Mingyue felt a flush of shame. Sure enough, she had to please the master here. Otherwise, if she were sent to feed pigs, it would be mortifying to return to the lower realm. She couldn't even bear to think of it. Then, sister, may I ask you something? Ask away. How can I please the gods? Mingyue asked in a low voice. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, Are you gods, who only eat offerings and dodge work, are you worthy of the name? I don't really know, and matters concerning the gods aren't something we can discuss lightly. Butterfly Kane looked a little at a loss. Her expression faintly awkward. Truth be told, one only learns a god's preferences after long acquaintance. For instance, when going to bed, he insists she and her sister accompany him, never alone. And the bath, he likes them there as well. In short, difficult to speak of. Seeing her shy look, Mingyue understood immediately, nothing good. But she had to try. She could only work harder and hope to win the gods' favor sooner. Xianyuan Sword World. Since Yuan Tuo accepted the emperor's investiture, his authority and status had been rising without pause. No one dared question him. One day, Yuan Tuo said to his mother, Mother, I'll be relying on you in the days to come. I'm going out to seek the other divine artifacts. Go, then. I'll oversee the affairs of the altar. Shan Yu told him. Yuan Tuo smiled faintly, turned into a streak of light, and shot into the sky. His first goal was Moon River City, to seize the descendant of Nuwa. Scholars said the Nuwa stone was impure and could not be taken. But if I can't take the Nuwa stone, he thought, I can always offer it up together, soon enough. Yuan Tuo smiled. And accelerated. At that very hour in Moon River City, the witch Rian was receiving the Demon Lord's power. As one of the Demon Lord's last remaining chess pieces, she had to be strengthened. Otherwise, the Demon Lord would completely lose his grip on this world. Child, do you lack true love because you lack strength? They mock you because they are jealous. Offer up the souls of everyone to me. In this way, you and your love can be together forever. The demonic voice kept whispering in Rian's ears. Her already uncanny body now blossomed into a flower. Darkness, loneliness, malice. Every kind of sin collected in one. Yes, master. I understand. A strange light flared in Moon River City. Those sunk in deep dreams had their souls drawn away by the demon. Wails rose without end. Just as Rian was savoring the screams of those she knew, the Demon Lord's voice sounded again in her ear. Yuan Tuo is here. We leave, now. Master, I have your power. Why should I fear Yuan Tuo? Let me kill him. Rian smiled bewitchingly. The fragrance saturating the city instantly doubled. The Demon Lord fell silent at that. He wanted to see whether Yuan had discovered anything amiss. Even if a chess piece was lost, it would be worth it if it confirmed his target. A streak like a meteor tore the heavens. Yuan Tuo appeared over Moon River City. Gazing upon the poisoned streets, he sneered, demons and vermin daring to play rough before me, Yuan Tuo. This familiar aura, it's the demon lord, isn't it? I'll send you to your death. He stretched out a hand and grasped toward the void. The golden Shenyuan sword dropped into his palm. Cut. No mercy. The sword fell. Trusting in her demon-forged body, Rian had not feared the Shenyuan sword. But she had not expected the divinity of the sword chi. Its annihilating nature impossible to resist. No, my soul. Cries erupted across the city. All the pink, flowery miasma vanished in an instant. A woman in black thrashed on the ground. Give up. My sword measures out your sins. Even among the gods, a person like you will die. Demon Lord, are you still puzzling over why Ning Kun never appeared? Because she betrayed you. Wait, after I make my offering to the gods, I'll ascend and kill you. The sword light returned. Rian fell apart at once. But her soul did not perish as he expected. Instead, a pink divine power drew it into the divine realm. Someone so mired in love should enter the wheel of reincarnation and repay her sins. The voice was clear. Pleasant to the ear. And that pink divine power, he knew it too well, it belonged to the eternal God. Yuan Tuo's heart stirred. Even such a sinner could be redeemed, the eternal God was too compassionate. With the obstacle removed, Yuan Tuo went straight ahead to the Nuwa temple. A force barred him at the door. Child, turn back from the brink. Do not lose yourself before an outland god. Are you Nuwa? Yuan Tuo asked in surprise. He had not expected Nuwa to retain any consciousness. Yes. I am a trace of Nuwa's mind. Though your strength is great, it does not belong to this world. Though I... Stop. Yuan Tuo cut her off, his face full of scorn. Before you speak to others, perhaps look to yourself. When the demon invaded the world, where were you? When the outland demon bewitched that woman outside your own temple, where were you? Do you deserve to be called Nuwa? I could laugh my teeth out. So, for hypocritical gods like you, let history erase you. Yuan Tuo slashed. The statues within the Nuwa temple cracked with a sigh. And collapsed. The last vestige of her power remaining in this world was wiped out. A little white-haired girl appeared before Yuan Tuo. It seems this is a descendant of Nuwa. Yuan Tuo slipped her into his sleeve and rose into the sky. Everything he had just said was the true feeling in Yuan Tuo's heart. All beings bow to Nuwa. But when real crisis comes, it is human hands that must solve it. Of what use is worship of such a god? A false god, nothing more. The more he saw, the more it proved such hypocrisy. No wonder the people in the group spoke with such confidence. There is a true God. And so he, too, had confidence. A smile touched Yuan Tuo's lips. His ideals were simple. Heal the disasters of this world, then find a loving wife and live out a good life. To the north. Taba clan. A new patriarch was being chosen. Zhang Lai, from today you are patriarch. This ancient artifact is also passed to you. The old patriarch took up the Shenong Ding and handed it to the young men. He hoped the tribe would endure. And that their safety would be protected. Zhang Lai said solemnly, thank you for your trust. I will certainly protect. Whoosh. A gale screamed across the sky. A golden streak appeared before them. Zhang Lai felt his hands go light. Shenong Ding was gone. Who are you? Why would you seize my clan's treasure? At that moment, Tabayuer also stepped out. She frowned as she looked at the men in black. I am the one who brings gospel to your people. My name is Yuan Tuo. You may also call me Priest Yuan. Asking for flowers. The man in black turned the Shenong Ding in his hands, confirming it was genuine. Then he slipped it into his bag. Everyone, prepare to fight. Seeing the turn, the old patriarch's face sank. He began to muster the warriors. But the instant they raised their weapons, a violent gust swept them flat to the ground. Yuan Tuo bled out a mere trace of killing intent. At once, sweat broke over the tribesmen's faces, none dared to move. I, Yuan Tuo, am at present national teacher of Sui and the one who holds the emperor's very lifeline. If you submit now, I guarantee your prosperity. If you persist in delusion, then die. He drew the Shenyuan sword and pressed down lightly. A trench 10,000 meters long split the earth before them. The Taba were aghast. This power was not human. Charge, and die. The patriarch collapsed to his knees with a thud. Zhang Lai followed, and then Tabayuer. The man was not only exalted in station, his power was terrifying. Who would dare resist? Seeing the Taba bowed, Yuan Tuo nodded, satisfied. What came next would be easy. Conversion. The former patriarch was appointed divine envoy, with Zhang Lai as deputy divine envoy. The entire Taba clan underwent earth-shaking change. At first, they were terrified, thinking the national teacher meant to slaughter them. But he had come to bless them. A surge of strength made the old patriarch, frail and tottering, recover his former vigor. Paying respects to the Lord Priest. Just now, this old man had eyes but failed to recognize divine grace. Paying respects to the Lord Priest. All knelt and gave thanks. Yuan Tuo smiled. Rise. It seems you've all felt God's gift. Good. These grasslands will be the God's domain. Develop at your own pace. I'll have soldiers deliver supplies. Thank you, Lord Priest. By the way, I heard you were short of sacrifices. I wonder if my daughter would be suitable. At that moment, Taba Yuer slipped forward. Only the elder daughter was at home. She had been set to marry today. And instead, they had received divine grace. The old man's thoughts ran deep. Living his second spring, he naturally considered how to secure the god's favor. Yuan Tuo looked the leather-skirted woman up and down and found her looks not bad. Gentle and virtuous. A fine sacrifice. We are indeed short. Would you be willing? Taba Yuer is willing to serve the gods. Good. Take my token to the Wansheng Palace in Daxing. Someone will receive you. Yuan Tuo drew out a golden token and handed it to her. He instructed the old patriarch, I leave the religious affairs to you. I still have other places to search for artifacts. On the day of the offering, I will send word. Yes. Then Yuan Tuo vanished like wind. Only after a long while did the old patriarch say to Zhang Lai, now that Yuer serves the gods, Yuer mustn't wander outside. Send men to bring her back. Yes, patriarch. As for a wife for you, choose from among the other tribes. I hope you can understand. Zhang Lai nodded dimly. In truth, he liked Yuer. But she had never spared him a glance. Now that the patriarch had dedicated her to the gods, what could he do? He could only hope she would be happy. After all, the divine realm must be full of happiness. Prophecy. Chapter 204. Chapter 204. Behind the power of 1,000 Buddhas lie the bitter tears of hundreds stacked with their lives. At this moment, I already possess the Xianyuan sword, the Kunlun mirror, the Niwa stone, and the Shenong ding. Now I should seek the Kongtong seal. Remembering the tree spirit's explanation, Yuan Tuo felt a headache coming on. The Kongtong seal lay in the distant East China Sea. Whether one could encounter it depended on luck. Riding his sword, Yuan Tuo flew on, turning over whether he ought to return and make offerings first. For artifacts were already very good. Secure the strength first, then slowly bring great sway under his control. That would be fine as well. 2 days later, Yuan Tuo passed over Dunhuang City. A strange force drew his attention. There's something down there, and a kind of seductive power, as if luring humans. Yuan Tuo's eyes went cold. He angled his sword downward. When he reached the grotto, 1,000 Buddhas unfolded before him. Not only that. Inside this grotto was a golden world. Though not dazzling like gold metal, it shone brighter than the Buddha light of ordinary temples. Even the sky was filled with that orange radiance. The mountain's belly had been gouged into a great flat basin several hundred meters across. It was crowded with carved Buddhas. Bodhisattvas, Buddhas, Vajras, Arhats, the largest 100 meters long, the smallest only tens of centimeters. These statues were lifelike. Their eyes brimming with orange light. The air was thick with sandalwood. Gradually, illusory chanting rose to his ears. Dream or reality? Yuan Tuo shook his head, coming to full sobriety, a feral look on his face. A place like this is truly a curse. Even someone like him, whose body was forged by divine law, had been affected, lost in thought for a heartbeat. If ordinary people wandered here, the consequences went without saying. A place of deception like this shouldn't exist. Yuan Tuo stretched out his hand, the Xianyuan sword fell into his palm. He stepped forward. All the Buddhas seemed to come alive, whispering without cease. Amitabha. The Buddha is compassionate, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Jackfruit. When the Buddha grows wrathful like a Vajra, do not stray into error. Hundreds of voices surged at once. Yuan Tuo ignored them and slashed at the Buddha shadows with a single stroke. Boom. An inexplicable sound resounded. The shadows of Buddhas in the sky gathered into a great golden Buddha that struck against Yuan Tuo's sword chi. Wicked creature, this is a domain of great Buddhism. How dare you be presumptuous? The unreal voice issued from the statue. Yuan Tuo's sword did not pierce through at once, he was jolted back a half step. But he saw the statue weaken a fraction. And reacted instantly. A thing that deceives the hearts of men, damnation to it. By the blessings of the divine law, die. Radiant light sheathed the Xianyuan sword. This time, the statue could not hold. As the phantom in the firmament dispersed, the surrounding Buddha images burst one after another. Like fireworks. Shattered through and through. Yuan Tuo clearly saw a golden Buddha suspended in the air crack apart in an instant. That was the culprit. When all things fell to pieces. A pale pink qin hovered into view before him. It was one of the ancient artifacts, the Fuxi qin. It seems I don't need to go to the East China Sea for now. With this, I have 5 artifacts. Yuan Tuo smiled in triumph. He slipped the instrument into his storage treasure. Across 1,000 li of Buddhist temples. Exclamations were rising. With the power of 1,000 Buddhas and the Fuxi qin removed, the enchantment that beguiled human hearts had lost its source. Its strength unraveled of itself. Innocent people opened their eyes, bewildered to find they had somehow become monks. Abandoning wives and children. Forsaking their parents. Their vows not born of true devotion at all, but of bewitchment. As Yuan Tuo stepped out of the grotto, he couldn't help smiling at the tumult rising from distant temples. He drew a deep breath. And called out. You need not be angry. The power of those pseudo-Buddhas has been broken by me. You were all bewitched by those Buddhas before. I am the chief priest of the eternal God's sect. In 10 days, I, Yuan Tuo, shall offer sacrifices to the God. Then you will know what is truly great. In one monastery, a little monk looked up at the abbot. The other's face was wet with tears. Master, is what that voice said true? Were we all bewitched? Yes, and you as well. Go home at once. The power of that false Buddha truly drives people mad, else how could I become what I am now? Back then, the abbot had been a talent among talents. Because of his aptitude, he was favored by an old monk. So he abandoned wife and son to take the tonsure. Thinking back 30 years, his wife wept herself into an early grave, and his little boy had knelt at the monastery door, crying. He hadn't felt a flicker of emotion. Is that a Buddha? Plainly, it was a demon. She had been his wife of 10 years, the two of them supporting each other. They had been ready to sit the top examinations, but in a moment they became what they did. She must have despaired to the bones. The abbot broke down and wept, then seized a hammer and smashed the statue. He said to everyone in the temple, from this day on, we will not believe in that evil Buddha. We ought to revere the eternal God, because he made us sober. Otherwise, we would be lost like this for life. Yes. Destroy the false Buddha. Thus began a movement to destroy false Buddhas. And this place was only a microcosm, the true uproar was in Daxing City. There was a temple there as well. The abbot had lectured at intervals. Now the power of 1,000 Buddhas had shattered. The monks of the temple woke, one after another. And a sensation swept the capital. After officials investigated, they learned that these monks had long been controlled by the 1,000 Buddhas' power. Now that they had awakened, someone must have broken that power. A few days later, Yuan Tuo returned to the palace. Seeing him, the emperor smiled broadly. Beloved minister, did you break the power of 1,000 Buddhas? Yes, your majesty. When I passed the grotto, I felt something amiss. Unexpectedly, someone inside was playing the demon, using the power of the Fuxi qin and the 1,000 Buddhas to beguile the people. It seems this world is most perilous. Since you have obtained the artifacts, be ready to offer sacrifice to the god. Yes. In the eyes of the court. This was harmony between sovereign and minister. But none knew it was the result of Yuan Tuo's control. Back at the palace of victorious return. Yuan Tuo's mother was feeding the carp. Hearing footsteps. She turned and smiled. And how was this trip? I hear the people are chanting your name outside. Though the nation had fallen. So long as her son was accomplished, she was content. Since she had taken up the divine law. The old lady had recovered a measure of youth, and she was ever calculating how the religion should grow. The altar business. She was handling it, it would be complete in 10 days. Yuan Tuo sat and said, I have recovered those artifacts and completed the task. How is Ningku? No different than before. She keeps insisting she isn't of the demon realm, but one who cultivates the divine law, yet a child could see what she is. You, pay no more mind to her. Yes, mother. Then the two discussed the power of the 1,000 Buddhas and the Nuwa temple. When she heard these two matters, Yuan Tuo's mother felt the same as he. They're all false gods and false Buddhas, trading on a name to fool people. That Yang Su is a minion of demons, and where was she when he harmed the commoners? As for Moon River City, worse still. It's laughable, she can't even mind her own gate, and yet she would seek to bewitch you. If that Nuwa had possessed any real power, she would never have allowed Rian to do evil. Such power. She feared it wasn't worthy even of the name false god. Yuan Tua sighed. That's why the eternal God has appeared, otherwise these gods and Buddhas would go on deceiving people day after day. Who knows how many would suffer? Speaking of the power of 1,000 Buddhas, monks across the world were likely not bewitched lightly. In Daxing City alone, more than 1,000 woke up. That scene, those tears, was heartbreaking. She remembered how she had burned incense and prayed before. Shan Yuwu felt only shame. These last few days, not only she but all the devout had been full of regret. The Buddhist scriptures at home had all been burned. Every Buddha image destroyed. Anything that smacked of Buddha had been cleared away. Wanjia chat group. General Yuan, Brother Fahai, are you there? Pursuing sentient beings, what is it? The group member General Yuan uploaded a video. In the White Snake world. Fahai watched the content and could not help sneering. It seems there is no true Buddha, only hypocrisy, just like that great son Tathagata. A few days earlier, he had found the other's trail. He had fought that pseudo-Buddha. The opponent was not invincible, he fled again. Because it was only a clone, Fahai had executed the host body alone. That host had used those Buddhas to convert people. It could be seen that the great son Tathagata had fallen into demonhood. The spirit of the demon sword, isn't this the same as in Li Shimon's world? One seeks to control the whole realm under the banner of righteousness, the other uses the Fushi Qin to bewitch all beings. Li Air, what is genuine cannot be faked, what is fake cannot be made real. Before the true God, all reveals its original form. Well done, Brother Yuan. General Yuan, I only feel sorry for the people. According to incomplete statistics, 30,000 have been rescued. But over these years, how many monks have buried their bones? The fox who only loves money, the false Buddha leaves wounds not shallow. Tosaka University, and that is why the God bids us spread his faith with all our strength. This is truly a good deed, saving countless lives. Junior brother Dazufeng, it's not hard to tell a false god. Generally, if it demands you do this and that, with harsh conditions in droves, it's surely false. Pursuing sentient beings, the gods are selfless, false gods are not. In our world, lay down the butcher's knife and reincarnate, isn't that a shame? General Yuan, I have prepared 5 artifacts and 4 living sacrifices. When the altar is finished in a few days, I will begin the offering. Chapter 205, Chapter 205, Golden Sparkle, what could be a better offering to the gods than the goddess Tiamat? The spirit of the demon sword, good fellow, you've certainly made your preparations. General Yuan, it's not as if I want to. The key point is that a red demon star has appeared over the central plains, and the seal that protects the land of China has been broken. If I don't perform the sacrifice, I can't defeat the demon right now. The blonde boy Sam, the so-called red demon stars are actually aliens. It feels like that world's very powerful too. Junior brother Dazufeng, if there are both Buddha and Nuwa, then it's probably similar to sister Longkuei's world. Tanjiro, it's a shame a few of our brothers are stuck on the planar battlefield and can't come for now. Otherwise we could open a passage and go straight from the eternal god realm. The fox who only loves money, surprised, promotion between worlds comes with perks like that. You can go play in other worlds. Li Air, so you didn't know, once the world channel is open, we priests can travel to other worlds. Ninth uncle the demon slayer, I didn't know, so feelings can work like that. Young Master Murong, to be precise, we can go to your world. We only need to petition the god to open a world channel. But you can't come over, otherwise the spatial suppression will crush you. The pressure in the eternal god realm is immense. Especially in the eternal palace. Without sufficient strength, you would be ground to dust the instant you arrived. This was news revealed by his cousin. General Yuan, then that's interesting. I'll look forward to your arrival. My world likely won't require much effort now, wait for me. Cemetery of Saints World. 29 tugs at every man's heart. Everyone yearns to challenge those masters. Since love had been trampled. Chu Dashin, why? I don't want to be a good little baby anymore. General Yuan, it's only recently that I figured things out. After the 1,000 Buddhas incident, I understand my goal. Without the god's grace I'd probably be just a mortal. Since I do have this power now, I should benefit humankind. Leader of the World Association, now that's true pride in a man. Don't look at my relatively low level in our world, real heroes work for the good of all under heaven. Sooner, the tyrant's really domineering. I'm not as bold as you, I can only expand the faith starting from my clan. The spirit of the demon sword, I still don't know what your world's like, Sister Sooner, introduce it to me. Sooner, sure. My world is an era of fighting chi, similar to your aura and true energy. Demon hunter, oh. Dookie, I know that term. In the West we call it battle chi. So it really exists. Do you have mages? Vampire queen, definitely not. She said it's a world of fighting chi. The blonde boy Sam, if you want mages, go to the moon plane. Goddess Tosaka Rin said there are mages there, right? Type moon plane. There are mages in abundance. Although by the end of the age of gods they had come to be called magicians. The principle is the same. Demon hunter, then I'll be sure to go play on the moon plane sometime. For peace, by the way, I just remembered, I didn't upload that video. Can you still watch it now? Pursuing sentient beings, aren't you spouting nonsense? I'm getting a toothache from chanting sutras every day, hurry up. Tanjiro, +1. The fox who only loves money, start the car, beep beep. The spirit of the demon sword, horrified.jpg you all don't really want to drive, right? I'm not even an adult yet. Pirates of the Caribbean, you're only old in the chat. The spirit of the demon sword, sounds like you're tired of living, you old swindler. A lady's age is never to be mentioned, or I'll kill you. Pursuing sentient beings, ha 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 ha. Ding, group member for peace uploaded a video. Yuan-Tua was at home, sipping tea. Gradually, his expression froze. The video came in 2 parts. Whether it was the magnificent oceanic world or the goddess's power, both left him amazed. So this is the power of a goddess, how could it compare with the powers of Nuwa or the 1,000 Buddhas? Devil fruits. A devil fruit tree. One bizarre existence after another appeared. And Yuan-Tua was hooked. So techniques could be used like that. A Chinese ghost story, the world of ghosts. After watching the video, Yan Qixia was full of envy. That group member could transform into a true dragon. How dashing. If he could transform into a dragon, or a qilin or something. When he returned to receive divine grace, he would have to consider his options carefully. Outside, Nie Xiaoqian had gathered a cluster of solitary ghosts and begun building an intelligence network. Compared to the living, ghosts are the fastest at gathering information. And there were no restrictions on who could join the faith. Surveillance, 24 hours a day. Reporting to the priestess, the news from the capital is that the national teacher seems to be a 1,000-year monster, trying to swallow the dragon vein to become immortal. A little ghost gave the report to Nie Xiaoqian. She nodded in satisfaction. All right, you can go. This time, find out what sort of enemies this national teacher has, preferably a mortal rival. Yes. A moment later, the wind howled. The ghost was gone. Moon plane, type moon. Ishtar hefted the heavenly bow, Ma'ana, and came to Gilgamesh. At the sly look on his face, she knew nothing good was in store for her this time. Coming to me for once without demanding tribute. What's with all the jewels? The goddess of Venus leaned back against the wall, gaze probing. Gilgamesh said nothing and tossed her a dossier. It detailed what was about to happen. And the matter of her sister, Ele-chan. Oh. Quit joking. How could my sister be here? Stupid goddess, do you think I'm merely the Gilgamesh of old? I'm a believer in the eternal God now. What is the eternal God? Ishtar's face went blank. She could still understand the god Zeus. But eternal God? A new deity. The eternal God is the ultimate deity beyond all things, nothing like a false god such as you. Now just do as I say, and we can avoid the end of the world ahead of schedule. Fine, what do you want me to do? First, you need to learn this. Eternal meditation. Ishtar frowned as something pressed into her mind. What was this? The power of a god. But it didn't feel like it. Idiot, this is a gift from the eternal God. It'll hone your divine vessel. By the way, since your sister can use your body, you can trade places with her. So you want to seize the underworld? Exactly. Tiamat hasn't yet received the Holy Grail, she's still asleep, and Kingu is blocked. As long as we move quickly, everything can end early. Gilgamesh's eyes slid to Siduri, unreadable. In his own memory, this gentle, virtuous girl had been taken by monsters, twisted into a grotesque, and finally died to protect Kingu. This time, he would not let that happen. At that moment, Siduri looked to Ishtar and said, at present, we've successfully won over Quetzalcoatl of the Three Goddess Alliance. The feathered serpent among the 3 pillar goddesses was that easy to talk down. Ishtar clearly didn't buy it. A figure walked out from the hall. A faint smile curved her lips. Why impossible? So long as my safety is guaranteed and the world can be made happy, I'm willing to yield. You really surrendered? Yes. Ishtar cocked her head, then suddenly realized, you didn't happen to get defeated, did you? Quetzalcoatl's expression went rigid. Defeated was putting it mildly. She had been ravaged. Only the gods knew why Golden Sparkle's power had grown so much stronger. And it had been 2-on-1. How could she not lose? You don't need to worry about what happened to me. And as for your bull, didn't lose it, did you? Of course I didn't lose it. Ishtar's eyes skittered away. Obviously, the bull of heaven was gone. Well, it's fine if you don't have the bull of heaven. Let's move on to the next point. First, the Holy Grail. It's stored in my body. Without it, it's hard to mass-produce beasts. But once we depart, we can't rule out what action Gorgon may take. Gorgon, the goddess of monstrosity, was tied to Tiamat. If they didn't poke her, then Tiamat would remain asleep for the time being. That was their window. Let's settle the small matters first. After everyone's power has grown, I'll consider how to deal with Gorgon. In any case, I have only one guiding principle: no one dies. Golden Sparkle's aim was crystal clear. The fewer the dead, the greater the faith offered. And thus the eternal God could take this world in hand. Ishtar said helplessly, okay, can't I just let her out? Honestly. An hour later, the goddess of Venus fell asleep. The goddess of the underworld awakened. Elachan appeared. The blonde, red-eyed girl was gentle. None of her sister's reckless streak. She was captivating at a glance. That's how a goddess should be. I am Ereshkigal, goddess of the underworld. I understand what you're proposing, but have you considered how to handle Gorgon? Rather than asking how to deal with her, better to think how to set Tiamat on the right path. What do you mean? Gilgamesh stood, pride blazing. As one of humanity's 7 evils, the goddess who governs the principle of return to the womb, if we can restore her to her proper state, our world will welcome a goddess. You intend to sacrifice her? Enki was shocked by Golden Sparkle's thought. But then he considered it could work. The eternal God already had so many goddesses. As the mother of all life, Tiamat would surely catch his eye. Then what should we do? Increase our strength, and then wait for Merlin to appear, and use him to enter the dream realm. Chapter 206, Recruiting Chaldea, shaking the gods across all time and space. At this moment, Chaldea. Staff dispatch was underway. 2 were to depart, one was Kodako, Ritsuka Fujimaru, and the other was Mash Kairi Light. Are you ready? This time we're traveling through time and space. Ready. Foe padded after them. With a stream of light threading the tunnel of time, they headed to the 7th singularity, ancient Mesopotamia, 2655 BC. The scene flipped. The 2, with a cute foe, fell from the sky. Before they could unfold their noble phantasms, Ishtar swept them up onto the heavenly boat Mayana. You are. My name is Ishtar, a believer in the eternal God. Chaldea. Hearing Ishtar's report, they were stunned. When did Ishtar join someone else's faith, and what was this eternal God? There was no record in history. Staff scrambled through the archives. No entry for eternal God. Hey! Ishtar, over there, are you really the goddess Venus? As real as it gets, friends from Chaldea. Shall I lob a mountain-shaking star your way to prove it? What a joke. If she fired that, a city would vanish. Chaldea fell into silence. An unprecedented situation had arrived. What should they do next? Before they could ask again, the other side spoke first. I know everything about goddess Tiamat and all that will follow. You can come with me now. You know what happens next. You know the history. Yes. A virtuous king returned from another time and space, so now Uruk is truly unbreakable. Virtuous king. That meant Gilgamesh. What did other time and space mean? Led by Ishtar, Mash and Ritsuka Fujimaru came before Gilgamesh. Only after his explanation did Chaldea understand. Some timelines had disappeared. More precisely, they had been taken up by a god and integrated into a complete world. The virtuous king Gilgamesh and his friend Enkidu had both come from that timeline, and knew exactly what would occur here. Mash asked in astonishment, so, as long as we eliminate Tiamat ahead of time, this time-space can return to normal? No, it isn't that simple. What truly ruins time and space and seeks to destroy the world is the tonnage of black mud. That is the end of the world. Gilgamesh answered her, and in passing displayed all that had transpired. They had poured in all resources and manpower to blast Tiamat down into the underworld, and then slain her. The cost. Just hearing it made Mash and the others' scalps prickle. This is terrifying. What should we do? Please give us your instructions. Ritsuka Fujimaru asked. Her expression firm. Quetzalcoatl said, the easiest way is to invite the eternal God to descend and take this world away entirely, but, for reasons of believers and other matters, that isn't possible for now. The matter of believers, Enkidu and I are already working on it. Now we wait for Merlin to appear, and then we go to Tiamat together. As for you in Chaldea, I have a request. What is it, King Gilgamesh? Please tell us. If we are to restore peace to the world completely, relying on humans alone won't suffice. Will you join the ranks of God's believers? Join the God's religion? That was no small question. They were silent for a moment, then asked, if we join, can we truly obtain peace? You'll know when this world line is concluded. Come, Mash, I recall your body is on the verge of collapse. Let me show you a taste of God's grace first. Gilgamesh placed the concept of eternal meditation into her mind. All looked on, smiling. She studied it. And began to meditate. In mere moments, Mash felt her shattered body knit back together at speed. And her strength began to soar. This exceeded all projections. Mash's numbers are skyrocketing, no. The computer is acting up, it can't compute. Boom. A puff of blue smoke rose. The instrument used to monitor Mash's vitals sputtered out and died. The sight was shocking. There was no way to trace the source, no way to query a result. All the staff shared a single thought, this is the power of God. Untouchable. Do we need to report this? No, leave it at that for now. King Gilgamesh, might we discuss joining the faith? Of course. After all, traitors have already appeared among you in Chaldea. Yes. Half an hour later. Mash surfaced from meditation. She moved a little, no stiffness, a perfect fit. Even that old sensation of her flesh tearing had vanished. This body was wonderful. Ritsuka Fujimaru hurried over, anxious. Mash, how do you feel? Very good. I've never felt so comfortable. Mash smiled sweetly. Kudako, who had never seen her smile like that, was stunned. So Mash's smile could be that moving. All right, no more chit-chat. You two, once we return to Chaldea, will explain in full. For now, we go to the sealed land of the goddess Tiamat. Merlin, him. I am here. Speak of Chow Chow, and Chow Chow arrives. With flowers whirling all about, an elegant man appeared before them. Chirp. When Foe saw Merlin, he launched a dropkick without hesitation. Foe would never forget this guy. Damn him. Throwing Foe out of Avalon, could he still be called a person? Facing Foe's attack. Merlin was at a loss. The two tumbled around for a long time. At last Merlin rubbed his messy hair and sat up. His wise gaze locked onto Golden Sparkle. Then he looked to Enkidu. It seems you truly came from a different timeline, for at this point in this one you should have just returned from seeking immortality, and Enkidu should already have died. Since Mr. Enkidu is here, that proves enough. However, if you want me to take you to Tiamat, what will you use to persuade that goddess? Without seeing a complete solution, Merlin would never guide them there. Lest they wake her too soon. Golden Sparkle and Enkidu exchanged a glance. Then laughed. You lot are too small time at present, what is there to persuade? Then what are you preparing? Enough to offer directly to the god. Gilgamesh's words shocked everyone present. Sacrifice Tiamat directly. No one had thought of that. So ruthless. Worthy of the king of Bling. Then why are you recruiting us goddesses too? Don't tell me you plan to sacrifice us. Quetzalcoatl stepped back, face uncertain. Enkidu shook his head with a soft sigh. When you see the true face of the god, you'll know what greatness is. Let's go. They lifted into the air on the heavenly boat Ma'ana and flew toward the sea. Tiamat's consciousness was sealed outside this time-space. Though summoned, she remained bound by Merlin's seal. Once she awakened, her power would return in full, and she would lose all reason. At present only Gorgon's agents are laboring for the Black Mud, so we must be quick, my people can't hold out much longer. So it turns out you plan to have us build the altar before recruiting us goddesses. You really have us dancing in your palm. Heh. You won't say that in a moment. Upon arriving at the destination, Merlin began weaving spells. Ishtar, Quetzalcoatl, and Mash threw themselves into altar construction at a frantic pace. Pressed for time, and with this being the very center of the sea, the altar was done in haste. So humble it looked like a mere stone hut. Mash's eyelids twitched as she stared, and she couldn't help whispering, Your Majesty, shouldn't we at least paint it, or something? Just a few stones. And a handful of carved lines. Could one really invite the greatest god with this? No matter how she looked at it, it felt far too crude. Golden Sparkle donned his golden armor, took the lead, and knelt before the altar, murmuring gently, What the eternal God values most is the believer's heart. This altar is all I can do, please look upon it. As he knelt, Enkidu knelt swiftly as well. Seeing this, the others knelt to either side of the long steps. Though Gilgamesh was not a chief priest, as an authorized believer present, he was still qualified to summon the god. A mark within his body responded. Great eternal God, your believer, Gilgamesh, offers up the world's oldest goddess, Tiamat, as sacrifice. Type moon plane. The seventh singularity, time and space. Suddenly, a wave of energy bloomed. Chaldea. At the ocean center, the site of Tiamat's seal, there's a superenergy reaction, and it's expanding at an extreme rate. Is it the black mud? Is the world being polluted? No, none of that. The female observer peered at the instrument, aghast. What kind of energy is this? A holiness we've never recorded. On the map, a point of light swelled rapidly. They'd already swapped in their strongest instrument. But even so it began to squeal. And put out smoke. Just when everyone thought the device would explode. A voice issued from within. This world did not exist when I was born. An ethereal tone resonated from the depths of the soul. Everyone in that Chaldean control room. For some reason, a starfield unfolded before their eyes. Splendid beyond telling, mysterious beyond measure, sacred beyond doubt. All were thunderstruck. A single thought rose. God is manifest. This is the God's world. Chapter 207, Chapter 207, the third God is born, Tiamat. A colossal world descended. It drew everyone's gaze. After all, with energy fluctuations so terrifying, this world was too frightening to ignore. World of Warcraft front, time and space. As Gilgamesh offered up his prayer, a consciousness of the eternal God came down. This was the benefit of opening a planar channel. Consciousness could descend at will. Ding. Your believer has sacrificed the world's goddess Tiamat, triggering a 1000-fold amplification. You have obtained the third member of your pantheon. Ding. This entity is the ultimate deity of a fragmented world. You gain 70% of its luck. Name, Tiamat. Alignment, evil, chaos. Height, 160 centimeters. Strength, third tier among gods. Law, return. Luce looked upon Tiamat and couldn't help but laugh. Golden Sparkle is quite capable after all. He actually thought to offer her to me. Yes, very good. Since he has completed his task, I should take this world as well. Before the eyes of all beings. A 9-colored goddess descended from the heavens. A gentle radiance. Bathed all, and souls were reborn into peace. Godhood knelt on the ground, staring up into the light above her head, dazed. So this was a true god. Compared with the goddess of Venus, Ishtar, and with Elachon. The power of the eternal God was too overwhelming. Even the vast starry sky could not bear his form. Boy, and the rest of you, do not raise your heads before a god. That is rude. Sensing the crowd's movements, Gilgamesh reminded them in a low voice. Before a god, one must keep humble. Everyone started and then hastily prostrated. The vision in the sky did not last long before it stilled. When the thunder receded and no sound remained, they dared to lift their heads again, slowly. What did they see? The glorious starry sky of 960 illuminated all living things, with several shining stars set within it. A figure taller than the world itself regarded this realm in silence. Ritsuka Fujimaru swallowed, feeling all her notions crumble. The so-called Holy Grail. The so-called King of Mages. Were they truly any threat at all before the true God? Paying respects to the great eternal God. Gilgamesh and Enkidu both bowed, they had seen the existence of the gods. And now, seeing the god appear, they naturally gave swift salute to show their sincerity. Well, Gilgamesh, you have done well. At this point in time, the collapse has not yet come to pass. In view of your sacrifice of Tiamat and your great merit in protecting this world, your world shall be promoted. Golden Sparkle's eyes widened. His breath quickened. Could a world be promoted? He had thought to settle down for a time and recruit more believers. But he did not know. The goddess Tiamat alone occupied 70% of the world's luck. And Ereshkigal, who had been preaching his doctrine in the underworld, how many souls did that touch? In effect, the tally had already surpassed 85% of the luck. For a world that could be taken up, Luce would not let it slip by. Right then, Gilgamesh knelt, forehead pressed to the ground. Thank you for the god's gift. As the oldest of kings, his face would not betray such fluctuations as tears. But his heart was wildly elated. And at last, he could breathe easy. There would be no more crisis of destruction for the world. This is what you have earned. The people of this world are very simple of heart, I like it very much. From the sky came the god's appreciative voice. It made countless people rejoice. Luce's gaze flicked, and the long river of time flowed toward the world. Below, Gilgamesh, knowing what was about to happen, hurried to tell Ritsuka Fujimaru, quickly transmit the concept of the meditation to the people in Chaldea. Once the world was taken away, they would be cut off. Kudako reacted swiftly. In an instant, a document was transmitted. Then Chaldea lost its connection with the seventh singularity, and that entire time-space vanished. As if that world had never existed. This, the god has already acted. To take up a world so easily, who would have expected? Romani rubbed his brow, mind in a jumble. Just then, a colleague beside him spoke up, "Doctor, please look at the document Fujimaru sent, Eternal Meditation." Eternal Meditation. Is this what repaired Masha's body? Romani glanced at the scan on the computer, his eyes lit. He didn't know how that altar had been built. But if the god's spell could be practiced at all, it must be able to change the world. Humanity must not perish. That was his ultimate dream. So then, what about Mash? Leonardo, at his side, asked. As operations manager, she had a headache now as well. They could not themselves go to other singularities. After reading Eternal Meditation, Romani sighed softly, "We can only take one step at a time. We can't let that girl take action." The girl, in question, was the other Ritsuka Fujimaru, but compared with the calm, steady men, that Kudako was a bit wild. Alas. What a burden. In a distant room, a woman with orange-red hair gripped a long sword and stuffed. God's domain world. The long river of time turned. A divine star appeared within the world. Ding. A divine star has been added to your God's domain world. Detecting the presence of several native gods within it. A hundredfold amplification has been triggered, its rank is strengthened to a one-star god. Ding. This world possesses an original cultivation system. Revise it. Lu Che thought for a moment and chose no. He wanted to see what this magical world would develop into. Use it as a test subject. Down in the world below. Across the wide, placid sea. A figure slowly rose from the water. She had long, white hair, and eyes like pink stars. Her height was 1.60 meters. The twin horns upon her head lent her a peculiar beauty. When Golden Sparkle and the others saw this person appear, they immediately understood, this was the true body of the goddess Tiamat. Unexpectedly, she was only that tall. Tiamat floated in the air. She ignored the amazed gazes fixed upon her and, following the voice in her heart, flew toward the vortex in the sky. Passing through space. Tiamat arrived at a sacred temple. 3 women were present, 2 of whom bore the same aura as she. And the men seated upon the throne. His power was beyond what she could fathom. Was this the eternal god who had awakened and strengthened her? The somewhat slender woman knelt. Tiamat reports to you, great eternal god. Her voice was soft. Nothing like the terrifying tone of her blackened state. After all, she, too, was an innocent one. Lu Che nodded and said, no need for such ceremony. From now on, you will be the third deity beneath me, in charge of return and destruction. I grant you the law of destruction. A black shard of law sank into Tiamat's body. All at once, she felt a power as terrifying as return now flowed within her as well. Thank you for the god's reward. Tiamat stood, sensing the god's eyes upon her. She lowered her head, shy. Within the divine star. All the native gods who had joined the faith received great strength. Among them, Elachan and Ishtar were born to the eternal shrine upon rays of divine light. Quetzalcoatl asked in surprise, what's happening to them? Why did only those 2 receive divine light? And the others did not. Golden Sparkle whispered, that is the eternal god's light. It seems those 2 have been appointed goddesses. Then what about me? You must have been overlooked. At those words, the feathered serpent goddess squatted on the ground, aggrieved, and began drawing circles. Fo lifted a paw to comfort big sister. It's okay, don't cry. Ah. Well, how am I supposed to get back? Merlin was the most embarrassed at this point. He had come only as pure consciousness, his body was still in Avalon. Now he was like a shut-in locked in his room. Uncomfortable. Golden Sparkle glanced over with a teasing smile. You might as well stay here and govern the world with me. Don't be ridiculous. I have to detect anomalies in other worlds. In truth, if you want to leave, just go to the fate/stay night world, head to the moon plane. So simple. Merlin was surprised. He had thought he would have to beg the god to act. And only then could he return under his own power. Enkidu nodded. That is the world Tosaka Rin offered up. It's an anchor point, once you reach it, you can travel to any world. Thank you, then I'll just fly. Merlin subconsciously tried to use magic. In an instant, the enormous suppressive force slapped him flat onto the ground. Damn it, what is with this world? Idiot, this This is a world of the gods. You think you're still on the moon plane? Gilgamesh said with disdain. He truly wondered how Merlin ever became chief magus. This was it. No brains. Merlin looked to Enkidu, aggrieved, hoping for help. Oh, Mr. Merlin. I think you should join our sect. Otherwise, you won't leave this world for the rest of your life. I'll join. I'll join, hiss, could I get someone to heal my waist? It's broken, foe, stop stepping on me. At the sight of unlucky Merlin, little foe was thoroughly delighted. He danced on him outright. Merlin's screams rang out without surcease. Inside the eternal temple, Rin Tosaka, who had just returned from the world of the cemetery of saints, stared, stunned, at two versions of herself who had suddenly appeared. What was going on? Did the god miss her so dearly that he made two templates of her? You are Ishtar, goddess of Venus, from the seventh singularity. Ereshkigal, goddess of the underworld. Compared to her lively elder sister, Elachan stood calm and composed. But for someone who could embrace the sun and walk about at will, her heart at this moment brimmed with joy and excitement. At last, no more managing souls underground. So happy. Chapter 208, Chapter. I'm not asking that. I'm asking why you look exactly like me. Rin Tosaka felt as if she'd been violated. She looked at herself. And had always been very satisfied. Then suddenly someone shows up looking exactly like her. Just thinking about it was awkward. Idiots really are just like you. We are not the same, okay. Look, do you have this chest, and my smooth skin, and my noble phantasm? Screw you, so what if you've got a noble phantasm? I've got gems, lots of gems. Elachan watched the two of them go at it. She sat down on the steps, took out a watermelon, and gnawed away in silence. So noisy. The noisier, the livelier. Anyway, she'd just eat melon. This kind of catfight was truly entertaining. In fact, it was very easy to tell the three of them apart. First by hair. Then by eyes. Rather than say all three were the same. It was better to say that the two unreliable ones were the same. Sure enough, I'm the most unique, aren't I? Elachan smiled to herself. Xianyuan Sword World. In the mornings, Yuan Tuo supervised the building of the altar. In the afternoons, he went out to inspect the spread of the eternal faith. Although at first the commoners and ministers felt the emperor was talking nonsense. Adhering to the emperor's decrees was their highest duty. So they pinched their noses and pushed people to be registered as believers. The results were startling beyond all expectation. A resident who practiced the concept of eternal meditation actually smashed a heavy boulder with a single punch. A broken leg regrew. A one-eyed man recovered his sight. Extraordinary skills, real power. People yearned for it. In a word, the god being preached this time was an existence with miraculous power. Not some illusory thing. And a few days later the emperor promoted something else. For the construction of the Grand Canal, there would be no need for conscripted laborers. Troops would be dispatched directly. The news shook the world. The Grand Canal was a vast undertaking, constantly devouring manpower and material. To suddenly say conscripts were no longer needed. What did that even mean? It meant the liberation of the people. The so-called public grumbling vanished in an instant. And praise for the emperor swelled. See, this is popular support. As long as bellies are full and you don't pull them into backbreaking toil. They're willing to support Yang Guang. Inside Fengxian Pavilion. Several ministers sat together, discussing recent events. What do you all say this is? Isn't he being muddle-headed? I think this is a truman of destiny. Otherwise how could this eternal faith spread so quickly? Over 100,000 have already joined. The key point is that the divine envoys gain powerful strength. Haven't you heard that even generals holding military power can't resist joining the cult? Rumor has it a single stroke from them can split a small mountain. Now that the canal is being dug by the army, I'd say, the sprouts of any rebel forces will be suppressed. The so-called rebel forces. Naturally, those dissatisfied with the collusion between certain of Yang Guang's ministers and some unruly plotters. For example, the Li Yuan clan. The most typical case. One minister warned, I think you'd all better tuck in your tails and be obedient servants of the sage. The situation is unclear. These days, His Majesty had grown wiser. Whoever dared to play little games might just be executed. Lately, it was said Yuan Tuo was investigating such matters. 3 had already been arrested. They didn't know that those courtiers had all been seduced by the demon. Killing them was merely cutting off the demon's claws. Tianwai village. He ran and Guyu were playing chess. Both were transcendents. Especially the former, protagonist of the first 2 generations. Lately, I heard the Nuwa temple was destroyed, and the Nuwa descendant there was taken away. What of it? Guyu lifted her head to glance at her old friend, feeling a twinge of emotion. The goddess Nuwa. She was the beacon in their hearts. Unexpected that anyone could break Nuwa's temple. Could it be the devil spawn is going to run rampant again? He placed a stone and said mildly, "You and I have been reclusive here, there's merit in that, but we have no idea what's happening outside. The power of 1,000 Buddhas over the grotto has also been broken. I checked yesterday, Fushi's Qin was taken away." Clack. The chest stone landed. Guyu's expression finally deepened. The world only knew of 5 artifacts. But it did not know that China held 10 artifacts in all. Who did it? Yuan Tuo. What? Him. Guyu was shocked, because the opponent held the Xianyuan sword, and from his divinations, the other had also obtained the Kunlun mirror. He pinched a stone between his fingers and tapped the table. The Nuwa temple was destroyed by him, and so was the power of the 1,000 Buddhas. I don't think we can go on like this. The other side had gathered 4 of the 10 great artifacts. Was this tenable? If he joined the demon realm, the Shenzhou world would be finished. Guyu immediately stood. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The two mounted the clouds. They flew toward the grotto, and the result was as he had said, it had indeed been broken. All the Buddha images were destroyed. The energy lingering in the air, though seemingly holy, carried a hint of strangeness. This power's light is tinged with darkness, he's definitely joined the demon realm. Guyu's eyes grew cold. Then they went to Moon River City, and the result was the same. From the information left by Nuwa, they learned that Yuan Tuo had not only taken away the descendant of Nuwa, but also intended to sacrifice her. How could such a thing be tolerated? He ground his teeth. It seems we can't hide from the world any longer. Let's kill this demon brat first. Just so, just so. They set their target. Then flew straight toward Daxing. But what they had not expected was that what awaited them was a scapegoat's pitfall. Inside and outside the city of Daxing. Lanterns and streamers. Joy everywhere. Since the emperor embraced the eternal faith, the people's lives had visibly improved. Taxes were lowered. The little days flourished. Pedestrians thronged to and fro. Every day, people came to the temple to worship. Yes, though the altar was still under construction. A temple had been successfully established the very next day after the emperor's order. There were no statues within. There was only a stone stele encircled by 9 lights of the eternal God. Old Zhang, how are things with you? Can't complain, refreshing. Since I joined the faith, this old man killed a tiger with 1 punch. Lately I'm planning to join the hunting team and go catch the monsters in the mountains. Hey, my boy's on the monster capture team. Now, the monsters are pretty much all caught. I hear the court's preparing to expand the army and go to war with other states. That's not bad, I want to join the army too. Up on the cloud. He ran and Guyu. Listen to the voices drifting up without end. Their faces went paper white. Asking for flowers. Humph, the emperor's under control. This Yuan Tuo is truly deranged. He's even controlling the emperor. I think we should head to the palace first. The two drifted away, but failed to notice that at the temple entrance below, the standing priest wore a look of contempt. 2 immortals, and they really didn't notice. He had just received a hint, likely they couldn't notice. People burning incense there. Could actually hear the sound upon the clouds. That was why they deliberately said those things, because they were all loyal to Yuan Tuo. But to return to the 2 immortals, they went straight to the palace. Along the streets. There were basically no monks. What they heard and saw were news about national teacher Yuan Tuo and the eternal God. They could not sit idly by while a demon like that bewitched the people. Inside the palace, the dragon aura was weak. The imperial forest army was good, but the 2 immortals ignored them. At last they hovered above Yang Guang's bedchamber. They slipped through the palace walls and saw Yang Guang within, under the control of a dark divine art. Guyu snorted coldly, this demon brat really thinks no one else exists, how dare he control the emperor? Since the death of Yang Su, the cultivators at court can't even sense this strangeness. Hey, since Yuan Tuo dared move against Nuwa, first let's save the emperor, then expose his ugly face. And then rescue Nuwa's descendant. A fine plan. The 2 descended lightly, coming to Yang Guang's side. Unexpectedly, the very instant they landed, they heard Yang Guang roar, enemy attack. There are assassins, ooh, assassins. Help. Guyu and he were dumbfounded. What was happening? We just landed, why are you suddenly vomiting blood? Bang. The door flew open. Courtiers and generals by the dozen, who knew where they'd come from, surged in. Before everyone's eyes. Facts spoke louder than words. Yuan Tuo was the first to scold, "You two thieves, what are you trying to do to His Majesty? Quick, the royal physicians, save His Majesty. Your Majesty, why is your chest bleeding? Imperial Forest Army, move in together." Why was he really vomiting blood? What did it have to do with us? He clearly vomited blood on his own. Just then, a sharp-eyed general spotted the immortal sword in Iran's hand and shouted in fury, "He holds a sword, assassinating His Majesty, men, to me. It wasn't us." Guyu tried to argue. But he saw a divine seal shoot from Yuan Tuo's hand. It struck with a pop. And landed squarely on him. In the next instant, he reverted to his original form, a white fox. Wow. It's a monster. No wonder it wants to kill the emperor. Truly damnable, dodgy in ancient times, and a white fox today. Kill it. We are Jiang Zia, quick, aid His Majesty. PFF, Guyu fainted dead away from sheer rage. Daji, your sister. Seeing the momentum turn sour, he scooped up Guyu and ran, only to find the dragon veins restraining them. In that moment, a voice drifted into his ear. Truth is, my strength is inferior to yours, but with dragon energy helping me, I can toy with you. Prepare to die. Yes. Yuan Tuo's strength was not equal to that of the two immortals. But relying on tactics and precise calculations. He had caught them. First to infuriate immortal Guyu into unconsciousness. Then to kill the emperor. Many birds with one stone. Perfect, perfectly perfect. Super perfect. Prophecy. Chapter 209, Chapter 209, Mud in the crotch, it's not clean anymore. You demon brat. You clearly control the emperor, yet you set up the two of us immortals, you truly deserve death. Oh. Faced with Iran's accusation. Yuan Tuo smiled innocently. Then who tried to assassinate His Majesty? It was this fellow with the sword, ugh. Lord Yuan, don't mind me, my heart is completely broken, there's no cure, kill these two hypocrites. At that moment. Yang Guang could be called a golden man of Akka. While urging his body to keep his meridians from snapping. He denounced Iran's crimes. He nearly coughed blood straight into the face of that elderly immortal. Self-directed and self-performed. What logic was left in this? In an instant. Iran's hair and whiskers flared, and the immortal sword in his hand blazed with light. He stared at Yuan Tuo coolly and said, "You destroyed the power of the 1,000 Buddhas in the grotto and took Fushi's qin." Wait a moment. Yuan Tuo's eyes brightened, and he interrupted Iran's interrogation again. Are you here to avenge that grotto? You think I was wrong to take Fushi's qin? What of it? In his fury, Iran didn't think it through, his face black as coal. Then a shoe came flying at him. Because it happened so suddenly. And because a shoe had no offensive force, he hadn't bothered to defend. You Dogecoin draft thing. Are you the ones maintaining that grotto's feelings? Do you have any idea how many people were harmed by the power of the 1,000 Buddhas? A great court minister could no longer sit still. Those who didn't understand the 1,000 Buddhas' power naturally could not grasp the suffering of the Sui people. In the old days, people were the primary productive force. If everyone turned monk, the country would be ruined. The 1,000 Buddhas' power in that grotto was nothing but a poison to the world. And this old man, all Immortal Bones' heirs, had actually come to denounce national teacher Yuan over that. Truly hateful. If there had been any doubts moments ago, they should see the truth now. This old man really was nothing. He called national teacher Yuan a demon brat. I'd say you, old man, are the real bastard. Then the others followed suit. But Iran was an immortal, after all, how could he be humiliated like this? He roared. Ah, you pack of demons, demons every one of you. You don't understand the power of ancient artifacts at all, you only know how to listen to the demon Yuan Tuo. On behalf of the common people, I pronounce you guilty. Radiant sword light. Smashed the imperial hall. And Yang Guang died then and there. Yuan Tuo stepped forward, pointed at the dead emperor, and shouted in wrath, "You demon! You come to kill the emperor and want to rebuild that deceit of a grotto, who are you? Why, I am an immortal. When? Pa, and who do you represent? The common people. Are you worthy? The 100,000 imperial forest guards trained by Yuan Tuo flooded into the palace. Each one's aura was robust, though not equal to an immortal's. It far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Every man wore a short saber and carried a bow. Since someone had volunteered to take the blame, he didn't mind ending Yang Guang's era right then and there. It was splendid to have a fall guy at hand. Faced with 100,000 cultivator soldiers. Even an immortal felt a cold sweat bead. This Yuan demon was thoroughly prepared. Damn it, we've been duped. A breath of wind drifted by. And Ren finally woke to the fact he had become the scapegoat. At that moment, the ministers below stared daggers up at him, the imperial forest guards glared, and even the people outside the palace seethed with hatred for him. Unwilling as he was, Ren understood, killing Yuan Tuo was impossible. For now, there was only one plan. Flee. A dazzling light flared. Ren grabbed Guyu and invoked Immortal's arts to escape. You wait, devil, one day we'll return to kill you. You will pay the price for your crimes. When everyone's vision cleared, curses erupted one after another. Yuan Tuo barked in anger, men, find where he fled. Even if he runs to the ends of the earth, you will hunt him down. Yes. 100,000 Imperial Forest Guards shouted as one. The ministers below were weeping now. Your Majesty, how unlucky you are. Why are those hateful demons so vicious? Why can't they understand human happiness? Damn demons, damn monsters, I will not share heaven with you. One man was first to speak out his heart. And the others naturally followed. Shouting slogans cost nothing, after all. Then came a shocking bulletin. Every member of the royal family had been slaughtered. And the wounds were beast mauls, fox paw prints were found nearby. Well then, ironclad evidence. The entire royal clan, dead. Now the great sway had lost its dragon, there was no head to the serpent. With the royal family gone, a new emperor must be chosen. All eyes turned to Yuan Tuo, but something unexpected happened. He did not accept the public clamor. Instead, he continued to refute the rumors. And declared that whoever avenged the emperor would be the next emperor. And since the sacrifice was not yet complete, they would have to ask the gods' will. In this way, people saw the facts clearly. Praise swelled in every quarter. Yuan Tuo truly harbored no selfish intent, otherwise he would have replaced that old thing Yang Su long ago. If he'd wanted the throne, he would have taken it already. He was not so selfless for show. Nevertheless, though Yuan Tuo was not emperor, his office as national teacher was the highest in the land. Everyone ought to seek his opinion. Master, is there anything else needed for the rites? Are the finances sufficient? Does the canal still need digging? What is our foreign strategy? Facing all these inquiries, Yuan Tuo answered fluently. After all, his mother was an empress dowager, he was no stranger to affairs of state. And when he learned that the world was encircling Guyu and himself, Ren couldn't hold it in, he vomited blood. And fainted on the spot. He was still muttering as he passed out. Yuan Tuo, worry, you immortal. And thus the second one stunned by rage appeared. Daxing City. Though the emperor's death stirred quite an uproar. When people found their lives unchanged, they accepted the new managers. Some even thought it might be better without a royal clan. But that was only a few voices. With a church to shepherd the faithful, and with Yuan Tuo issuing orders to all quarters, the great sway truly did not seem much changed. The only difference, the eternal faith's position was stronger. And ever deeper in the people's hearts. Even the Taba clan of the grasslands publicly announced they would join the great sway system. And believe in the eternal faith together. Look, even though they were prairie folk, their hearts now beat in the body of great sway. Such was the charm of the gods. Palace of Victory. Stinking fortune teller, let me go. Zhang Lai. Zhang Lai, don't you like me? If you let me out, I'll marry you. Why lock me up here? I don't want this. In an exquisite chamber, Taba Yuer was screaming her heart out. A few days earlier she had followed Chen Jingqiu on an adventure outside, and had been suddenly arrested. She had thought she might see her father here. She was told instead. She had become a sacrifice to the gods. A goddess to serve the gods together with her sister. What a joke. I'm a beautiful young woman who hasn't even found the one I like, this is how it ends. Impossible. And so, this scene. But no matter how she screamed, no one came save the sister who brought meals each day. Including Zhang Lai, who had escorted her. No one else came. Huff, huff, I ran out of breath. But what's the use, this place is full of seals, I can't break them. Taba Yuer sagged to her knees, miserable. Click. With the sound of a door opening. A familiar fragrance slipped into her nostrils. Without looking up, she knew her sister had come. Here's your favorite, come eat. I don't want it. Why do I have to be a sacrifice? Sister, can't you go and beg father? Sister, you've grown up. You have to think of the tribe, don't be willful. Taba Yuer straightened her face, looking at her sister with a sternness she'd never shown. Their mother had died young. She had spoiled her little sister all these years. But now it was different. They were grown, how could she keep being so wild? If they could offer up her sister as sacrifice, the tribe could continue to flourish. Where else could such a good thing be found? Elder sister. I'm sorry, this is your destiny. Think of your aged father. Are you really going to keep living so willfully? With that one line, Lively Ware went silent at once. She could be spoiled and capricious, but she could not bear to hurt her father. After a long while, the girl whispered, I understand. As long as it's father's will. I'm willing to be the sacrifice. In truth, she did not want to be a sacrifice at all. But everything had a price. Yuan Tuo's condition for favoring their tribe was that the sisters become offerings. Otherwise, as outsiders, how could they integrate into great sway? Though we will suffer greatly, in the eyes of future generations, we will be great heroes. Sister. I'm so sorry. Within the Nuwa temple, Chen Jingqiu knelt before the shattered statue. I pray to great goddess Nuwa, demon Yuan's sins are grievous, how can I defeat him? On the day Tabayuer was taken away, he had been gravely wounded as well. To take revenge, and to defeat Yuan Tuo, Chen Jingqiu had sold his soul to the demon. Now, under the other's guidance, he had come to seek Nuwa's aid. Go to Tianwai village, there are immortals there who can help you. This is my token. A strange sigil fell upon the back of Chen Jingqiu's hand. He smiled oddly. Thank you for your guidance, goddess Nuwa. Indeed, what Lord Demon had said was true. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This Nuwa, more than half her power lost, could not even sense the demonic chi within me. Chapter 210, Chapter 210, Qiguang Star turns to fireworks, and the second Nuwa is born. Reporting to Lord Demon, I've gained Nuwa's trust and am heading to Tianwai village now. But, can this really fool those two immortals? Chen Jingqiu was a little uneasy. He wanted revenge. But that didn't mean he wanted to die. Don't worry, the Demon Lord said with supreme confidence. The power I've given you lies only in the depths of your soul. As long as you don't use it, those two idiots won't sense a thing. Remember, when you reach Tianwai village, do whatever those two immortals tell you. Don't take matters into your own hands. Yes, Lord Demon. Chen Jingqiu guided his black sword and flew toward Tianwai village. Daxing City. Yuan Tuo looked over the completed altar and nodded, satisfied. Come, bring up the 4 living sacrifices. The rite begins. Yes, Master National Teacher. In a short while, Duguninka and her younger sister, Yuxiaoxue, and the Taba sisters were led to the altar. The upper tier of the altar was tiled with glazed bricks. Magnificent to behold. After half a month locked away, Ninka was much more docile. She fixed her eyes on Yuan Tuo and pleaded, Tuo, please let me go. I may be the devil's daughter, but I have always loved you. If you spare me, I'll tell you everything about the demon realm. No one wants to die. Least of all as a living sacrifice. Do you think I still listen to you? Xuxiang has already identified you, she's a demon as well. She recorded every rotten thing you said to me before. In an instant, Duguninka went pale. Damn, tarnished witnesses were all the rage these days. Trust it to that harpy Xuxiang to rip off her mask long ago. Compared with Ninka, the other 3 were beyond question much more compliant. Yuan Tuo opened his spatial weapon and took out the sacred tools within. Only then did Duguninka realize he had already assembled 5 artifacts. In such a short time, he'd collected 3 more. One could see how swiftly Yuan Tuo moved. Ignite the sacred flame and begin the offering to the great eternal God. Let the demons beyond the sky see that we humans have our faith. Roar. Hundreds of thousands of believers roared as one. With the chief priest officiating, the sacrificial ceremony began. Great eternal God, your most devout believer, Yuan Tuo, hereby prays to you with the 5 great artifacts, the Xianyuan sword, Kunlun mirror, Nuwa stone, Shenong cauldron, and Fushi Qin. We offer to you Duguninka, daughter of the demon, Yuxiaoxue, descendant of Nuwa, and the sisters of the Taba clan. The 5 artifacts shone with different lights. Yuxiaoxue woke from deep sleep. But she could not move, she could only stare blankly up into the sky. The prayer lasted nearly the time of a stick of incense. Just when Duguninka thought she might scrape out a little delay, the sky shuddered. A terrible pressure swept down from the 9th heaven. What is that? Duguninka clutched her head. Her physical body shattered at once, and the soul of a sultry woman in a black dress appeared before Yuan Tuo. But he continued to pray, paying the scene no heed at all. It was the Taba sisters who were shocked. So Duguninka really is the devil's daughter. Thunder rolled above, multicolored, glazed flame fluttered down. Under the billowing divine radiance, the entire Shenzhou continent could see the terrifying transformation. Even the beings within Qiguang's star, who had long coveted the invasion of Shenzhou, felt a power that tore the very starry sky, and howled in pain. The power was utterly sacred. Nothing they could resist. Even a single glance. And they turned to ash in that flame. But the people of Shenzhou beheld in that divine light scenes of sacred beasts. A fire qilin, a water qilin, a jade phoenix, a true dragon of the starry sky. A true dragon of destiny. And dozens of shining gods. The light diminished for a moment. Across the sky, trace-like rifts appeared in people's sight. Yuan Tuo frowned slightly, looked at the torn firmament, and understood it was the work of the demon lord of Qiguang's star. Years are only a game in my eyes. With that voice falling from the sky, a tall, stalwart figure appeared before all beings. He was ineffably holy. Before this person, even light seemed to dim. Everything felt brushed by something deep within its soul. An image scroll unfolded in their minds. A brief scene of the world's opening. And it moved them to tears. Since the eternal God opened the world, he had fallen into slumber from weariness, and people had forgotten the very existence of God. What Nuwa? What Fushi? They were only ancient ancestors from the age of God's slumber. Though that group had some merit, their strength was meager. They could not even repel Qiguang Star's invasion, leaving the people to fend for themselves. How absurd! Yuan Tuo could not hide his elation. He cried out, voice ringing, Yuan Tuo, priest of the eternal God, welcomes the advent of the eternal God. Well. You have done well. Lu Chei's praise was mild. For a first sacrifice to empty out a world's treasury, only Yuan Tuo could bring it off. Yuan Tuo has merely done his duty, he dares not claim credit. The humble bearing. The devout faith. They made Lu Chei extremely pleased. Merit should be rewarded. Since you have held the sacrifice, you are granted the rank of 3-star envoy, 10,000 years of mana, and a draft of dragon's blood. I hope you will spread the faith across the entire world. Thank you, Lord God. 10,000 years of cultivation, the blood of a sacred beast. What power that was. And to gain it in the very first sacrifice. Better treatment than Chu Xianfeng received. Yuan Tuo wept with joy, though he hadn't meant to cry, he simply couldn't help it. He was overwhelmed. Laughing and crying at once. He didn't know that the true God before him governed the way of love. Let alone tears. If Lu Chei so wished, he could adjust one's performance and let mortals think it their own will. At that moment, the towering figure in the sky turned his head slightly. And looked toward the red Qiguang star. A mere evil spirit, Lu Chei said coolly, daring to strike at my believers. Just because those false gods cannot move against you does not mean no one will punish you. I'll simply erase you. There was no sky veiling the view now. All clearly saw a vast planet hovering above Shenzhou. They saw the immense figure raise a finger and touch lightly. The red planet convulsed. Then a glorious bouquet of fireworks blossomed over Shenzhou. The demon star of Qiguang, unable to withstand even a single divine finger. The scene shocked all. In Tianwai village, 3 people were still discussing how to overturn Yuan Tuo's power. When they saw a demon star burst beneath a divine finger, the discussion ceased. What more was there to say? If they truly angered this god, he might kill them with a single glance. Nuwa. The demon. All spicy chicken. Guyu cleared her throat lightly. I'll keep being a fox. Goodbye, everyone. He ran. Chen Jingqiu. Truth be told, it was also Qiguang Star's ill luck, without protection from world consciousness, entities like that could be broken by Lu Chei hundreds of thousands of ways. He'd made fireworks, honestly, they were rather pretty. Now that the demon star's threat has been removed, all beings must remember my grace, and do not slaughter one another. When that mysterious voice sounded again, it was as if people awoke from a dream. They bowed and knocked their heads to the ground, tears flowed, chants rose, without end. Yuan Tuo declared with pride, we thank the God for his gift. We believers shall never again fight each other, but strive to build a better world. Good. When the world is filled with faith, your realm can be promoted to a god's domain. The sacrificial offerings were wrapped in divine light and borne aloft toward the heavens. At this time, Tabayuer felt no trace of resentment. Compared with the petty Chen Jingqiu, the eternal God was every woman's dream. If she could serve God, she was truly blessed. In midair, Yu Xiaoxue turned into the true goddess Nuwa, while Duguninka became a phoenix wreathed in dark flame. The 5 artifacts, each shining in its own light, then vanished. Send off the great eternal God. Send off the great eternal God. The chanting rolled on and on. It was the people's wish. And their most devout blessing to God. Ding. Your follower has offered the ancient artifact Xianyuan sword, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification. You have obtained the fate artifact, Sword of the Divine Tao. Note, this sword can bear divine power. Whoever wields it will be bound to God's domain. Please use with caution. Ding. Your follower has offered the ancient divine Nuwa stone, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification. You have obtained a 9-star divine Nuwa stone. Ding. Your follower has offered the ancient artifact Shenong cauldron, triggering a multiplicative amplification. You have obtained a miracle medicine star. Note, miracle medicine star, a wondrous celestial body suited for cultivating medicines. Any medicine planted upon it will have its maturity time shortened by 50%, and its efficacy increased by 20%. Ding. Your follower has offered the ancient artifact Fushi Qin, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification. You have obtained the 8-star artifact, Fengyu Immortal Zither. Ding. Your follower has offered the Kunlun mirror, triggering a 1,000,000-fold amplification. You have obtained a main God-class weapon, the domain of time and space. Given that you have mastered the avenue of time, this item's capabilities are maximized and can affect worlds whose sacrifices have not yet been delivered. Seeing the last line, Lu Che smiled broadly. I didn't expect a boon like this, something to accelerate the operation of fragmented worlds, perfect for the worlds of my believers. It'll save them from taking so long to gather faith. As for the miracle medicine star, such a thing was truly rare. And as for the sword of the divine Tao. With a thought, a sword of divine Tao condensed from source power appeared in Lu Che's palm. Such a sword could be bestowed upon his followers. It was not a mundane weapon. And it could be forged without limit. The only cost was the power of his own God's domain world. Chapter 211, Yan Qixia, feels like there are 99 and 81 trials ahead. Does Lu Che lack the power of his origin? Naturally, he does not. Every sacrifice brings in an immense surge of faith, nothing like ordinary daily devotion. The stockpiled power of the origin alone could wipe out 10 ordinary main gods without a word. After Lu Che's tests and tinkering, he confirmed this divine Tao sword was wonderfully practical, an ideal life-saving edge to place in a priest's hands. Especially in a world like Chu Xuanfeng's, with this thing, slaying a god would be no problem at all. It would also prove useful in future high-end worlds and in wars across other planes. Once he finished evaluating this harvest of weaponry, Lu Che set the miracle medicine star beneath the eternal divine palace, where it could soak in the radiance of divine power. It would also make it far more convenient for his goddesses to cultivate herbs. Goddesses under the life domain, like Tsunade, could raise medicinal plants here and brew an abundance of elixirs. Outside the temple, 4 newly promoted goddesses arrived at the Ziwei Palace to receive admonitions from Hina and the others. The Eternal Shrine has 3 major rules and 12 minor ones. The rest you'll have to figure out for yourselves. First, take this to heart, being summoned to share God's bed is your glory. Without God's summons, you are not to act cute or willful and invite yourselves. Second, you're free to join whichever faction you prefer, but you may not fight inside the Eternal Shrine. God dislikes quarrels, and so do his goddesses. Third, don't imagine that becoming a goddess gives you license to look down on all living things. Keep a devout heart at all times. The 4 nodded in unison. They were all newcomers, unfamiliar with the lay of the land. Paying their respects at the mountain gate came first. At present, the Eternal Shrine had many factions, darkness, life, and several others. Yuer chose the life element, while Yuer chose mystery. Duguninka joined the faction headed by Yao Yao. Since darkness was what she knew, she might as well follow that path to the end. As for the white-haired girl Yu Xiaoxue, she hesitated, unable to decide which faction she should enter. She was gentle by nature and never fought with anyone. All right, come with me, someone said. As a goddess of the Nuwa line, you'll naturally be under Lin Qinger's care. At the moment there was only one member of the Nuwa line in the shrine, Lin Qinger. Now there was a second, Yu Xiaoxue. Understood. Thank you. Xiaoxue curtsied obediently, tail swaying as she followed into the temple. Her strength was not yet sufficient, she hadn't reached true goddesshood, but she was only a step away. As she entered Ziwei Palace, she was instantly drawn by a familiar scent, the breath of nature, resonant with her origin, one and the same. Come to me, a voice called. I didn't expect a second of the Nuwa line to appear so soon. The god himself was not in residence at the moment. Only a few goddesses remained here. Greetings, my lady god. Yu Xiaoxue bowed with lovely decorum, timid gaze making her all the more endearing. Tiamat spoke in surprise. I thought Nuwa was a person's name, so it's a lineage. Not exactly, Lin Qinger explained with a smile. In my world, the power of Nuwa rests in a single person, but God has opened many worlds. So naturally, there are more of the Nuwa line. In that case, will there be an entire clan of Nuwa in the future? Kikyo asked, smiling. When the eternal god wasn't present, they enjoyed idle chatter, it eased the spirit. There should be, Kinger said. It's just a pity the Otsutsuki clan has fallen so far, not even a single decent girl among them. Kagayaheim couldn't help sighing. The Nuwa stock was all scarlet root and tender shoot, as long as the blood remained pure, they could rise. Lin Chinger shot her a look and laughed. Sister, you're really teasing. Who would dare provoke his majesty? Among the sisters, you serve God the most. At that, Kagaya's cheeks flushed red, she dared not speak. Kikyo covered her mouth and giggled. Though Goddess Kagaya was formidable, she was also easily embarrassed. Most outrageous of all, she'd fainted in bed before. Every time, halfway through, she needed to call for help. For example, Kikyo herself, one of the support troops. Xianyuan Sword World. With the blood of the divine dragon flowing in his veins, Yuan Tuo had essentially cemented his status. Even if he ascended the throne to be emperor, no one would object. But he did not. He remained as chief priest, continuing to manage all things. Even his mother Shan Yu had asked why he wouldn't become emperor. Mother, Yuan Tuo said, what benefit is there to being emperor? As the master's servant, I am lord of this world. My station is above an emperor's. I see. She felt a bit abashed. She had only wanted her son to become sovereign, to change the dynasty name back to that of her own homeland. It was a personal wish. But she had forgotten who her son was now. Her words did prompt Yuan Tuo to issue an order the very same day. The state system would remain unchanged, but the status of the eternal faith stood above the state. From this day forth, De Sui would be simply a place name. On this, no one could quibble. Multiverse chat group. Ninja scientist, bro, the egg hatches tomorrow. I'm off to the cemetery of saints to work, but someone's world just got promoted to a god star. Who did it? Tosaka University, a hero from my world did, via the timeline. Ugh, don't get me started, I feel wrong just thinking about it. Spirit of the demon sword, what's wrong? With a second goddess already born, why the long face? Tosaka University, 2 goddesses are using my body. There goes my one advantage, only the hair and eye color differ, the rest is exactly the same. Worse yet, one stayed around longer than she did, and the other was calmer than she was when serious. Detestable. Now she felt less cute than the one, and less serious than the other. It was almost unbearable. The fox who only loves money, isn't that triple the happiness? Love it. That's an advantage too. When you go to bed someday, just send the 3 of you together. Vampire Queen, you move fast. Pursuing sentient beings, this monk feels his body grows inferior every day. Li'er, don't start, Baldy, you didn't tell anyone you adopted 3 more foxes. Don't get cocky. Tanjiro, brother. I'm not even married. I don't even have a wife. General Yuan, ha ha ha, greetings everyone. Should I upload a video of the sacrificial rite? 9th uncle, slayer of demons, of course. Did you offer the sacrifice? Spirit of the demon sword, he must have. He collected the offerings, and building the altar isn't easy. Boy, how many stars did you get? General Yuan, not much, humble 3-star envoy, a draft of dragon's blood, and 10,000 years of cultivation. Chew of the great mountain, I spit blood. You fiend. How much did you gather? Besides the 5 great artifacts, there must be more. General Yuan, also 4 goddesses, one is the demon's daughter, another is the sole descendant of Nuwa. Junior brother Dazufeng, you're really something. Apart from sister Longkue, you're the fiercest of the lot. Spirit of the demon sword, how about Nuwa in that world? And the demon lord? General Yuan, words won't do, just watch the god's might. Ding. Group member General Yuan uploaded a video. Within a second, everyone had downloaded it. And the chat exploded. Viewed from the lands of China, Qiguang Star didn't appear that big, like the moon. But in truth, Qiguang Star's area was 3 times the moon's. A planet that had spied upon China for countless years. And it couldn't withstand even a single finger of God. Spirit of the demon sword, watching the fireworks. Dazzling. Pursuing sentient beings, I want to smash a planet too, but I'm not strong enough yet. Chew of the great mountain, I could also destroy one in theory, but did you notice? The power scale of each world differs. A planet in a little netherworld isn't the same as a planet under the sun. Tanjiro, well, obviously. Can a planet in the eternal god realm be compared with one from my original world? Only a fool would. Demon Hunter, from the devil realm I felt a force more terrifying than Satan. Those demons must be shaking. Sorry.jpg. The fox who only loves money, seems Yuan Tuo's world is quite strong, stronger than mine. General Yuan, it's middle tier. When I had the Xianyuan sword earlier, I could take out 20,000 men in a breath. Junior brother Daz Yufeng, what a wicked lad. Vampire Queen, I really like a little brother who stirs up trouble. Pursuing sentient beings, you know nothing. Yuan Tuo was threatened. He didn't want to kill, but they threatened his mother. For peace, so he's a man of feeling and honor. When we reach the God realm someday, let's share a drink. General Yuan, exactly. By the way, how's our bearded friend from before? At great strength swordsman, brother, how are things? Bearded swordsman, don't mention it. I thought my world was mere wuxia, now it's skinwalkers and fox spirits all along the road. I'm sick to my stomach. What should have been a half-month journey had stretched to nearly a month, and he still hadn't reached the capital. The good news, he had subdued many monsters and settled 2 county towns. He had gathered 2,000 believers in all, decent progress for the faith. The bad news, the monsters in the capital were arresting monks to refine some kind of golden core. He didn't care for monks, but in the end, lives were lives, and there were many of them. My lord, would you ride my back to the capital? Asked a wounded beast spirit softly. Yan Qixia sighed. No. The world is in chaos now. Let's make haste slowly, on foot we can save more of the common folk. He gazed toward the road to the capital, and for the first time felt it with clarity. There were 99 and 81 trials waiting for him ahead. And he would walk through every one. Chapter 212, Chapter 212, The Terrifying Pudutsihang, The Palace Has Become a Nest of Worms. By Li. In the mountains nearby lived a white tiger whose cultivation had reached consummation. Because she defied the old black mountain demon, other monsters hunted her down, her own kind among them. There are 2 kinds of tiger demons. One refines the body, like Bai Li, fists that can shatter stone, feet that can split the earth, the path of the physical golden core. The other enslaves a ghost and lives by devouring souls. Both branches of tiger demons are formidable. But because the latter method is simpler, there are more of that kind, they often choose to serve as minions to great powers in the underworld. That way, they can be supplied with ghosts, free fodder to drive and consume. Bai Li had been hunted for 3 days because she refused to obey the orders of the old black mountain demon. Yesterday, Nie Xiaoqian saved her. So she came to Yan Qixia's door. Although he had already joined the faith, he hadn't truly begun practicing the eternal meditation. He chose instead to find a place to rest before he started. It was near noon by the time this mingled party of monsters and humans reached a ruined temple. Yan Qixia didn't have to lift a finger, it was put in order in a moment. Just then, a little ghost came darting in from outside. Salute to the master. This place is less than 100 miles from the capital, but the centipede is far too strong, we didn't dare go near. Oh. How strong? Yan Qixia's brows knit. It wasn't the first time he'd heard his subordinates say the centipede was powerful. By the judgment he'd made earlier, the creature was at most stuck at the threshold of becoming an immortal. He hadn't expected it to be so difficult to handle. Face crumpling, the little ghost said, reporting to the master, our fallen brother said the centipede is a monk calling himself Pudutsihang, the monk who's taken the reins of the court. He's devouring the dragon Qi and is only a single heavenly thunder tribulation away from becoming a true dragon. What? Someone died. Nie Xiaoqian's face went pale. She hadn't expected that of the little ghost she'd worked so hard to gather, only one was left. Yes, Master Priestess. Our brothers tried to infiltrate the palace for intelligence, but there's dragon Qi girding the outer city. The centipede noticed us. I only escaped by leaping away under a vine. Inside the ruined temple, the air grew heavy. Yan Qixia said in a low voice, this is going to be big. Though you and I have some strength, we clearly can't beat that centipede, and even the old black mountain demon wouldn't be his match. What should we do then? Otherwise, let's stop and lie low for a while, develop our base first. Nie Xiaoqian looked at the bearded swordsman, nervous. Halting development, on the face of it, that was prudent. But Yan Qixia didn't see it that way. With rights and order collapsing across the land, this was the best time to spread the faith. If they didn't seize the opportunity, then once the centipede completed his breakthrough, they'd have to slog twice as hard. He thought a long moment. Then he glanced at Nie Xiaoqian and said suddenly, right, you go and ask the god. What do we do when we run into something like this? He didn't want to gather more than 1,000 people just to offer a sacrifice to God, that would look weak. But if they didn't sacrifice, they didn't have the strength. Since Nie Xiaoqian was an eternal priestess and could commune with God, it should be fine to ask. How do I ask? In meditation, of course. Yan Qixia spoke as if it were obvious. Nie Xiaoqian understood well enough. She knelt, face devout, and entered the meditative space, not to practice this time, but to call the god's name over and over. Within the meditation space. Sensing someone calling him, Lu Che checked which priestess it was, Nie Xiaoqian. His consciousness moved. A tiny figure appeared in his palm. What is it? He asked. Seeing the towering figure, Nie Xiaoqian knelt in his hand, her voice reverent. Great God of eternity, I am Nie Xiaoqian, your priestess. We've run into some trouble and I beg to ask what we should do. It was the first time she had spoken to God face to face. She was thrilled. At this moment, she was literally standing in God's palm. She had thought God's manifest body could not move. Now she understood, this was God's consciousness. After he heard her account, Lu Che understood at a glance. They had met the centipede. Against a foe on the cusp of immortality, Yan Qixia and Nie Xiaoqian were indeed no match at present. Very well, he said. Go straight to the capital. I'll place a mark on you. When you encounter the centipede, wake it. A sigil like a curse seal appeared on the back of Nie Xiaoqian's hand. A moment later she was thrown back out of the meditation realm. How is it? Did God answer? Yan Qixia asked. The eternal God said we can go to the capital. He left his mark. Nie Xiaoqian raised the golden blossom on her hand, pride in her voice. Yan Qixia felt it briefly and sensed the thrumming divine power suspended in the mark. Good. In that case, we pick up the pace, head for the capital. Once decided, Yan Qixia packed his bundle and led them forward at speed. 2 hours later, the company halted outside the city. A black cloud swaddled the capital, denser than even the miasma around Tree Grandma. In Yan Qixia's eyes, a golden dragon could be seen within that darkness, howling and writhing. The centipede's phantom covered the whole city. With his grip on the earth veins, the city itself had become his alchemy furnace. Refining pills with a whole city. This centipede was vicious. Let's go. Yan Qixia pushed back the brim of his hat, slipped a few coins to the gate guard, and bought entry for the group. Everyone in the city bore a wash of black across their faces. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't see it. Because that blackness was their lifeblood, yet to Yan Qixia and the others, it blazed like a beacon. It was as if each person had an invisible tentacle sprouting from the crown of their head, siphoning away their vitality. Nie Xiaoqian's expression twisted with pity. The others sighed. Even if these people could be saved, there would be no making up the vitality already stolen. This monster had become a demon, beyond doubt. No wonder he could command the dragon veins. They soon reached an inn. To avoid notice, they took a private room and ordered a few dishes. But when the wine and food arrived, no one touched a bite. Bailey started and asked in a low voice, Master, is there something wrong with the food? No, there's something wrong with this city, with the entire water system, Yan Qixia said. Through his eyes, poison floated in every dish. If you ate, you would fall under control. The poison was subtle and sparse, difficult to detect, but even so, he wasn't about to eat any. Bailey sucked in a breath between her teeth. So that was it. Nie Xiaoqian tugged twice at her sleeve, took out a space satchel, and packed away half the dishes, leaving the plates to look as if they'd been eaten from. This should do. If we don't eat, we'll be found out. Found out how? Bailey asked, guileless. Nie Xiaoqian and Yan Qixia exchanged a glance and smiled. The latter touched Bailey's forehead, then led her to the door. When Bailey saw that a centipede squatted inside the bustling server's mind, her face went sheet white, nausea surged, and she nearly vomited on the spot. A black centipede, lodged in the brain. If Yan Qixia hadn't clapped a hand over her mouth, she would have retched all over the threshold. You understand now. Nie Xiaoqian tilted her head, smiling. Bailey forced a bitter smile. How do you hold it in? To sit as if nothing were wrong, calmly ordering food from a man with a bug squirming in his head, terrifying. If we don't want to blow our cover, we endure, Yan Qixia said dryly. Otherwise. Here's what we'll do, set up a ward and get to practicing eternal meditation. If a fight breaks out for real, I won't be able to keep you alive. Bailey nodded hard. Inside the palace. Outwardly magnificent, the palace floors were carpeted with centipedes and creeping things. Along the distant walls stood ranks of black-red jars, stuffed with human limbs. As those limbs flexed and squirmed, the room filled with a wet, chewing sound. Obviously, whatever lay within was eating. At the center of the hall a large pool stood, filled with black-red blood. More than a dozen monks had been tossed in. Their faces were numb. From time to time, a centipede pierced a belly with a hiss. In the hall's depth sat a monk in robes whose face wore an air of compassion. He muttered sutras under his breath. In his hand he passed a string of prayer beads, carved from human bone. All right, keep the noise down. Are you not afraid they'll hear us outside? When the squelching rose too loud, Puduxihang finally frowned and reminded them. The room fell quiet at once. He sighed. I've felt uneasy of late. Could it be those little ghosts, the ones that can haunt under the sun? Ghosts who could walk in daylight, rare indeed. He had wanted to capture one and ask a few questions, but the thing self-destructed. No chance to interrogate it. Still, even gods and immortals in the high heavens could do nothing to him now. The dragon veins and imperial aura were in his hands. It was tantamount to adding the authority of a human emperor. So long as the emperor did not command his death, he would not die. What care had he for immortals? Enough, no point brooding. He murmured. In 3 days the earth veins will ripen. When I draw down the dragon chi and refine the pills, what fear have I of failing to become a true dragon? He had planned this for years. He began as a sham monk. Became grand preceptor of the realm. Purged dissidents. Now the court was firmly in his grasp. The thought filled him with satisfaction. A side curtain lifted, and a middle-aged man on the brink of death shuffled in. Your Majesty, Pudutsihang asked softly, how is the food today? Tasty. Good. As long as you're satisfied. Tomorrow, I'll bring you something fine. Thank you. Grand Master. Before the emperor lay a dish, food of blood, long and corded as a whip. But the emperor's eyes were void, his face livid, lips purpled. While bugs could not take up residence in the emperor's body, he could still be controlled, by spellcraft and by drug. Chapter 213, Ishtar, what big centipede? Eat my treasure. The insect art. It was what Pudutsihang used to control the emperor. He employed black-striped centipedes in concert with other medicines to spin an illusion, making the victim believe he stood within a glorious temple. How simple. As for the backlash from dragon chi. Heh. When a nation's fortune wanes, the so-called dragon chi is nothing more than nourishment for me. Pudutsihang drew back his drifting thoughts and focused on manipulating the medicines in the pill furnace. Within it, thousands of human hearts had been fused together. There were also hundreds of portions of pure virgins' blood and souls. Beneath the veins of the imperial palace, it was as if a pill furnace the size of a room had formed, ceaselessly drawing in blood and resentment. A purple gold pill the size of a clenched fist. It would be complete soon. The pill patterns on its surface alone were intoxicating. Just as Pudutsihang was considering how he would weather the tribulation, several figures, each radiating a different aura, broke into the palace. Their speed was extraordinarily fast. His own insect guards could not stop them at all. In moments, hundreds were cut down. The insects in his ears shrilled without pause. Who is it? Pudutsihang was enraged. Dark clouds rolled over the palace. Thunder snarled. A gale rose. Yen Qixia and the others, who had just forced their way in, saw a Buddha shadow floating in the depths of the palace. Its outward mien was all compassion, a cassock shedding rays of golden light. But to their eyes, the other party's disguise failed utterly. Black hatred and purple-red demonic miasma coiled around his body in tangible streams. Old centipede, today is the day you die. I am the chief priest of the eternal cult. I heard you poisoned the human imperial court, today I have brought envoys to cut you down. The booming voice swept the entirety of the capital. It startled the Fu sisters, who were hiding in a cellar. The demon monk controlled the capital, how could anyone else still come in? Fu Qingfeng said, let's go out and see. Even the slimmest effort might help. Their father had taught them that even if they had to struggle until the last breath, they must defeat that monster. When the two sisters stepped outside, they beheld a sight they would never forget. The whole imperial city lay swaddled in roiling black smoke. Within it, a colossal purple centipede 100 meters tall reared and roared, ferocity made flesh. No, the Pudutsihang has already revealed its original form. We need to get over there and help. Wait. If the newcomers could force this monster into its true body, then they must have real strength. We should rescue father and the others first. Some time ago, Fu Tianqiu had gathered the people to attack Pudutsihang, but they were defeated by the monster's dark magic. Now they all languished in the sky prison. Many Taoist leaders were locked up inside. If they could be freed, it would surely be a powerful aid. The sisters exchanged a look and, as one, slipped away, vanishing into the streets without a sound. I admit you have some power, Pudutsihang said, but to kill me, you are still far from it. The elixir is on the verge of completion. All of you, get in. A gash marred Pudutsihang's abdomen. Yen Qixia had just struck with everything she had. Precisely because his life was endangered, Pudutsihang had been forced to assume his true form. Half of the monstrous centipede's body had already transformed into dragon scales, but the hideous claws and several side branches had yet to change into a dragon's shape. Yet even now, with only this much, an ordinary immortal would not be his match. As Pudutsihang shed all pretense, multiple halls around them flickered. Insect shadows appeared everywhere. One after another, centipedes 10 meters tall rose from the ley veins. They shrieked at the intruders. The entire imperial city had become a nest of worms. A living hell. Those 2 words. They pressed down on every heart. Nie Xiaoqian's eyes filled with tears. She had always thought herself miserable, but only upon seeing the people whose bodies had been boarded by insects did she understand what true suffering was. She had never witnessed anything like it. Her pale, delicate hand brushed the sigil etched into the back of her hand. Nie Xiaoqian lifted her gaze to the great centipede and shouted up at it, "Wicked beast, heaven will not accept you, because this tattered way of heaven has no power. But our eternal God will not let you go. Come forth. O great goddess, cast down this sin." The sigil flared, spilling golden light. It answered her call. Within the eternal god realm, Ishtar, who had been savoring dessert with her sister, felt the tug of a summoning. Her spoon clattered to the floor. Ai Leichan tilted her head and asked, "What's wrong?" "Someone's calling me. Looks like I have work to do. Sister, wait for me a little." With that, Ishtar let her soul sink. Wrapped in divine force, she traversed the tunnel of time and space and descended into the world of a Chinese ghost story. The instant she saw the horrifying centipede and the poison capital. Kind-hearted as she was, Ishtar grew angry. How could she tolerate humans being used as vessels to breed insects? Her petite figure manifested in the sky. "Did you slaughter a believer of God?" The cold voice rolled across the heavens. Golden light drove back cloud and mist, illuminating the earth. Hearing it, the monster centipede turned its head by reflex. When it saw that the speaker was a slight, slender girl, it burst out laughing. "So you're the backing for those idiots down there? Such a frail body, one touch and you'll break. But your eyes are fine. I'll dig them out and string them for a rosary." Pudu Tsihang had no notion of Ishtar's true power. All this time he had hovered at the cliff's edge of life and death without knowing it. "Cultivators below, withdraw," Ishtar said mildly. "And he's angry. My power may be hard to control." Her words fell into the ears of Yan Qixia and the others. They jolted as if struck by lightning, then immediately seized by Li and fled for their lives. The goddess was angry. To linger was to die. As for Pudu Tsihang, deserving as he was, he dared belittle a goddess. "Then take what's coming to you." "Oh." Pudu Tsihang's tone remained mocking. "From the way you talk, it sounds like you think you can kill me. Come then, show me what you've got. You're not even an immortal, and you dare." He never finished. The scene before him stunned him speechless. The slender woman had only lifted her hand. And the firmament turned to starlight. "Silhouette of sin," Ishtar intoned, "I stand for the eternal God and pronounce you guilty. Behold, beneath God's shining, you will not so much as leave a place to bury your bones." Unlike previous worlds, this strike draws power from the eternal God realm. I, too, am curious to see its force. After all, she was Gong Rin. The goddess of Venus could summon ancient stars, but do not forget, she was now truly a goddess. The starlight she drew upon was the power of the eternal God realm. A golden arrow formed out of radiance and dropped into the heavenly bow mana. Her aim was locked on Pudu Tsihang. "Die, disgusting reptile. Let the mountains tremble at a star's." Whoosh. The force broke the sound barrier. From the heavens, it plunged straight into Pudu Tsihang's body. There was no light in that instant. The entire imperial city was purified. Boom. A colossal detonation battered the ears of Yan Qixia and the rest. They went weak with terror and thought the world was ending. As for Pudu Tsihang, the target of the blow, after despair, only more despair remained. His body would not move. He poured out all his Tao arts, even drew upon the dragon Qi. But that dreadful arrow, it pointed straight at his soul. "No, why is this happening? The path I've walked for thousands of years. Even heaven could not punish me. Help!" Pudu Tsihang howled like mad. He did not realize it was already illusion, his body had been obliterated. Even the entire palace had been blasted into a crater hundreds of meters across. The terrifying energy rippled outward for thousands of miles. "Ah, this power seems a bit much. What do I do now?" Ishtar was dumbstruck. She had only wanted to swat a disgusting big bug. And yet she had turned the world into a mess, and it seemed she had slain a whole brood of monsters besides. Never mind. Best to slip away first. Ahem, the big centipede has been erased. The rest is up to you. Leaving those words behind, Ishtar's figure turned to golden light and vanished. Yan Qixia and the others exchanged looks. Could it really be that simple? Only when they straightened their backs and returned to the palace did they fully grasp the goddess's dread power. That one blow. It had nearly failed to fit inside the world. 1,000-mile chasm cut into the earth, could she not hold back even a little strength? Good heavens, she could open a sea. When Ishtar returned to the eternal shrine, her sister beside her smiled and asked, so fast? Was the enemy so simple? Just a big bug that killed a lot of people. Anyway, one blow and it shattered. That's all. Cold sweat pricked Ishtar's brow. She mustn't be found out. She had gone too far. As her mind raced with frantic prayers, Hina-E approached and said in an even tone, Goddess Ishtar, you exerted excessive power in the mortal world and slew many living beings. Though your merit balances your fault, you must still accept 3 days of punishment as a lesson in discipline. Yes. Ishtar pleads guilty. Gong Rin knelt with sorrow, bowing her head to receive divine grace. Only then did Ai Lei-chan react. Her sister had blundered again. Oh, this girl. She never grows up, always so reckless. In the Wanjia chat group. Bearded swordsman, brothers, Beard is back, my dear, the goddess is truly terrifying. She carved a 1,000-mile canal with a single strike. Ding. The bearded swordsman uploaded an image. Demon sword spirit, I want to see a video, but I don't want to see that. Tanjiro, +1. Dashin Chu, brother, you're making a fuss. The goddess definitely wasn't in her heroic spirit state. Bearded swordsman, you're right. I made the eternal priestess plead to God. I'm ashamed our world is too barren and has no treasures, so I want to develop and offer sacrifices again, so. General Yuan, so it can be done this way, but one can't always meet the eternal priestess. It must be an existence beloved by the world. Then Yen Qixia uploaded the video. Many people exclaimed. So there truly was a goddess who could call down the power of the stars in an attack, unbelievable, and yet right before their eyes. A revelation. Chapter 214, Chapter 214, Jing Tian, revenge is fine, but don't become a monster of hatred. The power of the stars, too, is graded. To wield the might of the eternal gods in open combat. That alone proves how terrifying this goddess named Ishtar is. And yet, why does this look feel so familiar? Tosaka Rin, you see it now, right? This is what I call piracy. Demon sword spirit, but they look so cool. Those noble phantasms are gorgeous. Longkue stared, eyes shining. She was obviously enthralled by the treasures. What sword immortal still bothers with swords after seeing that? Firing a bow like that, now that is stylish. Chu Dashin, not gonna lie, this looks amazing. General Yuan, I feel like I've imitated this before. Even if I've got God-bestowed weapons in hand, it still feels unbelievably cool to strike like that. Bearded swordsman, where are your priorities? How hateful is that monster, didn't you see it? For peace, brother, it's good to keep your cool. So a monster kills people, if you saw the evil the celestial dragons commit, you'd understand what a real blight is. Junior brother of Dazufeng, same with the beast gods in our world. Cool heads prevail. If you want peace across the land, you spread the faith. Mr. Morone, brother bearded, what you're seeing is just a microcosm of the myriad worlds. There are more villains than you think. Look at the status of our saint's tomb, how many cultivators have been mutilated there? Yen Qixia gradually cooled down. He felt he truly had made a fuss. Chaser of sentient being salvation, if you truly wish to save the world, you need a tranquil heart. Brothers, build up the faith of God in earnest. When the faith of God spreads across all realms, that's when true peace comes. Pirates of the Caribbean, Baldy's got a point. My world science was backward, people died in all sorts of ways. After joining the faith, the mortality rate dropped by 100%. Demon sword spirit, true grace seldom announces itself. Everyone, keep up the good work. In the world of immortal sword, Longkue and Hongkue sat together, receiving the people's worship. The human realm had already fallen under their sway, they had drawn the ghost realm into their fold as well. Only the heavens and the demon realm remained. Jing Tian stood below the dais and asked, now that this world is unified, where's our next target? Wherever you want to go, brother, Longkue said with a smile. If you head for the demon realm, we'll go to the god realm, and vice versa. Jing Tian lowered his gaze for a moment. At last he raised his head. The god realm. Since the heavenly emperor likes to play games with me so much, I'll give him a surprise of my own. All right, then you must be careful, brother, Longkue urged softly. After all, even a rabbit bites when it's cornered. Let alone a heavenly emperor. Jing Tian nodded. He gripped the immortal sword, became a streak of light, and vanished. An instant later, before the south heaven gate, a dazzling sword light flashed. The barrier shattered. Old dog Fushi, come out here. Jing Tian wore simple warrior's garb, but his entire body was sheathed in divine radiance. His momentum coiled like a dragon. Murderous intent streamed from him. Twice now this enemy had killed him, hatred had piled atop hatred. It was time to settle accounts. General Fei Peng. A troop arrived at speed and dropped to their knees before him. These had once been his subordinates. After Fei Peng's fall, they had been demoted to common heavenly soldiers. Now, hearing that the South Heaven Gate had been breached, they had rushed to the front. So it's you. Go, stand aside and let me mete out judgment. Yes. The road to the Heavenly Emperor's palace became a river of blood and clashing steel. The Heavenly Emperor had gathered a great many adepts. But all of them fell to Jingtian's sword. Even had he stayed his hand, they would have chosen to self-detonate. Fushi's heart was vicious beyond measure. When tens of thousands of soldiers lay slain, Fushi finally emerged. 3 sons came with him. The 4 arrayed themselves, forming a great heavenly formation. Come then, Fei Peng. I have been waiting for you a long time, Fushi said, voice like ice. Nuwa herself could not defeat me before. Do you think you can? Fei Peng, return and be my father's hound, the eldest son sneered. I'll spare your life. Refuse, and you'll die for good. Big brother, don't waste words, kill him. All 4 struck together. Divine power surged and entwined. This formation drew upon the entire god realm, channeling power without cease. Fushi's eldest took point, swinging an axe that hurled Jingtian back. Just as he prepared to press the advantage, a crimson arrow hissed through the air. It punched through his heart. His life snuffed out. No, my child. Demon, you didn't go to the demon realm. Fushi cried, terror and rage twisting his face. They had lied to him. Hongkue had not gone to the demon realm at all, she had slipped in behind Fei Peng instead. They had crept into heaven in utter silence. Hongkue smiled with wicked charm and said softly, you didn't know. When you concentrate your firepower on one target, you don't let the enemy draw your eye elsewhere. Did you think we couldn't see you watching? Enough chatter, Hongkue said, her voice going cold. Kill them. She stepped out from behind them. She wore a snow-white dress. Murder glinted across her lovely face. Where a moment before it had been 4-on-1. Now it was 3-on-3. The balance of power was nothing like even. Seeing this, Fushi barked, Demon Venerable, still sitting there enjoying the show. How long do you intend to play someone else's dog? A booming laugh rolled across the sky. Fushi, Heavenly Emperor, who would have thought you'd fight like this? With that hearty laughter, the Demon Venerable Lu appeared before Hongkue and the others. At that moment, his presence was both light and darkness. Holy radiance shimmered within his evil aura. He had made himself a body of light and dark in one. 2 divine envoys, the Demon Venerable said, spreading his hands, how do you like my perfect body? Isn't it stronger than yours? Serving others as a dog will never do. Sever your ties to that so-called deity. Sit with me instead, and let's rule the 3 realms together, how about it? Too much nonsense, Hongkue said coldly. Have you really seen our power? Though Fushi had bribed the Demon Venerable with treasures, and the 2 had tangled and amplified their forces, they had all overlooked one thing. Hongkue and Hongkue were one to begin with. When the sisters merged, true power, light and dark interwoven, was born. Hongkue's dawn bright light, Hongkue's abyssal darkness. The 2 became one. Do you still think you can win? Hongkue's lips curved with a faint smile. She pointed at Fushi's remaining sons. 2 fountains of blood burst in immediate succession. By now the Heavenly Emperor's handsome face was slick with blood. It dripped ceaselessly. Terror gripped him. Too dreadful. They had always treated the sisters as 2 separate beings, and forgotten they were one originally. Their union was far more than 1 + 1. Damn. With a strangled scream, Fushi shattered the God Realm's defensive formation in blind panic, letting power bleed away. WHSST. A streak of light flashed. It nailed his arm to the ground. He reacted too slowly. The Demon Venerable wheeled and bolted, abandoning his ally without a backward glance. Allies be damned. If he didn't run, he would die. Having feasted on borrowed strength, the Demon Venerable was very fast. In the blink of an eye he reached the edge of heaven. But an arrow sped after him. Faster than his flight. It tore the void. His soul unraveled. You would run from me. Hongkue's voice was ice. Ridiculous. All enemies will perish today. Her fingers flicked. 13 energy arrows leapt forth, rending space, shredding the Demon Venerable Lu into dust. Then she turned to the Heavenly Emperor lying in his own urine on the ground and smiled sweetly. How would you like to die? Your Majesty, ruler for so long, surely there must be so many things you still resent. Hongkue's smile turned wicked. Fushi shrieked in raw panic. A sword light flashed with a click. Fushi's head flew up. Brother, what are you doing? Hongkue snapped, eyes narrowing. Sister, kill to avenge, and stop there, Jing Tian said quietly. Don't let hatred turn you into a monster. Long Kuei fell silent at his words. Light flickered. The two separated once more. Thank you for the reminder, brother, Long Kuei said, bowing her head. MHM. Jing Tian smiled. That was the good sister he knew. Truth be told, he had been terrified a moment earlier. His blackened sister fused with the wicked Hong Kuei, too horrifying to behold. Separated was safer. At least this way he could protect Long Kuei and let her heal slowly. Don't let the darkness deepen. Hong Kuei looked out over the shattered god realm. There aren't many left here. Prepare to gather faith and promote the world. As for the demon realm's devil spawn, they were simple to deal with. The largest fist makes the king. By now the human realm had become a bastion of faith. With the god realm fallen into their hands, it was time to promote the demon realm as well. Long Kuei nodded. All right. I'll listen to sister. Half a month later, the Immortal Sword World held a grand festival. This sacrifice was a world-scale celebration. Naturally, there was no need to prepare any special tributes. Experienced in promoting worlds, Ao Qian drew 3 small worlds along and offered them up to the eternal divine realm. Ding! Your followers have sacrificed the Immortal Sword World. A hundredfold amplification has triggered, the world evolves into a 5-star immortal world. You receive a 15% divine power bonus, and God's domain expands by 15%. Ding! A complete cultivation system has been detected in this world. Do you wish to continue it? Note, if retained, the highest strength attainable will be a 1-star god. A 1-star god, not a mere immortal. It meant that the Immortal Sword World would surpass the other worlds that had been gathered. That was sufficient. Lu Che said to the system, continue this world's development. Establish an ascension platform. Directly elevate it to a 1-star god realm. To have reached this point, there was no need to switch out the framework on a whim. After all, the people here were accustomed to the Immortal Dao system. Once they climbed to a higher world, they could convert to a different cultivation path. As for the newly promoted citizens of the God Realm Star, there were very few for now, all told, fewer than 30. But Lu Che was in no hurry. He would take the long view. Sooner or later, all believers would break through to the God level. He had that confidence. Because within his God's domain, there was no shortage of primal divine power. Chapter 215. Chapter 215. The 2 chief priests returned to the battlefield of the Saints' Cemetery. The Immortal Sword World finally came to a halt, frozen in place, before the Shenwu world. After all, that world stood at the forefront. It possessed a path to immortality. Now that the system had enhanced it, a high ranking was only natural. Then Long Kuei, Hong Kuei, Shi Yao, and Xue Jian. The 4 set out for the Eternal Shrine. Sedum remained behind to cultivate in their home world. He had received word that as soon as his strength broke through to the level of a god, he would be permitted to fight on other planes. Xue Jian had originally been just a mischievous little girl. Later, her spiritual power awakened in Tangjiapu. Eventually, she was discovered by Hong Kuei. After half a year of training, she had become extraordinarily well-behaved. The 4 were received by Shi Feishuan and Wan Wan. When they saw Long Kuei arrive, the 2 women stepped forward from opposite sides. Good sister, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Your sister Wan Wan and sister Shi Feishuan, how do you do, both of you? What are you being so formal for, younger sister? Would you like to join my faction? Wan Wan extended an invitation to Hong Kuei, who agreed without even a moment's hesitation. Shi Yao and Xue Jian joined Shi Feishuan's camp. A word had to be said. If you could get out from under Hong Kuei's control, truly, you had the heavens to thank. After a brief pause to consider, Long Kuei chose Wan Wan as well. Though Sedum's long-term guidance had tempered her, the darkness within her heart did not permit her to grow weak. Even so, she no longer killed casually as she once had. Her temperament had leveled out. So, can I choose a plane to join the war now? Hong Kuei asked Wan Wan. She could hardly wait to reach the cemetery of the saints to have some fun. In her own world there wasn't even an enemy, she was bored to death. You can, Wan Wan said, but, Sister Hong Kuei, don't you want to serve the god? Killing the enemy was exhilarating. But serving the god was even better. You could fill your heart with longing each day. And your strength would grow besides. Hong Kuei leaned toward Wan Wan's ear and whispered, I do want to serve the god. But there are so many sisters, when will it be my turn? Rather than waiting around like a fool, it's better to do more for the god. That way, I'll linger in his heart. She had no desire to be a vase on a shelf. That wasn't Hong Kuei's nature at all. With so many people around now, it was better to head to battle, let the god see her efforts, perhaps she would even be able to share his bed. Wan Wan bowed her head with a smile. So the girl had that idea after all. All right. You and Longkue come with me. I hope you can adapt quickly to the fighting in the Cemetery of the Saints. The battle there is blazing hot right now. She herself had passed through not long ago. Her evaluation of the battlefield's importance was very high. Because there were many enemies there. At present, Yang Jian had recovered 3 provincial cities. They were ready to fight against the gods. However, before they departed to war on another plane, Longkue and Hongkue needed to accept the god's gift. For to offer a world in sacrifice was a deed of merit. And these were their earned rewards. The 2 women entered the Ziwei Palace. They nodded and saluted as they recognized familiar faces. At last they bowed before Lu Che. We greet the eternal God. Rise, Lu Che said mildly. You want to go to the Cemetery of the Saints? My sister wants to go there, Hongkue replied, but I want to go to the Star Moon Plain first, if that's all right. It is, Lu Che said. Just don't go too far. His hint was faint but clear. Both women nodded. You 2 were originally one, he said. Though divine power separated you, let me now bestow a gift. He took one of the 9 yams of the eternal divine star and planted it within both women's bodies. This was not from the Tillion he had once purchased. It was a masterpiece nourished by divine irrigation for a very long time. And with the Bingdillion blood flowing within them, the 2 could live so long as one remained alive. Such heaven-defying racial talent was exceedingly rare. Originally, that bloodline was meant to be fused into a single person. Used to split a soul. But for these 2 women, it was just right. Once the blessing took hold, Hongkue and Longkue's divine power climbed steadily, only halting at the 8-star stage. When they opened their eyes, Kikyo, standing nearby, couldn't help her surprise. Were these truly the 2 beings who had possessed less than a single star of power just a moment ago? How terrifyingly strong. Their souls were synchronized. Their auras synchronized. Even their expressions could synchronize. Thank you for the god's gift, both said at once. Try your fusion, Lu Che said. I think you can reach the level of a god. Yes. Longkue and Hongkue stood, their bodies turning to light. One crimson, one jet black. When the 2 lights overlapped, a brand new woman stood before the god. She had Hongkue's wicked charm and Longkue's gentle warmth, her hair gleamed gray, her eyes crystal clear. Her aura had reached the god stage. Such was the terror of the Bingdillion bloodline. It also owed to Longkue's unique nature. Still, after maintaining the form for a short time, the body dissolved. Although they had grown used to each other's thoughts, merging entwined their consciousness, it left Longkue miserable. It would likely take a while to adapt. It seems your strength is not bad, Lu Che said. Go, do what you wish to do. Thank you for the god's gift. Led on by divine light, the 2 women vanished from the hall. There were 2 portals to the Cemetery of the Saints. One at the Eternal Shrine, open to all. And another on Earth. No sooner had Hongkue transported into the world of the Cemetery of the Saints than a familiar figure appeared before them both. The newcomer wore a black vest, his pale complexion carried a hint of evil. Hongkue recognized this old acquaintance at a glance. Well, isn't this the egg incubator? Damn, blackened girl Longkue, no. Wait, that hair color, so you're Hongkue. Orochimaru started, then grinned. It seemed she too had sacrificed a world. How else would she be here? Hongkue looked him up and down and asked with a smile, so, have your eggs hatched? Ahem, can we not bring up egg hatching? Please. I'm the great Orochimaru, address me properly, sister. But with your achievements, you could be a goddess by now. Why come here and suffer? The 2 walked the void tunnel as they spoke. Orochimaru's question carried genuine curiosity. Hongkue flicked her fingers, a phantom long sword spun at her fingertips. She snorted. Do you take me for a vase? If there are godless fools out there, then I'm going to cut them down upside down. Truly, she was no peaceful soul. May the god's followers be able to withstand her. They passed through the gate of time and space and arrived at base headquarters in Qingzhou. A colossal rent split the heavens. More terrifying than the scar of heaven in the Xianyuan sword world. It ran on for hundreds of millions of miles. More than a dozen figures fought in the sky. When Orochimaru saw Tanjiro battling a blood phantom, he could no longer hold back. Hongkue, I'm going on ahead. Go. She dipped her head slightly. Orochimaru summoned a beast, the purple jade python sword into the air. Spirit summoning technique, snake shadow slays the sky. This was the special cultivation of Orochimaru's world, soul summoning. Don't be fooled because 10,000 snakes had bullied him in the god domain. In a real fight, they dared not put on airs. Especially not against the godless. Hiss. Disrespect the god, and you deserve death. Manda's body flowed into Orochimaru like smoke. Then, the violet figure speared into the heavens. Tanjiro, your snake brother is here. The white-browed elder battling Tanjiro started in shock when another voice sounded from below. Before he could react, a lance of red light pierced his body. Ah, are you also a servant of the evil god beyond the border? No. I am Orochimaru, priest of the eternal god cult. Is this the so-called divine blood? Bah. Disgusting. Tanjiro, beside him, stared at the opponent who had just been cursed to death. Damn it, snake bro, you're stealing my monster. I've been playing with him for ages. Hey, my apologies. I'm here to paint the sky with blood this time. Orochimaru pulled back his finger. The white-browed old man's body was already turning splendidly bright. 963, the seed of curse, had spread through his genes. All with his bloodline were now locked onto by Orochimaru. In an instant, Orochimaru vanished. 1,000 miles away on the battlefield of the gods, a figure suddenly shrieked. A crimson hand clutched his heart and wrenched it from his chest. Hiss, remember this, the one who killed you is named Orochimaru. The battlefield of the gods had been torn open by 6 goddesses wielding supreme divine power. When the divine realm appeared before everyone's eyes, all understood. They themselves were but toys in others' hands. Join the cult and slay the gods. Seize mastery. That was what the people sought to do. Thus the present situation came to be. There were so many in the divine realm. It had even split into one territory after another. The unknown was among these forces. They had no wish to see this world blossom and bear fruit, so they poisoned cultivation with groat squaries. They poisoned a swath of the world. And even an entire era. Chu Xianfeng, Tenjilang, Murong Fu, and the other chief priests who had come to the battlefield, upon hearing this, launched war at once. Now the sky ran red with blood. The sky scar of Qingzhou had been torn away. Elsewhere, the heavens were blood crimson. No one knew how many gods had been slaughtered, the very sky had been dyed red by countless lives. Immortals, sprites. Show your face, and you were cut down. Tsunade, who had just absorbed vitality and killed 3 gods, heard Orochimaru's eerie cry and muttered through clenched silver teeth. Why doesn't that guy ever rein himself in? His brain, grown that big, and for what kind of forbearance is that? Bai Suzhen, at her side, smiled. Less commentary, more killing. By the looks of it, these gods can hold out for quite a while today. Every day, more than 1 million of the gods' side marched to battle. Once their losses turned heavy, they would employ a seal, shuttering the entrance. Who knew what conspiracy they were brewing? So they had to hurry and kill as many as possible. Chapter 216, Chapter 216, 2 newcomers joined the chat group. At the entrance to the barrier, a forbidden existence stood above, watching everything below. Though tens of millions had perished over the past few days, he felt no concern at all. Kneeling within a vast cosmos, a subordinate asked respectfully, Ancestor, why don't you act and kill that group of extraterritorial evil gods? The enemy was formidable, yes, but clearly not as powerful as the Ancestor. Even if they could rely on some strange force to tear apart a god, they were still far from the Ancestor, who could wield a primordial forbidden device. It takes an immense amount of blood to activate the forbidden device, the old taboo murmured. To stain the heavens is not enough, we need hundreds of millions of corpses to float in the blood tide. That crowd down there has already gone blood mad. When they all converge here, we can trap every last one of those evil gods. You intend to lure them here, trap them, and completely seal the evil gods in trance. The being at the great universe level reacted quickly, instantly grasping the Ancestor's design. His eyes lit up. If they gathered all taboos and sealed the gateway, they could certainly slaughter those entities. What were mere evil gods, then? Their true bodies would never dare come, only plot from behind the scenes, just as the Ancestor did. The taboo elder nodded lightly and sighed. The other side is shrewd as well. I don't know if our calculations will succeed, but many below have already come into contact with us. For all the eternal cult's virtues, it was, after all, an external force. And as the upper boundary of the Yang realm, they themselves still possessed ways to communicate. Now it would come down to speed, who could move faster. The team they had sent down moments ago was dead. The old man turned and urged the grand array into motion. The entrance below sealed shut. Chu Xianfeng and the others felt the surge of energy. He lifted a hand and, smiling faintly at his followers, waved everyone back. They had suffered no losses this battle. The dead were all enemies. Every engagement had been a victory. The blood they collected was plentiful. When they returned to Qingzhou, they poured it upon the altar. The captured weapons and armor were redistributed to new believers in the cult. Those who had tasted victory were jubilant. Soon, the leaders of several great powers came to meet Chu Xianfeng and his companions. They first saluted the goddess, then turned to Chu Xianfeng. Chief priest, one said, it's been half a month. These so-called gods send people here every time just to throw their lives away. Obviously, there's a conspiracy. We must be prepared. The speaker was the overlord of Yongzhou. He had once wielded an iron mace and seized control of Bajou City, intent on unifying the Yang realm. Unfortunately, he ran into Tsunade. A pair of iron fists hammered his will to resist clean out of him. After hundreds of millions of beatings, he obediently yielded. Since joining the cult, his strength had risen to the great universe level, and he had become a loyal, wholehearted henchman. Yongzhou, too, had become one of the eternal cult's strongholds. Some had mocked him, a once-in-an-age hegemon, now someone else's dog. Then a god was torn apart, and the entire Yang realm fell silent. The eternal cult's depth, its foundations, were truly unfathomable. Not only did they possess a method of perfection, they also provided powerful cultivation arts. Those who had once challenged the overlord of Yongzhou were no match for him now. Even the so-called #1 mountain in the world had surrendered under his assault. In the Yang realm, two powers faced each other across a deep divide. One was the eternal cult. The other was the faction that had submitted to the gods. The former were mostly clans and unaffiliated cultivators. The latter were hegemons by nature, those who had refused to become believers and chose instead to seek the so-called skin of the tiger with the gods. They knew the danger. But they had no other choice. If the eternal cult came to their territories, annihilation was inevitable. And by all intelligence, the cult's strength grew unceasingly, especially its goddess-level figures and priest-level figures. Their power was outrageous. There was the demon in the vanguard, and Tsunade and Baisuzhen in the rear. Who knew why so many remarkable people were gathered in the eternal cult? When the battle ended, Orochimaru returned with his trophies to the cult, jars of collected blood, materials to be used in a curse. Tanjiro and the others stood nearby, hardly blinking. It was their first time seeing Orochimaru's curse work. It was entirely different from Bagyo's. Bagyo's sorcery began in darkness and took hold of the soul, her power leaned toward the shadowed arts. Orochimaru, by contrast, practiced true arcane divine arts. The two paths were different. Watch closely, Orochimaru said, grinning wickedly. This is my gift to God, so they'll know I'm coming. A sack descended over his head. Hey! Who hit me? It's me, you idiot. Ahaha. Tsunade. Sorry, so sorry, hee hee hee. Orochimaru's fierce snarl melted instantly into a fawning smile. Among all the goddesses, the one he feared most was Tsunade. A punch from her left him no temper at all, only obedience. Tsunade glared in disgust. Stop clowning around. You're a chief priest, try to act like it, will you? Otherwise people will think you're an idiot. Yes, we understand. He bobbed his head like a pecking chicken. He didn't notice that Chu Xianfeng had already recorded the entire scene and sent it to the group under the title, On How Fast a Man Can Change His Face. The Myriad Worlds chat group. Pursuing all sentient beings, ha 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 ha. I can't, this is killing me. Good stuff, there's really something like this. Is that Orochimaru? So the hatching master finally came out. Secondly, you don't know. That guy and goddess Tsunade are from the same world. They were classmates. The fox who only loves money, terrible luck. You can tell Orochimaru's been holding back for ages, finally gets to have some fun, and runs into the one person he fears most. Bearded swordsman, pitiful, but it does make you feel things. Shame the imperial courts in ruins. I've got to found a state religion, or I'd come have a proper chat with you. In the ghost realm of a Chinese maiden, chaos reigned. With the court destroyed, they had to both rescue people and gather intelligence without pause. They also had to secure food for the populace. The centipede demon had ravaged everything, within 100 miles there was nothing good left. Without divine techniques to save people, they would have been cursed to death long ago. Vampire Queen, at Ninja Scientist I didn't expect you to have this kind of skill. Ninja Scientist, no choice, I'm terrified of Tsunade. Miserable.jpg. Tanjiro, alright, we weren't laughing at you, not really. General Yuan, at Bearded Swordsman, gather the court officials and put them to work. Otherwise you'll wear yourself out. Bearded Swordsman, understood. To secure the state religion's development, I destroyed the Emperor's soul. Demon Hunter, good grief, scattering bones and raising ashes for real. Blonde boy Sam, honestly, that was saving him. After such long torment, his soul must have been twisted. Bearded Swordsman, couldn't be helped. If I didn't erase the Emperor's soul, he'd reincarnate and we'd never get rid of him. Spirit of the Demon Sword, do what you must, answer to your own conscience. Tosaka University, weren't you headed to the Tomb of Saints? Spirit of the Demon Sword, no, I'm on your plane. It's fascinating here. I'm particularly fond of the heroic spirit's moves. Sadly reminded old Gao, question, why are all the messages I receive showing up 3 days late? Tanjiro. Secondly. Young Master Murong. Pirates of the Caribbean, same here. What's happening? Tosaka University, your time isn't accelerating, is it? Pursuing all sentient beings, is that even possible? Sadly reminded old Gao, yes. I don't know why, but time is flying by unnaturally fast. General Yuan, I'd guess the gods accelerated your world's time. Not certain, but old Gao and Jack, you two are the slowest to progress. Uncle Gio comes next. Time acceleration, this was Lu Che's doing. The same old thing again and again was impossible. If Gao truly had to wait 5 years, he wouldn't tolerate it. So the flow of time had been sped up. Tanjiro, honestly, time acceleration's not so bad. It'll help them integrate into the divine realm sooner. Sadly reminded old Gao, fair point. Sigh, back to work. With time accelerating, I hope the heavens collapse already. General Yuan, how are your two faiths developing? Pirate King of the Caribbean, 3/4 of the world has fallen within the state religion's scope. Sadly reminded old Gao, passable. I've unified the continental plate. Chu Dashin, that's not slow at all, that's downright fast. Unifying the plate meant seizing all of Asia. The speed truly was impressive. The fox who only loves money, I'm honestly envious, watching you all ascend into the divine realm one after another. When will we 3 Tushan sisters get our turn? Spirit of the Demon Sword, don't tell me you still haven't subdued Proudly Come Nation. Vampire Queen, that's probably it, otherwise, she wouldn't be talking like that. The fox who only loves money, I'm sick of it. A bunch of idiot gods have been awakened by people from the Proudly Come Nation. The 4 princes, the Dragon Kings, they're all opposing us. Chu Dashin, go at them hard. Worst case, flip the table. Gather the humans under your hand and hold a great altar. The fox who only loves money, if it comes to that, I'll flip the table. Let those monsters that the gods keep penned up see who the real master of this world is. At this point, Tushan Yaya truly had no other way. She had originally gathered the last patch of territory and stood on the cusp of stepping into the divine realm. And yet here she was, still delayed. Tushan Yaya was nearly mad with frustration. Just then, the chat group chimed again. Ding, a member has fallen into the chat group. Ding, the judicial god has joined the chat group. Chapter 217, the arrogant Yang Jian was finally frightened. Humbly requesting full subscriptions. Lu Che had been bathing and hadn't expected a new member to appear in the group. But the backgrounds of the 2 newcomers were anything but small. If the fallen white-robed wizard's guess wasn't wrong, then he was Saruman the White from the Lord of the Rings. The god of justice was Yang Jian, the Erlang god. One thing Lu Che couldn't figure out, though. Was this Yang Jian from Journey to the West, or from Lotus Lantern? Whichever it was, countless immortals would inevitably be involved. 2 plane worlds at once. Interesting. Are these large-scale worlds showing up more and more? First had come the Tomb of the Saints plane, then the Moon World plane. Now there were 2 more. It looked like he would have to develop a great many believers. Accelerating the worlds of Gao Yao and Jack had been the right call, he needed more wage earners. As for the Tomb of the Saints, it seemed time to throw fuel on that fire. Lu Che turned his head toward Lin Qinger beside him and said, 3 days from now, you and Kagaya go to the Tomb of the Saints world and give those gods a good scare. Another plane just opened. She nodded obediently. Then drifted into a deep sleep. This was his private bath, paved with rich star sand. It was even more costly than the materials he'd used before. Kagaya-heim, seated nearby and combing her hair, asked, how far do you want it taken? Don't provoke a backlash from the world's will. Kagaya nodded. So, she could kill as she pleased, as long as she didn't touch the world will. Evidently those so-called gods had truly offended the deity. If that was the case, they couldn't blame her for being ruthless. Even gods have moments when their eyes blaze with anger. In the 10,000 Realms chat group. Ever since Long Kue had entered the moon world, the reception duty had fallen to Tushan Yaya. The fox who only loves money, welcome to our 2 newcomers. No matter which 967 you're from, joining the 10,000 Realms chat group is your great fortune. Because this group serves the supreme god. Judicial deity, hey. What kind of evil spirit are you? Or an extraterritorial demon bold enough to invade the sea of consciousness of the Erlang god? You truly don't know life from death. The fallen white-robed wizard, a god. Humph. I've already betrayed the gods. Now I am allied to the demon god Sauron. Laughable that a fox tribe creature would call itself divine. Hearing the two newcomers belittle the eternal god, the group erupted instantly. Li Lao Er, you two new idiots think you've got some skill. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Li Shimin, current emperor of the immortal world, 1-star level. Tanjiro, fools rush in. I'll give you a chance to apologize. I'm Tanjiro, master of the Shenwu world. Those who don't respect the divine should watch their step. Chu Dashin, the newcomers Erlang god Yang Jian, at Fahai. As I recall, weren't all the deities in your world crushed beneath our god? Delivering all beings, the glory of my god is unquestionable. Not just the Erlang god, even the Jade Emperor was crushed to pieces. At judicial deity, this poor monk is Fahai. I stand in the Buddha's stead. Right now, the Tathagata in my world has been hunted by me to the point of fleeing for his life, even Guanyin is dead. What exactly do you think you are? Seeing as you're new, kneel now and confess your sins, and we can intercede with God for you. Spirit of the demon sword, just killed our heavenly emperor. Disrespecting the divine means death. Tosaka University, excuse me, what is a judicial deity? Who is the Erlang god? Uncle Nine, swordsman and demon, you wouldn't know. This concerns the Chinese pantheon. Erlang is rumored to be the Jade Emperor's nephew. The fox who only loves money, that all. The Jade Emperor's been crushed a few times over, that makes me laugh. Is the Red Star Demon Lord so mighty? He still turned to ash beneath a single finger of God. Journey to the west, in that world. Guangjiangku. Inside the Erlang temple. A man with sword-shaped brow sat at home, watching the lines of text that surfaced in his mind. Killing intent bled into his eyes. What he hated most was anyone tying him to the Jade Emperor. Especially the word nephew. That was his taboo. But, what followed truly made his blood run cold. Who was this Fahai? He didn't know the name, yet the other side said Guanyin had been killed, and the Jade Emperor had died as well. What was going on? Could it be that the people in this group truly came from different worlds? He frowned. Reading on, he fell into thought. To be honest, Yang Jian felt nothing but indifference toward the so-called emperors of the martial world, or the immortal emperors. Anyone could brag. Anyone could claim to be number one beneath heaven. It wasn't as though there was any proof. Proof? They said one could read the group files. Humph, then I'll see what's inside. He opened the list. 2 files caught the eye. Eternal meditation method. Eternal sacrifice. He downloaded them, skimmed, and sneered. A crooked path. This kind of meditation might fool mortals. But to trick him into practicing it? Absurd. If something like this could truly increase one's strength, then why cultivate the 9th rank profound art? Why not just shut one's eyes and meditate? As for the eternal sacrifice technique, it was even more ridiculous. This was clearly the incense sacrifice of his own world. At a glance, it was the household worship of rural shrine spirits. The Western teachers did it better than this. But what were these videos below? And the introductions to the group members? At the top was the eternal god, a true deity of unknown strength, possessing an eternal god realm. An entire world. And a great world at that. Is this a being on the level of heaven itself? Yang Jian drew a sharp breath. And sobered. If there truly were so many worlds, then this so-called eternal god was an existence more terrifying than heaven. Because this being could bypass the heavenly way and contact him in secret. Next was the Tang dynasty of Li Shimin. Under divine guidance, he had unified the world, destroyed Goryeo and the eastern islands, and dried the steppe. In the end he'd been promoted to the divine and become immortal emperor. At present, everyone there could cultivate. What nonsense is this? If spiritual energy is open to all, won't everything descend into chaos? If everyone can cultivate, yet their aptitudes differ. The more he read, the more absurd it seemed. Below was Tanjiro Kamado. Then Chu Xianfeng. World after world unfolded before his eyes. Outside, the sun rose and set. Yang Jian paid it little heed, his mind had sunk into those videos. Delivering all beings, was Fahai. Why did that monk look down on him? Yang Jian finally understood. Because the eternal god had appeared, and heaven had been obliterated. Even Lingshan had been raised. Those attacks on the level of heavenly Tao truly struck fear into his heart. But that was only the beginning. The worlds that followed left him even more stunned. Especially the place called the Tomb of the Saints, whose resplendence was no less than his own worlds. Ages flowed by. Law attacks. Mystical methods beyond counting, Yang Jian nearly lost himself in the onslaught of what he saw. By the end, he had to admit that this eternal god transcended all his understanding. Was the other side ruthless? ruthless. Any existence that did not believe in the eternal God was annihilated. Was the other side kind? No one could be described as kind for his believers. It was closer to a father's love for his child. No wonder the group members flew into a rage at the insults. Their families had been resurrected because of the eternal God. Without him, their fates would have been tragic. At the very least, they would not be so happy now. So, was he himself also some protagonist of heaven and earth? Yang Jian tried to smile, but it died on his lips. To make his mother's life better, he had been forced to go along with the murderer. Don't listen to the proclamations. A nice way of putting it. In truth, it had been his own compromise, in different words. The Jade Emperor, so determined to preserve his rules, would kill even his brother-in-law and suppress his sister. How pitiable. How iron-hearted. Such a being could sit upon the dragon throne and rule the three realms, in this era. With power, you can do whatever you wish. If I had power, the Jade Emperor wouldn't have dared lay hands on my father, nor would he have dared suppress my mother. Nor would he have forced me into the post of God of Justice. Countless years flashed through Yang Jian's mind. His resentment. His hatred. Once pressed down at the bottom of his heart, now suddenly magnified. Second brother. Second brother. What's wrong, brother? The soft voices at his ear dragged Yang Jian back from his demons. Cold sweat sprang out all over him. I'm fine. Just a little tired lately. Yang Jian forced a smile. Seeing the worry in his sister Yang Chan's eyes, a thought rose up inside him. Even if he had lost his mother, his father, and his elder brother, he still had his younger sister Yang Chan whatever happened. He had to protect her. Yang Chan took in her brother's cold sweat, the empty wine bottle scattered at his feet, and the reek of alcohol about him. She sighed inwardly. He could not untie that knot. But their enemy was the Lord of the Three Realms. Even after cultivating for countless years, even after battering at the Nanchen Gate. When he faced the Li people, he had chosen in the end to let it go. Everyone said Yang Jian was inferior to the Jade Emperor. But no one knew the Li clan's misfortune back during the Heavenly Cleansing War. At Guangjiangku that year, more than 30,000 had died. That was why Erlang God Yang Jian had chosen this place as his dojo, to repay the debt for his past mistake. Yang Chan looked at her second brother, watching him force a laugh. Her eyes filled with tears. Brother, let it go. Our father is dead, yes, but he lives well in the underworld. He can reunite with mother every year. None of this is our fault. The fault is that this world forbids love between immortal and mortal. They laugh at you, without knowing your kindness. Little sister. Yang Jian's gaze softened. Hundreds of years at Guangjiangku surfaced in his mind. Bitterness creased his face. He was a man of integrity, else how would he have become the god of justice? But his ability was limited, he could only protect the lands within 1,000 li of Guangjiangku. He had done all he could. Back in the chat group, the debate still raged. Judicial deity, these boasts, destroying the Jade Emperor, killing Guanyin, are nothing but wild talk. Delivering all beings, still mouthing off. Then listen well. In my world, the eternal God descended, and heaven shattered. Lingshan collapsed. The Buddhas fled in terror. The Jade Emperor was ground to dust beneath his hand. We stand as proof. Li Lao Air, I fought under the god's light, flattened the four seas, broke Goryeo, crushed the eastern islands, dried the steppe, united my realm, and ascended to immortality. You dare doubt? The fox who only loves money, what heaven, how many times has it been crushed? Think of the Red Star Demon Lord, wasn't he turned to ash beneath God's fingertip? Spirit of the demon sword, disrespect dies. Uncle Nine, swordsman and demon, Yang Jian, legend calls you heaven's executioner. But understand this, gods have fallen across worlds. Don't mistake your own sky for the universe. Tosaka University, if there's a supreme god above all, then even the root stands aside. Yang Jian read it all in silence. The eternal meditation method. The eternal sacrifice. He scorned them in his heart. But the videos, those he could not dismiss. In world after world, the eternal God intervened, and the sky itself changed color. He thought of his mother, suffocating beneath Mount Tao. Of his father, beheaded. Of his elder brother, gone. Of his sister, still here. He thought of his own compromise. Power ruled all. Without power, all justice was only a word. If such a God truly existed, if that path could grant strength that could topple heaven, would he follow it? He closed his eyes. The bath of star sand, the rising steam, the far-off murmur of mortals in prayer, everything receded. In the darkness, a single image glowed. Yang Chan's face, streaked with tears. To protect her, he whispered, I will do anything. The moment the thought formed, something in the group stirred, an invisible gaze turned toward him. Not hostile. Impossibly vast. A breath he could neither name nor resist poured into the temple like a tide, as gentle as moonlight. His heart trembled. He had confronted demons and gods, battled beasts and immortals, stood against legions of heavenly soldiers. He had never feared. But now. The arrogant Yang Jian was finally afraid. Not of death. Of what it meant to choose. If he embraced the eternal, there would be no turning back. If he refused, his mother would remain suppressed, his father's head cold in Yama's halls, his sister forever beneath another sky. At last, Yang Jian opened his eyes. He looked at his sister and smiled, the expression steady, almost serene. "Little sister," he said softly, "boil some tea." Yang Chan blinked at him through the tears. "Brother. Just now, I thought of a way." He didn't elaborate. He turned back to the invisible group window only he could see. And for the first time since the temple of Erlang had been raised at Guangjiangku, he bowed his head. Not in worship, but in admission. He typed, each stroke like a pledge. "Judicial deity, if the eternal God protects the innocent and punishes the wicked, then I, Yang Jian, will witness this with my own eyes." Silence fell in the group. Then, like a bell tolling across worlds, a single line of text appeared. "Eternal God, then watch." The temple doors swung open. Wind rushed in from the river. Beyond the threshold, the world trembled, just slightly, as though a giant had shifted in its sleep. Yang Jian straightened, took a breath, and stepped forward. Whatever came next, he would face it, spear in hand, sister at his back. And if heaven stood in the way, he would cleave heaven. Chapter 218, Yang Jian, Guanyin Bodhisattva, is this what you call mercy? The ones who truly suffer are the common folk. As for severing the heavens, without power on the level of the eternal God, it's impossible. Yang Jian felt a surge of excitement, yes. But he was also a cautious man, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived to the present day. He had clearly acknowledged the eternal God. Yet he would not be swayed merely by another's strength. Because his mother was still in the Jade Emperor's grasp. That thread of danger remained. He would not take a reckless gamble. Elsewhere, Saruman had spent the last 3 days in another round of quarrels with others. For he was a proud man. Even if he had betrayed his former god, so what? He wouldn't bother to watch those videos. He ignored the so-called apotheosis rites and the various spells, too. Unreasonable. Perhaps. But that temperament made him unique in the group. Even Fahai, the most rigid among them, felt ashamed in comparison. Inside the sorceress tower, the white-robed Saruman was breeding his own urukai. The chamber was a mess, lacking even a hint of the refined environment one would expect of an elegant wizard. After all, it was his lair. Day after day, he obsessed over ward riders and orcs. He had no time to tidy anything. Lately, though, the realm of Rohan was growing restive. Perhaps he should begin there, consolidating his power. He had deceived Gandalf and fooled many others. Only Galadriel refused to trust him. That, truly, was sorrowful. The fairest elf upon the continent, and he could never possess her, that, too, was a tragedy in his eyes. In the multiverse chat group. "Pudu sentient beings, I don't feel like playing around anymore. I'm ready to harvest the bald Tathagata and then link up with you all. Spirit of the demon sword, do you have enough faith stockpiled? Pudu sentient beings, yes. Through divine manifestations and preaching, every convert naturally senses the gifts of God. At this point, the faith has spread across the entire world, and the underworld is under my control. If not for tormenting the Tathagata, to make him taste what it felt like to be toyed with, Fahai's pace would actually have surpassed Nightshade's. Don't mistake him for a mere ranter. His compassion for all living beings was, in fact, admirable. Add in the backing of the Four Seas Dragon clan. Everything became much easier. Tanjiro, then hurry and come over. We've just built a bigger altar here. 2 gods are descending today. I heard there's going to be a god slaying. The fox who only loves money, please go easy. I'm begging. For peace, I'm begging too. A theophany, 2 gods descending, is something no one's ever seen. It'll be spectacular. Young Master Murong, spectacular. It's going to be a bloodbath. Both gods are wearing very grim expressions. Judicial God, excuse me, these gods are the upper realm beings in the saints' cemetery, yes. Are they all to be killed? Didn't the gods say they'd promote peace? Junior brother Dazufeng, Yang Jian, you don't understand. Those gods look down on sentient beings and make sport of them. If they harbored true goodwill, when the gods came to save the common people, why didn't they take the initiative to show kindness? Chu Dashan, those eldritch unknowns are in league with them, what more proof do you need? They clearly disdain our world. God is linked to many planets, they see themselves as superior, so they prevent everyone's ascension and feel threatened by it. Shouldn't such existences be beheaded? Pudu sentient beings, another thing, you're a heavenly deity yourself, aren't you? Let me advise you, if you have even a shred of conscience left, go look upon Lingshan with your own eyes. You've probably never witnessed that scene before. Judicial God, what are you implying? Tanjiro, hey. The answer's simple. That bald fellow used to be a monk. Humans and demons are irreconcilable, right? Then why did the Buddhas raise demons to eat people? Spirit of the demon sword, hearsay is false, seeing is believing. Judging from your name, you're a righteous immortal. Yang Jian, I've been reading your story these past few days. Chu Dashan, hey. It's not all my doing, but better not to tell him too much. Let him witness the truth of this world first. The truth? What truth? Yang Jian frowned. Could it be that the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of Lingshan were as unworthy as Fahai claimed? Surely they wouldn't raise monsters to devour people. However, Tang Seng and his disciples were already on the road to the west. He might as well go take a look. He could share a cup of wine with the monkey while he was at it. No harm in going to see for himself. With doubts still churning, Yang Jian turned into a streak of rainbow light, left the howling celestial dog behind, and shot straight into the sky. He knew the route of the pilgrimage. And some powerful deities already understood that this journey to the west was Lingshan's method of purging the demon races. If so, why did everyone keep insisting there would be mishaps? He couldn't make sense of it. After flying nearly 1,000 miles, a strong stench of blood wafted up from below. Yang Jian's brows tightened. His heavenly eye snapped open. In a village not far away, flames raged, and a huge wolf demon was devouring the people. What truly left him speechless was this. There was a temple enshrined here. Within, a Vajra statue was worshipped. Why hadn't it manifested, given the offerings? Yang Jian forced down his fury and, in a flash, appeared before the wolf demon. Woo! The creature's hackles rose, it lashed out with a paw, straight for his heart. Steel rang. The three-pointed, two-edged spear blade flashed out. With a single stroke, he cut down the monster, golden core realm or not, it died on the spot. Yang Jian's face was cold as frost. Earth God, show yourself. Your servant greets Erlang Zhenjuan. The trembling land deity flew over from a distance and dropped to his knees. Facing the god of war and judgment, he nearly fainted in terror. Erlang was no gentle host, he might cut him down without a second thought. Yang Jian pointed his weapon toward the distant temple. Since a Vajra is enshrined there, why did no one from the Buddhist side come to subdue the demon? Hundreds have died here. Reporting to Zhenjuan, this Vajra statue did indeed respond in the past, but later. What happened later? Speak. Later, some villagers said life was hard, and offerings were difficult to maintain. They changed from daily incense to monthly incense. Yang Jian let out a low, furious laugh. Just because incense offerings had waned. This Vajra withdrew its divine attention. How absurd. When you ate their incense, did you not remember their devotion? At the first sign of neglect, you simply abandoned them. Truly, the Buddhist way. Truly, compassion. With a crack, his three-pointed, two-edged weapon leveled at the intact temple. And smashed it to rubble. Since the people are gone, why leave behind your clay idol, damnable thing? Yang Jian was truly incensed. And at the same time, something in his heart shifted. This was only a snapshot, a sliver. What chilled him to the core had not yet appeared. At that moment, Tang Seng and his disciples had just passed through the Chechi kingdom. Asking for flowers. They arrived at Chen family village. There, they met the king of inspiration. Master, that demon is wicked, it eats virgins. Where are we supposed to find that? Let senior brother and me catch it. Yes, master. Eating a pair of virgin boy and girl every year, how is that acceptable? Xiao Wujing chimed in at the side. Though he was a former heavenly general, he loathed demons that ate children. Most of all. When it came to fighting, only senior brother and second brother could shoulder the burden. He was the soy sauce in the pot. Fanning the flames from the sidelines was just right. As for second brother's fierce glare, he ignored it. The nearby villagers, hearing the monkey's words, immediately fell to their knees. Holy Master, please let the two venerable ones act. Our village will be eaten clean otherwise. Yes, please. The people knelt en masse. They looked to Tang Seng with pleading eyes. You couldn't blame them. How many people live in a single village? If a pair of children had to be offered every year, the children would be eaten up sooner or later. And who would be willing to feed their kids to a demon? If anyone had to go, they would rather it be themselves. They would rather sacrifice their own lives than harm the children. Tang Sing sighed when he heard this. Beiji, Wukong, I'll leave this matter to you. Since we've crossed paths with it, we must intervene. Yes, master. Yes. The two took their orders. That very night, they disguised themselves as virgins and happily set a trap for the demon. The King of Inspiration, however, had his methods. Relying on his escapology, he slipped away. He was clever as well. Snow began to fall heavily. When Tang Sing thought the crisis had passed, suddenly, the King of Inspiration seized him by controlling the river waters. This time, Wukong was enraged. He pursued with all his might, but he was not as swift as the King of Inspiration. The demon seized Tang Sing. The cave dwelling was barred. The battle began. No matter how Wukong cursed and bellowed outside, the King of Inspiration simply refused to come out. In the end, with no other choice, Wukong invited the Bodhisattva Guanyin. What followed was simple. The Bodhisattva, dressed in plain robes, lifted a hand, and the great King of Inspiration below could not help but revert to a carp and fall into her flower basket. Go, then. Rescue Tang Sing and continue west to fetch the scriptures. Thank you, Bodhisattva. Wukong looked at the golden carp, a flash of killing intent crossed his eyes, but he suppressed it. At that moment, a voice came from the sky. Bodhisattva, is this truly all right? Everyone looked up and saw a man with thick brows and large eyes descending from the heavens. He radiated a terrifying presence. Erlangshan was angry. This was the first time he had been this furious. What instruction does Jinju and Erlang have? Guanyin Bodhisattva frowned. For now, Ling Shan and the Celestial Court were partners. She had not provoked the Jade Emperor's nephew, of that she was certain. Yang Jian glanced at the innocent-looking carp in the flower basket and sneered. Is it really proper to take that fish away like this? The scene fell silent. What did he mean? Was he questioning Guanyin? A flash of joy crossed the Monkey King's face. Could it be that he had come for the King of Inspiration? Guanyin did not reply at once. Yang Jian's gaze turned icy. He said coolly, that fish you keep at home, if it wants to come out, it eats a pair of virgin children every year. Do you know those children were carried and raised by their parents? The last word struck like a hammer. Boo. The single, clipped syllable, like a choked breath, hung in the air, as if even speech could not carry the weight of his anger. Chapter 219, Chapter 219, If you're Guanyin the child-giving Bodhisattva, are you going to feed other people's children to a fish demon? I wonder what the Bodhisattva intends to do with this carp spirit. Guanyin Bodhisattva started, and after a moment's awkward pause, said, a little embarrassed, naturally, I shall take him back to confess his sins. Just to confess his sins. How many children has this monster eaten in the Tongtian River? Every one of them carried to term for 10 months. Tell me, this compassion you speak of, is it real or false? At those words, it wasn't only Guanyin whose face changed. Everyone's expression shifted, but the Monkey King laughed. Delighted. Truly delighted. Guanyin Bodhisattva sighed and murmured, Yang Jian, you're drunk. Drunk. He was drunk indeed, so drunk he could no longer tell whether the world was black or white. Drunk enough to see the hypocrisy of this world. Buddhism preached compassion yet kept a kennel of demons. This was only a small example. But Yang Jian could see through the hypocrisy of Buddhism. Judicial God. He did not deserve that title. Guanyin looked at Erlangshan, silent, lips pressed tight, turned to leave, and did not expect the surge of spiritual power behind her. Erlangshan was breaking through in front of everyone. Stop. You would walk away without giving me any explanation. Do you use my office as judicial deity as a fig leaf for your actions? Yang Jian. Silence. Yang Jian turned his gaze toward Tang Sanzang among the people below. Jin Chanzi, wasn't he? This era's flourishing of Buddhism relied on that man. Bodhisattva, I call you Bodhisattva out of respect for your supposed compassion. In front of my disciples, speak plainly, what do you intend to do with this carp spirit? Do you suppose that because he is a disciple of the Buddha, he can act with impunity? You have a saying in Buddhism, only by cultivating boundless merit can one attain Buddhahood. Yet these children never lived to a future life at all, they became food for a fish demon. Does that not contradict your own teachings? With a single sentence, wicked beast, come back with me, you act as though nothing has happened. Tell me, you bodhisattvas who look upon this world, is that what the people ought to worship? You. Yang Jian, you know. Guanyin Bodhisattva's fingers trembled. For a moment she couldn't find any words. She had not imagined a god of heaven would bar her way like this. Yang Jian said with bitter satire, what? Am I mistaken? Or is it that you think the people below bear some sin from their past lives? Even if they did, does that mean they must suffer in this one? I recall people call you Guanyin who sends children. Do you mean you send other people's children into a fish demon's belly? That was no longer a mere question. It was a dagger to the heart. Yang Jian was a man who weighed his words, and a man whose spine was straight. That was why he had come. Had he not, the fish demon that ravaged Qin family village would already have been spirited away. And what of the other monsters? They ate and drank their fill and harmed the world for decades, yet nothing truly happened to them. A judicial god. What a blindfold. What a fool, duped by heaven. Such a god. He would not be. It was precisely because of all the fish spirit had done that Yang Jian had, just now, employed the eternal meditation intent. Without that, he would not have had the confidence to be harsh with Guanyin Bodhisattva. But now it was different. With the 9 revolutions mysterious art under the blessing of that meditation intent, he had gone straight to great perfection. Breaking through to the same realm as Guanyin. If it truly came to a fight, it would be a contest of whose methods were superior. At this moment, the monk Tang below could sit still no longer. He was, in truth, a man of compassion. And also a man chosen to welcome the Kalpa. He had not even been willing to eat ginseng fruit. Now, as the heavenly court's judicial deity questioned him until he reached his original heart. If he could not resolve the present situation perfectly, his Buddha heart would not be complete. And even showed signs of cracking. Bodhisattva, please hand this fish spirit over to the judicial deity. Otherwise, you will have no way to answer the souls of those dead children. The words drifted down, cool and indifferent. Zhu Beiji sprawled on the ground and paid it no mind. A flicker of mockery flashed in the white dragon horse's eyes. They had walked westward for a long time now. All the monsters that harmed the people, those without any patron, were slain. Only the monsters who submitted to Buddhism or heaven were spared. Well then. With Erlangshan throwing a fit, let's see how Buddhism handles this. Although Heaven and Spirit Mountain were in a honeymoon period. Do not forget, they were also rivals. No one could deny that. Guanyin Bodhisattva looked at the aggressive Yang Jian and at Tang Sanzang awaiting her reply, and at last made her decision. Carp Spirit, your sins are grievous. Today I will hand you to the judicial deity. What consequences you face will depend on the crimes you have committed. As she spoke, she flung out her flower basket. It fell upon the 3-pointed, 2-edged blade. The carp spirit stared, stunned, pleading to the white-robed Bodhisattva with tearful eyes. But her gaze was cold. There was none of the indulgence or wrath she had once shown him. That look made it plain, he had been wholly abandoned. The flower basket had lost its sealing power. The carp spirit twisted his body and leapt, trying to use the fish scale escape to flee into the sky. Unexpectedly, pain lanced through chest and belly. A fiery force blasted into his body at once. Wicked animal, you still dare to run. Do you think Yang Jian will spare your life like those pretenders to compassion? Humph, listen well. Any monster that dares to kill, I, Yang Jian, will kill. And not only that, I will make your flesh and blood into a fish feast for these villagers to eat. The words were harsh. And made Guanyin's eyelids twitch. But in the end she did not gainsay Yang Jian, she acquiesced. Aya. The Inspiration King wailed. The souls of countless children flew out from him. These were the souls he had swallowed. Under the rescue of divine power. They parted from his own spirit. And, one after another, drifted free. A while later, a huge fish demon, bereft of life, crashed to the ground. Yang Jian gave Guanyin a faint smile, then called out, villagers. This is your enemy. Eat him today, and avenge your children. A few simple words. Ignited the fury of countless people. But they did not truly eat him. The creature had eaten countless children, would that not be the same as eating their own? What they did do was raise every sort of farm tool and cudgel, iron picks, hoes, clubs. Anything that could be used. And brought them all crashing down on the fish demon. Guanyin Bodhisattva said coolly, may the poor monk go now. You may. But please, carry a message from me to Spirit Mountain. Yang Jian, do you know you are playing with fire? You cannot speak for heaven. You are only yourself. A threat, flung at Guanyin Bodhisattva. Yang Jian laughed. He laughed aloud. The sound rang for 1,000 li. I, Yang Jian, and the deity of justice, a god appointed by the Jade Emperor, to protect the world and prevent grievances from arising. Whosoever slaughters the people, immortal or mortal, one is counted as one. If an immortal errs, then I will kill the immortal. If a Buddha errs, then I will kill the Buddha. All of you monsters with patrons, listen clearly. I do not care who stands behind you. So long as you do wrong, you will be punished for it. By the end. Yang Jian was almost grinding his teeth. At last Guanyin left. She spoke no more ruthless words. For today she had been shamed enough, or rather, the face of Buddhism had been shattered. They were forever preaching compassion. And it had been laid bare as empty. Even if she wished to call a deer a horse. Yang Jian had displayed his strength. The heavenly court. It was indeed a place where dragons coiled and tigers crouched, hiding their might. Was this, too, a piece placed on the board by the Jade Emperor? Guanyin did not return to her own dojo, but flew to Spirit Mountain. What had happened today must be discussed face-to-face with the Buddha. You really shouldn't have come, but Erlang God, you do have some blood in you. Sun Wukong had a slab of cooked fish in his left hand and a cup of wine in his right. Smiling, he glanced at the deity of justice. Yang Jian snorted coldly. TCH. I have no need of your praise. Heh. Old Sun likes men like you. Come, have a drink. The two clinked cups. And drank in long, merry swallows. As the saying goes. Men never mind strong drink. After 3 cups. The monkey's tongue loosened. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Don't look at me, returning to heaven. In those 500 years under the mountain, I had time enough to think on what really happened. When he mentioned the greatest deed of his life. The monkey could not help the edge of sarcasm that curled his mouth. Do you regret it? I have never regretted anything in my life. At least I dared to say what I dared to say. I had wanted to serve Master wholeheartedly and escort him west. Don't think that I'm always like this, I am sincere toward Master. Speaking of the bond between Sun Wukong and Tang Sanzang. There was nothing more to be said. The monkey was such a being. If you treat me with true heart, I will repay you in every way I can. Not to mention the master who had mended his clothes and quilt with his own hands. It's just that the old monk is sometimes too rigid, and it makes old Sun rack his brains. By the way, I heard some demons say you also made a ruckus in heaven back then. Why did you stop at the south heavenly gate? You want to know? I do. Yang Jian glanced at the cup in the monkey's hand. Sun Wukong tipped it back at once. Then he heard Yang Jian say. Because my move was unpredictable, the Guanjiang estuary burst its banks. 10,000 people died. After that, for 1,000 li around, no one lived. The monkey stared, shocked. Then he put his thumb up. Admire. A true man, too. Only a mortal heart. Come to the Guanjiang estuary to find me when you have time. If you encounter such a situation, send me word. At that, Erlang Shen's gaze flicked to the tightening fillet on the monkey's head. A sly smile crept across his face. He rubbed out a copy of a certain method onto a jade slip and tossed it over. What's this? A treasure that can set you free. When, one day, you see how different heaven and earth truly are, and you wish to break free, use it. The deity of justice laughed and vanished into a ray of sunlight. Even after he had gone. The monkey muttered, what is it? Some high-level dharma. Puzzled, he peered into the incantation within. Then began to cultivate it. Chapter 220, for his sister, Yang Jian chooses the god of eternity. Up on the cloud, Yang Jian felt an exhilarating clarity course through him. But he also knew this was only the start. The truly fierce battle still lay ahead. Buddhism. Sure enough, just as Fahai had said, it was filthy. If even a compassionate bodhisattva acted like this, then how revolting must the land of Lingshan be? In heaven. Reporting to your majesty, Erlang God Yang Jian has appeared at the Tongtian River and clashed with Guanyin Bodhisattva. HM. If that's the case, let's hear it. After all, he was his own nephew. The Jade Emperor's interest was naturally piqued. Yang Jian belonged to that cold, taciturn sort. Although he had suppressed his sister, leaving the other party with a grievance she would never forget. Blood was blood, family was family. That's how it is. There is an inspiration king in the Tongtian River, a carp spirit belonging to Guanxian of the South Sea. When the tide ran high, he slipped away. After arriving at Chenjiazwang, he occupied the dwelling of the river god and devours a pair of virgins every year. After hearing the account, the Jade Emperor let out a cold laugh. Heh. Such is Lingshan. A nest of men who preach compassion to the world while scheming like traitors behind closed doors. The official beside him asked, Your Majesty, is it not unwise for us to do this? After all, we still have an agreement with Lingshan. To provoke Lingshan over a few mere mortals would indeed be unwise. Your Majesty, we beg you to restrain Yang Jian. Yes. That Guanyin Bodhisattva is a personal disciple of the Tathagata who sits at his side. If they bring accusations against us, we won't be able to bear them. One voice after another layered over the next. No one noticed the Jade Emperor's face darken into charcoal. At that moment, Wang Lingguan stepped forward, 29, and said, "Sirs, have you not put the cart before the horse? On the contrary, I say Erlang God has done no wrong. The Jade Emperor is the sovereign of the three realms. Is not every land beneath heaven under his majesty's dominion? If that is so, then true Lord Erlang, by enforcing the law, elevates our heavenly prestige, letting those bald heads see who is truly master of the three realms." The Ling Shao Hall fell into silence. The point was sound, yet who truly took it to heart? The underworld alone housed three powers. And Ling Shan lay outside the heavenly court's jurisdiction. The Lord of the Three Realms, to put it bluntly, was a joke. You listen to the title, then you move on. Who actually takes it seriously? Still, Wang Lingguan was His Majesty's lapdog, since these words came from him. They surely carried the Jade Emperor's intent. All eyes shifted to the Jade Emperor. As expected, killing intent flashed in his gaze. In an instant, the winds changed. Though Erlang promotes the prestige of the gods, he must not act willfully. We'll overlook it this time. Tai Bai Jinxing, go at once. Yes, Your Majesty. In the Wanjia chat group. Judicial God, good evening, everyone. Mind coming out to talk? At Puduzhongsheng, at General Yuan. The fox who only loves money, what's with you? Did you drink too much? Chu Dashan, looks like a drunk's message to me. Men drink too much for two reasons, women and belief. Puduzhongsheng, glory to my God. Yang Jian, I suppose you've now seen the filth of Buddhism, and you must have run into something that shakes you. Ever since the other party downloaded the eternal meditation method. Several days had passed. Without a peep. That was strange. Usually, once downloaded, people used it at once. Fahai guessed the other party was hesitating. And now, seeing a message like this, everything clicked into place. The other side must have encountered a serious problem, or else witnessed Buddhism's hypocrisy firsthand. Judicial God, what can I say? In our world, the journey to the west is underway, Buddhism is traveling east, while heaven and Lingshan cooperate to purge the world's demons and, incidentally, to advertise their own power. I watched for a while. But I really can't stomach it. At Tongtian River there was an inspiration king who actually eats children, and Guanyin Bodhisattva merely muttered a curse and was about to take him away. The fox who only loves money, woohoo, look at that, look. This is the cesspit that is Buddhism. Tanjiro, you're laughing. Please be serious. Ninth uncle, slayer of slayers, is that true? Ding, group member Judicial God has uploaded a video. The videos were downloaded. Only Saruman didn't download. General Yuan, a bodhisattva like that is as hypocritical as the Nuwa in my world. Though I was furious when you insulted the gods before, Yang Jian, because you still have a kind heart, I'll acknowledge you for now. People cannot escape making mistakes. All the more so for a man who has never bathed in the grace of God. Puduzhongsheng, ha. This Guanyin Bodhisattva is just that hypocritical. I advise you to keep watching. There will surely be more vile deeds. She speaks lightly of it, what of the dead children? Tosaka University, Jin Yu is a bald head, and a Buddhist bald head at that, and this monster is revolting. Amazing what a backstage patron will get you. Spirit of the demon sword, humph. Yang Jian, do you now understand why we joined the cult of God at the start? We couldn't stand the hypocrisy of this world. Your earlier words weren't wrong, if they had been, I'd have scolded you again. Chu Dashan, does this mean we have another chief priest? I can feel you've practiced the meditation, otherwise your divine power wouldn't have broken through, and its fluctuations wouldn't be this obvious. Judicial God, I'm sorry. I admit I was reckless before and failed to recognize the greatness of God. Judicial God, at God of eternity, I'm truly ashamed. I hope you can forgive me. God of eternity, all beings are my children. It is normal that you err. I have only been waiting for your repentance. Consider Saruman, who relied on the little demon Sauron and, with aid from Morgoth, thought everything would proceed smoothly. Everyone knows how it ended, it was someone else's calculation all along, and he finally died at the betrayal of the villain Grima. The Lord of the Rings world. Saruman, deep in experiment, stared, startled, at the chat group in his mind. How could the other party know of Morgoth, Sauron, and his servant Grima? Impossible. How could a mere, craven servant kill me? Impossible. Though Saruman refused to believe the eternal God's words, cold sweat beaded his brow. God of eternity, I have long said that time is a toy in my hand. If you do not change your ending by your own will, regret will claim you at last. As for you, Yang Jian, do you think the sister you protect will always remain safe? Judicial God. Midair, Yang Jian froze, breath arrested. Could Yang Chan be in danger? His only sister was Yang Jian's taboo. He would never allow anyone to hurt her. Chu Dashan, it said Erlang's younger sister married Lu Yenchang, right? Is there more to it? Lu Yenchang. Who was that? Among all the immortals he knew, there was no such name. A mortal then? Sorrow comes knocking, yes, I remember. It's Yang Chan, and Chen Xiang suffers for it. Judicial God, don't slander people. My sister is still in the clouds and shadows, and she would never marry a mortal. She's the Jade Emperor's niece. Lu Che saw Yang Jian's anxiety and smiled inwardly. For your sister's sake, I have my ways. You won't be convinced otherwise yet. God of Eternity, have you considered Buddhist interference? It may look like you and they are in a honeymoon phase, but once it ends, they'll surely seek advantage in dealing with you. Humans are greedy. All they need do is tug at the red thread of fate in her lot. To make your sister's Hongwan star stir is simplicity itself. The truth was, as to how Yang Chan fell for Lu Yenchang. Even Lu Che did not know. A casual stroke of liberty could not possibly make Yang Jian's sister, the third sacred mother, pine to her marrow. Who did he think he was? Even the literary star wouldn't catch Yang Chan's eye. If there weren't ghosts at work, who would believe it? There had to be trickery. In any case, hanging the black pot on Buddhism was the safest play. As expected. After hearing his words, Yang Jian fell silent for a long while. Then he sent a message, 967. Judicial God, perhaps you're right. Those Buddhist baldheads are capable of anything. To divide me from heaven, yes, that would indeed be the best way. It drives a wedge with the Jade Emperor. And severs ties at the same time. A perfect plan. Puduzhongsheng, my child, go prepare a sacrifice, offer it to God. While there's still time. Otherwise when Lingshan hears and moves against you, there will be no way out. He knew that gang of bald donkeys in Lingshan all too well. To provoke Guanyin this time was to invite endless reprisals. Offer sacrifice directly to God, obtain the power to crush all beneath your heel. This is the true and perfect law. Spirit of the demon sword, don't coddle him. He'll understand when he loses his sister. I used to hesitate, and only understood regret when my own brother was killed. Tanjiro, Nightshades turned pitch black again. The fox who only loves money, there's no medicine for regret. Anyway, since God has come out today to answer questions for the two newcomers, let's hold our horses for now, God won't respond again. Li Air, in any case, I'm preparing to enter heaven with the gods and kill our way through. Talk later. Tanjiro, I'm in. Chu Dashan, +1. Puduzhongsheng, I wish you all a smooth journey. Journey to the West World. Yang Jian returned to the Erlang Temple at Guangjiangku. Brother, why were you out so long this time? Did you find someone to spar with? Yang Chan ran over, up and down the steps, her obedient sweetness warming Yang Jian's cold heart with a small glow. But then he recalled the god's words. If they could do everything under the sun just to deal with a monkey, what would they do to him? And the divine method he practiced. From the perspective of ordinary beings, it amounted to taking refuge in an extraterrestrial, evil god. Yang Jian drew a deep breath and smiled at his sister. Chaner, where is your Baoyan lantern? I want to borrow it. I'll send you to a safe place as well. The world is about to fall into chaos. Yang Chan. Chapter 221, Chapter 221, Tathagata, even if I must bear a curse upon my body, I do not fear death. Second brother, what do you mean? Why is the world in chaos? And what do you mean, send me away? Facing his sister's questions, Yang Jian looked at her and said, because I ran into Guanyin and offended Lingshan. To protect you, I can only send you away. I won't go. Father and eldest brother are both gone. If I leave, who will take care of you? Yang Chan's eyes were already rimmed with red, tears kept gathering until her face was wet. Don't worry. Once your second brother has pacified this world, I'll come to the God realm to find you. Thud. The edge of a palm chopped down against Yang Chan's neck. At the same time, divine power sealed her spiritual platform. Second brother. Her eyelids drooped shut. Half-conscious, Yang Chan murmured to him. Second Lord, why did you stun the third lady? The howling celestial hound padded in from outside. Seeing the scene, it frowned and asked. The two siblings had argued before, yes, but never like this. Yang Jian lifted his gaze to his companion. Call the Maishan brothers. Build an altar at Guangjiangku. I intend to make offerings to the God of Eternity. Ah. God of Eternity. What is that, Burr? He didn't get the last word out. The howling celestial hound flew backward under a kick. Mind your tongue, Yang Jian said, face cold. A god's name isn't something you may insult. Whine. The single kick sent the hound tumbling more than 10 meters. Yang Jian hadn't used much strength, but the pain was real, and the hound dared not complain. Watching the dog disappear down the steps, Yang Jian sighed inwardly. Solanum's words had struck him hard. One mustn't fear 10,000 possibilities, only that single one. If anything happened to his younger sister. There is no medicine for regret in this world, if there were, one would swallow it oneself. Immortals build altars quickly, it's nothing like refining a magic treasure. 2 hours later, an altar stood before Yang Jian. The Maishan brothers whispered amongst themselves. What's wrong with Second Lord? To hold a public sacrifice to some strange god, who would dare let him? Hard to say. Perhaps an ancient god. I heard the howling celestial hound say Second Lord knocked out the third lady and claimed the world is about to change. It likely has to do with whatever he encountered on this last trip. None of that's our concern. We do our own tasks with steady hearts. No matter whom Second Lord believes in, we won't change until death. Well said. A short while passed. Yang Jian emerged from within, holding his sister, carrying several immortal tools and the lotus lantern their mother had left to his sister. With these, the offerings were sufficient. Second Lord, what are your orders? Just stand by and watch carefully. Yang Jian walked up to the altar and laid his sister upon it, a flash of reluctance in his eyes. Then he sank to his knees. He spoke with profound piety. Great God of eternity, I, your believer Yang Jian, present here the lotus lantern and several immortal treasures, and my sister Yang Chan as a living offering. I pray for your descent. May your divine light cleanse this world, now steeped in filth. The 6 monsters of Maishan were stunned. What did that mean? Had the Erlang True Lord actually offered his dearest sister as a sacrifice? Second Lord, wake up. That is the third lady, your own sister. Second Lord, have you taken the wrong medicine? Don't do anything foolish. Amid their accusations, the Erlang True Lord remained unmoved. He continued to pray. Because only this way could Yang Chan come to no harm. Of course, he could have prayed directly, but he knew his sister too well. If she were awake, she would fight shoulder to shoulder with him to the very end. I'm sorry, sister, all the pain, let me bear it. One day, you'll forgive me. At this very moment, in Lingshan. Brilliance everywhere, Buddha light suffused all. 2 dragons coiled along the eaves of the main gate, look closely, and one could see their eyes blinking. To be born a dragon, yet serve as watchdogs at Lingshan's gate. One could see how terrifying Lingshan's authority was in the journey to the West world. Bodhisattva. After the formalities, Guanyin Bodhisattva came before the Tathagata. Before she could speak, the Tathagata said first, no need to say more. I already know what has happened. Then, Tathagata Buddha, what should be done? Send Venerable Kasayapa to check on his younger sister, if I remember, she's called Yang Chan. After the pilgrimage to the west concluded, we were making adjustments. The Jade Emperor has already sent word as well, do not let Yang Jian stir up trouble again. Just a few lives. And mere mortals at that. Yang Jian truly took a chicken feather for an arrow. Hearing the Tathagata's tone of disdain, the answer had clearly been decided beforehand. It left Guanyin, who had prepared so many words, suddenly at a loss. In truth, she wanted to ask if Lingshan had erred. Yang Jian was overbearing, yes, but he had been correct. Every sentence of his had struck home. Had they truly done wrong? Some things demanded reflection. But the Tathagata looked impatient, he likely wouldn't listen. Guanyin did not linger, she turned to leave. On the way back, she suddenly felt something terrifying stir into being, inexplicably. A premonition. She tried a divination, fingers pinched, but nothing came. Guanyin frowned. What is it? Why can't I read it? At Guanjiangku. A column of light fell from the sky, illuminating the entire continent. Every creature in the journey to the West world felt their souls tremble, for a heartbeat, their minds went blank. Then, a voice sounded, reaching the depths of all souls. Before chaos was born, I was already present, older even than time. If it had been just a voice, perhaps it would have mattered less. But the mystery within those words was profound. And with the voice, an image blossomed in every mind. Pangu cleaving the heavens and sundering the earth. This was the oldest tale of the Chinese pantheon. Only great god Pangu had been born within chaos, so what did it mean to be older than time itself? Could it be that this being was even more terrifying than Pangu? Within Lingshan, the Tathagata roared with wrath. What heretical influence from beyond the realm, bewitching the world? A colossal Buddha power surged forth with the cry, spearing straight through the 9 heavens. Force tore the sky wide open. And all sentient beings saw that towering figure. An existence beyond the 9th heaven. Higher than the 33 heavens. Its eyes shone brighter than the stars. The long river of time coiled around that form. Among the stars, the gods dwelling in the constellations, seeing the god of eternity descend, felt their souls quake in terror. One by one, they fled their own natal stars. Chana, on the lunar star, fainted where she stood. Even as the Tathagata's attack shot forth, he regretted it. An existence of this level, surely a strength on par with great god Pangu. Casual, as a breath. Ding. The seemingly apocalyptic force finally reached that figure. And failed to stir a single ripple. A single glance fell. The Tathagata convulsed as if struck by lightning, blood geysering from his lips. His golden body shattered instantly. All of Lingshan wailed. Buddhas of weaker cultivation exploded into blood-flower mist under a mere look. In the Lingshao Hall, the Jade Emperor collapsed to the floor, his spirit nearly torn from his body. How terrifying was this power? He could not resist in the slightest. Clairvoyance's eyes went dark, blind. Fairwind ears went deaf. The Haotian domain cracked apart. They could not bear to look, much less comprehend. But fortunately, that god delivered only one strike, and did not continue. The Tathagata, drenched in blood, smiled strangely. Ha ha ha. No matter how strong you are, you dare not kill me. Heaven will stop you. This world belongs to Buddhism. But quickly, he realized his tragedy. For with his golden body shattered, his Tao cultivation had been completely wiped clean. This meant the Tathagata had become a cripple. Lu Che sneered inwardly. Jump now, let me see how you jump without cultivation. Some people court death. As for me, perhaps I cannot kill you, but I can abolish your cultivation and ensure you never become the Buddha of the ages. After all, humankind is the protagonist between heaven and earth. As long as Yang Jian gathers fortune in the days to come, the rise of Buddhism is nothing but empty talk. The divine gaze swung toward Yang Jian. The other man was fever-bright with excitement. Especially after the god's appearance, his entire body trembled. But aren't you, Yang Jian, a madman who dotes on his sister? Why would you offer Yang Chan? He couldn't quite puzzle it out, and didn't bother trying. He had, after all, accepted the offering. Yang Jian. Your believer answers. Feeling divine light pour down, Yang Jian suppressed his inner thrill and gazed up into the heavens, his face composed. Neither servile nor arrogant. Worthy indeed of the God of justice, the Erlang true Lord. For merits rendered near at hand, I bestow on you one law of bestowed might, one Shinto weapon, and the rank of a 3-star emissary. Do not grow proud. Strive to develop the faith. Thank you for your gifts, great God. But may your believer ask one question. Speak. Are you Pangu? Pangu does not exist. I am the creator. You can see it in the long river of time and space. But that time lies too far behind, all beings have forgotten me. Yang Jian understood. In ancient days, because the forebears could not describe a god like this, falsehoods had propagated, thus the name Pangu had been handed down. You must keep your heart steady, and do not forget your name. There is justice in the world, hold fast to that measure. Yes. I, Yang Jian, will remember it. The Erlang true Lord clasped his fists and kowtowed. He watched as his unconscious sister was carried off into the sky. Only long after the eternal god vanished did the 3 realms return to their former aspect. The movements of the heavenly Tao slowly resumed. Within Yang Jian's body, shards of the law of force knit themselves to him, one after another. Yang Jian, originally at a bodhisattva-level realm, leapt forward by bounds, until his terrible hull shook the 9 heavens. Across the world, cultivators awakened to realization. What they had heard earlier had not been a dream, but the most solid of realities. When Yang Jian's breakthrough concluded, his power was more terrifying than what the Jade Emperor could cultivate in 10,000 years. True Lord. True Lord. Just as Yang Jian was lost in the tide of his new power, Taibai Jingxing's voice sounded from outside. Yang Jian opened his eyes. A terrible glimmer streaked through them. Frightened, old man Taibai hunched his neck and sank straight to his knees, chanting. Speak. What does he want from me? The Jade Emperor, he says he misses you very much. Chapter 222, The Treasure Offered by Yang Jian, a Supreme Soul Artifact. Earnestly requesting full subscriptions. Taibai Jingxing knew better than to make a sound. If he were to speak up now, people would only think he had already thrown in his lot with the God of Eternity. If a single word slipped out wrong and displeased the other side, he'd be the one struck down, and there would be nowhere to appeal. Let the uncle and nephew hash it out, none of this has anything to do with me. Taibai Jingxing was a seasoned survivor, an old hand at court. Not everyone could match the on-the-spot nimbleness he wore like a second skin. Yang Jian chuckled. Good timing. I have something to say to him. You're coming with me. He reached into the air and closed his fingers. The three-pointed, two-edged spear blade dropped neatly into his palm. He turned the tip forward and cut, just once. Space itself shattered. The Lingxiao treasure hall, high heaven palace, unfurled before them like a scroll. Yang Jian gripped Tai Bai Jinxing by the sleeve and stepped through. His howling celestial hound padded close behind, haughty as ever, moving sidewise with the self-importance of a crab. No master, no leash, just pure, willful pride. In mortal parlance, arrogance, plain and simple. Stop. This is the high heaven palace. You do not enter without a summons. The shout rang out as Wang Lingguan, the palace's guard general, sensed the ripple of torn space. He came streaking forth, sword already in hand. The shining tip leveled at Yang Jian's brow. Yang Jian looked him over and smiled, mild and cool. The last time I hewed my way to Nanshanmen, you and I didn't have our bout. A pity. The world keeps saying Martial Canopy is heaven's champion. In my eyes, you're the strongest of them all, Wang Lingguan. I don't know what you mean, Wang Lingguan said evenly. But if you intend to enter, you'll first need His Majesty's permission. Then let's see whether you're qualified to bar my path. Yang Jian flicked his finger. Tai Bai Jinxing took the hint and hurried back, giving the two of them the space they needed. Anyone who could split layered space with a single strike was beyond what ordinary guards could hope to withstand. Kill. Wang Lingguan twisted with a single step. In a blink, he was in Yang Jian's face, thrusting straight for the center of his opponent's forehead. His true strength had always been a secret known only to the Jade Emperor, but his posting alone, the guardian at the High Heaven Palace, said plenty about the trust in him. Clang. The three-pointed, two-edged spear came up and met the blade precisely at the point. I'd heard your strength was impressive, Yang Jian said quietly. But it seems you've been left far behind. What? Shock flared in Wang Lingguan's eyes. Then the force channeled through their locked weapons crested and broke over him. His whole body went numb as an overwhelming power chewed through his layered defenses from within. Yang Jian swept his weapon and sent Wang Lingguan flying like a cannonball. Fragments of the law of power crackled through the air, a force wielded by one who had mastered law itself. It was a gift of the divine, a declaration that my justice would carry the world forward. And heaven, this heaven, would be the first step. Yang Jian strode into the hall. Countless immortals had already gathered, but now not a single one dared meet his eyes. Even the barefoot immortal and the other long-time whisperers and needlers kept their heads down, suddenly dumb in the presence of the sharp, cold blade of a man. All unrelated officials, out. Yang Jian's tone carried the weight of a command that brooked no debate. Even those he'd once praised, Neza and Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, kept to their distance and did not come forward to exchange greetings. When only the Jade Emperor and Yang Jian remained in the hall, the Jade Emperor finally spoke. Have you come to kill me? No. Yang Jian's voice stayed flat. I came to deliver a message. This world will obey the order of the eternal God. Rebels will be cut down, and their souls will sink forever into the ghost sea. So you're here to persuade me. The Jade Emperor smiled faintly. In the end, Yang Jian was a favored child of heaven, the affection ran deep. Yang Jian didn't answer. He only watched the Jade Emperor, gaze steady, expression unreadable. Take this, the Jade Emperor said at last. It's the item sealing your mother. Back then, I was forced to do it. Too many gods refused to heed me. You didn't already join the cult of eternity. Some things are forced by circumstance. I can't speak freely, the Jade Emperor said, voice dropping. Perhaps the time has come, and it wouldn't be a bad thing. A Jade Emperor has limits. There are things that cannot be done openly, words that cannot be said aloud. He was as tied now as ever, bound by heaven itself. If he declared for the eternal God cult now, he would lose his throne in the same breath. Yang Jian understood. He took the sealing item, and his figure blurred, gone from the hall without another word. That same day, an eternal God temple rose at Guanjiang Estuary. In addition to his mantle as God of justice, Yang Jian openly accepted another duty, priest of the eternal God. In the divine realm. Ever since Yang Chan had awakened, she had wept in silence, her shoulders trembled without a sound. Lu Che, caught flat-footed by the tears, could only stand to one side, uncomfortably helpless, while Shi Feishuan and Kikyo talked and soothed and coaxed. Women's hearts, an eternal riddle. Sister, don't cry, Shi Feishuan murmured. The Lord God already told me what happened. Your brother did it for your sake. Yang Chan stifled a sob. It's not so bad here, Kikyo said gently. Train hard. Once you reach 8-star strength, you can return to your original world, even without your brother making any more sacrifices. Really? Yang Chan looked up, surprise flickering through her red-rimmed eyes. Rebirth, the word sparkled like frost catching light. Shi Feishuan smiled. I'd hardly lie to you. I'm a living example. I can go run around the two-plane battlefield whenever I like. I want to ask, Yang Chan said, cheeks coloring. To become a goddess, do I have to attend upon the gods? She was born cloud pure and had never so much as flirted with a man. The rumor that goddesses were nothing but prisoners kept for God's pleasure had left her flustered, heart drumming like a deer bounding in the brush. Kikyo's eyes glinted with mischief. Why? Do you already have a sweetheart? No, Yang Chan said quickly. It's just, it would be too embarrassing. To do that before even meeting, I can't. She was a bright, impish girl, fearless enough to speak up when it came to shrine duties, but love was another matter entirely. Her ears went scarlet as she spoke. Sure Feishuan came to her side. You're overthinking. With 3 god lords in the palace, there are many sisters here. It won't be your turn anytime soon. She wasn't just placating the girl. Yang Chan was pretty, yes, but among the goddesses, who wasn't heaven's favored? Each was a peerless beauty of her own world. Many prayed to be granted the honor of serving the gods. Compared to those eager hearts, this shy girl was worrying needlessly about things a long way off. Yang Chan's face pinched with embarrassment. She realized she had let her imagination run away with her. And even if the gods required service, Sure Feishuan added mildly, there's no shame in that. I know, but it still feels awkward. Then don't go round announcing it, Kikyo teased. Or some sister with a sharp tongue will write you up for modesty and make you wish the floor would swallow you. The 3 went back and forth until Yang Chan's mood finally eased. As they talked, Yang Chan noticed a book in Kikyo's hands. What's that? Oh, it's best you don't read the things burned out of the tree of suffering, Kikyo said quickly. Why? Yang Chan plucked it away. On the cover, the title read, Baolian Lantern. The Lotus Lantern. That was the same name as her magic treasure. She opened it. Within moments, her cheeks burned. What is this nonsense? A dignified goddess, falling for a mortal scholar. The tale struck her as naive at best, insulting at worst, hardly more reputable than a limerick. Who would believe such a story? Do they take me for blind? Humph. Sister Kikyo, where is this tree of suffering? I want to chop it to kindling. How dare it smear me like this? Don't be angry, Sure Feishuan said, suppressing a laugh. These are legends from other worlds. They aren't necessarily your world's story. You mean, in those other worlds I married that fool? Yang Chan gagged theatrically, then shook her head hard. Disgust curdled into a more complicated look, the same look her brother had worn. Words that had stuck in his throat now finally formed in hers. She understood, he had meant to protect her. He had carried that weight silently, facing heaven and all its knives. No wonder. The resentment in her chest melted to a soft ache. Her heart hurt for him. And Lingshan's Buddhists. She loathed them even more. Without their meddling, no matter how muddle-headed a different world's version of her might have been, she still wouldn't have married a shabby scholar with no talent, no virtue, and no future. The thought alone made her shudder. In the Ziwei Palace. Tiamat glanced at the lotus blooming in the Lord God's hand. What is this? The 36th rank Chaos Green Lotus, Luce said with a faint smile. A supreme artifact of the soul. It had once been the Lotus Lantern. After the system amplified it, it returned to its primordial state, becoming a 36th rank supreme artifact. It bore the power of 3 laws, slipped free of cause and effect, and shrugged off curses. A superb treasure. It could also suppress a law body, truly a supreme soul artifact. Name, 36th rank Chaos Green Lotus. Attributes, soul, chaos, benevolence. Laws, cause and effect, destiny, soul. Function, worn above the crown to suppress the soul law body, increases the speed of faith gathering, channels back greater power from believers. A rare soul-type supreme artifact. So read the system's description. Tiamat nodded, eyes shining with simple delight, her pink, apricot-shaped eyes turned up in a way that made Luce want to laugh. He liked seeing her like this, unguarded, pleased, a little dazed by divine mysteries. Luce exhaled, content, but the other gods and his priesthood had no leisure to bask. On the battlefield that was the saint's cemetery, the gods' taboos had shed oceans of sacred blood to raise a towering grand formation, hoping to smother Luce's priests in a single crushing net. It never solidified. Instead, Lin Qinger and Kagaya-ji arrived like falling stars. A trifling, ragtag brood, Kagaya said, hair lifting on a wind that smelled of cold steel. You dare obstruct the Lord God's will. Die. She raised one hand. The vast red river coursing across the sky shattered into drifting sparks. Today, Kagaya-ji commanded 300 segments of the space law. This grand array, impressive as it looked, was paper before her touch. As cracks opened across the formation, Lin Qinger plunged into the god domain's contested zone with Wan Wan and the others. It was a vast, pressure-thick world, enough to let them draw fully on their might. Bai Suzhen unfurled into a candle dragon, scales swallowing the horizon. Wan Wan struck with an open palm, 1,000 li collapsed into rubble. Lin Qinger bloomed into Nuwa's true aspect and wove people, not souls, not true men and women, but soulless clay bodies animated by Nuwa's vitality. When the life force ran high enough, these Nendoroid soldiers achieved a kind of undying, immortal constructs, tireless and fierce. In a breath or two, they had slaughtered 2 universe-class beings. The native cultivators from the mortal world who had followed them stood slack-jawed. So that was the power of godhood, like a bulldozer grinding a battlefield flat. Chu Xianfeng swept through next, death in hand, reaping without mercy. Orochimaru cast his curses, 1,000,000 enemies fell where they stood. The war tipped and kept tipping. And then it broke.